ask people to read these articles, go back and just read all my reporting on the psychedelic renaissance, and I think cumulatively you all see a completely different picture from that which the media has presented. And it's all, it's not speculation, it's just reporting.
Beautiful. And how can people get in touch with you?
They could email me, but other than that, I don't use social media. Kitchens.travis@gmail.com.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. Well, thanks again for coming, man. Thank you. We got to get you on flight.
Thank you.
Yeah. Goodbye. See ya. Goodbye, world. When did you go to Iraq?
09 and 10.
09 and 10. Okay.
Which was an interesting time to be there because they had already started the withdrawal. So I was witnessing like them ship out hundreds of tanks and everything else. And at that time, so I was in northern Iraq, Mosul and Tel Afar. And what was interesting since the United States had announced that they were going to stop or going to withdrawal, so they stopped shooting at us. They stopped attacking us because they were like, just let them leave. And so attacks were few and far between. But it was truly interesting to witness the withdrawal of all that equipment, as well as to see, like, it kind of like put the nail in the coffin to understand that whole war was bullshit. Because it's like we were still there, people were still dying. Not as often as before, because like I said, they stopped attacking largely, but not entirely. So it's like every person from there on out that died, it's like, this is literally for nothing. So that it didn't occur to me in that exact moment. Once I got home and years following, it was like, I just started realizing, like, this was not.
How old were you?
25, and I was 26 when I left. I was kind of older, because most people, there were certain people older than me, but a lot of soldiers over there was a few people that weren't even 21. Couldn't even buy a beer, but they were there with a fucking machine gun. So crazy. Yeah, so I was the oldest guy, but a lot of guys in the early 20s. So me being 25, 26 when I was there, it was kind of like, I was older than my sergeant, my team leader. So that was interesting.
Yeah, man. I've had so many people on here who over there. There's a lot of war fighters that went to Iraq and Afghanistan that saw a lot of death, carnage, destruction. Like, you understand where they think it's like, it's just tragic.
Dude, the fallout is still happening. I know a handful of people that have killed themselves, and then my best friend was killed in Afghanistan, and the fallout from that. He was the oldest of 6 siblings, and what that did to his family it's still carrying on. It's the most heartbreaking thing. In fact, while we're talking about this, I'm not the first to say it, but if people want to look into a conspiracy involving Iraq and Afghanistan, look into KBR, which is Kellogg Brown and Root. Where did that come from? Okay, this is good. So Kellogg Brown and Root does all the logistics and supply chain for the United States military and government. So, for example, when we're in Afghanistan and Iraq, they supply all the combat housing units, all the food, all the fuel. They are the logistics. And so they won the no-bid contract. They got the no-bid contract. And do you know who was the CEO for Kellogg Brown and Root before the 2001 or 2000 election with George W. Bush taking office? It was Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney. They scrubbed the Wikipedia page on this, and used to be a ton of info on it. You could go through and look at prior history. But Dick Cheney had stepped down from Kellogg Brown and Root when he got nominated as vice president under George W. Bush. But I'm like, people need to connect the dots on this, and I have heard other people speak about it. I'm not the first to do it. But it's like, follow the money. People were all talking about, it's Halliburton, it's the oil. I'm like, we didn't take Iraq's oil. In fact, ExxonMobil has like their stake in it and all that, but we ultimately did not pump that oil out and take it. If people want to find conspiracy, it's Kellogg Brown and Root, because they get overcharged. And you can find New York Times articles on this. They get overcharged by many, many billions of dollars, and people start raising red flags like, what's going on here? Like, what, and so you connect the dots. I'm like, I bet you anything that Dick Cheney, here's my question. Rephrase it. how many shares of stock did Dick Cheney own in Kellogg Brown Group after stepping down from that company while we were still there? Was he still making money on that company? Because again, it's no good contract. So, whoever worked for Kellogg, people, the higher ups at Kellogg Brown Group certainly profited greatly off that.
Yeah, I thought it was Halliburton that was over there.
Oh, they were there too?
So it was both.
Yes. In fact, I think those two companies had merged. I think Halliburton and PBR may have become one. I'd have to check this.
Okay.
Steve, can you find it? Or one may have been a subsidiary of another. Yeah. Yeah, PBR. Next time you have a veteran on, ask them, because they're the reason why we had steak and lobster tail every Sunday in Russia. It wasn't Maine lobster, but I swear to God. Now, and these weren't ribeyes. These were like boiled steaks. They weren't particularly good. Oh, yeah. So all the housing units, and I can tell you how overpriced this was. Our housing units, he said, were like $30,000 and that's as of 2009. These things were, I made jokes with people. We were all joking about, like, there's no way you could build this for like a few grand at Home Depot. Yeah. And they were charged $30,000. These were just box houses. These were they weren't insulated. But, between the fuel, logistics, the housing units, as well as paying for the cargo shipping and everything else. Because, like, for example, with the tanks, you can fly in tanks on C-17s, but most of them come over on boats. And so it's like, well, who's paying the shipping carriers? And imagine how much that must cost to ship heavy equipment. Oh, yeah. Hundreds of millions of tons of it. Yeah. So that's a wild one. The Iraq thing, like, I'm very proud to say it now. I didn't know it at the time because I was a senior in high school in 9/11. Which is such an impressionable age. My dad was a Vietnam vet, both my grandparents were World War II vets. Wow. And I saw all the movies. I'm like, Black Hawk Down. I'm like, I'm going to be a patriot. And so I truly believed in liberating the people of Iraq. And I worked with this guy who was actually a refugee from Iraq. He had fled with his siblings in the late 90s because he was from Al-Basra in southern Iraq, which a lot of people don't know. There was a civil war there in the late 90s where they tried to overthrow Saddam, and they lost. Saddam said it was the Revolutionary Guard and the tanks, and obliterated them. And then he sent the Revolutionary Guard to every household and took the eldest son from every house, which included his brother, who was 17 at the time, was not a fighter, and we've never seen or heard from again. So from that point onwards, Ali Al-Tahimi was his name, I don't know where he's at, hated Saddam, and volunteered as an interpreter, a United States soldier interpreter. There's a difference between like Iraqi interpreters, but he was a United States soldier. He deployed there because he wanted to be the blood vengeance. But he inspired me too with this because I'm like, his story was incredible. I'm like, Saddam Hussein is the modern day Hitler. We gotta liberate the Iraqi people. And then when I was there, I quickly realized that like these people don't want us here. Let me tell you something. Can you imagine a war zone? This is the biggest surprise in my life. We're driving through Mosul, and I realized that these people are just trying to go to work. They're trying to take their kids to school. And this is a war zone. But no one's shooting at us, and meanwhile, people are just starting to get on with their day-to-day lives. And I'm like, and the looks on their faces, I've never seen such utter disdain in my life. And I realized, like, oh, we're ruining these people's lives. They can please leave. Is what they were telling us. And here's something else that's surprising. So we go to Iraqi police stations to train their IPs to control the country once we were going to leave. And so we communicated with them through interpreters. And this is something that surprised me, is that they would start and end every sentence with the word invader. And say, tell the invader this. I'm looking right at him, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, I don't look at myself as a kid. I'm here to help you. This is what Fox News told me. I'm trying to save you guys from having a 9/11 in your own. Right. Full Jimmy. So I felt like it was a very humbling experience because I went from, I could never have believed that my own government would have sent me over there for a lie, and it was a lie. It was a lie because you want them to have bad intelligence and make some mistakes along the way, but none of those mistakes have been rectified or addressed. And there's 500,000 civilians that were killed there, women and children, and old people, non-combatants, and I'm like, 500,000. And all the fallout from all the soldiers that have come home and gotten in trouble or killed themselves or people that have been maimed. So, yeah, sorry to start this off on a dark note.
No, it's such a crime, man, and it's so obvious to them. They can't get away with it anymore, right? They can still do it, but they can't get away with it anymore. Like with 9/11, the internet was nothing like what it is now. We didn't have iPhone. We didn't have iPhone. Like
2008.
2008, right?
And 07 maybe.
Yeah. So there was the virtual digital internet landscape was nothing like what it is today. And now, like with the wars that they're still trying to get away with, they are getting away with basically now. Hopefully, some change now.
Yeah.
You know, it's just stunning to see how the world is changing and how, like, going back to Albert and those companies that are doing the contracts. I wonder who uses the contracts to rebuild in Ukraine and Gaza.
Yeah, oh yeah, we'll pay for that. Don't you worry. Damn, you're a veteran as well.
Did BlackRock get the bid to rebuild Ukraine or something?
I thought I saw that somewhere, but I didn't do a deep dive. I don't know.
Yeah.
But of course. Dan, you're a veteran as well, right, brother?
Yeah. I didn't see it. I didn't have to do it, to be honest with you. I was out by the time that it happened. So I knew people that were one thing that's always interesting about this stuff is ever since Vietnam, we have this kind of consistent thing where the American people are always looking for the two different roads to take service. Before that, you find very little of that, very little of that. We have clearly very little of that one with two provinces. But even you go back to like the Spanish American War and stuff, where you can look at it historically, like, it's a little dicey how much people are getting there exactly. You didn't see what it was the advent, in my opinion, the advent of putting the person in the trench with the video camera. That's what really changed American people just look at this stuff in a different light.
Right.
And now with the internet, like you say, I mean, it's completely different. Now, I'm sure, could you imagine what the people started to do with something as live streaming their goals about basic training? I see it all the time. These guys like, oh, here's my basic training today. Here's what I'm doing. I'm like, what the? Man, I would have been dead. You would have shot me.
Yeah.
Made a phone mark for my ass. Not literally shot me, but seriously, that'd been considered true.
Yeah. So BlackRock, I guess it's said that BlackRock is involved in the build actually efforts. And so according to Phillips Hildebrand, Vice Chairman of BlackRock's development fund for Ukraine, will receive $500 million from countries, development banks, and other providers. $2 billion from private investors. Wow, a lot of money running around.
BlackRock.
A lot of money floating around over there.
You guys want to get involved in the war business?
Yeah, dude, it's like every conspiracy ties back to war. Everything ties back to the military-industrial complex, and like things that you wouldn't even imagine tie back to like military do.
Yeah. Props to President Trump, who just got inaugurated. He was the first, to my knowledge, since JFK to say the words military-industrial complex, and he had said that years ago.
Did he say it?
Yes, not recently, but he had said, you can find a quote. I saw it, I heard it with my own eyes in years. But he said, there is a military-industrial complex. That's what people call it. He said something along those lines. And so that's like, I'm like, all right, he's one of the good guys. But I've long thought that I'm very pro-Trump.
Yeah.
Leave negative comments right now.
Right. It's just so fascinating. It's the first time in a long time we've had somebody who's just been advocating for peace, and he's a Republican, right? When was the last time that happened? Yeah, it's backwards. It's backwards.
Refreshingly.
Yeah. It's not feels optimistic. You see Elon doing the Hail Hitler?
Yeah. People are.
What is that about, dude?
So let me defend him. I'm like, there's no way he was doing anything related to Nazis. It was a Roman salute, and he is passionate about the Roman Empire. And they all left out the context, which was afterwards, which is that I throw my heart out to you. And I'm like, some people say he has Asperger's, he's kind of an oddball, and that's not to be disparaging at all. I consider him a genius, right? And I think he's one of the good guys. I adore him. But I'm like, no, that wasn't anything related to Nazis. It just wasn't.
Right.
Got the clicker.
We'll have the volume or what?
Here we go.
This level really matters. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Did he at least think so? Like maybe it's a little close.
Right there.
Right. I think maybe he's like, he's such like a social media savant. He knew that I'm going to do this Roman salute, and most people are going to think it's a Hitler salute, right? So it's just going to get a lot of attention, just stir up some controversy.
Yeah, I think he was, my best guess, and I don't know the guy, I think he was being sincere, and the Roman salute is not the same thing as the Nazi salute, although the Nazis got it from the Romans. love them, and so that's where it came from. It was a sign of great respect. But it's nothing related to anything against Jews. This isn't about committing the Holocaust. It was just a symbol of respect and love. And I mean, Elon Musk is one of those people that has made. He keeps talking about like how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Yeah, and that's he didn't say that stuff a lot. If I may, I find it pretty. I think it's the opposite of social media. The law movement is kind of. It's kind of. You should have probably thought about this a little more. He's probably just. I think Jim's right. He's enthusiastic and he's just like, I love you guys. I love Rome. But that's the kind of thing that I mean. It's too polarizing. There's certain people that like. There's a huge swath of the population that is too stupid to even like look at the context of a quote. Give them a plain or a snippet, and they're just going to take that. They won't know what came before or after. Something like that feeds right into all of their things. And so I personally, I think that was kind of a bad move on his part. Although it definitely went viral.
Oh my God, the CNN! I saw a CNN clip of these two women talking about it. Oh well, you can look with your own eyes and you can see what he did, and you can make your decision. I don't know how great that was. Probably wasn't the best thing. I suggest you look at it for yourself. Kind of terrifying.
I will say, and one of the reasons why I'm passionate about defending Elon, putting aside all the freedom of speech and what he's done with X, but I myself have been blasted as a Nazi.
When we talk about diet, health, and longevity with knowledge on this podcast, and one of the ways I tailor my diet is to enable my body to stay in ketosis. And there's a company that makes a special product which is designed to kickstart your body into ketosis. It's natural energy and no sugar. And that's Ketone IQ High Performance Energy. They recently launched Ketone IQ Plus Caffeine, which includes caffeine from green tea and 5 milligrams of ketones. And dare I say, on the day of the podcast, I'll eat a big breakfast, but I have to skip lunch if I'm saving the target. So I'll use Ketone IQ as a meal replacement, which helps my body burn fat instead of glucose, which gives me far more mental clarity, energy, and focus during the 3-hour conversation. Ketone IQ comes in a pouch or a shot to take once a day and provides fuel that's produced by the body and is pushed to its limits for starting carbon sugar. It has no salt, gluten, or artificial flavors. It is this company that is trusted by the NFL, NBA, Olympians, and the U.S. military. And today, our lucky listeners can save 30% off their first subscription and receive a 6-pack of Ketone IQ by going to ketone.com/Danny Jones. Again, save 30% off your first subscription order and receive a free 6-pack of Ketone IQ by going to ketone.com/Danny Jones. It's below.
Just for sharing my ideas in lost ancient civilizations, I've been called anti-Semitic. I've been called that I'm spreading dangerous Nazism. Particularly because I shared the swastika, which is arguably the most.
The Nazis stole that too.
Exactly. A lot of people are not aware that it's a prehistoric symbol that dates back approximately 10,000 years. It is found on 5 continents around the world. And, so take all the terrible Nazi stuff aside, throw those people away as far as the conversation. But I had shared this, I consider it strong suggestive evidence that ancient humans were transoceanic, that they were traversing the continents and the oceans many thousands of years before we were taught in school. And I had sat on sharing that swastika for like 6 months because I knew that I would get heat for it. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, I just never want to be called a Nazi. Like, I take great umbrage to that. I mean, I went over and volunteered for Iraq because I looked at Saddam Hussein as being the modern day Hitler. And I'm like, I wanted to fight against that. And I'm like, it's just, I said this before, like, it is a grown-up conversation. You have to look at the swastika as something that has nothing to do with Hitler. He bastardized it, he ruined it for everybody, right? But it was a symbol of peace. And
he turned it diagonal, right?
Yeah, he flipped it or angled it or whatever he did.
That's the Hindu version there.
Yeah. And, so to anyone listening that's not familiar, the Native Americans utilized the swastika dating back approximately 2,200 years at the Hopewell Mound in modern-day Ohio. You'll find it in the American Southwest, the Yavapai Indians, the Pima, as well as the Hopi Indians. I don't know if you know the Hopi.
You see it in almost, not quite every Native American culture that's not people. They've got those sacred circle things quite frequently that important for their line coming off. Like I said before, it seems like it's a symbol for the cardinal direction, north, south, east, and west, and then the symbol for the passage of time. makes a lot more sense than if you ancient Hopi eating Jews, right? So that's, but that's where the conversation where it is frustrating, where it's like I draw the parallel sometimes. If you're wanting to discuss how well they made the Autobahn, we don't have to talk about Hitler's benefits as a leader or his shortcomings as a leader or the Holocaust or all that, even though he was intricately involved in the construction of the Autobahn. It has nothing to do with that. We just talk about road construction. It's the same thing here. We're just talking about whether or not this simple jump to the Atlantic and the Pacific actually is the crux of this, and what we're talking about, like lost civilization. But they tried to water that down and turn it into you're just talking about racism, and that's the same as with Elon's speech. He gives them a loose thread to pull on that some people, that's all they're going to see is that all some people are going to see is when you talk about a swastika. Well, that's all what you were saying. It kind of any symbol, it just happens to be.
Yeah, to give my haters, a fair play here, I did make a tweet. So I visited Baalbek, Lebanon a year ago, September, and there's Damascus drugs. Yeah, it's wild. And I had shared a post on Twitter that said, "Did Hitler and the Nazis know something about ancient civilizations that we don't?" And that's when they started calling me a Nazi. I'm starting to dangerous Nazism. But this was a very sincere question because there was something called Nazi archaeology. Himmler and they had allocated enormous resources to go look for the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant. They were looking for Thor's hammer, which is a mine. It's like, what? Like, what made them inclined to do this? And like, as you shared before, it's like, our Himmler had an interest in this stuff. And I'm like, why? Where does this come from? Why were we so obsessed? And I'm not talking about anything Aryan. I could care less about the color of ancient skin. I don't care. This means nothing to me. What I am curious about is why they were looking for the Ark of the Covenant. Did they know something about lost ancient civilization that we don't? Because through my studies, it is my firm belief that ancient humans were far more advanced than we were taught in school. How advanced? That's the fun part. That's the debatable part. But clearly, what we were taught in school is, as Graham Hancock has put it, there's a missing chapter of human history. There's things that just don't add up. We don't know how they built the pyramids. We don't know why there are similarities found across the continents and the oceans that shouldn't exist prior to transoceanic sea travel, which allegedly didn't start until Christopher Columbus in 1492. And so I think there's something there. And the Nazis, despite all the evil doings that they did, they're also incredibly advanced. They, whether it's from the rockets, jet engines, and other inventions that they had done, they were arguably the most technologically advanced country on Earth during World War II. They weren't stupid. They may have been evil, but they weren't stupid. And so the fact that they had such an interest in ancient civilizations, that makes me go, I want to know why.
To run with that thing, evil but stupid, not evil, not evil but not stupid either, or evil but not stupid. Something. I'm trying to make words here.
It's not quite new. It's 0 day.
Anyway, the Nazis were clearly evil, but they had a government, a powerful government that had gone around Europe looting museums and other governments. Right. So if I was to say, what does the Vatican know about ancient history that we don't know? That's not me saying the Vatican is some great organization. That's just saying there are some snaky motherfuckers that have a bunch of shit under wraps. And it's the same thing here, but they twist that into saying the Nazis a bunch of money. Well, it wasn't the Vatican.
Do you want to talk about the Union Banking Corporation? Is that what it's called? The Prescott Bush? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I was referring to how the Catholic Church actually funded the Nazis.
Oh,
is that what you're talking? Is that the same thing?
They did both of them. Oh, really? So the Catholic Church is one thing, and then you had Prescott Bush, who is the grandfather of George W. Bush, or the father of George H.W. Bush,
right?
And he was the president of the Union Banking Corporation, which in the 1930s, they funded both sides of the war. The Nazis and the Americans, which is
Dulles, and what's his name? That company that his brother was the attorney for, something Brown.
I can't recall.
Find out what Dulles and his brother's company was that funded the Nazis, or they funded the Nazis through like a proxy or something.
Yeah, and they were founded. Prescott Bush was founded no wrongdoing, and he later became a congressman. But it's a little known that they did fund both sides, which I think is as sinister as it gets, because you're going to profit no matter who wins. Like, think about that. Right? Who does that?
Oh, no, barbecuers.
Yeah, gangsters.
In the Bronze Age, if you are a tin dealer, you don't even see Egyptians when they did that. So just buy my tin.
I see Sullivan Cromwell. No, it's called something Brown.
Are these the jealous is that the Washington Airport IAA is named after it.
That's correct. What was the name of the company that funded the Nazis?
You go Brown Brothers.
There you go, Brown Brothers Inheritance. That's what it was. Connections to the Nazi bank, the Schroeder Bank. The arrangement allowed fellows to continue his financial dealings with the Nazi entities while maintaining a level of anonymity and protections from direct scrutiny. Yeah, man, that's a crazy thing.
Yeah,
it's going that deep into that stuff.
And the fact that they were trying to cover their tracks.
Right.
That right there, that's a giveaway. Whenever it comes, if you're wondering if people are doing something nefarious, it's always in the cover-up. Like, so yesterday, or the day before yesterday, when then President Biden had give a preemptive pardon to Anthony Fauci that we're talking about for the podcast. That's right there, the smoking gun that there's guilt. You don't get pardons imply guilt. It's like, what's the preemptive pardon for? And by the way, why does it date back to 2014?
It was called a preemptive pardon?
Well, that's what the internet is calling it. He gave a pardon. But essentially, since charges haven't been brought against him, it's essentially preemptive. And I don't even know if that's ever been done before. And I know they gave a preemptive pardon to all the January 6th committee as well. So I'm like, pardons only exist if there's guilt. So apparently you have to accept the pardon and acknowledge guilt. And if you do that, you'll never be able to use the Fifth Amendment because there's going to be an inquiry, there's going to be a reckoning. But it's like, what's the pardon for? And in 2014 coincides when Obama, then President Obama, have got rid of the function. And so it's like, and that's when apparently they started a new one with, I think, Fauci with the NIH. And so it's like, this is a whole rabbit hole, and there's something there. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that he's guilty of some things that is going to surprise the world. I mean, a lot of people already know.
I mean, if 10% of that Anthony Fauci book is true that RFK wrote, which there's been no lawsuits brought against him for publishing that book, if 10% of it's real, then Fauci is sick.
Yeah. Bro, you just got to look at what he did to those poor beagles, those dogs, with their
Oh
eyes.
my God. Oh yeah.
Anyone listening, just Google Fauci eagles, and they put these dogs, they restrained them, kept their eyelids open, and let flies keep their eyes while alive. I don't know what they could possibly do in studies, but I'm like, that is evil. That is evil right there. Yeah.
No, I wonder because I know there was a huge inquiry on Fauci and what he did, looking into. I know Congress was ripping him apart and looking into him, doing like a deep analysis of what he was doing and what his motivations were, and what sort of backhanded, money was funneled to him during this whole thing. So I wonder, Steve, like, what is the official, what state is Fauci currently in regards to the federal government's investigation into him? Is it done, or is it like an ongoing processing thing where there's like future appearances he has to make, or like future court?
Ron Paul said in a tweet the day before yesterday when that pardon was issued that this isn't over. That's not his exact words, but I forgot it was a lengthy message and said that this is
the message? Oh, Ron Paul, 2-year investigation on what? Oh, okay, on Anthony Fauci. Intensifies his investigation into Anthony Fauci, certain Biden's part of the deepens the inquiry, right? It does, into the pandemic. So we're reading more about it. Yeah.
How can there be a pardon for crime against humanity? If he's guilty of what people are suggesting.
Guantanamo, baby.
Yeah. There needs to be Nuremberg 2.0 on his ass.
With an IV in his arm all the way there.
I'm pretty nonpartisan. I'm not a fan of either side of the political spectrum, but I will say that it really frustrates the piss out of me that every single time a new president gets elected anymore, part of this whole case, the system shouldn't be good. We shouldn't have to, basically, we no longer catering to the country and compromising. But they think it's just capitulation. You guys are 4 years old. You guys are 4 years old. You guys are 4 years old.
Well, I mean, look, the Fauci one, that one's unacceptable.
That's unacceptable. We've got a goddamn system. We have a system that works. It's like we already let the presidents do their executive orders and kind of subvert our system a little bit. We already give them that little let up. You guys run their party. Just put that shit up and cover the country.
The one I don't care about is Hunter Biden.
Any other?
As far wakes up every morning, someone has to remind him he's the president of the United States. His first son died, right? He had brain cancer or something. And all he's got left is his crackhead son, recovering crackhead son, Hunter Biden. Yeah. He pardoned him. It's all he's got left, bro. Who cares?
I'm totally with you, and I know that a lot of people disagree with us, but I'm like, listen, man, like, I actually feel bad for Hunter Biden. He comes guilty of all kinds of things, and the Biden crime family is real. They got money for Ukraine, all kinds of other stuff. There's so much, they're guilty of egregious crimes.
Yeah.
But, like,
this ain't the itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. It's Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59 and a sponsor for this episode. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting that Vince Lombardi trophy. And you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet on touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Avoid the potholes, long drive, and skimpy cocktail waitresses and join DraftKings Sportsbook today. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use my code Danny Jones. That's code DANNYJONES for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet up to $5. That's code DANNYJONES for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, which is 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problems gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, 21 plus, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I look at Hunter Biden as a sad story. Look what he's born into. And I'm like, look, anyone that's that dosed up on drugs usually had suffered greatly earlier in life. That there seems to be a common theme among people that are like that. Not always, so forgive me to anyone listening, but like, there's truth to it. Like, he clearly, and if you look at the stuff with Ashley Biden's diary, the things that were a bit, essentially it looks like her father was, he did some, look, he was showering with her when she was like 15 years old, stuff like that. Like, God knows what else, and she, seems like she was having some real issues. I think that basically they were born into something really bad. Yes. I'd rather just forget about it. Let them, we don't, I have all people to go after. I'm not worried about that.
I don't think that Hunter should be crucified like he's son of the president, but he shouldn't be pardoned any different than the crackhead sitting in front of Walmart right now. Yeah, the crackhead, you go in the system.
Yeah.
No, I grew up in the 90s. I have plenty of friends that I had 20 years ago that are in prison right now for doing drug use, right?
Yeah.
They don't get to say, well, my dad was the president and his mommy touched him when he was 16. No, sorry, dude. Tough shit, man. Rob that story. Go to prison.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. It's an ugly situation.
It's one of the things that happened with fame. And I remember when I was young, David Lee Roth got busted in Japan for smuggling cats and had 10 years prison sentence. He was back in the States. Not allowed to tour anymore in Japan. Ouch. He's rich and famous. It's rough. Six guys back home was a fun walking up. Right.
Do you imagine running into Hunter Biden in Ukraine? And when his dad was vice president of the country, like running around like being a coke dealer, selling coke to Hunter, and his dad was president. Imagine what kind of fucking favors he's pulling using his dad as leverage, bro.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun. There's no doubt. Actually, speaking of, because going along the lines of his laptop, are the photos real that showed Obama's daughter, I can't remember the first name, but showing her credit card next to a line of Coke? I didn't see that. Steve, if you Google this one, this is a good one. If this is real, and this is a few years old, just type in cocaine, Obama credit card, Biden, or Hunter, and you'll see. Look at this. This is, I'm trying to remember her first name. He has two daughters, of course. Go to Google Images here.
He says false mail.
I don't know. Snopes is lied before. Snopes is not necessarily reliable, but I would be curious to see their explanation.
Maybe try Google to see if you can find out Google too. The Snopes is a foreign company and all that stuff.
Yeah, I remember the photo. I'd be curious to see why they say it's debunked. I'm not here to tell you it's 100% real. Like I did say if it turns out to be real, but like
yeah, okay. Let's take the Snopes article. There's a pic showing Hunter Biden using Malia Obama's credit card to store cocaine. A new photograph of Malia Obama's credit card was found on Hunter Biden's laptop. It was found on his laptop along with lines of cocaine on the device that Biden stored. Whatever does he say? False. Why is it false?
this picture is supplemental. There's little evidence to support the claim that this credit card belongs. Okay, little evidence. So they got what I'm reading on that sentence alone is like not disproven.
This photograph has been online since at least December 2019. At the time, celebrity websites circulated it in articles claiming that Obama's credit card had been stolen by hackers.
Allegedly stolen.
Right, so it's not mine by hackers. We're skeptical this card actually belongs to Barack Obama's daughter and not another person perhaps named Malia Obama. Right.
Okay, skeptical does not mean debunked. No, they put false on that. They straight up falsely declared it. It's like they should have just said, unknown or
but those is
yeah, they are right. So it'll be interesting. Hey, look, we'll find out in the next couple of years if that was true or not. And I don't mean to tear apart the daughters of Obama because, like, I got to being born into that kind of life. What a interesting.
Oh my God,
hard. I know a lot of people might be like, "Oh, it'd be awesome to be the daughter or son of a president." I'm like, man, your life is significantly changed forever. You can't just go walk around. Imagine not being able to just go walk to the store by yourself.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially like born into that life. And I was watching a series about Hunter Biden. I was on Fox Nation or something like that. I forget what it was. The Fox app. They do these mini documentary series. And the first two episodes, like, my buddy sent it to me, and he was like, "Oh my God, you're gonna think Hunter's such a piece of shit after watching this." And I watched it, and I was like, I feel bad for the guy. And they were basically saying, like, right when him and his brother were babies, Joe basically decided to like leave and go to another state to be a senator or a congressman, where he was not home. He was home like one day a month. Never saw his kids. He left the wife home alone with the kids, and like they were going through a lot of issues, and he was completely absent from their lives.
Yeah, that's rough. That destroys children, and it shows his career over his kids.
Well, yeah, that's a hard one too. Like, I was just thinking of her talking about Hunter Biden and stuff. It's like imagine being that kind of person. It's a testimony to the power of cocaine, right? Hunter Biden's got all kinds of good options in the world, right? You do what you want. What's he want to do? I'm not going to be high on that.
Most rich kids I know end up going down that road.
It's because lack of better things to do. It's an available thing, and what are you going to do? People are not. What are they choosing to do? They're not. They're bored. They're bored, basically. Which looks like to me, or they're trying to run 22 hours a day, so they end up doing stimulants. But it's the same kind of thing.
It's not the right way. Your brain's wired when you're raised that way. You're given everything.
Yeah, totally.
And you have more than all your friends. Like, you're just given things, and you don't understand the value of it because you don't really have to work for stuff. It does some fundamental things.
It's a disservice. I've had friends that grew up where, like, they were fortunate enough to where their parents bought them a car. Now, when I was growing up, I had to get a job and get my own car, and my dad helped me out with the insurance. So I had put it on his name, so I had the lower insurance premium. That was as good as I got it, but I had to have a job, and because I had to pay for it. And I had a certain buddy who his parents were very well off, and they bought everything for him. And then sure enough, in his young adulthood, he had big problems with credit cards because he didn't understand the concept of saving and spending. He got himself in a pinch for a bit.
I used to Fortnite V-Bucks.
Fortnite V-Bucks?
I had a $25 every 2 week allowance, and he was buying V-Bucks like a madman. But
on Fortnite?
And then he wanted, about a year later, he wanted a costume, a Fortnite costume. It was like $125. I'm like, well, you need to save some money for that. to buy something online. So I'll buy that game. I kind of like that skin, but I'm not going to spend $65.
Right.
I mean, I really yes. But,
Yep.
yeah. But it's crazy to see that two kids on us and those things are that bizarre. But, the world moves on, so as a parent, you either let your kid be in the dust, or you figure something out, and let them be the next generation of kids that don't know how to values.
Yeah. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
So I guess we can talk about like some ancient civilization bit on this podcast.
I do it.
Everyone talks about that stuff.
So Jimmy, everybody knows who you are.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
You need no introduction. Dan, how did you get into this stuff? And first of all, how did you guys meet and team up?
So I made a response video. Just with it and talking stuff, and then over time we ended up doing a podcast like we did a couple of nights together and Joe Rogan and stuff.
Yeah. Well, to me, even you did a debunk on me, and you did it with such class. So I have
a debunk?
not bad, but so anyone that doesn't know me, I have a YouTube channel called Right Insight,
Yes.
and exploring the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations. And I firmly believe that ancient humans were older and more advanced than we were taught in school. I personally think significantly more advanced than we ever imagined, but I don't preach that too much because I'm trying to first show people that what we were taught in school, what is actively printed in textbooks, what they're getting college degrees up for, is wildly inaccurate. Now, how advanced, that's the debatable part. And I just made a simple video where it was them putting like a 2-ton stone in the back of a Ford Ranger truck, and it blew out the suspension and messed it up, and then you made a polite response about it. And in my experience, with as large of a following as I've attained, comes a lot of criticism and a lot of heat. Not everyone likes me. And a lot of people, when they debunk me, they're quite nasty. I've had people call me a Nazi. I've had, a lot of I don't know how to put it. Basically, people not being nice, but Dan Richards here is a class act, and I gravitate towards him. I'm like, how refreshing that somebody can, opposed to what I'm suggesting, do it with such class. And we connected, we've been friends ever since. and Dan is providing such a unique niche spot in this field where it's like you're bridging the gap between academics and the ancient alternative theorists, as I put it, where it's like you're seeing things from both perspectives, where you'll defend the academics when they're right, and you'll defend the other side or contradict, depending, and you just follow the evidence as you see it, and you communicate it with class.
How did you get into this stuff? Do you have a background in this?
Kind of. I ordered fingerprints in about 95. Like I had it, had a lady for me the first day and read the sign and the seal before that. So I've been a Grant Hancock fan a long time ago, and read the stuff and was into the stuff over the years. Got custody of my kid in 2015, and working up to getting custody of him, and then the years afterwards, I just kind of a clutch and all that. And then I come back and I see that there's this robust debunking sphere community on YouTube, and everybody's fighting back and forth about this stuff. So I watched Ancient Apocalypse, and I watched Milo Rossi debunk Ancient Apocalypse, and he did half that job. So I started making videos addressing it. I was surprised that I started getting traction pretty quick, but then I just started. I'll get any side. I know a lot of the archaeologists out there will say that I'm not on their side at all anymore. I'm still quite frequently defend their positions. Just very few of them as individuals, sadly. But that's what it's.
They hate you. I've now seen. I thought no one gets more heat than Grant Hancock. And then I know I get a tons. And now I think you've now pulled the lead on that. They are obsessed with you, actually. If you go take a look on X, anybody, go look at the battles that you're dealing with. It's unreal. They're trying to come after you for anything.
Isn't it weird how people fight so hard online about shit that was going on thousands of years ago?
Right. So I never imagined.
People are vicious.
It's insane, actually. When I got into this, I remember thinking to myself, well, I'm not talking politics here. I'm not debating abortion. This would be pretty harmless. And then not too long into it, I started to seem like, oh my God, this is visceral. Like people, I'm debating, I'll say that the pyramids weren't built to be tombs, and people actually seem to hate me for it. They get really upset. I suggest that Atlantis is in the Sahara, Africa, and people hate me for it. I'm like, I'm not debating abortion here. Like, what? This is very benign. I'm like, I consider this to be totally harmless. But it turns out that this is something that exists in any realm. This has connected with other content creators of totally different genres, nothing related to ancient histories. There's internal battles. Everyone's just trying to. Unfortunately, a lot of people have this crab in a barrel mentality, which is that they try to tear people down that maybe have a louder voice than them. And it's like, my philosophy is like, hey, if you disagree with what I'm saying, become the bigger voice. Just, I don't understand the competition.
You just said Irish stuff. Jim disagrees with when we talk about Balbec, for example, like Jim sees things differently than I do, but where we both see things and where they overlap, we see areas that someone wouldn't see. You can almost like picture it like an overlapping field environment. Different people come at that from different perspectives. And so when you have multiple people that have different ideas on the same thing, with cordial communication, they sit down and talk, and they don't have to agree on a single point, but they have to agree that we're not going to be dicks to each other. You can get somewhere. And if the person, like with Ben in the Faces, I disagree with him on a lot of things, but I know that he's honest and passionate. So I completely support his work, even if I think that he's pointed 180 degrees the wrong direction, which I don't. But I do think he's headed in the wrong way, but it doesn't matter because his work is honest and his value. It brings his attitude to it, right?
Yeah, that's the differentiate. Like, Ben's a great guy. That's what it comes down to with me. That's one reason why Dan and I have connected so well, is that it's about principle. Like, I pride myself on honesty, and it's like there's other people in this realm that will embellish things or say things that are otherwise is totally inaccurate. And it's like it comes down to character. So when people try to character assassinate me for having opinions that differentiate from what they were taught in the textbooks, I find it's incredibly offensive. And as far as Baalbek goes, that's one interesting thing that Dan and I connect on is that I think that there was a lost ancient technology. And I always say this, it doesn't have to mean Wi-Fi and space lasers. Technology, like a saddle on a horse is technology. Anything used as a tool is technology. However, the evidence appears that the Romans simply did not construct the foundation of the Heliopolis of Baalbek. And I consider Baalbek to be, besides the Great Pyramid of Egypt, if there was one site on Earth, I would say beside, on top of the Great Pyramid, more so than the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is just, I think the Great Pyramid was a lost functional technology, but let me backtrack that for half a second and say that Baalbek is a more significant example from the standpoint that it was allegedly constructed by the Phoenicians and the Romans. But there's a complete lack of evidence. In fact, the evidence that does exist there would suggest that it just wasn't them, is that they did not have the capability to move, lift, and stack those 3 trilithon stones, which are 900 tons apiece. So what's interesting about Dan is that you pointed out that, like, for example, people will often use the Thunderstone, the bronze horseman in Russia, which was like some 1,500 tons. And for them to have moved and lifted it in the late 18th century, late 1700s, they needed the screw jack, they needed advanced iron rails, metallic ball bearings, things that the Romans did not have. And it's like, so there's like this ground that we share, which is that you might not think that it was some lost technology, but it clearly was done with a method that is completely unknown to the Romans. And I mean, correct me, what do you feel about that?
No, I guess I would say that it would be a lost technology, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't consider it high technology. I wouldn't consider it power. Like I don't think they have like power. But
You don't think the ancient civilizations that were around there had power?
I don't think they have like electricity. Well, like I don't think they were using steam power to lift big rocks.
So how do you think they cut those giants?
I'm not really sure. To be honest,
But let me ask you this: what is the reason you think they don't have power?
because we have nothing other than the record except for a few things that can be done in other ways. So there's a few exceptions, but like most big rocks, we could look at and say, okay, it would take a long time, but we could eventually. So you can't, in my opinion, it's like, if I could cut this with a spoon, right, this piece of wood, and it's going to take a long ass time. If you came in here and it was cut in half, and the only tool available is a spoon, and you say, well, you do that with the saw. I got no saw here, man. You got no saw on the record. I could go with the spoon. But there are times when you can't go with the spoon to fall down that point. Like the Baalbek, for example, like Jim was saying, we didn't need more tech than that to move a big rock. And furthermore, the stones at Baalbek, the three that were still in the ground, to me that betrays the it's like you got 3 in the wall already. Why are there 3 more in the ground you didn't take out? The 3 in the ground,
Pregnant stone,
yeah,
whatever it's called.
and those 3 in the ground all show signs of being measured with foot. The 3 in the wall, they're not sure signs of being measured. So that to me is Romans with symmetry. So if you got 3 stones here, we're going to put 3 more over here, 40 those things, and the guy's got to look at it. So,
I will say real quick about Wallback as far as cutting the stones, those are limestone, and I have no doubt that they could cut limestone with primitive methods. When it comes to Egypt and the granite, a whole different ball game. But when it comes to Wallback, we're talking again 900-ton stones are moved approximately a half mile and then lifted and stacked some 30 feet off the ground, and that becomes a matter of physics. Like it's physics defying. Let's say. Let me be clear, we could do that today, absolutely. But what it takes for us to do that today is magnificent. It's like when they moved, I like to use this example, which is that the largest stone in modern times is the 340-ton stone that's at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. And to move it 104 miles, it took a year planning that cost $10 million and custom built a trailer truck around it. Steve, this would be great photos if you're able to bring it up, because this trailer truck we built around is 260 feet long, 30-something feet wide, 44 axles, used 198 semi-truck wheels. And they moved it. It took 9 days. They moved it 4 miles an hour. They had to go around certain roads because roads couldn't even withstand the weight of it. And this is to move so that stone is 1/3 the weight of the Trilithon stones. Or at least of the Ramesseum statue, which is 1,000 measures. Okay, let me say that.
and that's where like to go back to the cutting of the stones, like cutting is something you can achieve. You can there's certain things you can throw more mana and time and eventually achieve. Stacking blocks on top of each other, as long as the blocks are subpar, something people can move, you can stack them on top of each other. But like the stones are all that they are so big, there's no ropes or anything. With what we've done in history, there's really no way to do those things with the technology at the time that I've seen. And I've seen the debunkers come at it, they always skip the parts that are difficult. And there's some things you can't just throw more material out. I frequently just slide down the slope with people that just try to say you can just throw more material out. How much GDP would the ancient Egyptians have had to throw to get people to the roof? They couldn't. They didn't have the means.
There's some great photos of it.
Yeah,
How many tons is this thing?
340.
And how many pounds?
Holy cow, dude.
It's 2,000 pounds, right? Yeah, 340 times 2.
So 700 something thousand pounds.
Yeah.
So
Almost 1 million pounds.
And so meanwhile, you have the Trilithon stones at 1.75 million pounds. And so what's interesting is that the Romans, the largest, most powerful crane, could lift 6.6 tons, which means that you need approximately 130-something of those cranes to lift just one of those Trilithon stones.
Yeah,
And it's like, there's not space to do it. You could coordinate. Not feasible.
the only way I would think that you might be onto something, but there wasn't any kind of electric crazy power saws or anything like that, is when you see videos from that guy Wally Wallington.
Yeah.
Who's moving those stones basically like with these little wooden wedges and things and like balancing them properly. If you could understand the mass and the balancing and all and the physics of moving these stones and using gravity to help you, I think that could be an explanation if they had some sort of super advanced understanding of mathematics.
Right. Which I would think they would.
Yeah, and it's not like that. I talk about this one every now and again, but stones, up until the Metal Age, until the Bronze Age, stone was the premier building material, not just for humans, but for common use. It got really weird. Where people were working with stones to make every tool, every weapon that they had. So to think that they didn't have some tricks to work with stone that we've lost since they started working with metal.
Now, let me say this about Wally Wallington, because that guy is a genius. Like, that what he accomplished to move those 20-ton stones is brilliant.
Yeah.
But my pushback on it is that he did it on a concrete foundation. He also used water. He needed a hose to do it. He used pressurized water. So I'm like, when I look at the 80-ton stones, they were
Do what?
so he would basically like use the water to have the sand below it fall apart, and then use it to shift the weight. And so when I look at the 80-ton stones, the largest stones that were used to construct the Great Pyramid, they were moved some 500 miles and then lifted and stacked a couple hundred feet above the ground. I'm like, Wally Wallington's method, although brilliant, wouldn't be feasible for that explanation.
I completely agree with you. That's where it's one thing to say that they would have been able to put one Wally Wellington on a site and block right in the place. I can go with that. Get this to jump from something down.
And to get it up elevated that high too, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now let me also say this, because the devil's advocate people listening, like, they moved them on barges, Jimmy, you dumbass. I see it all the time, and I'm like, well, the largest Egyptian barge can lift a fraction of that weight. Now, like, well, they have larger barges, and I'm like, okay, it's not in the record. And not only that, the physics of moving it on and off that barge is no little thing. Like, we're talking center of gravity.
Yep.
Like, that's a thing.
Oh yeah.
So
Even I had Ed Barnhart on here a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, and he was explaining to me how the size of the conventional explanation for those Olmec casts is the archaeologists believe things come on barges through the rivers. And he was saying in order to build a raft big enough to float one of those Olmec heads, it would have to be like 4 times wider than the river itself. So he completely thinks that conventional explanation is bullshit. And he's an academic archaeologist.
yeah, I want to go visit the Olmec heads. That is like I haven't done a deep study on, ancient Mexico, but the more I'm looking into it, I'm like, oh, there's something here. Those Olmec heads being, but the largest 50-something tons moved approximately 60 miles or almost 100 kilometers.
Oh yeah, insane.
Through jungle and Mars and Tom.
South Americans are all quick. Like the video of the Aymara language. The guy used the Aymara language, which is spoken by the indigenous people of Bolivia, the ancestors of the Indians, and they use it. This guy used it in the 80s to make computer language, a computer software that was a multi-language translator years before it was translated. And it can translate.
Oh, I saw this video you did.
Yeah, that's really fucking crazy. It's like, and then
Explain that for people who
the language has, there's a few things that make the language work. This guy, Guzman was his last name. He's a mathematician. He discovered that this language had a few properties that he was able to use to make a computer language. But one of them was that the language, instead of having, or most languages are a binary language, a yes or a no, this was kind of also incorporated maybe in every sentence. It basically has either an affirmative or a maybe. So that allows for a yes affirmative, no affirmative, or maybe. So that gives it a three-point logic. And the language never changes its syntax structure, which is extremely important. I mean, if you think about like how Yoda talks and how it's all backwards, right? Most languages, people incorporate the same from the language, they change to keep the same syntax as the new language. They don't do that in Aymara. They keep the same syntax every single time. There's a few things like that where they ended up making it where it's actually, it works with computers so well, and it's the only language that has the three-point logic. It's the only language that doesn't change like that. Yeah, there he is. Ivan Guzman de Rojas. Yeah, Audemars is the software. And this to me is more impressive than the ROTHSCHILD because you don't look at it and see quite as much, but this dude did. He looked at it and was just like, holy shit, there's a computer language stuff in this language. I mean, not exactly, but an algorithm that will work with computers so well that he put very little personal time into this, and by the time he gave up on it because of age, there was like 12 different languages or 8 different languages things that they had to do, and they have to still put the words in. The lexicon has to be added individually, right? Like each word. You have to type in each word and tell the thing what to mean. And that was all done by a volunteer, and in 2006 it was still done. That's a while ago. That's impressive.
Yeah, and then just going back to like what we were talking about the swastika being in all these different cultures all across the world, the same thing with these structures, like the structures on like the pyramids and these just giant stone monumental things that weigh so goddamn much that we wouldn't know how to move or to lift them even today without like spending. I think it was Chris Dunn in his book. He interviewed a company who basically cut giant granite countertops or something like that. And he was asking them what it would cost to recreate one of those boxes that are inside the ceramic out of granite. He was like, just the frame would be $250,000. And he's like, we would never do that out of one piece. to bolt 5 pieces together or 5 pieces together.
That was one of the most interesting things about it. It's like we wouldn't do it in one piece.
Yeah.
And with modern technology, the time takes really. By the way, real quick, to the swastika, I just remembered something random. Because a lot of people say, oh, it's the time the say it's like the Big Dipper. Here's something interesting as people think. The swastika is also found in Peru as well as Bali, which is in the southern hemisphere. And although you can see the Big Dipper from Peru, you're not going to see it from the Peruvian Andes because, like the mountains, I've been in the Peruvian Andes, and you just don't see the horizon because the Big Dipper is low on the horizon in the southern hemisphere. And to a certain point, the further south you go, you won't see it at all. I have to double check on Bali as far as how far south it is, but it's like the fact that the swastika is seen there makes me doubt that maybe it's not the Big Dipper because it's not the swastika isn't totally shaped like it. Like you try to say it's the Big Dipper facing 4 different directions, the cardinal points. Right. I'm like, but they leave out a key part of its symmetry that I'm not convinced that that's what it is. And on top of it, the swastika, some people say it's a very basic symbol. I'm like, it's also highly unique. I don't think it's all that basic and intuitive for anyone across 5 continents to all come up with the same symbol. I have doubts about that. I can't prove it. I don't ultimately know. But the fact that it's found on 5 continents dating back as far as 10,000 years is bizarre. I think that it's indicative of a cross-continental connection that existed long before we were taught. But there's other things. You mentioned pyramids found on 4 continents around the world.
There are deities that are also very similar in very parts of the world.
Yeah, like that number 7, the 7 sages, and go back to Mesopotamia, and that's seen in different parts of the world.
The idea of the sky on the ground with buildings, that's something you see both in South America and
It's like cosmic alignment buildings.
Yeah, the Mayan temple with the El Capitan with the undulating circle or the Orion thing, which I know some astronomers will complain about, but they don't do their research. So for those of you who are already tied me, go fucking research a little bit.
What is either of you guys? Like, what's your favorite theory on what the Great Pyramid actually was? Like, if you were just like playing the lotto.
My best guess, and I don't know. That I always like to say I don't know.
Crazy tinfoil. It's tinfoil as you want to be. Like, what do you think?
I really like Christopher Dunn's power plant theory. I think I've been in Giza 3 times, and there's nothing about the Great Pyramid that resembles anything like a tomb. And when you walk through its bizarre layout and structure, I think it was something functional that goes beyond our understanding. I cannot prove it, but like, yeah, I think that when you look at that in modern times, the largest things we build are like hydroelectric dams. That maybe was something for harnessing power, but then people say, well, what was it using to power? And that goes down a whole rabbit hole. And so I'm not. Maybe it's not true at all. But I think it was functional. What's your thoughts?
Well, honestly, I think it probably was. There might be all kinds of things like what you were saying, which I'm more skeptical of. But what I am my favorite hypothesis is we know it was a theater complex. There's no question that Giza was a layout, right? Yeah. Well, definitely later. To me, it seems like the idea that if you're going to be reincarnated, if you're going to be immortal, you need people to remember you. Like we could joke with each other today. We're going to don't sing your songs around the campfire 2 generations to come, right? It's tongue-in-cheek joke, but that's something that the ancients would have valued. They're going to remember. It's not going to be dead, but people will speak my name. Well, that's something that a lot of ideas on immortality, they're contingent. People say speaking my name, I'm not immortal.
Right. Symbolic immortality.
And are we not mentioning names of pharaohs here today? Now, so that's, in my opinion, I think that that's fucking part of it. It's just to do it. And that's one of the reasons you make it goofy and mysterious and weird, because you make the bridge to nowhere just with those special.
Now, if you want to talk about mortality, if you want to know my most batshit crazy theory on the Great Pyramid, is that maybe it was a device for harnessing DNA restoration. Around different parts of the world, they talk about humans living to be thousands of years, hundreds and even thousands of years old. Right? And maybe there's certain sarcophagus that you'll find in Egypt where on the inside of it, on the lid, underneath, a lot of people never see it, is essentially a person with its arms and legs spread up like this, and it's just laying in there. And there's photos they have examples of this at the Cairo Museum. You can also see in the Valley of the Kings. But it's just a person laying there with the arms and legs, and I'm like, that's not how they buried pharaohs. They were all like this, with their arms across their chest. And so, if the pyramid was a device of some kind for generating power, maybe this is just wild idea. I'm not convinced of this. This is fun. But what if it was for helping longevity? Maybe it cured cancer, maybe it repaired DNA. I don't make videos like advocating for this because it's just like if you're gonna ask me in a conversation, I'm like, yeah, what if? Maybe it was for because it is bizarre that there's so many legends across the world talking about humans living to be hundreds of thousands of years old. Yeah. Where does that come from? Who would make that up? Is that really a real bedtime story? Because that's what we'll say. Oh, this is just a passed down. It's like, is that what you tell your kids before they go to bed? Oh, but humans are so long. Where does that come from? I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah. No, that is a bizarre. How there was like telomere caps or something. This goes back to the Anunnaki stuff, right?
Yeah. I love that stuff. That's like the most taboo thing for people.
Yeah.
And Sitchin may have been wrong about a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't truth to it. Like, if you want to know my most crazy ideas, that I do think it's incredibly possible that humans were a hybrid species. That when you look at these legends of angels coming down and breeding with the women and all that stuff, I'm like, if we're cloning pigs and growing human ears on the backs of mice, all this crazy stuff that we're doing now, it's not impossible that if humans were to go to another planet, we wouldn't mess with them either. Sure. If there was life forms on other planets. Yeah. Billy.
While we're talking about this, just to be damned the big old wet blanket, we talk about the potential of the pyramid being a technological device. There is one thing that I see talks about a lot, and we have to point it out as a guy with electricity. Piezoelectric thing. If you don't know what piezoelectricity is, it's what makes you stress a quartz crystal. You can know electricity, what makes your quartz watch work. And, your igniters for your gas griddles.
Sure.
Okay. So the theory will be, well, there's a lot of limestone, and a lot of quartz in limestone, therefore a little bit of stress in the limestone, big electric charges on the limestone, or make them crystal. The problem with that is that each one of those crystals has to have a piece of metal on both sides to harness that charge, right? Electricity, right. And otherwise just, so if you have then you've got this block full of those crystals. So they would all have to be aligned at the same, they would all have to be aligned magnetically to begin with. Then you would have to have that entire block sandwiched in metal, and that's only if they were all aligned, which is extremely limited. And we don't see any signs of this, and then you would have to replace the harnesses. So while they would definitely be ripping metal out of the structure, if it was abandoned and it had a shitload of metal, they were blowing it out there. The metal between the porcelain would be playing
on the cap, right?
The cap's been missing since time immemorial, right? But anyway, my point is, while I'm not opposed to the idea of it being a technological device, there's always like the funnel of reality that I always try to kind of bring this back to. It's like, we can, but electricity is getting a little bit too far out. And not that electricity itself isn't, but the piezoelectricity from the limestone blocks is something that if I was tasked with doing that as electricity, be the magician, buddy, sorry.
Friedman Freud, a NASA scientist, did an experiment where they took a giant block of granite, they put two metal caps on each side, and they squeezed it with a hydraulic press, and it literally was creating electricity.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, this is in Chris's new book, The Testing Connection, where he basically hypothesized that it's a solid state. So that's bizarre, and that goes right into that guy Friedman Freud, that NASA scientist, he was basically studying earthquake lights. How all over the world, like days and weeks before an earthquake happens, there's deep subterranean grinding of the rocks, the igneous rocks, creating these crazy, like some people call them UFOs, but it's orbs in the sky. And there were earthquake lights creating from the electricity from that deep earth igneous rock running against each other. And they're hypothesizing that that's a way that they can mitigate the damage from earthquakes. So if they're seeing earthquake lights pop up above the mountains, they're like, okay, we got to evacuate. There's going to be an earthquake. And I think they actually were able to accurately predict it within 14 days of earthquakes over near Indonesia. That's wild.
The Great Pyramid is built on top of an aquifer.
Yeah.
There's subterranean water that flowing under there. Back when the Nile was much closer. I don't know. When it comes to the Great Pyramid, a was, and this is where I get into it, like, this is why there needs to be further study and archaeological excavation. Are you familiar with that hidden chamber that they've identified?
Yeah, above the Grand Gallery,
Yeah.
right? And the Skiing Pyramids project found that.
And this thing is massive. They still haven't explored it, and it's like, even though they discovered it 8 years ago, and it was confirmed in a scientific study 7 years ago, as of today, it has not been explored. There's no planned place to do it. Although maybe I've heard something that now I can't say it because when people tell you something that's a secret, you can't repeat it. But it sounds like this topic has got the attention of the right people, and something may happen later this year.
It's the size of a 747.
Yeah, and so it's like, with that being said, what's inside this hidden chamber? There could be a lost technology if it existed. There could be answers on how the pyramid was constructed, because that's debated. Nobody knows how they constructed it. Maybe you go in there like, oh, so maybe this is how they were stacking those stones. Oh, whatever. Maybe there's a pharaoh in there.
If they were worried about it, it'd be like,
Even if it's empty. Yeah. Yeah, and if it was virgin for the pharaoh, what if there's a burial in there? Like, there's so many answers that we could get by simply going in there, and they can do it. They can drill a small hole, send it into an endoscope camera, and they can figure it out in a very short period of time. Not a lot of money, without damaging the pyramid. This is so doable, and we can have all this conjecture about what it was, how it was built, and it's like, but maybe if we just go in there and look, we'll learn something and then answer some of these questions.
You know, one of the most interesting things about that voyage is to me is that in the King's Chamber, there's apparently 2 shafts that go out, right? One of the shafts goes straight. The other one has all these bends that go around that void. So if this pyramid was something that was, which is pretty obvious, that they actually had to plan this out a lot to get this thing so precise.
Yeah.
That they didn't just like go, oh, we're gonna have, oh shit, we didn't plan for this void in here. Now we gotta build these shafts around it. It's obviously by design, right?
Everything about that thing has to be by design.
Yeah.
Like the mathematics to get it to be as symmetrical as it is, all the way to the top, it requires it. Because like, if they're off anywhere, it can screw up the whole thing. That's right. Yeah.
It's more square, more perfectly square than any skyscraper in New York City.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that honestly gets pretty. That's where stuff gets pretty tricky, because they measure those skyscrapers with weight.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They're just your friends.
I think the skyscrapers can be off square by like 20 to 30, 40 inches. And what is the Great Pyramid on?
Within a half inch.
Fucking inch.
755 feet long at each of its bases. And not only that, like, so it's like a lot of skyscrapers might face north, south, east, and west. This is within a degree of accuracy that's more accurate than a lot of our modern buildings that are meant to face the cardinal points,
Right.
which is amazing. So it's not perfectly, but it's in a few degrees of accuracy, like a very small level. It's basically perfect as far as the eye can see. Or even if you're out there with your own compass, it's like,
And that's the one you got to look at too. That you're dealing with that sort of all these measurements will be taken in when the sun is just rising. So now they have all this fucking fog and shit. And so your measurement is going to have some fog, and every time they took a measurement, that's the thing. So when they do their archaeoastronomy work, it's what they always take into account is how far the make me think about how far like, how far away they are from the river and how easily they can see things in there, because there's a lot of, once you get to the Nile River, man, it's probably a year or you can see. So,
You know what my favorite theory about the pyramid
what's
is?
that?
Have you heard of Land of Kim?
yes, Jeff.
Dude, I think that guy is spot on with his theory. I think it is the most reasonable estimate. I love Chris Dunn's theory, the solid state electron harvester. I think it's fantastic. It's sensational. But what I like about Jeff's theory, what I like about his theory is that it's kind of a boring theory, but it also makes so much fucking sense, because he went in, the way he describes how that Nazi scientist, Fritz, I think his last name was, who went and basically recreated that ammonia production thing, the device that creates ammonia, and he reverse engineered the inside of I think it's the step pyramid, and that's what his hypothesis is the step pyramid was creating ammonia, and he created a device that completely replicated replicates the inside of the step pyramid that creates ammonia. He's a Nazi guy who's studying the scientists, studying the pyramids. And then he thinks that the red pyramid was using the chemical that was coming out of the step pyramid to create, so I can't remember all these examples, I get so confused, but it's the chemistry stuff gets confusing when you start to get deep into it. But essentially, he thinks that the pyramids were responsible for fertilization and agriculture on the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, but that's it. Because when I've had any more channels,
Jeffrey drops that.
And to be fair, when I said that Christopher Dunn is the one that I identified most, I haven't done a deep dive on Kem's theory. I figured that next time I go to Giza, I'd link up with him personally to get right from him. So I can't say that, when I say about Christopher Dunn, that's not anything away from Kem, because I can't speak to his theory. But that's now I need to do that.
So he thinks that the step pyramid was creating methane gas, which methane gas is used for like heating, lighting, and metallurgy. So they could have been using this gas for so many different things. Right? The methane gas in the step pyramid was then harnessed into the red pyramid to create the ammonia. And I guess there's all kinds of other explanations that he gives for the ammonia. This is my favorite part. But land of Kem was the original name of Egypt. And Kem had its base in alchemy, which is where we get chemistry. And they were known for the land of Kem was black.
Yep.
They refer to it as fertile.
Yep, and the soil off the Nile. And a lot of people don't realize that Kemet was the original name for Egypt before they called it Egypt. That was the original name. They called it Phoenicians. And chematology, like Yusuf Aliyan, and that's a thing a lot of people don't realize. That was the Egyptians themselves today, the local populace, refers to the Phoenicians as building the pyramids. That was something that floored me when I was there. Yeah, and a lot of the locals there don't think that it was referred to him. I was surprised to see that as well. I think it was just something amazing.
Yeah,
I understand.
So he was in here. He was also explaining to me how there's this layer of there's this chemical layer that's calcified itself on the inside of the chambers in the step pyramid, the red pyramid, and even in the great pyramid. And it's like by design because those chemicals that the pyramids were creating would eroded the rocks. So, and it's a conventional explanation is it's back shit or like back pits, right? But
which it reeks of in there. It's so noticeable.
Right.
It's unreal.
But he also says once you get to the very top, that top chamber in the step pyramid, there's three of them, right? And they all kind of look like a grain gallery, how they kind of angle up, they get smaller as they go up. He says when they were pushing water into those chambers, it was pushing the gas up into the top of the chamber, compressing the gas, which heats the gas up, right? And that's what could create that chemical reaction into ammonia. And then he also thinks that it was a similar process in the Great Pyramid, but the Great Pyramid, I think he believes, was creating sulfuric acid, and somehow the other two pyramids were used. I haven't watched that podcast yet, but it was fascinating. It was really compelling the way he explained that.
Well, here's something that goes along those lines. I met this gentleman when I was in Egypt. The tour that I was on, he's a president of an air compressor company in Canada, and that's what he was saying. He was like, "This reminds me of an air compressor, but the internal structure and layout." He said that the way it's designed, you can support enormous amounts of pressure in there.
Yeah.
And that was not in the context of anything from Land of Kem. This was like 4 years ago. I don't think Land of Kem was making videos at that time. This is before that. And so that was his intuitive thoughts on it. He's like, that seems like something for compression. And I'm like, that's interesting, but I never pieced the dots on that.
Yeah. And then there's also on some of the pyramids there's these underground channels that the conventional explanation is used for rainwater, to collect rainwater. And there's these conduits that go underground that connect from the pyramids and they come out into these collection bowls. I don't know if you've seen the
Yes.
right? Yeah. They're big collection bowls that why would they be collecting rainwater?
Yeah.
And he thinks it was part of the chemical collection process.
So those are just for ceremonies.
Yeah, right.
Annie, come on now. It's religious. Just drop it. They say about everything out there.
I didn't know the part of Jeff's hypothesis that I found the most interesting, of course, is that the most mundane, so as a most choice will be to be accurate. They build things to get sacrificed lightning because they charge very easily get put into some notes. You know, a lightning striking the ground is the kind of thing
Right.
you're going to talk about that. And if it starts forming better there, you're going to notice that. So that part of it is interesting. That part is definitely interesting. The chemical parts of the stuff are interesting too. Don't get me wrong.
Well, it's like sonochemistry, the way he explained it to me.
Yeah.
Very pyramid. Like it's like sound resonance. Clearly some sort of resonant frequency happening in that great pyramid.
Yeah.
And when you mix that with chemistry, apparently that's a real thing.
No, it is. It's I just it needs more testing. Same as the digging in the ground and everything else with it, which they need more testing. But the first part, that part of it in particular was what I really had in mind. That's a nice foundation that we're starting point for this, because I'm not too out there, but it's not out there though.
Yeah.
You know, what's far more out there is suggesting that it was a tomb for the pharaohs.
They never found Dimble.
Yeah, they never found. Never mind, they never found a mummy in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Because you can say, "Oh, they looted it." Okay, fine. Never mind that there's no glyphs on any of the walls. You know, like you'll find every single other known Egyptian tomb in is floor to ceiling in glyphs. Amazing artwork that shows the depiction of their lives, and in the internal structure and layout. Like a lot of people that haven't been or are not familiar with the mapping of the Great Pyramid, as an example, they would think that it's like a maze to like hide the pharaoh. It's going to be complicated. No, you just go down, you go up, and you're in there. It's a straight shot. It's bizarre, but when you look at it from like a side angle, the map, it is absolutely. It's just confusing. It doesn't feel like a tomb at all.
Right.
That's and perhaps it could have been used as a tomb later on. But if I had, my best guess is that it just simply was not designed with a purpose of being a tomb. I really don't think so. I don't know that for a fact, and anyone that says otherwise, it's like nobody really knows. That's kind of the fun part about this. But it's like, that's just not my impression. I went to Egypt with people that were very skeptical of the alternative theories, and like, surely this was a tomb. And there was multiple people that said, I'm not so sure about that now. Like, after walking through it, they're like, this is weird. So the mystery is real.
Did you ever go to the subterranean chamber?
Yes.
What was that like?
Really creepy. It's like 100 feet underground, and it's dark. Without lighting, just cave black. You have to crawl through dirt through a tight little shaft just to get into it. And when you're in there, it's just quiet, and it's just the very chamber itself is so eroded. It's weird. So that was really fun to be in there.
Yeah, that was. I forget to do that. I need to claustrophobic. Like that's just. If you're trying to explain that for that place being a full-on burial site or a tomb, how do you explain that subterranean chamber that it's like almost impossible for anyone to get down? And then you have that weird little shaft at the end of it, on like the south side, I think, that goes nowhere.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. It looks like a hydraulic mechanistic machine. I don't know, man. It's mind blowing.
What is funny is how many people will try to deny any sort of wisdom when they just try to be like too.
Yeah,
that attitude.
Ropes and pulleys.
When even the Egyptologists can't agree on exactly how it's made, it's like when they can we not have a little bit of speculation and have a conversation, but it's they turn it into this fight. It has to be in a battle. That's really where that really blew my mind, sticking my nose in it. Like I watched the debunking videos and stuff, but I had no idea how attached to politics it was. That part really hurts me. It's like a little bit. What in the actual fuck? The big rocks the Egyptians have please, it's like it's lost.
Well, yeah, I want to get to that. But another thing I wanted to talk about was Jeffrey Drum, Landon Kim's theory on how those chemicals were also potentially used, and this is also one of my favorite theories, to explain that the scoop marks in the Serapian boxes, right, or even the scoop marks under that stone pregnant lady.
Yeah, like the Aswan quarry, right? Things with the obelisk.
Right, so maybe there was some sort of, like, or even when you see those giant saw blades that Ben shows pictures of, those giant saw, like it looks like a massive circular saw, cut this granite, right? So maybe we were using some sort of chemical slurry to soften that stone and cut through it, as far as like for the Serapian, if they cracked it, they can use that to scoop it out. I think that makes it.
I'm very open to stone softening, especially in Peru. Egypt, it's hard to say, but what I witnessed in Peru, shocked. It surprised me. Like it's everything. The stones look like they were marshmallows together, and that's what the legends say. They say that there was a certain. I've heard two different things. One, that there was a bird that would nest on the cliffs that would use its saliva to like essentially melt or not melt, but like carve away the stone. It would like have an acidic property to it. Then I also have heard that it was actually a plant. But whatever it was, the legends going back and through say that there was something they used to soften the stone. And then when I was in Cusco, as well as in St. Roman in Cusco, when I put my hands between the stone that had essentially been moved through time and earthquakes, whatever, it was as smooth gets. It was as if the stones had literally been pushed together and marshmallow together. It wasn't. I was expecting to feel like a saw marred blade in there. No, it was totally smooth. And I'm like, and when you look at it, the bulges on the sides of it. Honestly, I'm very open-minded that those stones have been softened.
Yeah.
What confuses me in Egypt is that when I look at the 1,000-ton Ramesseum statue, I'm like, I'm not so sure that was involving stone softening. And I've seen other marks of evidence of stones that have been cut throughout Egypt with the granite. So I don't know what to think as far as this geopolymer narrative goes.
The geopolymer is a little different, right? Geopolymer is like concrete.
Yeah, the casting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and that's like the new crave. I'm seeing a lot of things of. But when through, I'm like, there's nothing. No, like that stuff is bizarre.
Even when I asked Ed Barnhart, I asked him like, he could take a time machine away anywhere in history.
How are you? What up, people? How you living? What up, Sergeant Stone? What story? What's new in your neck of the woods? No one wants to hear that. Alright, well, yeah, we're just watching podcast of 59 minutes.
You see one thing that it's almost yeah, it's like I don't think it's conventional explanation. Makes sense.
I love it. And it is bizarre, like those polygonal stones found on 5 continents around the world. And some people say, well, that's just basic human ingenuity. And I'm like, oh, no, I don't know about that. And there's stones there that, so they're going to say that it was done with bronze chisels or stone hammers. And I'm like, when you look at the sophistication of these stones, how they're perfectly flush with each other, I'm like, that was not a stone hammer. Not on that, not on granite.
Garcilaso de la Vega, who was descendant of an Inca noblewoman and a Spanish conquistador, is considered one of the best sources for those days, best contemporary source from the post-colonial days of the Inca. He talks about the legend of them moving one of the big rocks in Cusco and it falling off a precipice and killing like 3,000 people, and it took like 40,000, 30,000 people to move this country. What he describes is basically unreal.
Yeah.
It's like what you read in the tasting.
Right. And it was ultimately a failure, as he described, right?
And he described it as a failure, yes. Which is something that you find a lot. It's a very interesting little tidbit that you see in a lot of South American legends. Like there's one that's just the legend of name left. It's not even that complicated. There's a short-lived in history, the historical timeline. It's a short-lived little culture. It's called Name Lab. They had a temple, a couple of pyramids, and they had an idol. According to their legends, they showed up via boats with this idol. They were able to move the idol. They pushed it inside the pyramid. Then one of their descendants of their king, after a few generations, goes to move the idol, but he's incapable of doing so. As more in the story, but that's my point there, is you see this kind of thing happen a lot in South America. These little stories of, my ancestors moved this big-ass rock, and I tried to do it and failed miserably. And it's catastrophic. In the same case with Mainline, it doesn't fall and kill 3,000 people, and it ends up screwing the demon and causes a flood that kills. But anyway, it's catastrophic, but yeah. It's just interesting. You see these stories pop up a lot in South America, where it's like there seems to have been a tradition of the people before us that moved bigger rocks inside.
Which is wild. Because, if you go back to Egypt, the most impressive pyramids are the oldest ones, and they get shittier as time goes on. A lot of people aren't aware that there's approximately 118 pyramids in all of Egypt. The ones in Giza get all the attention. version. But there are hundreds that are just, they're like made of mud bricks. They get crappier as time goes on, and nowhere near the sophistication of these old dynasty.
What is that?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's great.
A crap box.
Yeah,
Well, it's the same thing as South America.
That's business. Yeah, not very long, not much later at all.
yeah. There's a lot of shitty pyramids in South America too. A lot of which are thought to have been like ancient landfills. You know, like they're real pyramids for multiple reasons. They just have to be to gods and sacrifice babies.
Yeah, like look at this. And the other one above the pyramid of Carrara. Look at that.
I don't think we're looking at
No, it's mud bricks. When you look closer, it's a bunch of mud bricks.
Yeah, man. Why the hell? Why do you think they won't look into that void in the pyramid?
Well, the number one explanation is they just don't want to damage the pyramid. And I appreciate that. However, they've already drilled the fuck out of it. They used tons of dynamite to blow their way in 150 years ago.
Right.
And like the reality is that they could do a small little diameter, they could drill it.
Just like they did with the gate brings door, right? So they drilled a little hole through that door to see what was behind it, right?
And so it's like, the fact it's been 7 years, it just, to me, if I was running the show out there, isn't that like a number one priority? It's like, oh, we've discovered the void.
Right.
Now let's go in and figure it out. And the fact that it's been 7 years since, really confused. There's no feasible explanation that makes sense to me. Like, especially with how much conjecture there is about how the pyramid was built or whether it was a tomb for the pharaohs. I can't wrap my head around how.
Maybe because there's too much. There's too much stone in between where would they start? Would they start from the outside?
I think they go from the top of the Grand Gallery.
Top of the Grand Gallery?
I'm not sure. They might be able to slip.
Steve, can you find a?
Partially through the sports stuff from the outside.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You have to look at that. Look at it with different possible areas of attack. But yeah, I don't see it being that invasive. I don't see any way for it to be invasive.
And they can just patch up that hole when they're done.
You find the schematics of the
Type in map.
power of that.
Use Muon if you want to find the parts they use to find
Just type in Great Pyramid.
I thought this was like some sort of like satellite thing they use to find this.
It's basically this thing that launches solar particles.
Type in void. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of short. It's kind of small. What is that?
It's like scanned from
There you go.
everywhere.
There you go. Put that button and blow that up. Yeah. It's crazy that thing's the size of a jump like that.
Yeah, something like 140 or 150 feet long. And I'm not exactly sure how tall. We don't know exact measurements, but we think it's rectangular. But it's we don't know for sure.
Yeah. And then that had to have had a purpose.
Certainly. Now, some people say, oh, well, maybe it's just for construction. You know, it was how they hauled the stones up a ramp or something like that. And that's feasible as well. But the reality is like, okay, well, let's go and take a peek. And then maybe we'll look at it and be like, aha, okay, this answers some questions. If anything, it's probably, if my best guess is that it's a second so-called Grand Gallery. I say so-called because I don't think the King's Chamber was a King's Chamber. I don't think the Grand Gallery was this gallery that, we walked up to ascend to the tombs and admire Pharaoh after having a wonderful life. Nah, whatever it was, though, you can infer that maybe it was a second Grand Gallery. And what's the purpose of the Grand Gallery? Some people have suggested it's for hauling up the stones in the first place. Like, there's a lot of conjecture.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows. That's the beauty of the whole thing.
Yeah. But how the hell have they not come looking at that? Like, I really struggle.
It looks like it would be easy to go through the King's Chamber into that thing.
Yeah.
From the Grand Gallery, definitely not from the outside. It's a lot of space from the outside.
Right, hundreds of feet. That's the wild thing. So a lot of people don't understand just how big the Great Pyramid is. When it had its capstone, it was the height of a 37-story building, which would dominate the skyline in most cities, even around the world. But when you stand at its base, because it's 755 feet wide at all four bases, that means that it's over 100 meters from the base to the center of the pyramid. Wow. So when you're looking at it from the bottom, you can't really see the top because it just keeps going and going and going. It just kind of, it's huge. You need to see it in person because when you walk up to it, you keep walking and getting, and you feel like you're getting closer, and it's like, it's not until you get closer you realize, like, oh my god, like this thing is, I call it stupid big. Like they could have made it half the size and still blown people's minds.
Right.
It's so stupid big that they're like, oh, they're just trying to be impressive and stuff. I'm like, they could have made it smaller and impressed everybody.
Right. When you go there, have you been there? I want to go, but I haven't been able to. I've heard from people that have been on the show that the best way to go there is to get that dude Yusuf to take you around. So he's like got all the.
I've done all 3 times with him.
Oh, really?
He has the connections. He grew up in Egypt, right across the street from the Sphinx. His father, the late Hakim Abdel Awiyan, was an ancient wisdom keeper that taught hematology. And
Isn't Yusuf Awiyan?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Shout out Yusuf.
Yeah, he's with the Kemet School of Ancient Mysticism. He's a total sweetheart. He's a very nice guy, and it's very apparent when you travel with him that you see the respect he has from people that work the sites, the guards and whatnot. He's very generous, so he tips his way to get all the things you want. I shouldn't know if I should say that or not, but it's all right. This is the rally in Egypt. This is no secret. Everyone tips. Like it's just
you can grease somebody to get like a private couple minutes in the change change. Right?
I have done it, and that's how it works. And it's the Egyptian government. Particularly, it's not doing anything to stop it. They know what's going on. It's okay.
How many people who are on honeymoon and like greasing the guy to go fuck their wife?
I was just gonna say, I'm waiting for the sound clip to come from this one. Jimmy Corsetti is greasing people to fuck them in the rich.
I've had sex. Jimmy
Corsetti is ancient sex and rituals.
I'm launching my OnlyFans inside the Great Pyramid this summer.
I'm doing on swastika.
Nazi YouTuber has sex with the Great Pyramid. Yeah,
photos of people fucking on top of the pyramid.
Yeah, that German couple or friends from France that really caused an uproar in Egypt.
That's legendary.
Let's do it.
Hey man, like on top of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Also, that view from up there is pretty incredible. Yeah, that gives you pretty good perspective of how you do these things. And that's another thing I told Jeff too. I was like, God, your theory makes so much sense, but like, what really breaks my brain is that when you look at those monumental, enormous, symbolic structures on the landscape of Giza, my brain wants to think that there are these giant electricity machines that were powering society with freedom.
Wireless, baby.
I just want to think it had to do with agriculture. You know what I mean?
Right. And I don't
it's
think
Occam's razor. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Occam's razor, where it's like it's the most, I think, mundane, reasonable explanation.
And that might be it. You know, what I don't think though is, were you referring to tomb for the pharaohs or for just agriculture?
I was referring to his agriculture.
Yeah, and that makes far more sense than tomb. You know, so yeah, I love it. It's such a fun controversy. A fun thing to debate. It's just that I tell people, like, go travel to Egypt and think for yourself. Walk through the Great Pyramid and see if you really feel like that's a tomb. And then go visit the Valley of the Kings, as well as the mastabas. So the whole complex of Giza being a funerary complex, the buildings are called mastabas. And go look through those, known burials. And it's like, oh, this makes sense. It's totally a tomb. I get it. And then you walk in the pyramid, and I remember standing in line there the last time I was there. I didn't do it with the tour. And so there was this other tourist there. And I remember hearing this girl say, it's like, this is a tomb? Like total doubt. Yeah. And it's like, when you walk through it, it's like, it just doesn't have that vibe. And there's, again, when I visited there was people that went into it thinking it was a tomb. And then at the end of it, they're like, they had doubts. They're like, and that was after having gone in the Valley of the Kings.
Oh, wow. But even if it was like I'm talking about being part of the funerary complex that was idea earlier. Like the 3 stars being laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt. Osiris was Orion to the Egyptians, and that was the god that brought you through the underworld back to the side, right? So it would make sense. But even if it would make sense they would put that there, and those 3 would be part of the resurrection ritual potentially. But even if that was the case, I don't think it was made for any one individual pharaoh. And History for Granted, actually, if you guys know who he is on YouTube, he does a lot of in-depth deep dives. History for Granted. He does a lot of deep dives into the pyramid in HD itself. And one of the things that he points out is the portcullis doors are set up in a manner that they are designed to be open and closed at heels. They're not designed to be dropped in place. They're permanently. They're designed to be invincible. And it's almost like these might have been a spot that people, all three of them, potentially could have been a place where it was huge stuff. The pharaoh dies, we do this, do this, do this. This is part of this ceremony. This is part of the ceremony. This is part of the ceremony. And that would explain why when we did crack open the one sarcophagus that was left in the pyramid, the one sarcophagus they found still sealed in the pyramid, when they opened it, it was fucking empty.
Which is bizarre.
But it wouldn't be so bizarre if they were all symbolic. You just bring the pharaoh in here and sprinkle him around a little bit, set him next to the sarcophagus, and then take him out after a month. This is just steps one of, as you look at their theories, their legends, they have like 42 gates to go through, depending on what time you're looking at which dynasty. They have all these different ideas about how many gates you have to go through, how many stations you had to go through, the wing, the heart, and all that shit. Wouldn't be outside of the realm of possibility that the emulate that.
The pyramids were 100% tombs.
Oh, yeah.
And anyone that disagrees is a Nazi. It's
Yes, exactly. It is kind of funny, actually, that you can't have that discussion with some people. I mean, we've all got people like, to give the archaeologists a little bit of a fair shake, we've all got people in our comment section on the other side of things that are like certain that their theory is right. And they'll come in there and be like, you're a fucking idiot. Look, man, all you got to do is watch this one video, go read this one article, and you'll know everything you know. So it's not like it's just the debunkers and skeptics that have that attitude. But Fox News, they seem to be the worst about it. And they're certainly the ones that stand between guys like us and actually getting into that fucking hidden chamber.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's and some of the attitudes, like some of these people, like when you were asking about Göbekli Tepe and you started bringing that up, and John Hoops, the archaeologist that has made a career basically of attacking Graham Hancock, he went out and he couldn't make this post that was like, as far as I'm concerned, they should get a case of Göbekli Tepe concrete. We've got enough to keep all of that. Yeah,
It's in writing.
It's on
It's a
Twitter.
treat. And he wasn't, I wanted to believe he was joking, but like,
And even if it even says so, they can use a visitor center like they do in Lesotho. It's like fucking straight up. It's just, and even if that's not where he's in, even if that's not his position, if it's hyperbole. The fact of the matter is, in this PR discussion about what to do with Göbekli Tepe, we have Jimmy Corsetti, aka the Nazi, aka the fucking pseudoscientist,
pseudo-archaeologist.
yes, in the nut job, the conspiracy theorist, versus the 10-year soldier. So that's educator.
I studied at Yale and Harvard, sir.
Doesn't that guy have special permission to like edit Wikipedia articles?
Well, it's not special permission, but he's been doing it for so long that he's just in charge of it.
He controls locked accounts. Like, I can
How the fuck does anyone get access to do that? It's a good question.
I think they eventually, I think what they end up doing, I could be wrong, I think what happens is you end up kind of consistently getting other people to moderate, because there's Wikipedia moderators, so eventually you work your way up into being the Reddit pod of Wikipedia when you're a fucking Reddit.
I was reading something on, I can't remember who, on one of your guys' tweets where it was saying that John, who's on Wikipedia, said he encourages his students to do the same thing.
He teaches them. So it's actually part of it.
Which is crazy.
Fucking insane.
This is a guy he got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or it's vice versa, but he studied at both. So that's supposed to be very prestigious. And he's gone on to be so toxic. Like you said, he made a career out of just attacking Graham Hancock.
And let's be real clear there. That tweet that I'm talking about, we have Jimmy Corsetti saying, go do some fucking archaeology. You're an archaeologist going, no, fuck you. I don't like Jimmy. I don't want to do the archaeology. It's the same thing with so many. Look at Danny Hill and with Josh Osborne. Got attacked because of association with Graham Hancock. Right? If it hadn't been for that, we wouldn't have had a retraction, all that shit with the Gnome thing. Right? That's the guy who thing. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like your association with the wrong people in case of concrete.
And the thing is that all I'm doing is advocating for further study and excavation. I'm trying to give these people jobs. And they talk like Jimmy Corsetti hates archaeologists. They say this, and I'm like, no, I don't. That's what? Wait, no, that's ridiculous. And I'm trying to get you guys jobs here. If I was like, king of the world, I would be signing, I'd be flicking my wrist to be like, okay, you guys now have jobs. I'd give it to all of them. Like, just dig these site's up and it's all learned together. This is a win-win for everybody. And I never realized I'd get as much backlash as I have. Like, this happened way before the swastika thing. That was just icing on the cake. For a couple years before that, they were coming after me hard. And I had never done anything to them. Flint Dibble and John Hoops had preemptively blocked me before I had any type of correspondence with them at all. I had never spoken about them negatively, nothing. And I was blocked. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't understand it. And so it's just been a war ever since. And it escalated after season 1 of Age of Apocalypse with Graham Hancock, that they were preemptively telling people not to watch it. They were telling people to give it a thumbs down before it ever even aired. So let me just clarify that. Before it aired, they say that once it does air, hit thumbs down on it. And I'm like, you haven't even seen it. And I'm like, you're just trying to destroy it? Like, and even with like other people like Mini Man to Man, who I have nothing against personally. I think his name's Milo Rossi. He has a channel called Mini Man to Man. It has over 2 million subs. And he's more along the academic mainstream side. For example, he had done a whole expose on debunking Graham Hancock. He said, I watched Age of Apocalypse, so you don't have to. That's the title of the series. He got many millions of views.
Oh, I have heard of this guy.
And he's a young gentleman, and I think highly of him. Him and I disagree on a lot of things, but I like his spirit. He's highly engaging.
Yeah.
He would be somebody to bring on this podcast. Like, talk to him. I like him, even though I don't think he likes me. I don't think, Roland likes Dan.
Yeah, me and him used to get along well, but the whole Flint Dibble debacle.
So the thing about Flint Dibble is it's so interesting to me, right? Like, the YouTube comments are such a fascinating thing.
It's wild.
It is incredible. Some people hate them. Some people love them. I think they're super fascinating because a lot of times, if there's an overwhelming opinion in the YouTube comments, there can be a lot of truth to it. I see it in my own videos. But also, another thing that's true at the same time is there's a pylon effect on YouTube where there's all these comments saying the same thing. Somebody doesn't want to come in who thinks differently and state that they think differently and just get attacked. They want to go with the flow and what everyone else is saying. There's like this weird thing. And when the Flint Dibble Graham debate happened, I watched that. Before reading any comments, I listened to it. I was like, wow.
How you living, Romeo?
I was like, Flint is repellent. Like, Flint. I was like, wow, you're buying bad Graham. Like, that was my gut reaction to it. I'm like, he was fucking taking things that Graham was saying. He was finishing Graham's sentences. He was filling in the gaps, giving context to shit Graham was saying. And then I felt like Graham was like on his heels the whole time, then trying to come at him with the anti-Semitism. He kept saying that Graham was like a white supremacist, accusing him of being Nazi, which bullshit. I think that's completely shitty of him. I hate that. But like, I felt like he didn't have the evidence or the knowledge to come
Okay, so it's a
to
different account
basically
now?
combat what Flint was providing, the evidence that Flint was providing. Then I read the comments and I was like, oh, am I retarded? Am I seeing something that no one else is seeing? Like, what's going on here? And then when I had Flint on, the amount of backlash that
It was saying it was locked in one account, now it's saying it's locked in another. Okay, I'm just throwing this out there. Remember you bought this phone randomly and you said it came with the receipt, right? Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at this time. That doesn't matter at this time. Couldn't somebody have just created a receipt and stolen an iPhone and then tricked you? Yeah, I mean, basically, if you're able to steal the iPhone, you steal the box, and then you just create a receipt, and you think it's a brand new iPhone. Okay, nevertheless, I mean, basically, if I have a receipt printer, I could just take that, buy brick iPhones or close to it, and then just resell them, right? Okay, no big deal. So before it was saying you have to be authorized to do it's under some system, like MMI or whatever. And now what does it say? Okay, what does that mean? Okay, so obviously, did you put your Apple ID in yesterday and see if that works? Okay, well, didn't you say that when you tried to jailbreak the phone, you skipped a step? Don't skip the step. Okay, try to jailbreak it with a different version. Okay, try with a different one. Try with like 4 or 5 different ones. I know. Yeah, I know. Okay. Did you try with iOS 18? How about iOS 17? I mean, you could always try. You never know until you try, dog. All right. Let's see if there's a way around it. Okay. Are you able to get into the settings of the phone? So you can't get into the phone at all? What happens when you press the home button? Okay. You can't go to menu or anything? Okay. Okay. So there's an iCloud podcast quiz that you can use. Um, so try to download a DOU. DOULCI activate. It's DOULCI activate. DOULCI activate. I believe so. Where there's a will, there's a way, big dog. What'd she say? Did you tell her 77 days? And what did she say? Okay, just be patient. All right. Do what it says to do. Do what it says to do. God knows it's helpful. Just a moment. What did I tell you to download? What was it called? What was it called? What was it called? Your microphone isn't working. Can you say that again? You're speaking. All right. Can you hear me? Yeah. That's okay. Go to iRemove.tools. Go to iRemove.tools. Yeah, iRemove.tools. All right. I see this costs something. It says up to iOS 18, but that might it may or may not work for you because you got fixed with your phone. Um, what was the name of the software that I told you to use? Yeah. Can you spell it? Thank you. All right. Okay. It seems like that was patched. I mean, you may be done with this phone because you were on an unsupported iOS version. But try using the jailbreak for iOS 17. So please pick up.
I got from having Flynn on was unbelievable.
I saw that and I didn't like that because I'm like, props to you for bringing him on. Like Flint and I think very differently. In fact, I think Flint hates me. I don't hate Flint. But like, props to you for bringing him on. Because yeah, you got like all kinds of backlash for that, and it's
We
like,
have
what?
we have a what was it, our Discord? Discord moderator. Oh, we have a guy who created our Discord, right? Who like we didn't pay him or anything. He did this like for free to help us out because I guess he was a fan of the show and he built this crazy Discord thing for our Patreon community, which was great. And then when we released that grant for that Flint Dipple podcast, he went and like basically deleted everything. He like wiped out our whole Discord and then left. Oh wow, that's how passionate these people are about this stuff. That's just crazy.
It's almost a religion, actually.
It is like a religion. It really is.
Yeah, I will say this about that debate. I bet you have a lot to say. My impression of it is that Flint did not facilitate what I would consider to be an entertaining conversation to the mysteries. For example, they started talking about Yonaguni, the so-called underwater monument off the coast of an island from Japan. And are you familiar with this? It looks like steps underwater.
I remember it from the podcast.
So that one is, I consider it a big one. I think that it was man-made of some kind, and if that's the case, it would have happened at least 12,000 years ago was the last time the site was above water. It doesn't look, and the reason why I think that it's not natural, and I've repeatedly asked for it, I've even gone and asked Robert Schock, I said, if this is natural, then okay, show me just one other site from anywhere else on Earth that even looks remotely comparable to this. it's been nothing but cricket since. But circling back to when they were having the conversation on Rogan, Graham brings it up. It was going to be a whole topic of conversation. Flint's like, this is just natural. The end. And like the conversation just moved right on. And I'm like, hold on a second. There's more to discuss there. So Flint, I want to hear Dan's thoughts on this because like that's no one has dived into this more than you.
And then Flint, there was a part when they were discussing that those underwater structures where I think even Rogan was looking at it, and I think he was like compelled by Flint's description of it being natural. Even Rogan was like, yeah, this looks natural. Get Graham.
I don't remember it that way, but you could be right.
In places, it really does look like a good one. It's quite observant. If it didn't seem 12,000 years ago in the water, then underwater 12,000 fucking years ago, it's going to have some natural looking shit, right? But to what Jim was pointing out with that, Flint was just not just dismissive of it. A better example of the same thing was when they talked about Mount Dying again. They were talking about the potential artifacts, the Rajong Stone, and Flint just laughed at it. Literally laughed. And it's like, okay, I talked about this before. Carl said he was a great science fucking communicator, and one of the reasons he was because he knew who his audience was. His audience was interested amateurs, and interested amateurs that come in there because they wanted to know the spectrometry of the star. They want to know about aliens and shit, right? So
there's a lot of arrogance that goes into some of these scholars.
So when you come in and somebody asks about this site that is Yonaguni in underwater monument, and you're just well, what you have effectively done is not only have you dismissed this interested amateur, but you've left the vacuum open for Jim, for Graham, to be the one that fucking says, hey, this is what Yonaguni is. And then they cry about it afterwards and say, well, why does nobody like real archaeology? Because you deliberately made it fucking boring. You wear an Indiana Jones hat because you know that Indiana Jones was the reason you started getting into this. And you know that's what's interesting, you know that's what's fun. Well, you don't want to look for no lost art.
Yeah, even I got Flint to admit on this podcast when he came in here, I think it was towards the front of the podcast, that a lot of his people that he works with in archaeology got into archaeology because of Graham Hancock. So now he says that they don't believe what he says, whatever. But like going back to the Flint conversation with Graham, like I thought Flint did such a good job. Not Monday morning quarterbacking it. I know a lot of stuff that he said was actually wrong. Whether he said it, whether he lied intentionally, or whether he was just trying to win, quote unquote, win the debate, which I don't think makes sense in a debate. It's not supposed to be a MMA fight. It's supposed to be something for people to learn. It's subjective, right? Everything how it should be. It's all of it's like who you think won or whatever. That's completely subjective. And I learned a lot from it. But like when you go on Twitter and you subtweet everything Graham says about like Graham, you fucking lost. Look how much I killed Graham in this debate. That's not a good look. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Like,
well, it also betrays there's a couple of things that betray the mentality going into it. One, I have a hard time with maybe he didn't lie because, as you said, he's finishing there. So he's fucking prepared.
yes.
When he's putting the wrong slide on the screen, that's not a mistake, bro. That's not something you can just say, oh, I'm sorry, man, I handed you the wrong piece of paper here. He's been preparing that with a long time. So there's a lot of that to begin with, but also just that whole afterwards he posts a video right away talking about, oh, I'm feeling good. I kicked Graham's ass. What you want to see? Okay,
but come on, if you really did that good, let the people talk for you. You don't have to be the one pounding your chest.
You think that mentality just immediately sprang into his brain after the debate was over? Fuck no, I think it's Foster Perry.
Yeah, I don't think he went into that with an open mind.
I think he went into it to be combative, and to be honest with you, I felt like that podcast, like to have a debate that's engaging for the audience, I look at it like a dance. You need a good dance partner. If you're a good dancer, you need a good dance partner. And I feel like he didn't do Graham Hancock's 3 decades of work justice, and that he has shared numerous legitimate mysteries about ancient civilizations, and that debate did not allow that to be showcased. I felt like there was just so many times that Flint had just scoffed off certain things through some giggling and some laughs that didn't allow the true mysteries that Graham Hancock has shown to the world for so many decades to flourish. I thought Graham did the best he could, and in my mind, I thought he won, because in my mind, I'm thinking like these mysteries about ancient civilizations have not been addressed, and the mystery is still there. The part that bothered me the most, though, it's one thing to misrepresent certain data or whatever on things that people have said that he lied about. The part that bothered me the most was that he tried to portray that he hadn't associated Graham with white supremacy. They brought up an article, and Flint said, "These aren't my words," but it was actually from an exact tweet of Flint's. And I ended up putting that on blast.
Yeah, he was doing crazy things to try to weasel his way out of that.
Yeah, and it's like, like, because he did the same thing to me, and like, he said, "Oh, so you're white supremacist," and like, it doesn't matter, you're associating it with, and that's exactly what
Turning the headline of those articles.
Yeah.
They're not going to go down into a paragraph and try to actually understand the context. You know,
and let's be clear, as a scientist, to weigh in on his field of science, as a pseudo version of his field of study, why the fuck are you talking about this political shit? What the fuck does that have to do with rocks in the ground? And fucking all this metallurgy, all these, none of this is a red herring. Specifically designed so that when you Google, you see that. It's a scorched earth tactic, 110%. And the guy's done it to me with the scientists that I've tried to talk to and stuff since then. And it was, and Barnhart was a guy I'd like to work with, but I know that some archaeologists have been hounding him and telling him that I'm a bad person, but I should be working with or whatever. And I know I've been told by other archaeologists that they want to work with me, but they're afraid to do it because of their career. So even other YouTubers that aren't archaeologists, that are just like, I watched him to the ice core specialist. I watched Flint in real time fight him, saying that Dan believes he's refining this to prove ancient technology. That he knows as well as you guys do that I don't believe in ancient technology. So it's kind of, I didn't do that before. Like I different, didn't you? I got along with John and Flint when I first started making
John Hoots.
Yeah, I was considered kind of a tolerable conspiracy nut, right? I'm the one that's he'll at least turn around. He might say that we're wrong about this, but he'll turn around and say they're wrong about that too. So we'll put up with him. He's usually following the science. But when I started pointing out that when they talk about racism, particularly the letter that they sent to Netflix about Graham Hancock, the Society of American Archaeology, that letter, I started hammering away at the falsehoods of that, how this narrative is quite accurate. You guys are bullshitting things here to make things seem a little different than they are. What was that letter? They tried to get Netflix to make the documentary series a science fiction series.
You want to relabel from documentary.
And they wanted, the big thing there was they said that what I took real umbrage with was they said that this idea dated back to Ignatius Donnelly and his books, and then they tried to tie it in with him being a white supremacy type of person. And the stuff came before that. It gets really complicated, but the bottom line is it's bullshit. The guy, Ignatius Donnelly, his Wikipedia page has fucking his sources on there that were not racist. All the Mayans they weren't white supremacists at all. But they skipped that because they can't say, they want to make it look like Atlantis hunting started with white supremacy, and that's how they portray it to Netflix. So when I called them out on it, it was kind of fucking radio silence for about a month, and it was during Christmas time, so I let everybody chill. But after I started pushing on it, I started making enemies really quickly. I'm just like, this is a political thing, clearly. It had fuck all to do with the science, and that's when I started losing friends that were archaeologists pretty fast.
And to be clear, in that letter, they associated these theories with dangerous extremism. They have those words in there, and far right and other things. And I'm like, that's going too far. That's not what this is. We're talking about this.
As you click on that blue link there where it says the SAA's letter, you can read the letter itself.
See where it says letter in blue?
It's short and it's short.
This is the actual letter.
Scroll down to in between two pages and you can read the spicy bit.
Yeah.
The host of this series repeatedly, vigorously dismisses archaeologists and the practice of archaeology with aggressive rhetoric, largely seeking to cause harm to our membership and our profession in the public eye. Netflix identifies and advertises the series as a docu-series, a genre that implies its content is grounded in fact, when the content of the show is based on false claims.
No, it gets worse than this. This is mild.
Okay.
This is not the. This. Keep going.
But
Further down.
It is a documentary. How is it not a doc? It's a docu-series. It is a docu-series.
And really quickly, if you scroll up for 1 second again and look at those really fast, notice that both of those first two, they give something away very telling here. This is complaining about the science, right?
They're throwing in these things like racism, white supremacy, ideology.
If they're complaining about the science being wrong, why does it say it vigorously dismisses archaeologists?
See, that's a cop-out. when you're trying to say things like they're threatening Netflix to say racist, white supremacist, and it threatens indigenous people. Okay, now you're holding a gun to Netflix's head because you can't present a reasonable argument, so you have to throw in these threats, basically, that you're going to be associated with white supremacy, which is the same thing Flint fucking did in here when we had this great conversation about Atlantis, and he convinced me. I mean, he did a really good job of convincing me why Atlantis could possibly be bullshit. And then I asked him about the bases, and he like laughed in my face and he said, I talked about a guy you guys both know, Matt Bell.
Yeah,
wonderful guy, lives right next to me.
You see right through a rock at his house.
Who buys these bases off the antiquities market? And I was asking Flint, like, what do you think about these? He goes, I can't even be in the same room with one of those because anybody who purchases these things is literally threatening people's lives, and they're funding cartels and funding cartel violence by purchasing these things. So you're like, you're dismissing the argument and by creating this bullshit excuse why you can't and can't go.
Was he talking about cocaine or bases? I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Matt bought those legally, and you know, if he wants to make that argument, you can say that there are no greater looters than archaeologists. You know, I could use that same argument since you guys are grave robbers. You're literally digging up graves and taking it and putting it to other countries, and you know.
Well, let's be very clear. Any of the bases that have good provenance in a country like the United States will be repatriated. It's the very fact that Matt is able to purchase those tells you that there's an issue with the provenance, which is why guys like David Miano will pick at the provenance and say, well, we don't know for sure these came from ancient Egypt. And it's also why Matt, it's funny, they play both sides of this.
Mm-hmm. And let me just say on that, people say don't doubt their authenticity. I'm like, well, I've been to Egypt, I've been to museums, and those same bases are in there behind glass. Same examples. Yeah, they're right there. I pictured.
Well, yeah, and Matt's been stupid fucking looking at these bases. He's really going, right?
Right.
Everyone's been stupid money on these bases. You think that the antiquity dealers that are selling these things are going to be like, oh, you know what, fuck this guy, fuck all my credibility, because I'm going to get $10 grand on this shit. No. They ain't going to deal with fakes.
But if they think they're fake, then go to the Cairo Museum. You can see them balancing like on an eggshell. You're talking about with the real rounded bottom where it like sitting balanced. It's hard to explain. It's like an eggshell bottom.
Yeah, they don't.
Right.
I have one. You want to grab that little 3D print right there?
I pointed to one right behind you.
That's a better example.
And it's got the eggshell bottom that we're talking about.
Yep. And so to the audience, I'm shooting this camera.
I can't read it.
You know, that's like, it's amazing. And yeah, they have those at the Cairo Museum behind glass. And they look, it's the same material. You can see it. But like, these are the same. When I handled those, how do I say that they're authentic? They're real granite and they're amazing. He has certificates of authenticity, but you know, people can just argue that away and say, "Oh, everything," you know. But I'm like, I have no doubt that they're real. And, yeah, but the discussion is this: is that how was this a granite piece like this? Well, this is a 3D, but I'm talking like the real life deal. How is that constructed with the alleged primitive methods with hand tools when they're so symmetrical down to like thousandths of an inch? And to balance the way they are, like, how is that done with hand tools? Like, you know, that's the real discussion. And to say that it was done with, you know, stone hammers and bronze chisels, okay, well, if they want to advocate for that, then simply create one with those methods. This is one thing I keep saying, like, when it comes to, like, you know, the cutting of granite, I'm like, okay, if you say that these stone boxes were created with stone hammers, since they allege, I'm like, okay, well, then just create one stone box, just one, with the alleged primitive methods. And it's just nothing but crickets after that.
Well, I was trying to tell me that somebody did do it online. I remember watching a video on YouTube where people tried to recreate one of those. And I think it took them more than a year. And it was like completely.
Yes, it was not anywhere near the realm of what these real ones are. So.
Yeah, not even, and they'll miss the hard parts of it. It's like, okay, we all accept that granite can be cut with a abrasive. You use a copper tube and abrasive, and you can drill a hole with granite. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. So it's like, yes, you can make the blank of the base with fucking whatever. That's fine. Now make it precise. That's where the rubber meets the road.
Right.
And they consistently are doing that. And it's honestly, it's kind of embarrassing because they're trying to do these skeptical debunkers thing, and they're not even taking the part. They're being fucking lazy about it. And if you're like, if team science is fucking lazy, then that the team pseudos, so you must have run them up.
Yeah.
And so it's really irritating to me because I do value science a lot, and I think that in all honesty, we need both sides of that human psyche to find where these things came from. We're going to have people that look at that and they're going to just like 1,001 ideas. And then you need other people to bring that back into reality. Between the two of them, you end up with an answer to something. As it is, we have this disconnect. And when you remove the scientists from the discussion, or the skeptics from the discussion, you end up with, well, as I like to bring up a lot, Einstein famously said that the theory of relativity is almost unrecognizable to me now that the mathematicians have gotten it. Right? Einstein, he writes a theory of relativity, and he gets fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned in 1,000 different steps. He's got this idea that's generally accurate, and it just gets read into actual science. But it didn't start. And not that he was a pseudoscientist, but he was more of a dreamer than the really hardcore number crunchers that were on this way. And it takes fucking minutes. And that's all I can get at. We're really eliminating half of it right now. They've eliminated themselves from the conversation. They won't be like Carl Sagan and say, let's talk about aliens. Pat us on the head if you need to, whatever. Sit down and fucking talk to us. They won't do that. They're just going to look at us down their nose. And so,
and then another thing they do is they try to, and I don't understand this argument, but they try to say that saying that the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids like racist to Egyptians. How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
If it was just an older version of the same people, it's just saying it's your ancestors. It's not saying it's some like Aryan race with it.
Right.
That in my mind is, I think that comes from a psychological.
It's a cop out.
A lot of these guys are really diehard lefties, and if you're anti-racist and you want to fight racism, it would be serendipitous to wake up one day and find out that this whole point just happens to be. We're not going to see the line with combating racism.
It is interesting that like there is a common denominator with these, I call them mainstream archaeologists, that almost all of them seem to be very left-wing as far as politically.
Yeah.
There's a common denominator there. It's hard to know what to make of that, but there's something there. And if you want me to be as opinionated as I am, I look at hardcore leftism now. This isn't about human rights. This isn't like, oh, let's same-sex marriages or whatever. Like, that's not what it's no longer about. I look at hardcore leftism as this ideology of people that just trust a higher authority without doing the research themselves. And we just like go read the headlines. Like someone asked me yesterday on Twitter, at what point will archaeologists admit that ancient civilizations were more advanced than we were taught? I said, once CNN or MSNBC blast as a headline, and then it'll be like, oh, now it's true. Because it seems like this herd mentality there. Because I can't wrap my head around what we can't even just utter out of their mouths the history of it. Like going back to the debate with Graham Hancock and Dibble, I'm like, at no point did it highlight the true mysteries of the Great Pyramid, which is that we don't know how they moved 80-ton stones 500 miles and lifted and stacked them 300 feet above the ground. Like that right there. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, that, to people like, oh, reflect about Graham. I'm like, but there's so many other mysteries that he has showcased for 30 years that are still outstanding and we don't know.
Yeah.
You know?
They kind of ran out of time with him, but I feel like this one about the time. So, what would you say was the ultimate premise of that statement? What were they actually like? I know they got into a lot of different things, but what do you think the ultimate?
I think that's probably where the big business. If Graham came in with, we're going to debate and discuss whether or not there was a lost interest.
Right.
And Flint came in there with the idea of I'm going to prove why there cannot be. I said that multiple times. I'm going to prove to you why there cannot be. Okay, no back. I think Graham was caught back by that. I know I would be if I was sitting down and talking to scientists. Because as soon as those words come out of their mouth, they're not a scientist. Scientists don't say I could have proved to you why this cannot be.
Right.
All the evidence currently indicates. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why archaeologists don't think that. That's how you say that. So as soon as he says, I'm going to show you why that cannot be, Flint had the mindset of I am. Graham had this mindset of we're going to discuss ancient history.
And to be honest, I think Graham also had it in his back of his mind that he wanted, and I can't speak on his behalf, this is just my own opinion, that he was deeply hurt at being labeled a white supremacist and other things, and being associated with Nazis, that he went into it that Flint had been one of those people that pushed that. I think that Graham was looking to hold his feet to the fire, to hold him accountable on the stage, to say, like, you said this. Like, and so I think that Graham was going into it wanting to address that, because, you know, poor Graham has been going at this for 30 years with good intentions to share the legitimate mysteries and unanswered questions about our past. And I would argue that he has probably done more than anyone else on earth to share that, because his books have been sold in hundreds of countries. And I think that he has been deeply hurt. Like, I was hurt when I was labeled a Nazi. I mean, these people like Flint, like I've seen them literally say that when they're attacking somebody, they will tag them and spell out their first and last name every single time because they want to blast it out there. Jimmy Corsetti is spreading dangerous Nazism, and everything that we say involving racism or Nazism, they include the first and last name, and they're doing it because they wanted to show up on Google. They wanted to sell their. Let me give you an example. I have a good friend, and this is after the first season of Agent Apocalypse came out, and she had recommended it to one of her close friends / coworker. And so he even looked at Google, typed in, Graham Hancock Agent Apocalypse, and he said, he's like, I don't know. They're saying he's a white supremacist. I'm not so sure this is my thing. And this is somebody that I don't know anything about the Ancients. He was trying to say, hey, check this out. It's a really interesting show. And that's what showed up.
And you saying that just gave everybody watching fuck yeah, that worked.
Yeah, it's cancel culture. That's why they associate people with racism now, because it's a quick way to cancel somebody. Be like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't want to hear what they have to say. That's a stupid person. Because that's what. If you're calling someone racist today, you're saying that they're stupid. Like, if you literally just judge somebody because of how they were born, like I was born a certain race, then you're just, in my mind, I'm like, you're not even saying that they're a mean, bad person, although they are. You're saying, racist, I'm saying. Yeah. You're saying that they're fucking stupid. If you're a racist today, like, I don't like someone just because you were born with a different skin color than mine. Okay, you're fucking dumb. That's a low IQ thing. Like, it's like, really? You can't learn something from something because they look different than you? You're an idiot. Yeah. And I think that's kind of like that angle on it.
Imagine how hard that must be for this people, considering that himself is black and he's married for 7 back when there's been a lot of white folks that probably called him race traitor back in those days. So he goes through that, raises his kids, deals with all the bullshit, how he's got involved in that, and then he gets his time in society, finally turns, he's like, all right, fuck yeah, no, I've been through it. I've been through it. Now I'm a racist because I like to think that somebody else besides the Egyptian evil rock, what he has like fucking going on.
Yeah, and I've never used this publicly, but my ex-wife is brown. She's Hispanic. I'm like, I've never pulled the card because I just don't care when they call me racist. I think actually too busy calling me a Nazi. They call me racist, but mostly Nazi. But I'm like, I've never pulled out the card. It's like, my ex-wife is brown. She's hot. I should show her. I would disrespect her like that. But like, yeah, so it's all below the belt, and I think that the real message that, like, the one thing I want everyone to circle back on, and I did throw an olive branch up before I did probably about 2 months ago, where I said, hey, this all fits this mental bridge, and let's advocate for 3 things: exploration of the hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, further excavation of Göbekli Tepe, and to explore the subterranean chamber / tunnel at Gunung today, which may or may not be natural. We'll never know until we go digging. Those 3 things, I would argue, in my mind, are the 3 oldest and most mysterious ancient structures on Earth that still stand to have further exploration of them. Yeah. So why don't we all just, like, put all the visceral stuff aside and just, like, advocate for that? That's okay. Because what am I asking for? I'm trying to give them work. It's not going to be Jimmy Corsetti or Dan Richardson still the digging. So what they have to do that. And unfortunately, he didn't fight back at that. And I was being sincere. I'm like, hey, I'm understanding, like, let's squash the beef. I didn't want to get into it, but I apologized to Flynn. He was very upset with me at different things that I had said to him in the past when we went back and forth. And I did apologize to him. And he rejected it. He said this wasn't public enough, that I addressed all the things, and he just threw in the shitter, and then he left me blocked on Twitter and went to talk shit about me just 2 days later. And I'm like, bro. So again, Flint, if you're listening, man, like, there's no haters.
No, yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, like, again, what you're saying, Flint, if you are listening, it's like, I like you, Flint. I genuinely like the guy, and he came in with a nice guy. I just completely disagree with the way people try to cop out on arguments about alternative theories to how this shit was made and try to associate it with racism, which is, at the end of the day, it just waters down what it was to the Nazis were, or what racist people are.
Yeah,
you use it every day, you're watering down the severity of that term, what it actually is. You're changing the meaning of it.
Yes, something I've been saying that one, same regards to Trump. you guys don't stop screaming every time it's 2 scoops of ice cream instead of one. We're not going to support when we're goddamn sure. You say about it, that's what happened.
Yeah.
One of the things that's funny with you asking Clint, as you're saying this, when you asked, this is just asking me these sites, I'm shaking my head because I've joked with you about it before. This is the reality of it. I've seen the way that they react to Jim mentioning sites. If he was to just get on Twitter and then once a week be like, you know what, we need more excavations in Rome. I think they need to dig underneath this. And they would fucking, we have all these archaeologists. We've excavated nothing wrong. We don't need to dig any more there at all. You can kill the entire fucking field in a year or two, just like pick every site. And by the end of a couple of years, there's only like 3 sites left of all the archaeologists fighting to go there because they'll have already said no reason to go there.
Yeah, it's at the point now, anything I say, no matter how sincere, it's the most pushback ever. And they don't see it now. But one day I'm optimistic that they'll see that I'm actually helping them. I think my place in this field is to shake things up, make some noise, and bring as many views to the legitimate mysteries and unanswered questions from the lost past. I'm not pushing space lasers. I'm not pushing, immortality in the Great Pyramid. I'll talk about it personally, but I don't think anybody is saying that. I have no idea. The one thing that we all have in common is this niche interest in this topic of ancient civilizations. And how many people out of 100 walking down the street don't know almost nothing about anything involving ancient history? It's a niche community, and there's many, many millions of people around the world, and it's growing. It's many people, but they're few and far between for the general public. And so it's like, since we all share this common interest, why not just unite on that one little thing?
I don't really agree because the worst example of that was when we were talking about the trees on it's like they're defending it, saying, "Oh, that's fine. It's no big deal. This is the kind of things we do." And it's like such a lack of numerous archaeological papers about the problem of having trees on fucking ancient sites. Oh, it feels great. The olive trees damage foundation. This is not surprising.
Are you familiar with that? The controversies involving the site, the trees, and all that stuff?
My understanding of it is that they planted a bunch of olive trees or something there, so that they would be able, so the government wouldn't be able to buy it or something.
So essentially, they first started excavations in Göbekli Tepe in around 1995, and then approximately 10 years later, the Turkish authorities wanted to purchase the land because it was owned by farmers. And so the farmers had planted at least 800 olive trees on the site in order to increase the value of the land, which I was very skeptical at first. At first, I was saying straight up conspiracy. They're covering it up. They're preventing excavation. However, upon visiting and researching more, it seems entirely likely that that's exactly what they did. They were just trying to get a higher price for the land. However, with it came what I would consider complete and total mismanagement of the site, because again, this was 10 years after the excavations had begun, and they planted trees literally on top of ancient ruins. I've seen video myself. Recently, as of August, a gentleman went there upon seeing my videos were raising controversies. And let me just say this. I established with an archaeologist who had worked the site. A gentleman who no longer likes me, blocked me for just no good reason on Twitter. But I asked him, yes or no, were any of these trees planted on top of ancient ruins? The answer was yes. And then I saw it firsthand with a gentleman who lived there reporting. And you can see trees planted, and I'm not kidding, just inches from the actual tree trunk is ruins stabbing out of the ground. And what they said is that these trees are going to be harmless because this particular species of olive tree will grow horizontally. It's not going to go down and destroy the ruins below. But I'm like, well, now I'm seeing ruins that are literally right next to them. So, and then their stories have changed. Dr. Leclerc, who is the head of field work and research for Göbekli Tepe, Flint Dibble interviewed him on Flint's podcast, and he basically said that he's like, we're now monitoring these tree roots to make sure that they're not damaging the road. So essentially, the story has changed. He said that these tree roots are not going to cause any damage, and now they're saying, well, we're keeping an eye on that. And now I'm seeing videos showing that no, this is a problem. And if nothing else, let me say this: never mind damage to the roads. And to anyone listening, just understand that when any trees are planted in a municipal area, they have to make sure it's not going to stab a sewer line or electricity or sidewalks, and tree roots are notoriously destructive. But put that destruction aside. These trees are covering vast portions of the site itself, which is preventing a full excavation of the site. These trees are in the way, and unfortunately, it turns out there's an olive law in Turkey, which we had established in 1935, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in the country of Turkey.
And let's be clear, the idea that people are somehow that's just ridiculous. Like when I was reading the archaeological literature on the problem with tree roots, so I got this from them, not from Jimmy. Tree roots follow water, crazy enough. So especially in a dry area like the Taik, sandy field, and those places around the world, that one's going to have tree roots shooting right the fuck down the thing. The problem is, so as a, for example, in one place, because of that, it penetrates, stratigraphy, right? Okay? So it penetrates those layers, chops right through it. So there's a snail, for example, in I forget the species, but in the medieval Europe, they used this snail to determine a time limit because it only shows up in certain areas in England after a certain date. But in areas where the tree roots punch through wells like that, it shows up before that. So it not only does it damage the site on a very real, you can see it level, it damages on a molecular level. For fuck's sake, the tree roots are an entire ecosystem. It's not just the plant's tree roots. It's going to be bacteria and all kinds of enzymes and shit growing around with them. It's going to change the chemicals of the soil. So to me, the very fact that they would argue that they're not scientifically illiterate people, but they don't like Jimmy Corsetti and he brought up tree roots on top of it. And that's really where I end up focusing so much of my energy in this sphere because it's just so goddamn interesting. It's like we've got interested amateurs, we've got experts, and you just want the interested amateurs to fuck right off. Where do you get your funding from, bro?
Right. Yeah, the crazy thing about it is, like, I understand where they're coming from, where the academics are coming from, like Flint, from the aspect of people like you guys, people like Graham, who are self-educated, just interested in the mysteries of this stuff, going on podcasts, getting millions of views, getting all of this attention, when you literally spend your whole life reading books, going to these places, like Flint puts it, eating the Google, doing boring shit, getting a PhD, and no one fucking recognizes you for it. Yeah, you just are pissed about that.
I think that I've said this to Graham personally. I said, hey, I really think this is biblical shit from the standpoint that ego and pride, this stuff goes back thousands of years, where they describe this, it's the haves and the have-nots. Like people, I basically think that it's bitter that Graham, he might not be an archaeologist with a PhD, however, he's sold God knows how many millions of books, and so he gets all the attention. And so I think that there's jealousy there. And it's really unfortunate that, like, I firmly believe most of it comes down to that. So, like, who's this asshole Jimmy, the YouTuber who never studied this stuff, and why is he getting more views than me? And I'm like, listen, guys, you gotta enhance your craft. Like, learn how to publicly speak, for goodness sakes. Like, become engaging. Or focus on the things that are unknown. Like, you don't have to be a rabid conspiracy theorist, suggesting that the pyramids are a power plant. However, you can also acknowledge the fact that at, say, Penang today, which could be a 24 to 27,000-year-old pyramid structure, it's highly debatable. Flint will tell you that, right? The dating and all that could be. There's discrepancies there. It's not for sure. However, they say that basically the subterranean tunnel and chamber, which has been identified through ground penetrating radar, the geologist Annie Bowman, he's interpreting the data saying that there's strong likelihood that subterranean tunnel chamber could be man-made. The other side will say, no, this is likely just natural because a lava tube that was built onto the site was volcanic in nature in itself. And I'm like, hey, so why don't we just drill a hole underground, throw a camera down there with a light, and just see what's inside this chamber? If it's just a natural lava tube, this is not a huge investment. They can pull this off. This is not a big deal. I'm not talking about bringing out heavy equipment and digging the whole site up. Just, drill a hole and see what's down there and end it right there. Like, end all the conjecture. So I'm like, why not just go find out what it is? Because if it is man-made, that right there will be one of the biggest discoveries of our time, as far from an ancient human perspective, I should say, because a pyramidal structure like that shouldn't exist 20,000 years ago in the Ice Age, if that's what it is. So if that was the case, that would rewrite the textbooks, because that's not supposed to exist that far back in time.
But if they found it with man-made books, it would prove that there was a civilization, an advanced civilization. How many years ago?
So the dating could potentially be, let me use the word potentially, 24 to 27,000 years old. There's all kinds of conjecture about this dating. And maybe, can you explain the reason why?
Yeah, the reasons why. Dr. Hillman Nadiwajata is a geologist, not an archaeologist. So in the site, what they did was they dug down the first layer, and underneath the first layer of stones and stuff, they sunk drill holes. They pulled up and sold cores of soil and stuff. And what they found is some of what they're calling filter. So that's what he's using. He's saying that two different places that they're there that nowhere found in the immediate areas that they're marking. And they're dating the biological material, which is grass and stuff. It's called like those human bones or artifacts. So that's the biggest problem is there's no artifacts or like burnt bones or anything. There's just that Cogdog dagger and a couple other Cogdog stone and a couple other small rocks like that. But they didn't find, since there was no archaeologists out there shaking the streams, they don't have a bunch of little chips and flakes and 150 different artifacts that people use. So that's a big deal right there. So much skepticism from the archaeological community towards that. But something I want to say really fast, though, to prove that it is absolutely fucking jealous. I keep invoking Carl Sagan as a science communicator, and he was not a YouTuber, and he obviously had a degree and stuff, and he was a teacher, and he got a shitload of jealousy from his colleagues, shitload of shit from his colleagues. You're not doing this, so you're just out there talking to the lady, talking to the master.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? So it's the same kind of thing. Let's be real clear about scientists. Some of these guys have done a good chunk of humanity that is really good with data and stuff. It's just not socially adept. They're not just so awkward or show off. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that can make it fucking hard to be a YouTuber now.
You can't, there's a big difference between being super proficient in the scientific endeavor and being a communicator.
And the recognition of that is something that the ego makes it difficult because, as I keep saying about career advancement, it takes two different things. Like here with Jim is more apt to think about something than I am, but I'm more apt to say, that's quite accurate. But in a trouble, I'm just fucking fine. We come up with good ideas as far as I'm concerned. So, as a metaphor for all of us, it's like that we could keep going that route. But instead, what do we get? We get polarization. We get basically a year of politics all across social media.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Wasn't there, I read on, I think it was your Twitter, that they're hiring a DEI person yes. for like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So the SAA, the Society for American Archaeology, the same organization that was trying to get Grant Hancock's Netflix series renamed, and they're also the reasons why he couldn't film at Serpent Mound, correct? They're the ones that contacted him.
I don't know
they let him film at Serpent Mound.
Serpent Mound was contacted by somebody.
In Tennessee?
Yeah, Serpent Mound wouldn't let Grant Hancock film.
So that same organization has posted just this month a DEI specialist position. I don't know what the salary is, but it's a 4-year degree required.
Can you find that, Steve? I think it's on Jim's Twitter.
Yeah, she's so funny to me. It's like when I retweeted that, I was like, let's say, hey, we're past being racist. Archaeology is no longer racist. We're past all that. You pseudo guys, blah blah blah. Also, just say we need to hire somebody to help us not be racist.
DEI is literal racism. It's just blatant racism that you're going to give anyone preferential treatment. It's like, I'm going to favor someone because of their skin color. That's racism.
No, it should be colorblind and merit-based.
Yeah, 100%.
There are times when it comes to archaeology, I look at it.
Not that crap.
bro. Just keep scrolling this. It's just shocking to me that they would be doing that now. When it seems like there's a huge, the pendulum is swinging.
Right there, the second middle.
Yep,
Right there. Boom.
There we go. DEI Specialist for Society of American Archaeology.
Posted on January
January 6th, 2025. Is there a link to the website where we can actually see other websites?
Yeah, it might be in the subsequent tweet below. I usually include my sources.
That's not it.
I remember you posted this before. You posted once about that before you posted that.
Yeah, I made 2 posts about it. It won't be on the right, I guess. That's weird.
You have to go out of the search it. You can do it.
Oh yeah, scroll on. Maybe that one. Full-time DC position.
Scroll down. Scroll down.
And I found it on Google under DEI specialist and
Like that one, salary details. Benefits. 100% paid health and dental benefits for single coverage, 50% contribution to a TIAA retirement account, flexible spending accounts, and learn more. That's like right there. Sway.cloud.microsoft.
Several that you click it. It's a screenshot.
That's hilarious.
This is a real thing, though. It's a career degree.
yeah, and that's that's the Society for American Archaeology. So I'm wondering why it's even up there. And I can understand how like tribes and stuff like that. The aspect of
Native American ruins and stuff like that.
there's a kind of like respect to it. I've been watching this video a lot of that going on. It's not how the tribes have a lot of power and they frequently are stopping archaeologists or working with them. So I could get where you would need, but I don't think that's what DEI does, right? It's not like that.
I see what's hiring.
I was going to say that hiring like in-house, but I don't know what the fuck do they do that for, man? I mean,
Yeah.
can they just get an app for that? How does the, oh really? There's an app for that? You just press like a few different buttons and you get your, like, seriously, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. How does this organization make money? They don't. They steal it from
Member dues, so you can be a member. I don't know how much you charge.
and that's where the majority of their actual offers. They also middleman money for the government. Like every year they go to Congress and say, hey, a bunch of money for all these different archaeology things in the country. And they divvy it up. Now, according to the archaeologists, of course, they don't keep any of that for themselves, but
Just to clarify, a bunch of money. We're talking over 400 or $450 million a year. And here's where I think it's a scam. So essentially, the Society for American Archaeology consists of approximately 7,000 archaeologists and academics that are paid members of their organization. And a lot of them work in government agencies like the National Park Service or whatever. There's a number of them.
Yeah.
And so they advocate for funding for those organizations that those people that are members of are employed with. So they'll essentially say, we're not taking the money, but it's their own self-interest that they're orchestrating their directors. The allocation of funding in hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to go toward people that they enjoy. So it's like obviously it's a circle jerk of money. They are benefiting from this. I'm not saying that they're taking that money into their own pockets, but it's indirectly. It's like me giving, hey, Danny, I want you to get $100 to give us money. You're not getting it from Jimmy. You're getting it from Steve. Because you're going to give Steve the money who I know is going to give it to you.
Right.
And it's a middleman.
And just to let you know how corrupt that stuff can be, the majority of archaeologists done in this country, the vast majority, is what's called cultural resource management. That's where if you're going to build a bridge, you got to make sure it's not being built on.
Sure.
Okay. So
Golf courses.
These are private institutions. There's no Florida State CRM firm, or Florida State CRM organization. There's private businesses who hire them and pay them. And so if the Society for American Archaeology is like, we're going to get some CRM work done over in this part of the country, for example, and they advocate for money over there, they're really advocating for this private corporation. So there's a lot of room for shitty things like that.
Yeah, it's pay for play. Trump has talked about this publicly, where he ran into the same issues when he was building in New York. That you come across these environmentalists. It's the same thing. The environmentalists and the CRM people, it's the same function.
Yeah.
They hold up whatever it is you're trying to do. They charge enormous amounts of money.
Right.
And if you pay a different organization different money, all of a sudden it's streamlined. So essentially, it's just a middleman of people that are making enormous sums of money.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying we're not doing any good. I'm not saying, listen, yeah, let's not destroy ancient ruins here, but it becomes something else when I'm seeing this at Phoenix Skyhawk. I'm from Phoenix. The airport's going to build a new terminal, and they're not going to break ground for like another 4 years. And so I started looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, they're bringing all the environmental people. Like, the airport's there. It's already asphalt as far as the eye can see, and they're holding up a new terminal for a handful of years. I'm like, I don't understand. And then because once you learn the corruption, and corruption's a big word, they should be more careful with that. But like, that's what I see it as. I'm seeing it as like, it's like, okay, let me give you another example that anyone listening can recognize. The appraisal business for houses or home inspection people. Like, if anyone's been trying to sell a house, you hire a certain inspector, they will find so many things that aren't issues, but they have to write down everything. And all of a sudden, a deal will fall out because, like, oh, this house is, they make it sound worse than it is by, nitpicking every little thing. It's like, this is a non-issue. The structure's sound. Like, shut up. Like, you know what I'm talking about? You ever seen this? Like,
or if you try to like pull equity out of your home, the bank will send its own person out there to inspect the house, purposely find all this shit to devalue the home so they can give you less corporate tax. Like real low less for the tax.
Yeah, so it's just wild like that.
That was fascinating to hear Trump talk about that on Rabbi's podcast. I think he talked about one of his buildings up there near the Panhandle. I think it was New Orleans, maybe roughly, or America now.
That's wild. But yeah, so he has understanding this just from being a builder. Like, oh, Trump qualified. It's like, yeah, he's run into it, and he said like, oh, you just pay someone else instead, and all of a sudden it's not a problem. All of a sudden,
right?
So it's like, there's people that are basing their entire career and livelihood on positions like that. So of course it's going to come to get you. It's an industry. It's an
industrial complex. It's a military industrial complex. There's a complex for everything. Billions of dollars invested. People that are siphoning money.
It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
But I'm gonna say greed stains the soul stench of ruin.
It's too bad you can't really get it on science even, but it would be nice if we could at least remove some of that corruption from just the basics. You're always going to have corruption like that. Like, I worked as an electrician for a long time, and I seen that the houses where a homeowner would be like, I can do this on my own. But they're building a really rich home, and that's clearly a white-collar guy, and so when the inspector comes in, he's just the guy. He's like, you've got the money to hire one of us. I was an electrician for 20 years. I wouldn't do that fucking inspector. You got the money to hire one of us. You didn't. You didn't do that outlet right. You didn't do that right. He doesn't tell him that. He just says, you failed because of this outlet. Failed because of this. And where if I was standing there, I would have been like, dude, you just need to fix this real quick and I'll sign the program. Don't have a mistake. It's just the way the world is. So, yeah. What do you think?
I want to talk a little bit about Atlantis.
Yeah. It's a great Disney. The casino in the Caribbean, correct? It's all inclusive. Yeah.
I love it. Your videos about Atlantis are fascinating, and they have millions of views. And I think you talked about it on one of your podcasts, where you talked about the reshot structure in Africa, the Eye of the Sahara. Have you been there?
I have not. Has anyone been there? Can you get there? Visit.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's inhospitable. It's a pain in the ass.
Right.
It's a little bit dangerous, and so essentially you'll go through Nouakchott in Mauritania. This is in the Western Sahara, and yeah, you can rent a car and go out there, but you can bring all your own supplies.
Right.
There's no gas stations on the way. There's no water. It's inhospitable. I was in the deal to do a documentary. One of the reasons why I haven't visited is that there was a deal that I was under for doing a documentary there, which, long story short, did not materialize. But basically, I came across a documentary back in 2018. It's called Visiting Atlantis by George S. Alexander and Alice Rosen.
Mm-hmm.
I've since learned that there's a gentleman named George Serentitis who apparently had visited the Richard in 2008. So I don't know how he came up. So if there was one person to give credits to who first postulated the theory of the Richard Atlantis, it would be George Serentitis. But I don't know how he developed it. All I know is that I came across the documentary that was from 2011 from George S. Alexander and Alice Rosen, where they showed this site that I had never seen or heard of before. And when I first started making a series of videos on this in late 2018, there was literally tens of thousands of comments in my video saying, how have I never seen or heard of a Richot structure before? It is one of the most bizarre geological features anywhere on Earth. I mean, look at it from space. Yeah. It was first identified by astronauts in the Gemini 4 missions in 1964. And it's approximately 16 miles wide and it's made up of concentric circles. The consensus among scientists is that it's a collapsed volcanic dome. That's not 100% proven. They've never drilled the site. Like you asked if people have visited it, one thing I'd like to point out is that there's been no archaeological dig at the site. Mauritania actually forbids it. It turns out there's an abundance of gold there. They won't allow any digging. However, it has been studied from geologists because they thought it was potentially an impact site from a meteor. They've ruled it out. There's no signature traces or anything to suggest that. But I consider this to be by far the most likely location for the lost capital city of Atlantis. And I point out the capital, that's the key there. Because Atlantis was said to be a king or an empire made up of 10 kingdoms. And the capital was said to be made up of concentric circles. 3 that would be of water, 2 of land that were naturally Richot had water in it. An opening to the sea at the south, and right there, that is a southerly facing opening that you see in the lower corner right there. To the west. Right there, a little to the left. Right there. It's also made up of red, black, and white color stones. It had a mountain to the north that just so happened to be called the Atlas Mountains, which was said to be the very first king of Mauritania. And it turns out that the very first king of Atlantis. And it just so happens that the first king of Mauritania was also named King Atlas. And basically, there's more than a dozen similarities, which I consider to be the most consequential similarities to what was described of Atlantis. And it's just incredibly fascinating. The theory that I have is that the reason why it no longer exists is that it was bulldozed in some sort of catastrophic fluvial erosion. I know Randall Carlson does not think that this is the site of Atlantis. However, one thing I wanted to ask you about that. However, he did say that, from studying this, that there's evidence of at least multiple fluvial events that may have happened over the site to essentially obliterate it and collapse the volcanic dome. You can see signatures of salt or natron that is in the white blemishes along it, which I suggested is evidence that seawater had settled and later evaporated there. It is just bizarre.
How would one go about determining whether this was or was not a collapsed volcano?
To be honest with you, so I've looked at pictures of other known volcanic domes that have collapsed.
There's nothing on Earth that looks like that out there.
And so I don't listen. I'm not a scientist. The consensus is that's what it is. But if you look up collapsed volcanic domes, nothing anywhere on Earth looks even remotely similar. Like you can see evidence where things have collapsed and looks different, but not the concentric circles. It's truly bizarre. What are your thoughts on this theory?
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. One of the things that I've been asking people on here that come on the show is that people don't believe in this. What is the smoking gun? What is the one most irrefutable piece of evidence that Atlantis exists?
I love this. So a lot of people aren't aware that the legend of Atlantis originates from the Egyptians. And Plato made it famous, but it was actually his distant relative Solon who had visited Atlantis 2,600 years ago. And what's so interesting is that he had said that the Egyptian priest had said that Atlantis was destroyed 9,000 years earlier. And when you add 2,600 plus 9,000, that's 11,600 years ago, which coincides precisely with the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe of 11,600 years ago, where there was a massive shift in temperature on Earth that wrapped into the last ice age. And I'm like, what an insane coincidence to be so specific to say 9,000 years. One thing to say, this was 10,000 years ago. But 9,000 years, 2,600 years ago coincides precisely with we know scientifically of this Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. What caused it? That's the debatable part. Whether it was an impact, a pole shift, sun cycles, whatever it was, that's the debatable part. However, there was, mass die-offs of various animals at that time, rapid rise of sea levels. And so I would say that more than anything, in my mind, goes beyond a coincidence. And then you have the site called the Richot structure, which just so happens to match six specific characteristics. Like when it says, made up of concentric circles, specifically 3 of water and 2 of land, and things like that. So here it comes from Plato. Okay. The legend was passed down from his uncle 6 generations apart, who had written about it, passed it, made its way to Plato, and then he communicated it in his Critias and the Timaeus. He didn't know so much. He had died, 200 years earlier.
Right.
So this is where people will debate, like, well, how reliable is this?
Right.
It's like the Bible, right?
It's like the people who wrote the Bible, the canon, right, is written. It's shit that wouldn't hold up in court, essentially, right? People writing about things that happened with no witness testimony, right? Shit that happened hundreds, if not thousands of years prior, right? And then also got rewritten and copied by people throughout the millennium, right? So it's like a game of telephone.
So that's one of the reasons that myself, to answer your question about evidence for Atlantis, I would take it. Atlantis is a term that I kind of use as a umbrella term. I think a lot of people do, but I think it's really important things to note out the gate. We're looking at for a lost civilization. That's possibly one of them, the Reichstag structure. That's quite possibly where they got the idea of Atlantis from. But that idea could have come from multiple different things. And in addition to, like you read Plato's account of it, you imagine if there was a lost civilization from 10,000 years ago. Let's say you go back 2,000 years, 7,000 years has passed or whatever. People are writing about it. They're going to adjust their culture. And so, do you read Critias and Timaeus and you see that they happen to use the same metals on the wall that the Greeks used in the potato? Who would guess, right? Wait, what? They use
Or a column, what's it called?
Or column. The Atlanteans, their temples had the same precious metal that the Greeks had.
Isn't it according to Plato?
Yeah, allegedly.
Okay. And they had, they had a democracy. They had all this. This is stuff that was very Greek, right? Yeah. Of course it was, because it's a fucking Greek story. But anyway, so I think that's one of the things to look for, or to pay attention for, is when we look at different cultures. We might find the same story in Japan, and it's going to be way different. It's not going to have democracy. It's not going to have more columns. It's going to have fishing. It's going to have more focus on the sea. So, to answer your question, back to it, there's a few things that are like the shared gods you mentioned earlier. The master of animals, obviously, they're a little bit more like the pictures of a woman with either a tiger on both sides of the snakes, and very common the navel holding statues. You see this seems
like the Moai heads, hands from back to head.
Yeah, and you see these in South America, and it also seems to quite frequently correlate with the origins of low-level metal. There's things like the stone clamps, or the metal clamps that they use. The fact that those hop the ocean, like nubs are one thing, but the clamps, to me, like if you go to a house and the studs on the wall are 16-inch centers, right? It's like, hey, this is a fucking machine. This is how you build a house. When I wired a house, the staples go every 18 inches from the bend and every 4 feet. So when you look at certain sites and you see like a hula hoop at the top of each block, they stick a little clamp. It's like it looks like
I'm not familiar with the clamp. Sorry.
The metal clamps that are poured take a seam of stone and they'll have like this eye-shaped deal. It's like, where they pour metal into this indentation. We see them a lot in Egypt. They're both eye-shaped in Egypt a lot. The ones in South America are eye-shaped. But the fact that for example, we know that they would use a lot of deals. They show up in the world as little things and they get to the proof that they're using these people like one. And it's like, it looks like a guy, standard operating procedure. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like somebody's over there experimenting. These two stones might want them apart. It looks like he's dealt with these problems before and knew exactly what to solve it. It was the way they built things. So things like that to me seem to, you type in clamp.
Yeah, you can even take the Egyptian clamp. I love the Bendenberg, which has a bunch of photos.
Yeah, you see right there. Like
Oh,
that.
wow.
Okay. And so you see, but look at that one, that second one down there. Like, you see, holy shit. Okay. Now these show up all across the world. How have I never seen this? This is one of my favorite. To me, I focus on a lot more of the mundane stuff because that's where I really end up being more fascinated. And to me, this is like kind of a smoking gun. You see it all over the world, and it's like a nail. A nail's going to look the same in a lot of different places, wherever you get it. But this specifically using metal or wood, and specifically used in a manner that's flexible. Does it fucking do with that? Are those stones still together 1,000 years later? They didn't fucking be no place. They put them there. Why? Because that's what they did when they put stones together. That's wasn't their first time doing it. I don't think that was their first go. And we don't have any sites in Indian like any shows in the nation. It just kind of pops up in a couple places and goes places. To me, that's another smoking gun for this lost civilization. But a lot of people will call it lands. A lot of other names might be described to it. A lot of the details might be definitely lost. There's no question. But things like the research are very interesting. It does bring details that there's really, I don't see how the Greeks say, see
So it is interesting to mention that the Egyptians, so in that same tale, he said the Egyptians would call this of a civilization that was destroyed in a flood cataclysm. And that same tale has been told on hundreds of cultures across 5 continents around the world. And there's something to it. It doesn't have to mean that the Peruvian Andes and Himalayas were covered in water, but the fact that there was a 400-foot rise sea level at the end of the last ice age, which happened, how fast it happened, so debatable. But really? Well, some people say it was over thousands of years, and some people will say that it was over a relatively short period of time, where there would have been increments of flooding that could have been 100 feet in a day. I've heard different people say different things. The truth is, I don't know, but here's the fact that people should look at is that almost half the world's population today is on or near a coastline, at least within 60 miles or 100 kilometers. Many have suggested that number of percent would have been higher in ancient times because of more abundance of resources and easier to travel up the coastline. But if there was a sudden rise in sea levels at a particular period of time, that would have been apocalyptic, so to speak, for so many people around the world on different continents. Even if it was just, a few, I don't know.
Dude, it was apocalyptic right here 3 months ago when that hurricane came. It was insane, and everyone lost their houses. And how it was like Mad Max right here.
And how high was that storm surge?
It was like 9 feet.
Okay. So imagine if it was dozens of feet. And it would have been, wouldn't have been left to talk about it.
And in addition to that, this is one thing you mentioned in the records. Look in the records and say, well, it took 1,000 years for them to go through the rise and flood. So that 9 feet you experience is 10,000 years from now is going to be part of the record of the ocean rising so much that you're not going to see that 9 foot flood. That doesn't show up in the permanent record. Like when they look each year, what's the sea level? What's the sea level? They don't account for hurricanes. They don't account for this. But something like that happens in these routes rivers. I lived in Illinois near the Mississippi River. And I think we had they had a major flood there. And in Gulf St. Charles, Missouri, we had the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers had to use routes in the fucking river. So they didn't have one 10,000 years. The city gets swallowed forever, and then in the record, the sea levels go to the river. So they did. But right here at that time, the city wiped out overnight.
Yeah, my biggest skepticism when it comes to Atlantis is the Plato stuff, because the Greek experts, the Greek philologists that I've talked to, one of them being on this podcast, they say that when you're in school and you're learning about Socrates, for example, and a lot of the stuff that you learn about Socrates comes from Plato, they say that the teachers teach you that anything that you read Plato, Socrates is most likely bullshit. You have to take it with a grain of salt because Plato was a liar. He wasn't a historian. He was a philosopher, and he came up with hypothetical thought experiments like the cave. And it seems plausible to me that, like in Timaeus, that when they're talking about this war between Atlantis and Athens, is that it was some sort of hypothetical war game that they were trying to play out. And then Atlantis was like a philosophical allegory, the same way Plato's cave was. And Plato, Aristotle obviously said a lot about Plato, and and there's like Homer, like Plato was big into censorship. He wanted Homer to be censored. He wanted to restructure society a better way that was based off of like philosophers' reasoning and all this stuff. So there's definitely, that's interesting to me.
You know that real quick, that yeah, he was a philosopher, he was a historian for sure. But if you draw parallels to the modern day, say you're trying to convince one of your friends the West is falling, Western culture is disintegrating, say that's what your argument is. Would you cite Harry Potter or would you cite Rome? Why? So Plato was trying to make a point. Would you cite places that these contemporaries believe to be real, so just making something up with that? Well, that one place, no, you would believe, in my opinion, you would definitely take something that people believe, that people have believed that it lost civilization and believed in the land, or whatever. Maybe he didn't have a picture. But he, in my opinion, if he was using a metaphorical or an allegorical tool, there's no fucking way he was just conjured out of thin air and kind of played this key. I won't decide to believe that.
It is worth mentioning that apparently only somewhere between 20 and 30% of Plato's work is actual allegory. So you get a lot of people saying, well, he made things up, and it's like, well, most of his work wasn't. But what do I know? You know what I mean? Like that's
exactly. I can't read anything that
right. And that's the thing. It's like
It's the people's work.
yeah, and so it's like somebody it could all be all made up. The thing is that I just find that 9,000 year mark.
I believe there was. I think that there was a cataclysm. I think that there was, especially when you look at things like the pyramids, that there was some sort of reset on humanity. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, and when it comes to Atlantis, I have a friend. What she had said was, and we give her a shout out, Indiana Jones. She had said that she looks at Atlantis not as a place, but as an epoch of time. The time of when people were traversing the continents, doing great things, that was lost to time. That was Atlantis.
That's a great way to put it. Because that's like what you asked for the evidence, and I'm talking about things in space and the ocean. So that's to my mind is exactly what it is. It's evidence of civilization. It's doing things and we look at.
Yeah, it would be the missing chapter of human history, as Graham Hancock has put it. When it comes to the Rishot, though, that is just such a fun mystery, and with the fact that it matches other striking similarities, like, for example, that the outer walls of Atlantis were said to be lined in gold. It turns out that Mauritania has enormous gold deposits that prior to the discovery of gold in North America, Europe got most of their gold from Mauritania. Really? That's the reason why they don't allow digging or bombing greater out there, still protecting their gold. Also, other things like having abundance of elephants, and now that we know that the Sahara was green up until approximately 5,000 years ago, and there's studies that show that there have been a massive network of rivers throughout the Sahara, as well as the largest freshwater lake. And the studies have shown that it would have been massive routes for human migration all through the Sahara, which is now, of course, a big dust bowl. But I consider that more suggestive evidence that if there was a lost capital, why couldn't it be in the Sahara? And if the colonists went to Egypt, on the other side of the continent, it's not that unreasonable to suggest. And I also say this, a lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't be Atlantis. So I'm like, well, the part they leave out is that the ancient Greek word for island is nessos and nesson, which had 5 different meanings. One of which was island, the other was peninsula, promontory, as well as land within the continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or streams. And one of the key details about this is that Atlantis was said to have a river that flowed from the mountains from the north. And so that Atlas Mountains, which is in modern-day Morocco, well, it turns out that the Tamarissa River flowed at the same period of time of Atlantis up until approximately 5,000 years ago. It flowed either directly through the Rishot or just north of it. And you can see this in maps. This is scientific studies that have nothing to do with Atlantis. But as far as water, you could argue that it came from the Tamarissa River. So yeah, it's a fun topic. Like I can't. I've been clear on this in the past. Like, I'm not 100% certain that Atlantis existed, or if it did, that it's the Rishot. But to me, I'm like, there's so many striking similarities that it is. I still say it by far the most likely location there was one. However, yes, if there was to find evidence that this was the site, here's the part that's really fucked up. So for this theory to be true, it's dependent on catastrophic flow of water that flowed over the Western Sahara. And if that was the site of Atlantis, where are the ruins? Well, unfortunately, that means it would have been blown out into the Atlantic Ocean off the western coast of the Sahara. And there's a fascinating study that talks about the Mauritanian seafloor slide that just off the coast, right in front of the Richelieu structure, extending like 150 miles north and south and a few hundred miles from east to west, is this layered sediment under the ocean. It's layered over a mile and a half deep, 3,000 meters or something like that. And I'm like, well, that's further suggestive evidence, not proof, suggestive evidence that if it was the site, that whatever that flow of water would have bulldozed that portion of the Sahara and caused all that layered sediment what's now under the ocean. So if they were to go looking for relics of Atlantis, the gold would survive because gold doesn't rust. And it'd be a task for seafloor mining people that look for gold off the coast. But that could be a needle in a haystack. Just may never be known. But if they were to find abundance of gold in that seafloor slide, I would say that would be. I don't want to use the word smoking gun, but that would be probably the only way to figure it out. I imagine.
Yeah, and the other thing too is when it comes to whatever caused the flood that wiped out humanity during the summer, whether it was cosmic impacts or whether it be like solar rejection. So one idea that I kind of talked about with Randall a little bit, I know you talked about before, is propulsion. Yeah, where like if there is a huge, exactly said, but he said like the ice cap is so big, it's going to hold down the Earth's crust.
Isotopic rebound.
Isotopic rebound. If it's smaller, it kind of offsets the balance of the Earth's crust somehow, and it causes a little bit of a wobble.
Yeah, it's like a sponge effect that the crust will rise again. My wild theory is that, because it's interesting. You have Graham Hancock, that's very a big proponent of the cosmic impact hypothesis. You have Robert Shaw, disagrees greatly and says there is a solar isostatic. Isostatic. What did I say? Isotopic. Isostatic. Thank you. And then you have other people suggesting a pole shift. And I'm like, so there's no smoking gun evidence for any of these individual things. However, there's strong suggestive evidence for each one of them independently. Not enough to conclude it. So let me give a shout out to Ben Davison of Suspicious Observers. Are you familiar with
I've been trying to hit him up for years.
Oh, well, let me text him and want to partner with you. Great guy, by the way.
I think he got back to us once, but he's busy.
Okay, I know he's well, it's not for me to say, but I know he's a single parent. He's got a lot of things going on.
Yeah, fascinating channel. I've been watching this stuff.
So what if it's all the above? That essentially there was a pole shift. The one thing that he informed me of is that there was something called the Gothenburg pole excursion of 12,800 years ago, which is the same period of time as the onset of the Younger Dryas that went until about 11,600 years ago. And I'm like, I've not heard of this. There was a geomagnetic pole excursion 12,800 years ago. Why? How haven't I heard of this? And this study goes back to the 70s. And so here's the thing that I would, if I had to suggest, is that everyone's correct. That with that pole shift caused a diminishment of the Earth's shield, the atmosphere diminished, which made us more susceptible to solar activity as well as cosmic impacts. And if the pole shift happened, let's say 12,800 years ago, and then maybe 11,600 years ago, there was the cosmic impact. And somewhere in between, there was a solar outburst because the Earth's surface would be more susceptible to solar activity as well as cosmic impacts. What if it's all three of them? Which, I'm sorry to say, that means that the Earth is if this was true, the Earth is far more volatile than any of us even like. That means that there's periods of time in Earth's history where it's really, really bad. But that would explain why all we have left is stone and these unanswered questions.
Right.
And it's so much worse than people imagine. And although Ben Davison doesn't identify with continental crust displacement, it's still possible that during a pole shift, if it's caused by the internal movement of the iron core in the middle, the liquid iron core, and then the liquid molten core that's in the mantle, it's said that that's what causes a pole shift, is that the movement of the iron core. Now, significant of it softened a little bit. It's already soft, it's liquid, but it moves. And essentially, it's the difference between a full-on pole flip, which does happen occasionally in Earth's history, but geomagnetic pole excursions, which are partial polar flip happen intermittently, not consistently, but there's evidence going back every year, 12 to 13,000 years. I'm going to make a compelling video on this in the next couple months. But basically, the idea is that if and give you an example that we all represent, earthquakes. Some earthquakes originate in the crust when there's movement in the crust that causes an earthquake, and others originate in the liquid outer portion of the mantle. If something happens inside the Earth's core and we're floating on top of it, is it really that unreasonable to suggest that it would cause cataclysm on the surface, whether it be through earthquakes, continental crust displacement, which let's say mainstream science totally disagrees with this. This is total pseudoscience. They do not agree with what I'm saying at all. Let me be clear. But it's still possible, and as well as what am I supervolcanoes? That's another anomaly we don't fully understand. However, at certain periods of time of known geomagnetic pole excursions, such as the Toga super eruption of approximately 72,000 years ago, which is what the fossil record shows that humanity may have diminished to just a few thousand people worldwide. That just so happens to coincide with the geomagnetic pole excursion. Now, I'm only connecting the dots. This is not proof, but what if that's what causes supervolcanoes? So one of the things that it's the internal movement, rapid internal movement of inside the Earth's core, and it causes displacement of the surface. Which, that's my point.
Well, I was just going to use Earth crust displacement. It's not accepted science, but the model of it that Charles Hapgood, the best explanation that I would prefer is if you think of a core, if you think of an orb that's detached from the field, and if you think of it as the Earth's crust and the Earth's core, and you imagine the field shifting over like you spin it on a string, and then it shifts it over the field. That's your Earth crust displacement. That's where you end up with. The idea is you end up with different pieces of the Earth on the pole. Like the entire crust shifts, chicken little sees the sky fall because the stars move. Right? That's Earth crust displacement. Einstein was even working on it with Hapgood back in the 50s, but it has lost out to technological forces. It's not the accepted one by any stretch of the imagination. But I wanted to put that in because I always had trouble imagining that until I read people what it was.
Isn't there evidence that, or isn't it showing that like the North Pole is moving a certain amount every single day?
Like 38 miles a year. It's 38 miles a year. Give this a Google. This is real. So this is mainstream science that we are actually living within a geomagnetic pole excursion. It's happening right now. It's been happening for like since the mid 1800s, and there's several hundred that are known in Earth's history, and we're overdue. And essentially, the poles are moving. They've had to update airport runway numbers around the world over the last couple of decades. It's happening. Now, to be clear, mainstream scientists will say this will not be cataclysmic and it won't. It's going to go on for another 1,000 years before it's completed, but they don't actually know that.
Movement of the geomagnetic poles is not a constant rate, but varies over time. According to recent data, the North Magnetic Dip Pole has been moving at an average speed of 55 kilometers or 34 miles per year since 2020, which is faster than the historical average of about 10 miles per year.
Yeah.
This acceleration in movement began around the mid-1990s, with the pole currently drifting towards the northern coast of Siberia. What is the conventional explanation for why this is happening?
It's for unknown reasons other than it has to do with the internal molten iron core, that it's shifting.
It's pretty basic magnets if you really think about it. Like, you ever seen like a Jacob's ladder with electricity going on? The electricity doesn't just straight across a bar, right? It moves, it dances, it's like fire. Okay. So imagine if the Earth is, just to make it simple, imagine the Earth was just a metal antenna with electromagnetic magnetism popping off of both poles, right? That's just a dance. It's going to move around and stuff. So coming off the top of the Earth, where that was created, it's never going to be stable. It's always going to be a fire. So it's going to be a lightning. So it's going to be so yeah, it's never going to be stable. So, and sometimes it's a little longer than others. Now, since the Earth is that's created through the spinning metallic cores, there's all kinds of forces that can fuck this up, right? All kinds of forces that can fuck this up. They impact and fuck with it. And probably a lot of things that you're undertaking.
Yeah. So like how bad would it get? The Earth is spinning, right? It's
1,000 miles an hour at the equator,
1,000
right?
miles an hour.
And that's how they go with the 23,000 mile plus circumference, and yeah.
And if that's spinning, and then you have the Earth basically the crust go like this, rotate that way while it's spinning. I can't imagine anyone would be able to survive that.
Yeah.
Unless maybe you're in an airplane, you survive if you were flying.
Well, they say that. So this is the pseudo part, but they say that because of the winds, Let me just be clear: a NASA scientist debunked Jimmy Corsetti. He says I'm totally wrong, and he says, "Oh, really?" Yeah, they responded. Here's something that I think is really interesting. So I had shared that on the Joe Rogan podcast I did with Ben and Kirkland.
Yes.
And I was talking about the Aberdeen story, which talks about the bullshit being the reason why Earth's civilizations keep getting reset. And I shared this as I shared what was considered mainstream science and what Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, did a hit piece on me in the weeks following that. And I'm like, why is Media Matters doing a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber, talking about some ancient conspiracy theory, which I made clear isn't based on total science. Some parts of it are, but like he did a hit piece on it. It was actually nasty, and I'm like, that makes my conspiracy wheels go that I'm over the target. And so I said, why? And I'll tell you why they would debunk it. Is because it contradicts, or at least throws a wrench in the man-made climate narrative, which is that if there are things happening that are so much worse than anything we could do on our surface for pollution, that they don't want those things. But why are they so opposed to capitalism in general? Like, they don't even want to entertain. Look, dinosaurs were, right off the earth from an asteroid impact. Nothing much has happened since. Shut up about it. It's kind of like the mentality of like, come on, guys. Like, there's evidence of extinction level events. Since then, younger dragons with 75% of all mammals in North America going extinct at that time. It's like things have happened. But when it comes, so let me tell you what they'll say is that when it comes to bullshit, the human and cold version, they say will not be cataclysmic. They say that the worst that will happen is that it can cause telecommunication systems and satellite issues, as well as issues with the electrical grid. I'm like, and that's it. And issues. Yeah, I'm like, hang on a second. I'm like, if you're suggesting that the power grid will go down, or that our satellites will stop working, the telecommunication issues, like our internet would collapse. If that happens, that's cataclysmic. If the power goes out, that means your city water pumps will stop working once the generators that run off fuel run out. Imagine if the internet went down right now. Almost every single cash register at any major store or gas pump will stop working. You won't be able to tender your thing.
Right. A step further. You won't use a credit card.
Yeah.
All the zeros and ones disappeared off the display that's hard drive right now. How much is money?
Your bank account says zero.
Fucking zero on that.
Crazy.
You think about it like that, things get fucked. Okay.
So,
Yeah, talking Mad Max, now we're talking the hardcore.
and imagine this: like if the power grid went down, never mind that you can't buy anything, it just be wide-scale looting, and electricity goes down. That happens in winter, many people die. But here's something else: is that this water, purified water, which is that once those city water pumps and the treatment facilities go down, people are going to succumb to waterborne illnesses. Like, this is weeks after, but like in the event of a grid down scenario, the fallout from that, even the collapse of the supply chain involving prescription medication. So my ex-wife was a pharmacist. I asked her, I said, how many people actually need their medications at some point? Like, because people go in there for anxiety and other things, but like, how many people their medication is keeping them alive, or their heart issues, or whatever it is. And she thought about it. She was a smart woman. She's like, 5 to 7%. And I'm like, okay, that's a small percentile, but like, that's actually tens of millions of people. Yeah. And so it's how many of those medications need to be refrigerated. Right. So, so this is, so they can say that none of this crustal displacement will happen. The Earth's, nothing's going to happen with okay, but if you're saying the grid will go down, okay, it's like that's a big deal because we're so dependent on it. If the power grid goes down, so is it Mad Max, and they track hard to. It's almost like a psychological thing in humans ever since Darwin. They tried to not scientific humans, not inject catastrophic means into anything happens.
they call it the scientific debate was gradualism versus catastrophism. The early days of science, you expected to prove the Bible, right? So if you're looking to prove the Bible, you're looking for floods, you're looking for comets, you're looking for fire. When you're looking to prove Darwin right, everything's slow, everything moves over time. Now, after the KT impact in 1980, that was accepted. They started accepting what they call punctuated, where they accepted that you could have generally slow times with the occasional catastrophe. That's really fucking science. I mean, I was 5 years old when science finally accepted that shit. So when they look at things like what's going to happen, the geomagnetic pull moving around, it's almost like the scientific future. It's not going to be bad. It can't be bad. That would be biblical proportion. It would be biblical.
You want to know something interesting? Is that there's actually hard scientific evidence that contradicts their. When I said that they say that the full pole is 1,000 years away, they not only do they not know that because we've never been around to actually document and measure this, but there's actually a volcanic region in the eastern Oregon, up in the mountain chain. But this was a younger documentary from maybe 15 years ago, where they essentially were able to measure that during a certain pole shift that happened in Earth's known history. It accelerates. So it starts slow and it gradually accelerates. And the reason why they're able to measure it is that anything, so an active volcano at that time, as the magma turns into lava and then solidifies, wherever magnetic north was at that time of when it solidifies is where it's like a time capsule that your compass today will move as you bring it over that volcanic rock to wherever magnetic north was back then. And what they just discovered was that during that pole shift that happened to have happened at the time of that lava flow was that the pole shift accelerates, it starts slow, and as it gets more and more dramatic as time goes on, to when it's undergoing its full flip. They say that it happens so quickly that you could probably watch your compass slowly throughout the day during the flip. So it's actually extremely fast. And that's hard science. This was a NOVA documentary. I forgot the name of it, but it's a good 15 years old. It's hard to find, but I can dig it up. It's out there somewhere. And they share that. So I'm like, any article I read on bullshit, you say, it's not going to be an issue. It's not going to be an issue. It's 1,000 years away. I'm like, you don't know that. And you're ignoring the part that the best scientific evidence we have is that actually it's like a tabletop that you spin on top of the table, like a dreidel. And it'll stay steady, and then it'll go eventually just boom, 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 topples over. And that's how that documentary described the bullshit. It said that that's essentially how it works. It just starts slow, and then once it gets going, eventually it'll hit a point of no return. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's like you're going to get a hard drive on ASAP.
Yeah.
Because nothing's going to be here. So
hard drive if there's
Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about it. When you look at what happened with the solar flares hit about 100 years ago, they burned up
Carrington.
telegram wires and shit like that. Like that's you start like you get to that kind of point with the poles flipping and stuff, and I can't see exactly what's going to happen next year. You got electricity doing the earth is our ground. I mean, it's happening all of our electricity. It's happening this way. You start fucking with that polarity in our society, everything's electrical.
Yeah.
Shit's going to get weird. We're going to be definitely in charge of water.
Didn't the WEF, didn't that have something to do with Rebecca Tepe as well?
So, yes and no. So this is conspiracy, and I'm the one that had kind of blasted that out. Basically, I suggested that there is a correlation between the WEF and Göbekli Tepe as well as the Gunung Panang. So Göbekli Tepe is essentially, as of 2015, the Doshis Group, which is a business conglomerate in Turkey made up of 250 companies. The CEO of it is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. Since the Doshis Group took control of Göbekli Tepe, excavations have diminished and slow, and now it's maybe 150-year time frame. And then I saw that the Gunung Panang, the Ministry of Research, Education, Technology, and whatever it is in Indonesia, is also a known global shaper of the World Economic Forum. So I suggested that the World Economic Forum could be playing a role in preventing excavation and my mind, it would be because they don't want anything to contradict them in the climate change narrative. Let me be clear. This is a conspiracy theory, and it may not be based on truth. I have more doubts now than I did back then when I suggested it in the video. I still think it's possible, but for this to be true, I'm going to need to see this at other ancient sites around the world. So as of right now, I think it's responsible for me to say that the WF connection, although there may be something sinister there, because the WF wants 15-minute cities. They want to get rid of gas-powered cars and stoves. These people are insane. They're the initiative. They're the ones that are perpetrating that out to the world. So like, these people are not looking out for our best interests. But it could be far-fetched to make that correlation. A lot of people give me flack for it, so I acknowledge that it might not be based on truth, but here's what I do know, is that the people running the show at Rebecca Tepe have, and this is all right, they are no longer doing the large-scale excavations that they were doing in years prior. They're focusing now on conservation of the site, and they now say that there's a 150-year time frame of when it'll be fully excavated. Now, the naysayers will come out and say, we never fully excavate sites as it is. I'm like, okay, that's true. However, Rebecca Tepe is a bit interesting in that it's made up of concentric circles or I should say concentric circles, pillars, T-shaped pillars that are in circular enclosures. And they've only excavated somewhere between 5 and 10% of this entire site. The most recent study of Rebecca Tepe suggests that it may be the world's oldest lunar solar calendar, which is super interesting considering it's almost 12,000 years old, or at least was buried 11,600 years ago. It could be older. The best data we have on it is 11,600 years old, at least the time of its burial. And so since there's more than 100 of these T-shaped pillars that are still buried, all of which seemingly are depicting something, could be telling us a story. Some people suggest that it was purposely buried to preserve knowledge of the past, or that it was documenting a cataclysm. That's all conjecture. What I do know is that we're never going to fully understand what this site was, and that's until we fully excavate at least the pillars. Dig up all the pillars is what I'm advocating for. And if it's a 12,000-year-old solar calendar, that right there is significant, because the academics will say that this was built by primitive hunters and gatherers. This is not evidence of a civilization. This is not evidence of a civilization. This is, and I'm like, man, this site is so sophisticated. I don't think this was built by random caveman people.
Right.
Like, there's more to the story than that. And so, especially for a solar calendar, that is mathematical growth.
One of the solar calendars are from Dr. Mahupa. And one of the things we have a lot of free forms is he interprets a lot of animal symbols and different constellations, and other people have interpreted different animal symbols as different things. And there's other people that are very skeptical and say, it's just fucking animal symbols. Anybody gets into it. This couldn't be photo-linked. The thing is that we've got every pillar we look at, we see new symbols. Every pillar we own, we see new symbols. This just goes back to anything seen like this. There's no reason for us to not. There is a lexicon of old iconography staring us in the face and staring at the fucking ground as they're advocating not to use it up because we don't know what. Look, if you go to fucking Greece, you got a column. The next column and the last column were the same, but we know that goes back to text. You got the T pillar, the next column, the next T pillar, and the last T pillar. So they got one fucking pillar. This is not the same thing.
And let me speak clear. This is not a matter of funding. The Doge's group had reported $50 million in the get-go to install. So this is where the real controversy comes in. Is that they had built all the infrastructure for tourism out there, the roads, the sidewalks, the green platforms, and the roof structure. And it was in the name of tourism and conservation. And unfortunately, that caused a lot of destruction to the roads in the process. The wife of the late Klaus Schmidt, who was the initial excavator of the site, was an archaeologist herself. And when she was invited out there in 2018, following the construction of these platforms, she went public and documented that they had poured concrete on ruins, that some of these roads were put on top of ruins. She said there was destruction to ancient ruins out there. She got a ton of flack for it. This is an archaeologist sharing what she witnessed. She worked the site with Klaus Schmidt. And so I suggest that, two things. One, it's incompetence and mismanagement. They blew it. They fucked up when they built these things. But on top of it, the fact that this stuff is on top of ruins signifies what I've been saying, which is that it's preventing a full excavation of the site in the first place. It's an issue. And, it's like they fucked up. And same thing with the trees. Okay, it wasn't nefarious, because this is where the conspiracy is like, they planted a species of tree that's illegal to cut down, having the trees for this. That's conspiracy. Or maybe it's just money, and the people, the farmers that sold it, are just trying to make a buck. And they all fucked up in the process by allowing the trees to be planted where they were. Whatever it is, there are unanswered questions about our past under the ground at Göbekli Tepe. I think it is entirely inexcusable to not dig up those pillars, especially with a study that it could be a lunar solar calendar. This is important. This is showing that humans were more advanced than what they were supposed to have been 11,600 years ago. And so I look at these things and I'm like, that even ties into the Flintable Grand Hancock debate. And I'm like, they're arguing with different things. So I'm like, hey, we need to focus on the fact that there are answers waiting to be dug up, and
they won't even do what's there. They won't even get on board with that.
Yeah.
And that's where it's stuck. Exactly. That's where that's just that.
Yeah. And then just something else, if I may. One of the other pushback that he gave to not fully dig it up is they said, this is according to Dark Declare, how the field work done, said that we're going to wait for technological developments to advance before we further dig. And I'm like, what? Is there a magical shovel that's waiting to be invented? Is there a new pressure hose that doesn't exist? Because honestly, these are just stone pillars that are buried in dirt.
Right.
And if there had been an issue in the past, let's just say they had broken pillars. They're digging them up and they're breaking them in the process. I can understand the argument. Just okay, let's take a step back. We're ruining the site. That has not happened. This is not an issue. They're just pulling the gaslight.
The only technology that makes you save stuff would be stuff to stop the damage, undo the damage. Come on, at this point, clearly, again, there's stuff there that we don't know. It's about the prehistory of humanity, some of the earliest, most complicated iconography we've seen anywhere from that time period for fuck's sake. It's like if we had two manuscripts and you know where the rest of them are, you didn't want to read the rest of it. And the opposition, honestly, is one of the things that it makes a guy like me even get a little bit scared of because there is no fucking reason why God's created this to not want. It's one thing for them to say, okay, man, it's going to be this is going to be horribleness, but the vitriol of us, the vitriol we see for us is saying yes.
Here's a fun little fact, which is that most of the people that are digging out there aren't getting paid to do it because they're PhD students that are doing the field work.
Right.
And so it's bro, I would dig up there for free.
Right.
It might be I'll do a half day's work until my hands are blistered. No, it doesn't cost. It costs money. You got to feed people. You got to house up. It's nothing's free in this world. But just to be clear, no one at the site that runs it has said that this is about this. And there's a lot of money out there. And if it wasn't about money, oh my God, they could crowdfund that. It's not about money, because that's what some of the people say. Well, things cost money. And I'm like, okay, but just to be clear, the Doshas Group is $1 billion conglomerate, and they're not short of funding here.
Right.
And they haven't said that they were, and it's not an issue, and it is just inexcusable. And like you said, there's not a reason God would not further study it. Right. And if I had to come up with a conspiracy on why they would not want to know it, is that considering the evidence shows that Göbekli Tepe was buried 11,600 years ago, the same time of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe, perhaps there's information there that would eliminate that. Perhaps it's the very fact that this site is, I think, very strong evidence to show. As Graham Hancock puts it, and he just blow him off, and it's like, this site is an enigma. This is not supposed to exist 11,600 years ago. And the academic naysayers come out and say, well, it's not that impressive as it is. There's no reason to rule out that this wasn't created by primitive hunters and gatherers. And I'm like, have you seen the damn thing? Cutting these stones, 20 tons, it's in the fact that it could be a lunar solar calendar,
right.
that's
right.
Not only that, the fact that them saying that it can't be built by the gathers, I'm old enough to have been studying anthropology as a young adult. That's what went down was humans harvested food, they stored food, surplus of food, then we built. That's when we started actually making. Before that, we just built these primitive granaries. After that, we started building megaliths and cities, and so we went the temperature that's what we're going to. Now they actually rewrote that order. They're like, well, I guess we get surplus of food from what they gather, and then build it. And then build the city, and that would make you want to become a farmer, become a settler. That one site is so enigmatic that it flips into 180 degrees in that regard. And it's still like, that might be part of the reason that there's been an opposed to digging it up. It might still be a little bit of a black spot, some of the bad time.
And one other thing you say about it is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, Flint did one of his arguments against Graham Hancock when discussing Rebecca Tappy on the Rogan podcast debate was the lack of evidence of farming, correct, of agriculture. I'm like, that doesn't prove a lack of a civilization. Like, no one's really suggesting Rebecca Tappy was somebody's home.
Right.
And it's like, well, because, it's like, where's the evidence of the agriculture? You have to grow food to live. I'm like, that's not proof at all that it wasn't constructed by people, or I don't even, to me, I'm like, that's a side point. I'm like, they got food from somewhere else. It doesn't, or the farm is gone. Like let's be real. Are we really going to pretend that evidence of growing plants is 100% going to survive after almost 12,000 years?
Like, the assumption would be that the crops are up, right? So, like, or that we can find it in the records from back in those times and find the genetic changes in various. But that's something that they really are, like, they spot on the record. Like what I talked about before, the rice thing, it's really difficult to pin down with certain crops became domestic, and it's going back in genetics. When I was studying that stuff, the genetics of that was sometimes a margin of error. But if you go back 10, 12,000 years, and you're looking at fucking seeds and stuff, sometimes that margin of error is half that big, 600 years, different.
And I think we should consider the fact that climate has changed significantly since 12,000 years ago. When I look at the Sahara Desert,
We're in a climate dip right now, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's like a huge climate dip.
Yeah. And if I always like to bring up the Sahara, like this needs to get people's minds going, which is that if the Sahara was a lush-green tropical paradise up until 5,000 years ago, imagine how much differently the region of Turkey would have been as well, which isn't all that far north of it. Like it's geographically, if you're looking at the globe, it's kind of right there.
Yep.
It's not right there, but it's not far. And I'm like, what we're seeing at Turkey today being pretty barren, at least in the region of Göbekli Tepe. Like, who knows what that climate was like 12,000 years ago? And has since erased whatever was there. I don't know.
You're right, and a lot of that stuff, like they can tell climate in some ways, but usually, like an area like Turkey, they're not going to do much to a whole lot of damage for that part. Like ice or a bomb or something like that. The weather is somewhat important in that area like Turkey. They can give you some inkling of what the climate is like. But they're not. It's nothing like they can tell you about parts of the world where it's cold or hot or wet. But they can give you some pretty accurate data about these. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff with the spitball. A lot of stuff. It's a framework that they built based on different. Like the Greenland ice cores end up being like this huge part, or the Barbados core. That's how they measure the sea level around the entire fucking world. Where? Barbados or yeah, because it's on the edge of the continental shelf, so it's the least likely to go up and down. And coral is very stable and been there for a long time, so they actually go measure coral in Barbados. That's how they measure the sea level. Right. Yeah. So and then that measurement they will apply, and it's been the same for how long? To the flood. It's when they go to do it. So again, a lot of this is hypothetical. They assume that it's only going to come up on the shelf and it hasn't moved much. Right. If it has moved, it's entirely wrong.
The island is rising due to tectonic activity with an average uplift rate of about 30 centimeters every 1,000 years. The steady uplift of about the island will lift up its encircling coral reefs, creating a staircase-like topography that extends from the shoreline to the highest point of the island. The highest point, Mount Willoughby, records sea level fact is 640,000 feet above. Yeah, that's bizarre.
And so, yeah, also one spot But I love science because there's also with the cat. I always find it's interesting to look under the hood a little bit because there's things that are presented as such. You know exactly what the SeaWorld was in South Africa this time last we measured that for a baby.
Right. Well, hey, you guys got flights to catch, so thank you guys so much for coming. I love it. It's super fun conversation. We just like 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Wow, Danny, it was a pleasure. Thanks again, my super.
Tell everybody where everyone can find you guys on YouTube.
D-Donkey, buddy, yeah.
D-Donkey. Always, oh yeah, not debunking, D-Donkey.
D-Donkey. Two D's like that.
And I'm Bright Insight, Jimmy Corsetti. Follow me on YouTube, follow me on Rumble, and follow me on X.com, formerly known as Twitter. Jimmy Corsetti, Bright Insight 6.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter as well. Yeah.
All right, man.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
Thanks for the So are they rolling right now?
I don't know. Are we rolling? Yes. Okay. Yes, we are. So where were we? You were explaining to me how I could get myself.
Yes. And the answer to that, and I'm knows what I'm going to say. It's simple faith in trust in Christ. Jesus said, if you're going to follow me, you have to deny yourself. Pick up the cross. Pick up the cross. There's an illusion of all sorts of ways of self-education. But you have to make God's will your will. You have to make His thoughts and your thoughts. And to live a life of peace and that's not a perfectionist journey. It's a journey of faith that the Bible talks about gradually being transformed into the image of Christ. But it means stepping on one path to the other path by saying what Romans 10, 9, and 10 the Bible tells us to say. It says, if you believe in your heart that God was right, raised Christ from the dead, and you confess it with your mouth, you will be saved. But with the heart, man believes the righteousness of God. With the mouth, he makes confession of Christ. Colloquially, it's easy to make it understandable to you. Basic language.
Do I have to go to confession? Do I have to confess my sins to anyone?
To God.
Just to God.
So now,
Do you know what they are? I confess my sins. I don't hide anything.
of course you have sins. The first sin is rejecting Christ.
I don't necessarily reject Christ.
Yes, you do.
I don't think I reject Christ. I believe Christ is a real person.
You reject him and he saved.
So that's where
We're not talking about a malicious, malignant, evil, deliberate defiance of God.
Christ.
We're talking about
I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical.
it's fun.
That's my job. I'm skeptical. I'm a journalist.
Then maybe this is your first step on the path to God. Some people, it doesn't happen necessarily in an instant. It's progressive. But they have to at least say a prayer that identifies the possibility of who Christ is. You said it. And I've had many people who understand not just about the religions and say Christ is the way. And Christianity says you are. If you are truly God, I need you to show that to me. I need you to prove that to me. So God's forgiven you. It may not happen to everyone. Could happen now, like in the past. With any number of things happen that are just God coincidences.
My skepticism comes in where people like you and people like to say these things that sound good, right? And all of this stuff is coming from texts, and I don't know how to read the text. And everybody says the text says something different.
Not everybody says that. Certain individuals may say that.
People in Christianity, theology that ascribe to that religion, they all say the same thing. People that are outside that religion say different things. People like Dr. Hellman say different things. Everyone has their own interpretation of these texts.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. You simply said, Jesus Christ, if you are the Son of God, if you are the creator of all that exists, if you gave me the breath of life, I need you in some way to show that to me. Because I'm not ready to make it work. Here,
Right. So I need to ask God.
you need to ask him. Just repeat after me. And don't say anything you don't want to say.
Okay.
Say, Jesus Christ,
Jesus Christ,
if you are God's Son,
if you are God's Son,
if you always existed in eternity past,
if you always existed in eternity past,
if it is true,
if it is true,
the only forgiveness of sins
no forgiveness of sins,
is your death upon the cross.
is your death upon the cross.
I need to know that.
Know that.
Show that to me, Lord.
Show that to me, Lord.
And
Going up gang sign.
I will hand you all of my sins
But he's any line.
to be forgiven. And walk in newness of life.
Walk in His love.
Now, if you really meant that, and you do the praise to God, so I love this and listen, you're this decision, bro. What kind of,
What's in that water?
nothing.
How do you mix it?
No chemicals. No. Baptismal water is simply a symbolic representation of dying to self and living to Christ. Because the scripture says in Romans chapter 6 that you are buried with Christ in baptism in death, that as he was raised from the dead, the glory of God his Father, we will be raised again to live in Christ. So it's just one of what's quite important to the sacraments, the position of the church, and through that, you express faith. So now, you put God on the spot, so to speak. If you meant what you said, well, you have to be open to God using your life. I don't know how that's going to happen. Could be one of a million ways. Because you are so good and show you what you have to do. You have the ability to do it. I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm saying that in all honesty, you are, and you're essentially a good person.
I try.
Yeah. With what tools you have.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand that the Christian life
rest of this life that I live in my body, I'll live by the fruit of the Spirit. For it is not me, but it is Christ. If Christ was not for me, I would be dead. Because the demons can kill me, but you can't, because I am Christ. And so what you basically do is you build these walls of protection around you by faith in God. Now, that's not to say nothing bad will happen. Sometimes bad things do happen.
Now let me ask you this: by repeating all these things you just told me,
No, absolutely. In fact, quite the contrary. You have just sort of noticed on the devil that you've taken the first step to recover. Now, they have to step back away. Always, when you step back, oh no, oh no. There we go. This place, yes. Keep your eyes on God.
watch out for the signs.
You got to be looking for it.
Besides, Rabbi,
Anyway, I'm looking for that truth. I don't even like to wait. Yes, I'm saying. That could just be a beautiful day. Oh, I'm thanking God for life.
Right.
Okay. So what happens next? We got no phone.
I want to ask you, do you think, based on everything you've learned about optimism and podcast, do you think that he is successful?
Unquestioned. Unquestioned. I can't see his face. It's not a problem. That's okay. What's a line on my face? I can't look like trash. No, you look good. Can you show a picture of him? I can't see past his shirt. Look, I have a glow. Look at how he looks glorious. God. You can't get his back. He's got a sheet wrong with his baby. He wore that shirt for me today. He knows it. I did. Do you know what this is? You told me. That shirt? No, that's the thing. I mean the shirt on the outside. I'm not sure that I have this one. I have a question from the devil. Devil keeps telling me, Bob, he keeps telling me, yeah, Bob, Jesus, Bob, I said, but tell all my seminaries students who I students in the seminary, I tell all of them the first day of class, I said, so is this a year you like seminary? Sorry. I tell my seminary students the first day of class, you've never read the Bible, and they all give me a dirty look. Why go with your big, all this dirty look? Well, let me go there. I'm a classical philosopher. I know where this is why the Harvard people come. I am a classical philosopher. I know what you are. Watch the video. You give us the Bible. Tell me what Christ is. Okay, what is Christ? I'm not going to tell you that. Because you don't know. No. Wait a minute. What's a Christ? Wait a minute. I did not agree. How is he supposed to be? I did not agree. That's why the people at Harvard. And I won't either. Get up and walk out of here. Okay, walk. Because cowardice. I'm possessed. No, he's just. No, I'm saying.
Now, let's just discuss the facts, the text, and everything else we discussed, and let's not call each other names or be. Okay, is that okay, Mom?
I was thinking as I stepped out of the room a moment ago, it would be a good idea. Where are you in New Mexico? I'm in Taos, New Mexico. Oh, right there. Why not? Why not? New Mexico. Why not? No, not okay. Okay, I would suggest and divide the last thing. I know what you're talking about. I'm just
I would like to suggest that to really have a candid conversation, no cameras, you get in your car and drive down to Phoenix. That makes you look like a thousand. And I will be happy to spend time with you. Normally, we ask for a donation to help cover my staffing facilities, but I will be happy. I will be happy to provide you with a complimentary exorcism session. I don't know. Wait a minute. I wanted to talk about the Bible. I don't know what to do. Which would be, first of all, we have to appreciate that.
Oh, that's kudos. Big balls.
No one else will do this.
Nobody asked. This was Harvard.
Okay,
This
so
was Harvard.
you're not letting me talk. You're not letting me. You're not. You're trying to control the agenda. So just let me finish this. Where it's just you and me, maybe a ministry associate there with me, and we have a candid conversation about you and your life and your beliefs. I'm very happy to do that. But that would have to be in a sense where there is like transparency and honesty, and we can have an exchange without playing intelligence.
Yes, that's great. Wonderful idea. If I were doing a test, but I'm not doing a test, then I have to need your spiritual help. I was coming to you as one former man of God to another person who appreciates the Bible, Bob. And I just want to tell me why was Jesus
The reason I didn't want you allowed in this room when I talked with him is because you're a control freak trying to get the upper hand on everything. So just be a
one answer? That's the only question
just talk to me. Talk to me as a human being.
After time in your box.
As a human being.
Yeah.
Okay.
When Jesus was arrested,
I'm
not a child.
we know what you feel about it. Okay. What
How about 30 seconds from walking out? We have to take a turn. I'm going to ask a question. Then you stop and click off.
When Jesus Christ was arrested in Gethsemane at 4 a.m. with a magic illness, not a child. Couldn't actually be Bob, but he was creepy things. Are you suggesting that Christ was a
No, I'm saying.
Are you saying that he was a? Are you saying?
The text says that Jesus.
Are you saying Christ was a?
No,
based upon what you think the text said.
I think what he's saying is no. He doesn't believe it. He's not stating his own beliefs. He's saying he's spiritual.
That's the text. I want the real Jesus. That and Jesus' intellectual dishonesty, and you know it, and you're not going to overpower me the way you normally do people. It's no longer no one wants to talk to you. Okay? So if you are suggesting in any way, shape, or form, on any evidential basis that you have in your mind that Christ did that, there's no dialogue that we can have. I'm still willing to meet with you in private, where there's no need for you to have to play to an audience, and no need for me to prove anything to anybody. You actually heard the Bible. You're just a broken record.
No, I want to talk
You don't possess the, you honestly don't possess the intellectual latitude to move outside the kind of influence where you can eat your drum and get on into that. Okay? You're not, you're not,
Why are you questioning whether Bob has been back?
because
What do you think? If there's something, if there's possible, there's something, what do you think?
his bond that's what Bible scholars always do, or New Testament theologians do, is they don't have access to that ground. It's a
You're referring to the original source.
theology. They don't have access to the text.
well, what we have to what we have here is you against the world, you against 2,000 years of church history, you against the most esteemed scholars in the world, and quite frankly, I don't think you match up. And I'm not willing to have that debate because it's a dishonest debate. Okay. Well, I don't really go into that.
Why bother telling me that? You're not telling everybody what Christ is.
So-
Just converted this minute.
Just tell me,
What is Christ?
well, we didn't convert him. What we did was to nudge him along the pathway.
I just gave myself to Christ. I opened my heart to Christ.
You give your life to Christ, and that is a great step to take.
So Ahmed told me, and 2 million people on my podcast, most of which believe what he is saying, because we have no way of discerning whether he's lying or not. We have no way of finding out, reading these texts. But the way Ahmed described it to us, there's millions of people on this stuff, that the word Christ in ancient Greek, the first time the word Christ was ever used in the history of humanity was for somebody that was drugs.
Well, that's the gospel according to him.
No, not the gospel.
That's the gospel according to him. That's what I'm saying. All right.
No, that was dietary substitution.
So we're going to discard the canonization of Scripture, all the councils of the church that we held throughout the ages, at great time, effort, and intellectual energy to go through all these issues over and over again. Now we're just going to throw them out the window and say they don't matter anymore because I am the great scholar who knows the truth.
I don't throw anything out.
All I'm looking for is we are.
I'm not, personally. I know you're not. I think it's okay that he is. I think it's okay that he is. But I don't think,
I give everybody what Christ is.
of course, so are you and so am I. But my goal here is to just have this dialogue. No one's going to have this dialogue, and I think it's freaking incredible that we're
We're not having a dialogue. We're not having a dialogue because he's stuck like a politician on talking points, and he's going to stay there and not move off of that to deal with the larger realm of church history, the Hebrew scriptures, as well as the Septuagint, the Hebrew Scriptures. And so, as a result of that, he's got a couple of basic talking points. He's just going to throw those out there over and over again, which is intellectually dishonest. What
The devil has me to ask you, have you actually read this?
if I hear one more ad hominem argument, this
What do
is
you
over.
think you want? If you want to walk out, take the money and walk. Take it and walk. You're a coward. But don't read these texts that people just like you are afraid. The head of Dallas Theological Seminary is great brother. Wouldn't come here, Bob, and sit where you are.
May I
Because
ask a
none of
question?
you actually reads ancient Greek.
May I ask a question?
It's your turn.
You are a self-confessed former Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were born again.
Definitely.
No, definitely. Okay. And then at some point, you walked away from that. Definitely. Okay. Now, without trying to make it sound like Greek and Hebrew, you had to walk away from it. Can you tell me what that negative epiphany was?
Yes, it was Aristotle's pure muse. It was that genius. It was that genius in the Greek, which is far harder. If you study it, you know the Greek capacity of genius can never achieve.
We've all heard this before from you. I want to know from a personal standpoint. No, that's it. That's what you claim as an intellectual vortex. But I want to know what the practical decision was based on to walk away from your faith and to deny Christ to the extent that you found. So, to call it a fire. How did you get from here to here? It's 20 minutes.
How did you be friends with
That took years of study. I wrote in the book about the chemical use that I published. I wrote in that book that Hebrew was the original language of the Greek. It's the Old Testament, just like everybody else says. Just like any panel scholars would tell you. I wrote that in the book. Why? Because it was not until I actually read and reread and worked with those sources until I realized, oh my God, this thing is not a translation. This is gorgeous, perfect Greek, and it's precise.
We've heard all this before on your show. So, who published that book?
The Septuagint?
No, the book that you just referred to.
Septuagint.
He published.
No, who published that book?
It's St. James.
What was the name of the publisher?
Yeah, thank you.
Steve, Google it.
Thomas Don Brooks and St. Martin's. St. Martin's Press.
St. Martin's Press. Okay. Just curious. No,
why is that relevant?
Well, it's very relevant because that's not a respected Christian publisher. It's a publisher who puts out a lot of crazy stuff.
I wasn't trying to.
Well, I'm just saying, there was no, and was there a theological viewpoint that passed off on what you wrote in the book?
No, it was a history.
I stand by the offer that I made, and I think it's a good offer. I'm really tired of the devil staring me in the face with your shirt.
Why would you?
We're just here to let the audience sort of listen to these ideas.
Well, but we have a clash, as I've already stated, of apostasy and the departure from the faith. Third apostasy. That is demonically based, in my opinion. It's difficult to have done a lot.
How do you think?
Well, I think you're being aggressive and a bit nasty, and that's not really very self-well. So I just asked a practical question, really didn't get an answer as to,
Okay, what was your question? How and when
leaving the Greek and the Hebrew out of it, with that intellectual posture, just how and when, what age did you walk
I was 21 and I was sitting in the room that I was renting with Jose, who's a veterinary student. It was a great time. And I was sitting reading Aristotle and I realized, oh my God, the gorgeousness of this universe and the reason is so beautiful. It must be the foundation of everything. And it clicked in my head. Something classical clicked in my head. And I said, oh, I get it. I understand the burden of sin. Right? Because I was a vision. I was a Bible scholar. I was a student.
Okay, so what do you mean by that? I have a question. So to understand the burden of sin.
The beauty of the universe is in the design that it is perfect. Right? And the classical world understood this and they worshipped the worship is the result of nature. The organization used it. We referred to it as music. Right? Harmony, baby. If you don't understand what harmony is, you don't worship nature. So that's what I was thinking about when I saw reading it.
That was an abrupt U-turn from where you logically pushed on. And so, okay, so you chose Socrates, you chose Greek philosophy. Well, Socrates, Greek philosophy, all the gods and goddesses that come along with it, and that understanding of a worldview, that
I think I'm free as you feel.
so when I reached that point, basically adopted a script.
No, it's not that sophisticated. I'm sitting there reading this up, and I realized the beauty and harmony of you guys. The first thing I said, I've got to go get laid. And I went to the bar and I picked out the first girl that was good looking. And I said, you must take me home. You must fornicate. And she said, great. I said, I don't mean facetious and true. Absolutely not. I just take you to bars. I went to the country western bar. When you had this a moment when you did what? You went to a bar and you decided, I understood the beauty and I realized how we want that beauty. I was just like, yeah, man, that's when you're in church. You gotta keep that virginity going, right?
Can you just stop editorializing and give us some facts? You went to the bar, I got laid on because I was 21, and it wasn't suicide. You went to the bar,
Yes.
and then you went and got laid.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. Well,
And then something about your first sexual experience using virginity that had something to do with this.
Yeah, it didn't feel guilty. It felt good.
Okay, let me ask you this.
This is the science.
Hold on. Were you a virgin because of your devotion to
Definitely. I was with Jay Burton McGee. You know Jay Burton McGee?
do I know Jay Burton? Bless his dear heart and soul. Of course, I know who he was.
So you
Man, that was the man.
Well, yes, we have a lot of theological prejudices, because that's not the issue.
He was just let me
Let me understand this. Born again Christian,
Yeah.
loving Jesus,
Yes.
as I understand it, marrying me and what I do.
Yes.
Okay. And then Aristotle's view of reality, of good and evil, of cosmos, how it exists and why it exists, turns you around. You go to a bar and then get laid and you felt good. That's what you said.
Exactly.
Okay. Guilty as charged. Have apostasy. And that obviously, in my opinion, you turned, you made a moral U-turn. Remember I said earlier, people don't have as much intellectual objection to the gospel as they have a moral objection. That's not it. You had a moral objection, and you decided to go down that path, which was contrary to the path that preceded you. Correct. To which you were going to go.
Oh God, it's the bottom. It's so depressed because Jesus was watching me jerk off. And I knew it was bad, man. I knew it was bad.
that you like?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, every time I was calling
We don't
college, I said, that was good.
At this point, you don't know about your masturbation practices.
Well, he was saying that I think that the reason he's explaining that was because he felt like he was sinning by actually going out and having sex with a woman. So he had to masturbate, and he said, I think what he said, he felt guilty of that.
The guilt.
So finally, you dispelled that guilt by going out and having sex with a girl.
I just felt like my ball.
And
That makes it
you sinned and you love it.
Yes.
And it's been downhill ever since.
No, that was the beginning of my training. It's been glorious.
so your life has been better since you left Christ.
Oh God, if you can't find Aphrodite, right? Christianity blocks you from Aphrodite. Right? And that's a whole part of your system. The Great Mother. You can't worship the Great Mother in Christianity.
Just like that's true. You can't worship a great mother.
Well, this could get very interesting. I've been to Ephesus. I've seen the statues of Aphrodite, which is this goddess with multiple breasts.
That's Artemis.
That's Artemis, but it's also
That's not Artemis.
Artemis is a virgin. They're basically interchangeable.
No, you have sex with
Okay,
Christianity. That's a big distinction. You can't say Artemis with his head.
Her breast hanging from her.
Yes.
And it was in front of statues like this that the maidens were defiled to become advocates of the goddess. I mean, there's all sorts of hidden stuff. But it's all of it. The Greeks were highly sexual.
Yes.
And this is what they did, and this is what the culture was based on, and this is what you wanted to. So this part of the conversation has been helpful to me to understand. But what nationality are you?
Oh God, just a mixture. Just all of some Dutch ancestors, some German, some Scotch. There's, I say, just love, man.
Dutch, German, Scotch.
Yeah.
Is that basically it?
Now, supposedly there may be some native in there as well, but
Yeah, okay. Well, that's, to me, as an exorcist, consistent with what you're telling me.
How's no Scandinavian?
Well, thank God he doesn't have the Viking.
Yeah.
By the way, I should actually break that curse. So, I think what we're talking about here, in my estimation, as an exorcist, is that the occurrence that you just described was not as epiphanous in a negative sense as we might think of it. It was the end result process that was intergenerational, probably going back to these ancestors, and there was something highly sexualizing the doctrines back then. It was looking for a way to make itself through. And it found its victim, and he was that victim. And unfortunately, he did what he did. But I want to make one finish by saying, to me, the mystery of Christ is that even I could return to the fold and become an advocate for the grace and the mercy of God. Paul told Christians, 2 thieves were crucified with Jesus. One repented.
Oh, they were thieves.
I do not. What?
The thieves were crucified on both sides.
One repented, one didn't. I'm just saying that I marvel at the grace of God that even you could return to faith in Christ. I don't know what it would take. I don't know how it could happen. I would love to play some part in that process.
like those thieves, the devil said thieves. What is the child?
You
Worthy of death and
right now
the
the problem as I see it is that you've dug such a deep hole by being so vehement in your opposition to historic Christianity as we know it. In 2,000 years of church history, it would take a lot to turn that ship around. But God is powerful and God could do it.
Yeah, like so my perspective, and I think a lot of people listening to this, hear the history of the word lay stakes and the translations of the word lay stakes, which Julius Caesar famously called the guys that kidnapped him, the pirates that kidnapped him and held a ransom for him. He crucified them and he called them publicly lay stakes. Right? These guys were people who kidnapped a child. Julius Caesar was a child. So when you see Jesus saying, being caught in this scene in the Bible of the kid, and goes, I'm not a lay stakes, I'm not a lay stakes. And then 8 hours later, he's crucified. Which is what happens to people who are kidnapping children.
That's the gospel according to
No, but that's not the history of what happened.
well, it's not the true. It's not the true history.
That's not what happened to Julius Caesar.
Why don't you consult independent scholars about those questions?
I've asked him to talk
Well,
about this.
now you've asked them to be on your show,
Which this is off the show. This is private conversations I've had.
no, okay, well, I always suggest that you do that. So, as I understand, were you dismissed from Dallas Theological Seminary?
No, I left. I went to saw the president. I left, and I told him, I said, your program's not one itself. It's not just standard as it was under J. Vernon McGee. You know, like crazy. This is Walford. He said, I know that. Right? Yes, your Greek program is terrible. It's fallen off. Okay, but at that point, I was a bachelor. it was a waste of time.
I would suggest you take that question to a conservative seminary like Dallas, and there are.
I want to take that to an unbiased source because by definition, somebody who's in the seminary is going to be biased
You're
towards
taking this from a private
I agree. I agree.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. They're all good.
I've asked people who are in the middle of this, who aren't on the religious side, people who think Amen is full of shit. I think he's completely full of shit. And I asked them about this history of Caesar, and Julius Caesar, and crucifying lay states, and the word lay states. And they can agree on that. They don't necessarily agree with his theories, but they do agree on that principle. That's what I'm just asking. Do you understand my position?
Oh, yeah, I understand your position. You're not a great scholar.
You do understand why I'm skeptical.
I understand that because you've been tainted by you. Okay? I love it. He's not credible. Okay?
So he doesn't have a PhD in classical
Well,
philosophy.
he appears to, and wants to be considered that, but in the bigger scheme of things, I understand you maybe haven't been able to facilitate the forum of proper scholars to legally debate that. Well, I've said it.
I think this will open the doors to it.
I think
Right now, this will open the doors to it.
I do think that somebody who claims to be following Christ, which suddenly throws out overboard from Aristotle and a night of hot sex, is really not credible.
Yeah, you realize you can't read my this is my problem. Would you like to translate? Yeah. It's the Bible. My original Bible it's the Bible of God. Watch people look. Look at your audience.
He's not talking, he's manifesting demons. He's manifesting demons.
Don't want to play this problem. Don't let Danny show the world. You cannot read the kids' mind. Flim flamming.
It's not the
Make sure it's from it.
You're into the whole depot on them. You really maybe should stop. By the way, I do have a question. I think we're running
Sure,
your first name.
it's my third name. It's my second name.
Has anybody called you out on that?
Yeah, it's on my conference.
But it's not your listen.
What's that?
What did your parents mean?
My mother gave me 4 names when I was born. David, Charles, Almond, Hillman. And I go by Almond because David murdered a bunch of people. What do you think you do, Almond?
It's a crap. You punch it on this, Steve.
Well, I'm just asking, why do you think David? Just curious.
It doesn't say on it.
Or it's phenomenal.
It's a arsenal.
If you don't stop using every word, I will be. I'm not going to put up.
Can I bring Chewy and just tell him that he's on my birth certificate?
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, we need to make this something that people can use. That's what I'm not getting too fast. Well, no, it's just respectful for people to learn from. We need to make this fun.
The name come from. Where did the name Almond come from?
My uncle's name is also Almond. His first name, so I don't know. I'm going to go with a bunch of immigrants from Europe, man. All different places. I have no idea. No idea.
Just curious.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
What you mentioned? I don't know. Maybe the Ammonites. That's good. Ancient civilization.
My son
And I'm just curious. I don't know. You know that maybe you just have read a herring, but I find it rather interesting that you worded it that way. If that is what you were given,
yes, I have to give up my
and
stuff.
you want to tell this man what the Almonites were like, what they did.
Here's why I was produced.
they want to destroy Israel.
Step two is
The enemy of Israel,
and they have
they practice human sacrifice.
Letting you talk. Let's let him address.
I'm not sure he's going to tell you what to do, but if
they want of the people is genocide. It's good.
But just who would they start from? Who would they start from? Who do you know?
I think you're probably going to say, well,
Yes, yes. And they practice infant sacrifice. And rituals and all sorts of sexual licentiousness. Okay, so I don't know if there's a connection, but oftentimes a name, as you well know, from ancient Hebrew culture, always designated something spiritually about the progeny. Now, is it possible that there's a curse upon it on this name? And it was put there, maybe not deliberately, but perhaps deliberately by an ancestor. I don't know if he's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth, if this is an ancestral name, I would say I'd change my name. But he hasn't. And I'm just thinking.
Well, your name, your public name is just D. What do you call it? You gotta call yourself DCA. That's what I got. I got to change the nation. I didn't change anything. Now, once you call this out,
when I get rid of, when I realized that he's
now what's going on is up. And it's
Carl Rupp was sitting with me one day, Dr. Carl Rupp, in the classes. He's sitting with me with the Harvard. I turned to him and I said, hey, you know David was the last word I hate that to him. He goes, why did you know that? What is it? I said, well, I've got two, Charles. That's a true story.
okay. It's a true story. Maybe not true that. I just find it interesting. I find it interesting because everything that you're suggesting is consistent with that cognitive belief system.
What if I told you the same Antichrist said, name Antichrist?
Could be. Well, whatever. Could be many things.
No, I'm just, it's interesting.
Like you, I find it interesting. If you sacrificed your children to Moloch in a bloody ritual, I would say that could lead to the Antichrist. It could lead to a lot of things, but really, at the bottom line, you're not interested in renouncing the devil and renouncing the path that you're on to receive an exorcism at this point. You're not.
I wouldn't dare step forward and renounce the devil. I wouldn't. Just like I wouldn't dare step forward, renounce Vishnu. Right? I'm not a renouncer. I'm not a renouncer. I can't do that.
Okay, so you're not willing to renounce that. And as you know, every historic Christian baptism included the renunciation of the devil.
Of course.
Okay, all right. And you're not willing to stand with historic Christianity.
No. Well, we have
Okay. You've rewritten Christianity, you've rewritten the Bible, you've rewritten all these things, the gospel, according to Hannah. So there's really no discussion here, except the possibility of a private discussion in which you might tell me some things you won't tell in front of the camera.
You know, it's easy, Rob.
So you're not responding to what I said.
I am responding with this answer. And I think when the pagans and Christians come and actually come together and they start their classical civilizations focusing, which is amazing. And they would come just like you and me. And they would debate back and forth, right? I am not looking for any sort of ceremony with costumes. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, Bob. What matters to me is the facts that are in this book that I have dedicated my life to study.
We get that. May I ask, just an obvious question, What is tattooed on your head?
Oh my goodness. Bob, that's the point the devil
I
was
can't
making.
see it. I can't see it. What is it?
Read it, Bob.
Well, I can't read.
It says Medea.
Read, Bob.
And why is it there?
What's the one on the other side? Is that under your feet?
This, Bob.
And why is Medea there?
It's the same name and trusted. Messiah. She was so well known in antiquity, the first Christ. And she was known all over from the Black Sea to Spain. Imagine me that popular. Difficult. What she could do. What she could do.
No, they lived from Jewish Christ.
She was the first Christ. Historically.
You're not telling me what she did. What did she do?
What did she do? Like, what was the job? She's Queen of Babylon.
No. Queen of Babylon.
Yes.
The fountain of all witchcraft. Babylon.
Means.
Babylon the Great is fallen.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, you're right.
Babylon is symbol of ultimate evil.
The witchcraft, the sorcery, the porneia.
And that's basically what you have on your head.
It's not basically that, it's what I have on my head.
And you think we can have a reasonable dialogue? You really think that? You are
This is fascinating.
tattooed with the symbol of witchcraft and sorcery. And you want a dialogue. Yeah.
Why do you put tattoo names on your head?
What, you, come on now. Can you trust the public persona for a moment and just be real? You went from believing that Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior.
Yes.
That you are a sinful being in need of forgiveness. Overnight. Because of Aristotle.
Overnight, that's the thing.
Enjoying multiplication.
Definitely.
And then tattooing on your head
Yes.
the whore of Babylon.
Yes.
Wow.
That's an interesting leap. If I did not believe in the grace of God and the power of Christ, I would think you are hopeless, but you're not. You're not hopeless. You're going to receive you who have turned again to Christ.
What is your understanding of hope? What is your understanding of this about your personal?
Well, Babylon is both literally and metaphorically stood as the ultimate example of sorcery, witchcraft, and rebellion against God. Over and over again, it's referred to the ultimate rebellion against God. And in the end of time, Babylon the Great is fallen. It speaks of his kingdom finally being judged by Christ and cast down at the end of the age.
The morning star.
But and so he has this good.
And who is Lady Babylon? What is she do?
Well, this is just a symbol, okay? This symbol is of rebellion, of witchcraft, of worship of the devil, of human sacrifice. You name it, all the licentious possibilities that are there.
What about medicine?
That is tattooed on his head.
Did you know that medicine comes from the
The
theater?
guy who tattoos that on his head stands in judgment of Christ as a trial. I'm done. I'm done. I don't have enough Celsius to keep going.
That's not through the Bible.
But my offer still stands. My offer still stands. When it comes to me personally,
You came here to find grand.
no microphones, just you and I talking man.
You scared little man. And that's the problem. Just like the
He's not. He's out here and he's been talking to you for 30 minutes.
No, he doesn't talk about the Bible. He doesn't want to talk about the Bible.
Okay.
Just like the people
I am not
Christ from.
I'm not Christ.
I'm not diagnosed sick with the historian comes along.
I told you if there were people ad hominem arguments, we would be done.
Just talking about my tattoos. I'm such a hypocrite. just like
and you didn't
deny what I said about
you did not deny what I said about the tattoos. You didn't deny it.
So, what if I picked out your ears and I said, why did you take it personally, bro?
Why don't you let me say prayer?
You can say prayer all you want.
I would
I'm
like
not
to.
restricting you.
I would like to say a prayer.
Good.
Okay.
Say a prayer.
And I would like to put some holy oil on you in the prayer.
You can take your holy nail and shove it in your ass, God. I'm not one of your victims.
What did you just say?
I'm not one of your victims.
No, that's not.
His
No, just before that.
psychologically abusive.
Why is the
Wait a minute.
What did you just? I say I agree with this.
She's going to show a lot of
So what this is a symbol of?
I think it's a symbol of
The Holy
desire to invade my space for
It's a symbol of the Holy Spirit. And you said I can show it where?
What's the word for Holy Spirit? What's the word for Holy Spirit, Bob? You don't even know that. You're full flammable. You have snake oil?
What is the word for Holy Spirit?
Seriously, Bob, look. These are all the terms. You don't even know gospel. What does the word gospel mean, Bob?
All right. Are we wrapping it up, Bob? Or you got a book?
Coward. The devil talks to you a coward, Bob.
All right, we're wrapping it
I
up.
will not listen.
I appreciate
So look at it. Wait, you can find it in the
we don't need to go all day.
Bob showed up for a night to not have to
He
use
engaged with you. If he agrees to let me publish this, then yes.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not going to pay him to donate his church.
remember, Bob, that's what you're all about. Remember that.
Oh,
If he makes his charitable donation, that's you.
You said that on passion here? Oh, I was going to look at
That's your Bob's teaching. Just have to go to your church. Dude, he said I was doing obsessed. You can't take it back? Well, you can say, oh, I'm aggressive with the devil. But when the devil gets aggressive with you, you're a coward, you back down. You go live the rest of your life knowing the devil got the best of you.
I think this audience sees clearly what is happening here.
I'm framing of it, things are not they did this, not they did That's it. You should finish with that. You should put that on the
Thank you, Bob. I really appreciate
Don't touch my daughter on the way out. What? Don't touch my daughter on the way out. Are you recording that part?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, well, I'm not a dad. I'm just giving you advice. You do the same thing with your daughters. Bob, how many times do you talk about your children on the show? And they have the balls to look at me and say, you got tattoos. You must be possessed. You've got a lot of gumption. I thought for sure you'd come here because I knew you when I was young. And I said, this guy's got balls to confront. And then you're sitting out there talking about confronting the devil, and now you're all afraid. You know, are you going to let him explain the whole thing, or are you going to tell him? You have the right.
Sleeping death, they're not really favors. It's expensive water. But it's cool. Kids love it. You know what I mean? Demon-infused water.
Are we going to the road? Well, the devil takes it seriously, even if the thing is he doesn't care. If you put the devil in my week, he's going to do that for him. So just don't take any chances. Because you have 3 shots in 3 days. As I have gone through 50,000 exorcisms for the last 5 decades, I've learned that you have to do most. Well, I was in university in pre-war time from medicine. I still performing to the doctors. That was the track I was on. So I bought this round world airline ticket back then on out points at American. You could buy a ticket as long as you could go in the same direction. You could stop in this place to the world. When I landed in the Middle East and Africa, India, and Asia, I was in total shock. I thought that was the first thing I'd ever seen before. And from the religious standpoint, I had just become a Christian. So I didn't know much about the faith. I was in my early 20s. And it's not demonic ceremonies. Self-mutilation ritual terrible ceremonies. People would pierce their sides with knives and skewers and beat themselves to death. But whenever they would go through these rituals, they would always go through a ceremony to invite the spirits in. Just part of the preparation. So they would go through these ceremonies, and when the time came for the spirits to enter into them, they would go into these catatonic seizures, scream, yell, thrash about, roll around the ground. And I said, what's going on? And they said, the spirits have entered into us because the power going through these rituals. Wow, that sounds like demons. And so I thought, does that happen in America? So we came back to America, and a few years later discovered that indeed it does happen.
How much of that do you think is psychological? You know, there's a tribe of people who practices a ritual similar to that. It's a drug ritual. They get high on like toga, and then they bury themselves in this like zombie ritual.
Yeah.
But the problem is with like how much of that is drug induced and how much of that is psychological relief.
We're talking about the rainbow ceremony.
The rainbow circle, exactly. Yeah, maybe you can. I probably butchered that. Maybe you
Well, I've been to Haiti,
okay.
and I've been to the ceremonies, and I've interacted with the priests. It's part of the research I've done all over the world.
And for people that aren't aware of the rainbow serpent ritual, can you explain what that is?
Well, there are numerous rituals in Haiti, what they call the spirits, but generally the name was called Vele, which means they take some sacred powder that they've done their thing over, and then they make this drawing on the ground. And the nature of the drawing has to do with the kind of spirit that they're going to call forth for possession. And very fascinating to watch. They make the drawing, just like that. The spirit comes and takes over the people who are there who are part of the ritual. Now, they've also learned that the voodoo priests can have more of a sense of loss and power if they can make zombies. So they learned these psychotropic ways, like the tokens, to put people into a temporary coma, bury them, and then they go out in the dead of the night and dig them up. And they do this way. Oh my God, I just saw this alive. And then they were dead, and I saw them buried, and there they are. However, I have talked to other voodoo priests who disavow anything disingenuous about what they're doing. They believe it really is the power of sin and the voodoo spirits that are bringing about this miraculous event. I don't know. Could the devil do it? He absolutely could.
Yeah.
But sometimes the devil is a little bit healthy. So, who's to say? I think what happens both. I think it's both a psychological and a psychotropic phenomenon as well as a spiritual phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so. So, for people that aren't aware, you're a proper exorcist.
Yes.
And you've done how many exorcisms?
Well, I need to update the stats, but it's been over 50,000 in counting. And those are documented cases. These are cases on which we have files. And I've been doing this for 5+ decades.
Now, is there like a protocol when you're doing this where you have to like file this with the church?
No. You have to file with everybody. But I do it for my own benefit, for research purposes.
Okay.
Also, sometimes people come back for a second or third or fourth exorcism. You don't always get all the things all at once. So then you have to go back and look at your notes and say, well, I dealt with this. Now there's something else here. There's another layer of ego. Different levels, different devils.
Different levels, different devils. Okay, so you were, we were just talking about how you were in your 20s and you witnessed these tribes partaking in these rituals. And how did that lead to you becoming an exorcist?
Well, of course, what I saw was unfettered by the constraints of the cultural eyes of a Westerner. The real thing. In the Western world, we've been taken with scientism, with philosophy and logic, all the sorts of things to say there is no supernatural world. There's nothing out there that's metaphysical. It's all imagination. And then even though I was a Christian and I believed the Bible, that there's a lot of supernatural things in the Bible. But I'd never seen it with my own eyes. That was the difference. So it kind of shattered my westernized illusions.
What do you mean never seen it with your own eyes? Like the
Well,
stuff that the Bible
I've
talks
never
about?
seen the supernatural or Satan. It's there in the Bible, many instances, but I've never actually seen it until I got back to work. Because my eyes now were attenuated, if you will, to the possibility of it in a real, very distinctive way that projected itself into the symbol.
When did you first read the Bible?
When did I first read the Bible? I was raised in a Christian home. I never read the Bible. I wasn't a Christian. I was a rock and roll musician.
Oh, wow.
I taught myself to play a half dozen instruments, guitar, bass, my own band.
Of all time,
Recorded songs, traveled, played in bars when I was 13. And that's kind of what I wanted to be until family said, "Oh, you have to talk." That's our culture, tradition. So that was my plan. And I radically became a Christian. And
Radical.
well, yeah, pretty much so, because wait a minute, I've heard this all my life. I just wouldn't embrace it. I'm going to embrace it. And so over a period of time, I decided we must have it. And this around the world is Jesus. Let's talk about that. I didn't even know that about 2 or 3 years ago. Get this little idol over here. Where did that come from?
This short phallus is from the Amazon rainforest. I had a gentleman in here named Mike Corey who travels all over the world and visits uncontacted tribes. And this was a specific tribe in the Amazon who cuts off heads and shrinks them to make these they're famous for the little shrunken heads that you see.
This is holy anointing awesome. I'm not going to say
Are you going to chasing it?
I'm going to anoint it. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So, just in case it's imbued with any kind of essence, I bind it by the authority of the Lord Jesus Christ, based upon what this man has said, its origin, and what it represents, and resist it by the blood of Jesus Christ. I take no chances. When you're an exorcist, you don't take chances. Actually, I've taken some I shouldn't have taken. I've learned better sometimes.
Sometimes when you're an exorcist, you gotta take chances to save souls.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Sometimes it's more about the souls than it's about yourself, right?
Amen, brother.
Yeah, that came from, I think they used to burn it. So this comes off the top, and they're supposed to put like bodily fluids and herbs in there, and like drugs in there, and burn it. And then that would be part of their ritual.
Well, if this was actually used,
I don't think this one, this is just a,
and it turned a suit stop.
exactly.
But even so, it's representational. It's an idol. It's a representation of a belief system of the demonic supernatural. Okay? So it doesn't have any power in itself. As the Apostle Paul called us in his letter to the Corinthians. An idol is just an idol.
Right.
But it represents demons. And Paul said, when you worship idols, you are worshiping demons. So that has been an object of demon worship. Even if it's representational, trace it back to the origin. That's what you got.
Yeah, but what if he's just like hanging out and not worshiping? He's just hanging out, like observing. It was a gift from a friend. Doesn't mean that you could be evil, right?
You could be affected by it.
Really?
Of course you can. Well, are you again Christian saved by the blood of Jesus?
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe you could be affected.
Okay.
So you need to become a Christian. You need to be saved. You need to renounce the devil, then you won't have to worry about that thing. In fact, what you do is you take it out and smash it.
Really?
Yes. But you're not ready for that yet.
I might be. I'll find out.
This interview doesn't work.
It's true. So, what type of people do you do exorcisms on? Are they all of us this particular faith?
Oh,
Are they all
no.
Christians?
They're all over the place. First of all, there's no stratification from the socioeconomic standpoint. Who gets demons, who doesn't get demons, it strikes all socioeconomic areas. I have Harvard graduates, doctors, lawyers, especially lawyers.
Oh yeah, but
We know what Shakespeare said. Told the lawyers in case you don't know the quote. That's a joke. It's a Shakespearean joke. I don't know how a joke was. All right. And I deal with people in Hollywood.
who thought he was Hollywood?
Oh, yes. I deal with pastors, priests, nuns.
How's the deacons in the church?
I have made the comment, I'll go to my grave, never say the names of well-known people that have faced demons who've come to me private.
I respect their privacy. That makes sense.
My point is, anybody can have a demon. We're talking about all aspects of education of life, from blue collar to clerical collar. Demons are no respecter of who a person is or what they do. Demons simply want to possess the soul of a human being and destroy it.
Okay. When somebody comes to you, what do they say? What's when they reach out to you? Hey Bob, saw you on YouTube or Dr. Phil or whatever. You're a very, world's top exorcist. What do they respond with? Do they think they have a demon, or do they think that they are having some sort of crisis in their life? Is it a psychological issue?
All the above. All the above. But most of them have a kind of haunting feeling. Something isn't quite right. That, for example, everyone's got the individual says, I've got these 6 strange diseases. I've been to every doctor. I've been to 15 doctors. Nobody has solved this problem. Why am I like this? Could it be a demon? Now, there's good and bad about the age in which we live, because this is the age of occult supernaturalism, witchcraft and Satanism, all of these things are on the rise. So people are thinking more in terms outside of the box spiritually. That's bad, because some people go down that road. But the people who don't, they're thinking, well, maybe there is a real world of the supernatural out there. Maybe my problem is that? And there may be other people who come to me with legitimate mental health issues. So we always ask them, are you up to treatment with a psychiatrist, a therapist? What kind of medications are you on? Has there been a clinical diagnosis for your condition, for things that are happening in your head? But then there are the people who can tell you exactly what to do. And these are people who have been the new age, the occult, those types of demonic supernaturalism. And they know when that's spirit. They feel it, they sense it. Now, many different types of psychological ways and physical ways. Whatever the case, they come to me either knowing they have a demon, because many of them have actually invited demons into this. They've gone that far. In a kind of stupid moment. Maybe they were on drugs. Maybe they were high. Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they just were so bitter and angry at God, and that's a big category of people who are mad at God. So they go to his enemy, and then they find out, oops, I shouldn't have done that. So all those people, it's a mixture. But when people come to see me in person or virtually, most virtually, they fill out an intake form. I look down through that intake form, very specific questions, and I can reasonably what questions? Questions like, what was your family life like? List your instances of abuse and trauma. Have you ever thought of attempted suicide? What kind of drugs have you taken? What type of alternative religious belief systems have you been involved in?
Alternative? What do you mean by alternative?
Well, not Christians.
Is that a red flag for demon possession if they're not Christians?
Can be, not necessarily. Many people of different faiths who have a good conscience about moral values and a sense of a higher game. That's not necessarily going to keep you from the demon, but it's better than the person who is reading the book of Satan and checking out some local ritual group where they can drink blood with an Uber on the altar. That's very diametrically opposite. So it's all over the place. Because people have a sense something's not right, and there's something evil. So they say things like, stuff is crawling all over my body in something. But a very common one now, I first encountered this decades ago. It's becoming extremely common. Spiritual. Yes. So, I mean, I've talked to people, especially women, they're more victimized by evil spirits as opposed to subject experience, who vividly describe being spiritually at night. And they often approach me saying, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anybody before, because the fake people think there's some different or whatever.
Right.
You're crazy. Oh, who's going to believe that? I believe. In fact, one of the books I wrote, Jezebel, I wrote the book almost 10 years ago, included a chapter on Anchorage. This is the first time anybody in the religious community had come forward in printed form to talk about this. So this is, somebody says this is happening to me. Yeah, I look at you like, be sure you're not just a little perhaps a broad-sized fantasy. No. It happens. I wake up. It's happening. And I say, is it tactile? Do you feel it? Yeah, I have an orgasm.
Wow.
So when somebody tells you that,
So they like it.
no, they don't like it. But it's enforced upon them. Almost always starts out, it almost starts out in the kind of sleep paralysis state.
Right.
To immobilize. Now, not all sleep paralysis is demonic. There's a psychological phenomenon to sleep paralysis, but there's also demonic phenomenon to sleep paralysis. So it starts out that way. They're asleep. They start waking up. They're immobilized. They can't move. And they will say things like, something is on top of me. I could feel this pressure. Sometimes they can see it. Sometimes it's visual. And then they, without getting too indelicate, afterwards have all the symptoms of heavy weight. Now, this is not one person, and this is not mentally disturbed people. I'm talking about people who live otherwise perfectly normal lives. But you go and get open to the devil. At some point, it could be generational incest. It could be ancestors who practice things like this. Going back to Egypt, going back to ancient Canaanite civilizations.
Like epigenetic trauma from thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Well, now you're going down the road of genetics and the idea of inherited psychological trauma. And sometimes it is that. So, a properly trained exorcist, and already got many will try to figure out the difference with God's help as to whether or not this is a re-experience of something that an ancestor has gone through, or whether they are experiencing it in real time now.
Right, but couldn't it also be the same thing if they are experiencing it in real time? If they're experiencing something that came through the past?
Well, then you have to deal with things like the physicality of it.
Right.
I mean, they are very sometimes quite direct in explaining in private what has happened.
Well, you said if they have the symptoms of it, then it has to be physical, right? So even if this is something that's happening allegedly in their minds, but there's physical manifestations, is it real? I think so.
That's when you do the exorcism. That's when you say, if there's a demon behind this, if this is more than in this person's mind, by the power of Jesus Christ, God from eternity past, having defeated the devil at the cross, I command that spirit to go forward if there is a spirit of ignorance or some such thing. I command you by the blood of Christ to come forward and face me.
And the demon will respond.
If he's there, maybe not immediately. Sometimes just like that. Sometimes it takes a little while. It depends on the nature of the situation. Every situation is different. If nothing responds, it could mean that this person is having a psychological problem. And you have to ask some indelicate questions about their sexual life, their history, and so on. What has happened? Sometimes these things are projections of past abuse, which hasn't been resolved and dealt with. But in far too many cases, this is just one of the many things that will happen. Then you have to go down the trail. Did this just happen because of this person's life? Or is this an ancestral evil being visited in successive generations?
With a demon, how much information is a demon? Best case scenario. They tell you how old they are, where they're from.
That's not the issue.
Okay.
The issue is, within reason, how much information do I need to know to help this person? No more and no less. This is the only infallible rule of faith. That's the story of reason. You go to the Bible. So when you get into an extra biblical context, you're sort of flying by the seat of your spirit of the pants, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that it may not line up exactly with what Scripture says, and you have to make a determination of whether or not there's deception going on, or there's just something about which the Scripture doesn't go into specifically. Case in point, what we just talked about. Now, the Bible does tell us about things that happened in olden times, going back to Genesis chapter 6. where there was demonic cohabitation with remnant, sex between spirit beings and human beings. But now that gets into another whole issue, another whole track. That's another whole show. Nephilim, creatures and giants, and all that sort of thing, which is a hot topic today. And it's whether the procreative abilities of demons ended, which I believe it did. But then, are they still trying to do what they can't do? That's the question. As you can see, exorcism is much more complicated than Hollywood would have you think.
How do you define it? A demon? What actually is it?
Well, again, there are various theories about what a demon is. But the historic position of Christianity from the early church onward has always been consistent. Fallen angels, those who rebelled with Lucifer against God, were cast from the heavens to earth. And then Jesus in John 10:10 defined the mission as Satan comes to kill, steal, destroy. Doesn't get any more basic than that. So these are just kind of beings who roam the earth looking for ways to bring about the purposes of evil. A simple illustration I've given many times is that the devil is disembodied. All spirits are disembodied.
Correct.
Okay. So the devil is a time, space, place being.
Mm-hmm.
So he gives the appearance of omniscience by sending forth his demons, highly regulated and under command of his name, to go out and do these things. So they have specific assignments. Protect so and so, protect so and so, to do this, to do that. Various strategies. Which could be political, which could be cultural, which could be highly personal. And then they seek to bring about their plans and they're looking for victims. And the question is, does someone want to be a victim or are they the would be victim? That's also part of the exorcism process.
How far back into history do exorcism go? First exorcism, you know?
Well, first of all, you have to understand that every religion has some type of ritual or belief system about expelling evil.
It's a new year.
This was not new to Christianity, but Judaism. And it's there with every single religion. And, you just pick the most basic ones of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam, and they have rituals for expelling demons, and they believe in a cosmology of demons. Okay, so that's not unique to Christianity. It was not unique to the Jewish faith. What amazed the people in Bible times is how Jesus cast out demons. Because they had all these complex rituals that they went through. So it's about what you did
Yes.
to get the demon. Jesus came along and said, in my name, by my authority, who I am, he will cast out demons. And that's why the Pharisees become found is that who is this man? You must be a leader of Beelzebub. That's the only way to get out demons. So they were trying to wrap their heads around this. They couldn't do it. I mean, this man just speaks and demons leave. He tells them to go and they go. We can't do that. Wow, this threatens our whole political institution and our religious institution.
So in antiquity,
We're talking millennia,
right?
4, 5, 6,000 years before Christ. This was going on.
Okay, but when Christ was performing exorcisms, he was doing it to people that were involved in religion, there was medicine involved.
No, there's no medicine involved. He wasn't always involved with people that religious. Some of the people Jesus did exorcisms on, there's no indication that were necessarily people of faith. There was, for example, the daughter of Abraham that the scripture speaks of, which was a godly Jewish woman who'd had a demon that entered her 18 years prior to the time Christ met her. She was godly. He was the man in the synagogue. Well, he was a godly man too because he was in the synagogue. So there were those kinds of people. But Jesus did countless exorcisms we know nothing about, let alone the ones that are recorded in Scripture. It just said Jesus went about doing good and healing all who were tormented by the devil. But we don't know who these people are. We don't know what religious system they came from. We don't know what culture they came from. But he cast out their demons.
And where is this? This is all in the Bible?
Yeah. And the purpose was to demonstrate that he was God, but also to relieve human suffering. So he came along, upended the system of belief about exorcism. You know, I'm fascinated by museums like the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, Russia, especially like the British Museum in England. And you go through these places I look at are just all the early antiquity. And you can see in there, like the British Museum, oh my gosh, has two certain museums, sections where they will show you all the various ways that the ancients made curses and tried to destroy curses.
Right.
And all the objects and amulets and charms and things they did to ward off evil spirits. Evil spirits.
So, in antiquity, science and technology was nowhere near as evolved as it is today. So when people were psychotic, having epileptic seizures, any of these things that we understand and have studied today, wouldn't it make sense that they would have just attributed this to spirituality or some sort of ethereal beings, demons, angels, whatever it is?
Partially. Undoubtedly, there was a lot of misdiagnosis. There always has been a lot of misdiagnosis, and still is today among people who really don't know what they're doing. They try to go out with people of demons and have no understanding of mental health issues. They don't try to understand just the basics of it. Or one of the common questions I ask people is, have you seen therapists? Have you, they say, I have this. I said, is that a clinical diagnosis or a self-diagnosis? So when somebody says to me it's a self-diagnosis, I'm highly suspicious. And sometimes I make people angry because I won't cast out their demons. Really? In other words, I will not solve a problem they don't have, but they think they have. They want it to be a demon. Because if somebody can come along and there are plenty of preachers out there on YouTube doing this, out in the name of Jesus, and you're okay now, and go your way. It doesn't work like that. And so they want that to happen that way. I understand that. You know, if you're psychotic and delusional, you don't want to admit that you live in unreality. You don't want to acknowledge that because that means that somebody else is going to get control of your life. Somebody else is going to instruct you. They might have to be institutionalized. And they don't want to do that. So they can build an alternative religious fantasy of demonization. That's very possible. I see it all the time.
And if someone comes to you and they believe wholeheartedly there's a demon inside of them, they're possessed, and they just come to you, they're like, Bob, diagnose me. Do I have a demon? Can you get rid of it? How do you know that they don't have a demon?
Well, I got a checklist in my brain. Right? So I ask these questions. You have all these symptoms. Have you seen a medical doctor?
You don't have to see a medical doctor to know you have a demon.
No, but have you had a physical record? The brain does strange things. Hormone imbalances,
Sure.
where they have infections. People can become delusional from infections. So, have you been sick? Have you been to a doctor? You know, and then I get this typical anti-allopathic attitude that says, "Oh, I just did it for the money. I don't want to go see a doctor. Just for my benefit, get checked out."
So the doctor says everything's kosher.
Okay, well, now you may be a mental health doctor. Okay. So, Have you seen a therapist? Have you seen a psychologist? Have you worked through some of your issues? So you went to the age of 6 and to the age of 15. And the common answer I get is, I've never told anyone the truth. Because people are afraid to talk about these things. They're terrified of the trauma.
Couldn't a demon enter them through the molestation process?
Absolutely. And I would say in the majority of cases, that is a demonic entity, but it's not the person's fault. But more to the point. So if a person is just for the very first time getting that off their chest, so to speak, then I try to determine, okay, it doesn't mean they don't have a demon, but it may mean that they've not therapeutically worked through this problem. They've not really had a process. Now, a person can maybe call this inner hate in the deliverance community that does understand some of the devil, they call it the basic healing. So it just means being a good friend, a kind, loving Christian who can listen to people's stories and try to help them through their trauma. Okay. But the majority of people who come to me have not done that. They've not done anything. This thing has been buried like a time bomb inside them. So my job, with God's help, is to diffuse that and determine, well, is this just another issue? What is the issue? And if there's a demon within a matter of minutes, I'm going to know.
How often is it the case that you know it's a demon, but the person doesn't think it's a demon and is not religious at all, doesn't think God isn't from the devil, none of this stuff?
Well, the question is, why would we come in the first place?
That's a great point. They wouldn't come to you unless they actually think that there's a demon.
In most cases. In most cases. Now, sometimes the person is sent to me by somebody, a husband, a wife, a parent, and oftentimes in those cases, I end up upsetting them because I say, look, you're trying to get me to solve a problem that's not there. This is the issue. And that happens with a lot of the problems today, like the autism, the whole spectrum of Asperger's, etc., and so on. And people jump to a conclusion, it's the devil. Mm. Now, it can be the devil, partially, but almost always there's something systemic or psychologically wrong with the person to begin with, and maybe the demon's taking advantage of that. But the real problem isn't the demon. Look, I have enough on my plate of people coming to me with real demons, real demonic manifestations all day long, every day.
Have you ever been possessed by a demon? No. Has one ever tried?
What?
Has one ever tried to enter you?
Not that I know.
You would think since you're battling all these demons, they would say, we have to get rid of this guy.
Well,
or Satan would just kind of like conjure up his demons.
You know what?
Started working as well.
I'm a child of God. The Bible tells us in 1 John, greater is Christ who is in me than Satan is in the world. Jesus Christ, presence in my life, more powerful than the devil. Not as a person, but through Christ. That's the first thing. The second thing is, what I've learned through the years is the safest place to be free from the devil is to be running at him in the name of Jesus, running away from him in fear.
How come Jesus called himself the morning star?
Jesus didn't call himself the morning star. The devil was called him.
Yeah, but Jesus also called himself the morning star. I've had multiple Bible scholars on it.
Well, that is referred to, yes, but not in the same sense that Satan was the star.
How is it different?
Because Christ is God from eternity past, and the devil was a created being. Now,
the devil was a created being?
Yes. Like he was number 2 in heaven, so to speak, in the realm of the heavens. And he had great power, and he had great brilliance and great beauty. He was the originator of all music, originator of a lot of human intelligence. But then he rebelled against God, reconciled him. Because he wanted, I don't want to be like God, to be above God. I will exalt my throne above that of God, he said. And the scripture says, you will be brought low like a rotten carcass trampled underfoot.
God said that?
Yeah, Isaiah says that. That's not the bright and shiny. But the devil wants you to think he's bright and shiny. He wants to think that he can offer you all the things of this world, every pleasure, every hedonistic impulse fulfilled. You tried this with Christ and failed. And he still does it today. But his biggest temptation is, as C.S. Lewis famously said, is to get you to think he doesn't exist. That he's not real. It's not a presence that's looking to enter your life, to make your keep fine. If you don't believe that you can do that, you've taken the first step towards self-destruction.
There's a famous quote, I forget who the quote, 5% the devil was the best friend of the church when he kept him in business.
That's Anton LaVey's quote.
Anton LaVey.
Well, but that's ridiculous. The devil isn't a club that Christianity is used to get people into a position of faith. It's just plain stupid. It's a stupid statement. It's not true. Now, in times past, there have been eras when the church was not as rigorous as it should have been in its faith system, in which there were particularly during the Middle Ages times, like plenary indulgences and other things like that, where people were coerced by a belief in the devil into clinging to the church. That never has been made from time to time, but it's not been consistently played throughout the ages. No. Jesus is the best friend the church ever had. He died for her, he gave his life for her, and for every individual who becomes part of that church.
You've been on a lot of shows like Anderson Cooper and Dr. Phil.
Bill Maher.
Oh, you were Bill Maher too?
Oh, yeah. I used to be a regular on his old show, Politically Incorrect.
So you have a lot of people that criticize you.
I used to tell Bill Maher, you just bring me on this red meat Christian to throw for the wolves of the world. And he just laughed and said, yeah, you're my token Christian.
You're my token Christian. What kind of things do these skeptics or these critics of you just like to say? What are your biggest critics say about you?
You know, I don't pay much attention how they'll live most of them.
How old are you?
They're dead.
How old are you?
What do you think? You know how old
I would say
I'm not going to prove me for death for that.
60s, mid-60s.
Thank you. You know what? Fighting the devil is the lesser of these. I see every kind of doctor and someone out in your business just to make sure that everything's working perfectly. By God's grace, I have absolutely perfect health.
You look great, man.
At
Sharp as a tack.
At 80.
80? Stop it.
Yeah, I'm 80.
Wow. You look great, brother.
Thank you. Good living.
Yeah.
Wonderful wife. Great children. Incredible friends. Love God. And fighting the devil all day long.
Fighting the damn.
That's right. Well, let's see who's the damned.
Damn.
All day long.
So you won't drink liquid death?
I will not drink liquid death, and this is another thing that's kind of interesting.
You made so before we started the show, I offered you liquid death, and you refused it. So I'm going to
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a story about that, which will drive it home.
Yes.
I had knee replacement surgery about 12 years ago, and I came home from knee replacement surgery and walked in the house the day after and collapsed. And I thought, wow, okay, I'm just weak from surgery. So my wife helped me get in bed. And I was the sickest I've ever been in my life. I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard the voice of God. It's the only time in my life I've heard God's voice. voice said, "You're dying of a heart attack, call 911." And I yelled out to my wife over the phone. I said, "I'm dying, call 911." Next thing you know, the paramedics were there, checked it out. They said, "No, he's fine. It's never this worse." And I looked at them and said, "I'm dying. Get me to the hospital." Took me to the hospital, wheeled me in. MRI, echo, did all these things. And this doctor really serious walked in the room. He said, "You would have died. These little blood clots, you need to perform a knee surgery."
Full of blood clots.
You have one.
And that was from the knee replacement?
From the previous one. They had been properly thinned blood. Okay. So he said, "We're going to wheel you to surgery." And the family went 3 doctors to see me outside. And he said, "I'm going to bring them in. I can't guarantee you'll make it till the morning. I would encourage you to seek about your family." So I'm laying there, and my wife put $3 on my salary to be who I am to live without my wife and my family. Because they have helped me with who I am. That's by God's grace. They're all crying. And I said, they said, "What's going on?" I said, "The doctor says I'm dying. They have to do surgery and that I should say goodbye." And there's this long pause, and the little daughter looked at me and said, "Dad, I don't understand something. If God woke you up and spoke to you to get you to the hospital for surgery, why would he let you die?" And I said, "You're right, I see in the morning." The surgery was successful. Uh, just before that, I had climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, an excellent shape. Climbing Mount Kilimanjaro took my life to a race, just within a space of 6 months. And
Sometimes that can do too. The elevation changes. A lot of people die from that.
so my point is this. The doctor said, I'll never forget these words. This is what getting back. While I was laying there, he says, "I just want to ask you a question. Alcohol?" I said, "No." He said, "Did you ever smoke?" "No." "Ever do any drugs?" "No." He said, "You have a chance to live." He said, "If you did any one of those things, your body would be so compromised, I'm not sure we can save it." Back to the question. One of the reasons I don't have any demons is because even if I wasn't a Christian, I did my best to live a clean life. I'm not saying somebody who's going through this whether it's wrong. I'm just saying, if you want to live long, stay clean. By the way, if you want to know if I have demons, I have it. I have the proof right here.
What is that?
This is, I thought I'd bring it just to show it to you. Thank you. A 1783 edition of the Ritual of Wine, hand calligraphy. The Ritual of Wine is the Roman Catholic ritual of exorcism, which was established. We can talk about that. That's kind of interesting why the Roman Catholic Church did this in 1614. So this is about 100 years later. This is the original in Latin with proper songs and everything. And it's all hand done, signed by Father Gabriel, who was still alive that time, obviously the who was known as the Pope's exorcist. They sent everybody from the Vatican who was believed to be possessed to him in exorcism all day long. So I went to the Vatican, spent a day with him. I brought this with me, this sign, Father Gabriel Amott, one of the greatest men of God that's ever lived.
You belong, Steve? pull them up. Do you mind if I?
Yeah, but the page is kind of loose there.
Oh, watching up here. How do you spell? How do you spell his name? A for Steve. How do you spell his name? Father
Gabriel Amorth. Amorth. He's the most famous Catholic exorcist.
Yeah.
But here's my point. This is why I'm telling you that story.
Oh, wow. This is
So during the time that I was with him, my wife and I were in his private exorcism chambers. What he does with the open nuns exorcism, he did all day long.
Who's that?
That's the guy. Father Amorth. Great man. Wonderful, wonderful. I said to him, Father Amorth, I would like you to pray over me to see if I have any demons. So he spent some time praying over me. And then he looked at my wife and me with a big grin on his face. And he said, no angel, no demons, only angels.
No demons, only angels.
So my point is I have it from the highest authorities. I don't have any demons.
Il primator quis in quaeque sacramate.
Look, I studied Latin, but I've long since forgotten Latin. I've never stayed up with it. And I don't know Latin.
Well.
But I have a complete English translation of the ritual Roman, read it, and it's incredible. The language was very classic language from 1614. And it was revised again in 1999, I guess it was, Vatican II. But when you read this, I'm going to tell you, these old monks knew what they're dealing with, and they were dealing with real things. In fact, that was the period in church history when there was a major shift in this whole exorcism thing with the Reformation. And not too many people know about it. Want to hear about it? Of course. Well, the Reformation, which started in 1517, when Martin Luther nailed his thesis on the book of Law, his grievances against the Catholic Church. Before then, there were what was called reformers. Throughout Europe, there was theologians who were starting to depart from the Catholic Church, because at that point, the Catholic Church was all you had, basically. Right? So they broke away and they split the groups, they had the Baptists and so on. And Martin Luther congealed all of that with his theses, which formalized the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. But what most people don't know is that much of the battle that was being fought was not about theology, was not about plenary indulgences, was not about the papacy and the infallibility of the popes. It was about exorcism. They were fighting about exorcism. Because if you could cast out demons, then that proved you had the truth. So there was this exorcism competition going on. The Catholics were casting out demons. The Protestants were casting out demons. And they were saying, our method's best because we're Protestants. Our method's best because we're Catholics. And the Catholics said, that's why they finally codified this. They said, wait a minute, this is getting crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own idea. We are going to commission these monks to do a deep study of this and come up with a theology of exorcism, which this book contains. And that's where the battle started. And then gradually, Martin Luther believed in exorcism. He instituted his part in baptism. He cast out demons. He believed in evil spirits inhabiting people. Now, it's gotten away from that over time. Even the Catholics have gotten away from it over time. There's a resurgence now. My point is, I want you to understand, this business about exorcism is not an individual like me coming along with some kind of spiritual entrepreneur deciding, well, the next guy sent out demons, I'll cast out demons. Rock the film probably about it. Come on, it's disingenuous. What I'm doing is what many today are trying to do, is to get the church back to the reality of what humanity has known for 6,000 or so years, what the church, both factions knew during the Middle Ages, is the demons are real, the devil is real, we have a battle on our hands, and we have to go fight it in the name of Jesus Christ.
Whether it's okay, so a moment ago we were talking about drugs. Do you think that the use of drugs is directly related to demons? Or do you think using drugs opens portals to demons entering you? Or what are your thoughts on that? On drugs in general?
You are kidding. You are kidding. You know my answer.
No, I don't.
Yes, of course.
I knew it, I wouldn't ask you.
I'm just kidding. Of course. It's one of the main factors that I deal with in getting rid of demons. And
How do you distinguish between the drugs? Is a very broad term. There's all kinds of drugs. There's drugs that can help lower your cholesterol. There's drugs that can help you enter another dimension. How do you distinguish which drugs are related to the devil?
let's just talk about street drugs. Or weed, which used to be street drug.
Okay, weed is a plant. It's grown out of the ground.
I cast more demons out of people from smoking weed than anything else. You wonder why?
What makes weed so demonic?
Google Shiva and marijuana.
Okay, let's look it up, Steve. Shiva and marijuana.
So there's three main gods in Hinduism.
Correct.
Rama, Vishnu, Shiva.
Shiva
Shiva
is
is
associated
the
with marijuana.
destroyer.
It's associated with marijuana because he consumed bang to alleviate the pain after drinking the poison hala hala during the churning of the ocean. He was using it to alleviate seasickness.
But there is a multi-millennial tradition in the East, and particularly in India.
Okay, here it says in Hindu festivals such as the Shiva Ratri, devotees consume marijuana as a form of praising to Shiva, or as a form of praise to Shiva, symbolizing their love and devotion. So, where is the evil stuff here?
Shiva
Shiva's evil?
is the Lord of death and destruction.
Oh, really?
That's what it's known as.
Oh,
Now, of course, philosophically, he has ways to try to.
so it's like the Hindu devil.
like you to get around that, but he is the Lord of death and destruction.
Okay.
Okay,
So Shiva, Steve, can you find out like Shiva's what is the group called Shiva? I'm assuming it's the Hindu devil.
well, no, the Shiva is a Hindu god, but you will see pictures if you look far enough of Shiva smoking ganja or marijuana or cannabis. He's the god of destruction. See it?
Known as the destroyer within the tree. Known as the destroyer within the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity.
Do you remember what Oppenheimer said when the first atomic bomb went off?
Destroyer of worlds.
I am become Shiva. Now,
That was a Shiva
the
quote.
film changed it a little bit. They didn't tell you the truth.
That was from the Bhagavad Gita, right?
Yeah. But his exact words are, I am become Shiva, destroyer of worlds.
That's what he actually said.
That is what he actually
Who
said.
changed it? Huh? Who changed it to I am become death?
Oh, they politically correct this.
Really? Fine. We gotta find this.
But you could find it.
I didn't know this.
Okay.
Scroll up, Steve. It's telling you that Oppenheimer did not actually say, I am become Shiva, destroyer of words. The quote is known for I am become death, destroyer of worlds. The phrase comes from the Bhagavad Gita, the sacred Hindu text. Oppenheimer recalled thinking of this verse during the Trinity nuclear tests, the first detonation of a nuclear weapon.
Oh, but the point is, I become death, I have become Shiva. Shiva is the Lord of death. Same thing.
Right, but he didn't write I am become Shiva, right?
What? Oh, some say that he did, and I don't know what text you're pulling from there, but there's a bit of a
This is
dispute.
AI, I think. This is a Google AI.
Okay,
It's not
my
Google,
point
it's-
is, when someone comes to me and tells me that for a long period of time they've been smoking weed, I'm going to say that 50% of the time, I can call forth the demon sheep.
But what about all the?
I'm just telling you.
What about like the people that come back from war, like PTSD, and all these mental illnesses and these hypervigilance, these issues that they're having, and they're literally prescribed weed, and it alleviates weed, CBD, all these things that alleviate their stress and bring them back to normal and save their lives.
We're talking about the difference between somebody who's under medical care, medical supervision, who's being administered a drug.
Sure.
Be any kind of drug.
It's a drug that comes out of the earth.
Exactly.
God-given plant.
Well, wait. If it's used properly by the proper people for the proper purposes. Okay? So if you've got a
Does it
doctor,
say that in the Bible?
if you've got a doctor who is administering any kind of drug, which has psychotropic qualities, and that doctor is administering certain dosages under his supervision,
Right.
that is very different than a 15-year-old kid buying stuff off the streets that is laced with God knows what. And that's what I deal with. Okay? That's a very different scenario.
Okay.
But
There's a difference here. You're talking about a 15-year-old kid buying something off the streets who is most likely is involved with crime, bad parenting. There's a lot of shit going on here.
exactly.
You can't cherry pick the marijuana out of there and say that marijuana is demonic because there's all kinds of other influences going on here.
I ask the demon under penalty of judgment by the Holy Spirit to tell me, how did you get there? And he laughs and he says, weed.
He says weed.
Yeah.
Then why did God leave weed everywhere?
But by that he means the illicit use of it. So,
Okay.
heroin as a narcotic, poppy, used in the proper derivative form as an analgesic, as some form of medication. What is morphine?
Same thing.
Okay? But if it's under a doctor's care and supervision, and the quantification of it, and the regularity of it,
What if that person doesn't have the access to a doctor?
they want to play Russian roulette with your mind, that's a very dangerous thing to do.
Is that the devil? If you don't have a doctor prescribing it?
It could just be me. It could be a lot of things. I'm just telling you. I'm an exorcist. This is what I deal with. This is the ugly truth about what's going on. And this is where the devil works in the lives of a lot of young people today. And I see it every day.
What about psilocybin mushrooms or DMT? Because DMT is a molecule that we make inside of our own bodies. It's in our lungs, it's in our brain, it's in every plant, every living organism that exists on this earth. It's in this table, it's in the wood in this table. People can take DMT and have an incredible psychedelic experience where they quite literally leave this dimension and enter another dimension. It's been described in antiquity as dying and being born again. Like their soul leaves their physical body and they enter another dimension created of light.
So they think.
And they come back.
You don't know if that happens. That's
I
what
know
they,
DMT.
that's what they describe. But they're describing it in a drug state. They're not rationally analyzing this from a biochemical standpoint. They're telling you what they see and feel and experience.
Correct.
The devil is the angel of light, the Bible tells us. He loves to give people these experiences. I deal with people all the time. They come back from Peru, and I dealt with a lady the other day. She made 6 trips to Peru to do ayahuasca. You think that woman had demons? Yes.
Really?
Lots of them. Of course. I'd love to do an exorcism on your lodgers.
Or You think he's possessed?
How many times did
I mean,
how many times
take this? Let me give you this.
how many times did he take ayahuasca?
I don't know, but I'll give you this.
And
The second he started
look what
talking,
happened to his
the
career.
second he started taking
As the
ayahuasca,
New York Jets, they think this guy.
it directly correlates with his downfall in his football.
I don't know that. I'm just throwing that out there. It's kind of interesting to
No,
speculate.
I'm with you on that. I think you might be on something. I think Aaron Rodgers might be possessed by a demon. I would love to make that happen.
I did not say he was. I just said some strange things came out of his mouth and brain after he did those ayahuasca moves. But
What did he say?
ayahuasca is shaman direct. We speak fluently of ayahuasca. That's the greatest thing that ever happened. Changed his whole world. And then he did this whole hermit go in a cave and do the silent thing in darkness for a week.
Meditated, right?
Meditate. I mean, what he did. It didn't help his throwing. It didn't increase his passing accuracy. I can tell you that much.
That's hilarious.
But Satan is a multifaceted evil being, and he's coming at you from every which direction. The Bible tells us in 1 Peter 5, the devil is like a lion who is roaring, walking about, seeking whom he may devour. Here's the bottom line. As an exorcist, I want to stay as far as possible away from anything within reason. It might open the door to the devil. Why would I leave that done? Why would I want to walk into his lair? Why would I really give him a shot? Why would I want to go try ayahuasca, let a shaman give me a guided journey into the world or whatever? Of course not. The Bible says in Philippians 4:8, Paul said, think on these things which are true, just, honest, lovely, and have a good report. Lord. True, honest, just, and loving. That's what our brains are supposed to be. They're floating around in the ethereal consciousness of some metaphysical reality. No. Doing good in the world. Being pure, being honest, being just with our neighbors, with our friends, with people we do business with everybody in our life. Loving God and then loving your neighbor as yourself, right? Why don't we focus on that? Let's just love everybody the best that we can.
That's one of the best things you can discover on drugs, especially psychedelic drugs, is love. That's what you get out of psychedelics.
This is what you get.
What is this?
The Bible.
This is the Bible.
This is what will give you what you're looking for with a poor substitute that runs the risk of getting a demon.
What did you just say? I don't understand what that means.
I just said, this is the real deal. Everything you're looking for is in Jesus. Everything you're looking for is in the Bible. It's not in psychedelics.
You don't think Jesus used drugs?
If you're arguing from an empirical basis, you need an exorcist.
Can you diagnose me? You think I'm possessed?
Have you done psychedelics?
Yes.
The possibility is there. You could be the nicest guy in the world, and you are genuinely pleasure with him. But the devil buys his time. So he works his way in. He's having an open door, he gets there. You're a nice guy now. We're talking about your wife and kids. So you're a reasonably decent individual. I don't know you, but I assume you're a good dad and a loving husband. Okay? Maybe. Fine. But if a demon got him to psychedelics, he doesn't have to strike it out. Life is long for many years ahead of you. Now, as the Beatles said, it's a long morning. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know.
I think the psychedelics made me a better person.
You don't know what challenges you're going to face in your life. You don't know what bad things might happen. You don't know what kind of crises you will face. Morally, spiritually, physically, with yourself, with your family. Like, I'm just saying, he's going to look for a... I'm not saying you have demons. I'm saying if you had them, they could easily be hiding, and they wouldn't be shown out. because you're making yourself available for that kind of intervention. But if someone down the road sees an opportunity to strike you, he's got this card he can play. So what you need to do is renounce everything. Open your mind to that realm of transcendentality through the psychedelics and ask Jesus Christ to close that door. And if anything came in through that door, that it has to go through the power of Jesus Christ so that you can continue to be the kind of husband and father you want to be. Just that simple. And but you have to have faith in Christ to do that. Because it's Christ's power that accomplishes the banishing of the devil from your mind. You don't want to there. You don't want to take the risk. What if you were laying on that hospital bed and the doctor said you're dying? And you said, oh, Doc, I did psychedelics. And he said, that could be a problem.
Psychedelics don't kill people. Alcohol kills more people.
You're absolutely right, but not directly. And we are, it's like Timothy Leary has risen from the dead. What's been happening in the last few years. There's been a cultural shift in this whole psychedelic thing now. Now it's coming into the guys and John Hopkins is doing all this research on it and so on. So now there's a certain legitimization taking place.
Legitimization.
I am an exorcist. I cast out demons. I have the track record to know how the demons get there. And it would be amiss of me, the dereliction of my spiritual duty, that did not give you this warning for your children. Because the devil always wants the next generation. He might not strike you. He might start pulling some stuff off with your kids. And you might be calling me 10 years from now, and I'll still be around casting out demons by God's grace. Who knows? This is a divine thing.
So, a lot of historians will claim that, especially I've had people on here who specialize in the Dead Sea Scrolls, who specialize in the Hebrew history, who specialize in the Greek pharmacology, all of that, a wide spectrum of biblical scholars and classical scholars on the show. And pretty much all of them agree that there were ancient pagan drug rituals going on for Christianity, and that Christianity borrowed from these drug rituals.
No. BS. No. Didn't happen. I don't care what the credentials are. Come on. That's being ignorant of church history. That's besmears the name of every martyr from the Lions who died for their faith. Providers. They gave their lives for the sake of the gospel, not because they were in some secret Gnostic ceremony getting high. Come on. No, that is not true. That is a manufactured lie. There were sex.
Are you saying that there were none of these pagan religious drug rituals going on?
Oh, no.
You're saying that they're not at all connected to Christianity?
Not with authentic Christianity. There were all these sects, heretical sects, that the early church had to deal with after the 1st century, especially after the 4th century. And there were these groups claiming to be Christian who did these things. And that's why they had a series of church councils to roundly condemn this and to show its error. And they developed decrees which were not the result of secret rituals, initiation ceremonies, and all that other ball and dash that gets thrown. No. That was dealt with by the church, and that was thrown out. There were people who did that. Only the nutties who done stuff like that. They do it today. But it's not authentic Christianity. It's not biblical Christianity. I don't care what anybody tells you what they think their credentials are. Measure those credentials against the larger academic community in the Christian world and see how that measures up.
Yeah, but here's the problem with it. Why does the academics? Why can you only look at the academic scholarship in the Christian world? Why can't you look at it outside of the Christian world? We have our history, right? And then we have all of our history, and then we have this narrow lane of Christianity. It's all part of history, but some of the scholarship only stays in this one lane of theology, and they don't look outside of the theology and all the other texts that existed at the same exact time. And everything, they don't take the context of everything in history, right? They're only taking into account what the Christian history is.
This is the canon of Scripture, and it was declared to be the only infallible rule of faith God inspired. When we move away from that, it's a free for all. So, pick and choose what you want. Throw in what you want to throw in. Throw it. Does it say it in the Bible? Does it say it in agreement in the original languages with a cross-section of respectable theologians, all of whom are accountable one to another in terms of the translations? So,
Yeah, it does, according to the translators. According to the people who read the text, they say yes.
do you know anything about the translation process of the Bible canonization of Scripture? No, absolutely. I know a little bit, but you don't know much, because it's incredibly rigorous. It's letter by letter, word by word, and it's not just one person. It's a large group of people.
Right.
And they're not outside of the framework of a commitment to Jesus Christ. Now that's what it really all comes down to. The person who says these things, the Gnostic who did this, who did that, are they worshiping Jesus Christ as creator of God, God from eternity past to eternity future, the only hope of salvation of the world, who died on the cross, who defeated the devil in the wilderness, who crushed him with his heel by Genesis 3:15, and who rose again from the dead. The people who believe that gave their lives. They sacrificed everything. Peter said, "Crucify me upside down." Paul said, "I live, but yet not I, it is Christ who lives within me." That's really what it's all about. And do you think I could cast out demons if I didn't believe that? Are you kidding me? Wow. I would have been toasted all the time. No, when you face demons, they hate this. In fact, sometimes when a demon won't do what I'm telling it to do, once in a while I use some videos, I just smack them with it. Smack them with the book. Yeah. Because that's sort of spiritual psychodrama in the sense that I'm taking a physical word and treating it as a spiritual word. And I just go, "Don't like that." They scream. They cry out. Don't get that thing near me. When I lifted my cross and doing an exorcism, they do everything they can to get away from me. Get that thing away from me. I hate that thing. I hate that thing. I hate it. He's doing it right now. This is my real world. I am an exorcist. I see this happen all day long, every day. Some things that I think are I would not be an exorcist. I couldn't get rid of any demons. And the marriages which been saved, the families which have been restored, people who are happy now, off drugs, out of their pornography, living good, decent, godly lives. None of that would have ever happened unless I believe this.
Yeah, I think there's probably a huge amount of people that do benefit from that, legitimately. But my point was, I think there's also a lot of people who really, really benefit the same way from psychedelic drugs, from things like ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, these things that come from our earth that God created.
Just remember what I want you to know. It may not be next month or next year, but God makes no mistakes, and no one gets ever lost in God. And someday, sometime, you will be looking at you now and saying these things, and you will have a, "Oh my God, why did you die this?"
I don't know, man. think we need to get you to try some DMT.
Give me what?
Some DMT. I got some deal. I think you want credit. It'll be an eye opener. You might meet God face to face.
You will meet the devil. Hearing as God. Okay? You won't meet God. You're meeting God face to face now. Not with me, but with His Word, with who He is. He is the Logos. He is the living Word. And as I speak that word to you, you are facing God. But as Billy Graham once said, people don't have intellectual reservations about being Christians. They have moral ones. I think that's true. I've seen it. And it's not. They don't actually.
People said they don't want to be associated with the child and stuff.
No. Don't pick the extremes. People have moral reservations. There's a moral. It's true. But they have moral reasons for not wanting to be a Christian. That's not an accusation. I don't know. Sure. Could be. I don't know. I don't know what's in the past. But if you came to me an exorcist, like, I don't know, I could detail this, and I couldn't get your demons out unless you told me everything. And you might not want to tell me everything.
And so, I would only go to an exorcist if I was like really, if I believed in God and I believed in the devil. If I was a religious person, I would believe exorcism was real and would work. If I wasn't that kind of person, I probably wouldn't. I would think that exorcism was bullshit. So why would I bother with my time?
I guess it comes back to your belief system. What is your core definition of truth?
Exactly.
Jesus said, I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. No man comes to God but by me. Well, you can argue anything you want. But again, I'm an exorcist. I see the real evidence of how such as that every single day.
Right.
I have no power over you. I can read my Bible, read my cross, but unless I'm doing it with faith in Jesus Christ as the Son of God, brought back from death to life and living eternally, no demon is going to go anywhere. Everything is going to collapse. But you see, I have a life and death struggle every day. And the demons look at you and say, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I've got a plan. I'm already there. I've already got a plan. I think these people have already had suicidal ideation, cutters, self-mutilators, done all sorts of things that they've self-destructed the nation. And the devil just wants to pass them. I've got it. I just smell death on my own. And then I look at them and say, well, maybe they followed by the wayside. But have they at least once in their life put their faith and trust in Jesus Christ? And demons said, yes. I said, well, you're not Jews. They belong to God. You've got to go.
And the demon obeys.
You need to be with me in exorcism. A real exorcism.
I love to. That's why I brought you here today. I wanted you to exorcise the man in the other room. This was originally, that was the plan.
I know that. I want to exercise you.
You do?
But I can't do it.
Why?
Well, because you're not putting yourself in the faith position to be able to do that. And that's okay. You're not there right now. That's fine.
I don't understand. That's the part I can't.
No.
That's the part you can touch. Why do I have to believe in you? Why do I have to believe in the devil and God to be and have you exorcise the demon?
How can I cast out the demon you don't believe in? If you don't believe that it exists, if it's not an existential reality to you, you're not going to get rid of anything. But if it is, and if you got some dark secrets in your life, and I don't know what they're going to do now. Most everybody does, but and if it goes with it, I won't reward a demon, as you've already told me several of them. You likely have some demons, very congenial ones, but sometimes they are. Doesn't mean you're a bad guy. I just told you, I cast demons out of priests, out of nuns, out of pastors, because there's been an open door in their life so much. And oftentimes it's the ancestor. What's your ancestor?
What's my ancestor?
Yeah, what's your ancestor?
I am like, I think I'm like 80% Norwegian.
Uh-oh.
worshippers?
It's close.
Please tell me. I want to know.
I'm a quarter Norwegian.
Are you?
So that's my disclaimer.
Sound good.
You believe the market in this. No, he's not a good guy. He's a demon. So is Thor. So is I. And if you have Norwegian ancestors, I would say there's a high probability they're somewhere in your blood. And if you've ever renounced those gods, human history is brutal. The pillaged, destroyed. They came to the British Isles, they burned the churches, they killed the priests.
The Norwegians did?
Yes, the Vikings did. The Norwegian were Vikings.
That's metal.
It's bad.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm not joking. And so you've got that in your ancestry. It's in your DNA.
Maybe that's what gives me my instinct to rebel.
But what did they do? They came down.
What did they do?
They the German civilization. Look at the German civilization.
The Nazis wanted to recruit. They wanted the Norwegians.
They were into Nordic stuff.
Yeah.
Deep, dark Nordic stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where Hitler got his power. Goebbels got his power from that. And they knew that stuff. And they knew the history. I think the history of Germany is very fascinating about the Nordic influence of this, but now you just got it for yourself.
And the occult stuff that they were into. A lot of dark shit.
Very dark. Really dark. I deal with Loki, Thor, Odin, Fenrir, Freya, and Baldur, and the likes.
They're all demons.
These are all Nordic gods. They're Nordic names for the pantheon of the superhuman beings who were in reality demons. But they were characterized by these various names.
Okay, understood. So,
If Fenrir the wolf manifests, and I've seen it happen many times, it is one of the most vicious things you can behold. The person becomes an animal. Yes, I've seen it. Growl, snarl, come at you. Their teeth extend. They become a wolf. And we're not talking about Canterbury here or Wolverine. No, we're talking about the real deal. That's your heritage. A quarter of that was my heritage. So what did I do about it? I said, Lord Jesus Christ, all the evil of my Nordic ancestors, I cancel, I cut myself off from it, I renounce their evil deeds, passing on to me, my family, and my children. That may not be my heritage. And also did that with my Irish blood and the German blood. Don't tell me that Irish. Or Norwegian is enough. I mean, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious.
right, no, yeah, I believe you.
And you know, if you read the characteristics, again, not the Marvel comic series kind of organization it is, read real things about what these guys were like.
Right.
It's you. Somewhere back there, your ancestors were that. So you need an exorcism.
Let's do it.
Okay? So that's what people don't understand.
Because I don't believe, because I don't believe in
Well,
the devil.
but-
I don't accept Christ into my heart.
Yes, but there's a translation. God, me, you. That's what every exorcism is about. The exorcist, the supplicant, and God. There has to be triangulation agreement. And we know God
So I need
wants you to be free. God wants every person to be free from the devil. I want you to be free from the devil. Do you want to be free from the devil? So God cannot and will not enforce his will upon man. We are free moral agents. I cannot enforce my will upon anybody who doesn't want to get rid of their demons with the possibility that they might hurt them, and that they do so with the measure of faith they have at that moment. I mean, you don't have to be an altar boy to it. You
So,
just have to want God
right.
and stop getting high in psychedelics.
What is God? I don't know what God
Oh,
is.
I'm going far afoot.
Do I want God? Depends what the definition of God is. Right. I think you can find God on psychedelics.
Read the Bible. Just read it. You don't read it.
I don't read the Bible, right? Okay. So I will read it. That's my New Year's resolution, to read the Bible. I'm serious.
Go on.
I've heard it's a very hard read.
No. Depends what translation you get. There are both.
What one do you recommend? What translation do you recommend?
I like the New King James Version. It takes the lofty language of the original Authorized King James Version and takes out the B's and vowels, but keeps it very close to the original. That's because that's what I started out as a student ministry to memorize scriptures. You had to pick a version. Back then, you didn't have so many versions. That's the one I picked.
Right.
But you know, the essence is the same. The basic truth is the same. It's just a proper translation.
Right.
You know, it's not a transliteration. It's a translation. There's a big difference. But what?
The crazy thing is, it's all translations.
You're just at bat. You haven't even swung yet. You got to start swinging in the right direction. And open up your heart to the possibility that God is there, that Christ died for your sins, that demons are real, and you know that demons. You look at that. I don't want demons. These priests are trying to get rid of them. You know, and that's kind of what our people are like, well, look at that. The Sacred Heart of Jesus is zapping those demons, and they're going. Okay? So that's if you just think these people are nutcases, no.
A lot of them probably.
No. These were holy men. They feared God. And they wanted these people to be free from the devil. Nobody said that we all totally done without this but you know, after all this psychedelics, I think they can be more profound. Exorcism is ridding people of alien entity. It's an evil spirit who seeks to take over psychoneurologically every part of the mind, the nervous system, psychopathology of the person. They want you to emote and feel and respond to things the way they do. They want to become you because they don't have any other way to express themselves. They just say, no matter how evil they are, they can't to China. They can't pull the trigger if they got to shoot somebody. They have to be in somebody to do that.
Sure.
Okay. So if there's a woman in the subway, the fire's going to be lit, burn her alive, sit there and laugh at it. Well, they can't do that, but they can be in the guy in the subway and lead him to do that. And much of what goes on in our society is that, not all of it, some of it's just fallen human, depraved nature of people who are indecent. But much of it is demonic. And that's why exorcism is needed to help the people who are privileged to do those things. I can't wait to get to heaven. And the Lord tells me about all the people who would have killed themselves, who would have killed somebody else. I remember one night when I heard an interesting story. I was in Christchurch, New Zealand, and I was speaking in the public forum, and this guy starts screaming in the audience. And I go back and say,
Were you doing a public talk or something?
yeah.
Okay.
This guy starts screaming, so I go back to him, and I said, what's going on? And he said, I'm filled with hate. I'm going to kill my father. I hate him. I said, why? He said, the whole childhood, my father loved me. I want him dead. But he said, I'm a Christian. I know I shouldn't think this. And I said, well, you believe it. So we cast the demons out of him. He was a murderer. hate, etc. When it was all over with, he said, "Can you come outside of the car for a minute?" I said, "Okay." So he cut the people with me, the doctor and I brought out of the car. He lifts the boot, as they would say, the trunk, and he reaches inside, grabs his ass about that long.
It's like you see his dad was in the trunk.
He says, "I'm not going to be needing this." He said, "I was on my way to kill my father, shot his father. And I decided I would give God one last chance. And so I came to this meeting, hoping somebody could get rid of this disease. If that alone was worth my lifetime of commitment to exorcism for the years, to save one life. But I'm convinced that I and others who do this have saved many, many, many lives. People who might have done horrible things had they not gotten rid of their demons.
Does God punish you?
Oh, yes, the devil.
But he wouldn't punish the guy for his own son.
Yes, unless that individual seeks the forgiveness of God's grace.
So God saved that guy's life through his own son.
God's merciful. That's hard to understand. God is merciful. But God says in the Word, vengeance is mine, says God. I will repay. So the minute human beings decide that they're going to take things into their own hands, with vengeance, trouble always results. Because we're in no position to cast the first stone. We don't really know what's in a person's life. But I can tell you something about that father that I've learned from being an exorcist. You know why he did that? His father did it to him. High father. And so on and so on. And that evil compounded until that night it was canceled. Because this young man did not murder because of what his father did. And now he's going to live a decent, productive life. That's what exorcism does. It stops evil in its tracks and says you have come so far.
Do you believe in extraterrestrial civilizations and aliens?
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
You know the Vatican is starting to explore that stuff, right?
What?
Vatican.
Well, what about that?
They're starting to explore that possibility.
Well, they're exploring what it's about, but they're not exploring the idea that there's extraterrestrial life, because the Bible is pretty clear.
I think it has.
That the heavens declare the glory of God. Really clear.
Somebody people there think
So
so.
you're listening to people who are not in the Vatican.
Yeah, the guy's in the Vatican. He's like the guy who's a part of the.
You actually talk to the guy.
No, I just, I read it online.
Well, let me finish. But
What does this say? Here's the report right here. It says Steve. From where? What's the source here? We need the source. We can't just be taking in his word for it. Go up, scroll up.
Sure,
Let me read it. Damn it, Tammy State. The Vatican has shown interest in the possibility of extraterrestrial life, but does not seem to be actively searching for aliens. In 2009, the Vatican held a conference on astrobiology, which included discussions about the implications of alien life for religion and science. The Vatican's chief astronomer, Father Jose Funes, has stated that if aliens exist, they could be considered part of God's creation and might not need redemption.
wrong. That right there. That's it. That's the core of it. Wrong.
It's wrong.
Okay, wrong.
Please.
Okay? You know why?
Yes.
But the Bible teaches that the fall of Adam and Eve was cosmic magic. It was not earth-centric. The entire of creation, the Bible says, groans and travails. It's an agony awaiting the completion of God's purpose for the universe. So all of the universe, all outside of heaven, was affected by the fall of Adam and Eve. Sin has corrupted the entire universe, but particularly Earth. Christ came to earth. The Bible is very clear about this. He died for the sons of Adam who have been affected by their original sin. If there are civilizations in other planets, get them. They do need. But then you have a philosophical question and a theological question. How many planets did Jesus have to repeat going to and die and rise again from the dead over and over and over? No, he did it once for Earth. And citizens of Earth, the descendants of Adam, need complete spiritual redemption of the cosmos. Ultimately. And so, with all these beings, I deal with them all the time. Now,
What do you think's going on? Because there's lots of accounts throughout this one. So explain it.
the ones, the beings who are not figments of people's imagination, are demons.
Like the classical explanations and accounts from, for example, Professor John Mack, the Harvard psychologist, who interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people who believed they were abducted by aliens, took up into a spaceship and had their sperm and their
I've interviewed Professor Mack. I've heard the same stories.
What do you think's going on?
First of all, the devil knows the transmutation of energy. He knows the interchangeability. He equals means his word. He knows that. He knows how to manipulate that. If you go back to when Moses confronted Pharaoh, through those sorcerers and magicians, Moses threw down the rod of Aaron and it turned into a snake. What did the magicians of Pharaoh? They threw down their rods and turned them into snakes. Although God ate the Egyptians' snakes, but they did know how to change matter into animated life of some form. There was no illusion. They were real snakes. Wow, that's pretty interesting. If the devil was going to do that, what could he disguise the mask or whatever? Change energy into matter and for periods of time create an objectified sense of reality that defies the laws of thermodynamics and do all sorts of crazy things because it keeps people interested not in the problems of sun down here, but the fascination of universe. That's the thing. It's just, it was so disingenuous, it's almost laughable. And so I meet these people. I talk to them. I was abducted. I went to the spaceship. Oh, yeah, they impregnated me. They did this. It's possible. It is possible in an interdimensional reality that could have taken place. I don't deny that. But it's not a permanent physical reality. It is a temporary phenomenon designed for deception. That's my belief system. Because if it was a common phenomenon, it would be everywhere with the same justified forms of materialization. But it's always different.
It's very simple, actually.
Read the writings of Jacques Vallée.
I have. Oh, yeah.
He said these things were extra-dimensional.
Yes.
That was his ultimate conclusion. Okay.
Well, he thinks they're not only extra dimensional. He was obsessed with the devil. And he was obsessed with the medieval stories of angels and demons. He had a book. I had a woman down here who met Jacques and went to his house, and she showed it. She actually gave him the book of Satan. And it has 666 pages. Wow. And he told her, he said, if you want to know what these beings are, he's like, you need to understand this book. And it was the book of the devil. I didn't know that. I didn't know how to check it. But the point is, so the devil creates this phenomenon because while people are fascinated, as are many of your guests and many of your viewers, listeners, by all of that, they're overlooking this. Their time is spent conjuring thoughts about what might be there before it is. I have a slight interest in it. I think it's a very similar thing. People like to fill the gaps of knowledge they don't have with things like God and aliens, right?
Very well put. And Whitley Strieber's a good example. You had it on.
Oh, yeah, you're familiar with it?
He told, I debated him on Oprah.
Oh, really?
Yes. He told you he had a chip in his hair. Why didn't you follow that up? I'd like to know where that chip is, and if you know, it's really good. Well, he has an implant chip in his head by aliens.
Yeah, he said you gave us a video. You should have gave me the video.
Well, then that's interesting.
Have you seen the video?
I haven't seen it. I've seen her video, but I haven't seen anything else that proves he's actually got an implant.
It's in his ear.
But what's interesting is the thing that the demons do to people is consistent outside of the whole spaceship thing. What they also do to people, we started out talking about incubus and succubus and demonic sexual experiences. Well, this is just another form of it in an interplanetary mode. You know, they're either having sex with these beings, or whether these beings are totally sexual. Almost every person I've talked to who claims to have an alien encounter, there's some sexualization connected to it. I'm not saying all of them, but the ones I've talked with, it all comes down to something sexual. But that tells you something. It's not godly, it's evil. Well, if it's evil, is it a manufactured material reality from another realm and just loving, sitting back and laughing at us while we're all so fascinated by all this? I'm not. And meanwhile, we're forgetting. Are we forgetting there's a war in Ukraine and people are dying? Are we forgetting that the international order is being upended and we don't know where things are going to go? Are we forgetting about human trafficking? Are we forgetting that our kids overdosing on drugs and the admissions to emergency wards in the hospitals because of psychosis from psychedelics and weed laced with fentanyl is exploding? Are we forgetting this is the real problem? The homelessness, the hurt and the pain of people. And every day somebody's being damaged for life because of an evil individual. Let's get our eyes off of that and get our eyes down here and let's do good in the world in the name of God to change things. That's my mission. Because every person that I can save through an exorcism, through Christ, of course, is going to be a changed life who's got the potential to be a better being and make somebody else's life better. That's exorcism. That's Christianity.
I think going back to what we were talking about Jacques Vallée, I think whatever people were seeing or witnessing back then that are described in the Bible and biblical texts as angels or demons, things like Ezekiel's wheel. I think Jacques Vallée believes that those were UFOs, aliens. It was the same thing going on back then, and we, throughout history, human history, people have either seen them as biblical, ethereal entities, or
you try to channel your things on it.
no, I've never read anything from American.
Well, chariots of gods.
Right, I'm familiar with this book, no doubt.
You just spouted with these things. I mean, what is the point? What is the point?
Yeah.
If our neighbor next door is in need, if the people in our family are going through some type of a crisis that need our love and concern, isn't that what we should be running our time?
Sure, of course.
Look at what's going on with the emotional breakdown of people today, the amount of institutionalization of people living in the streets because of that law. Why are we doing something about these things? It's easier to worry about what's out there than to roll your sleeves and do something about what's wrong down here.
Well, it's a huge responsibility. There's so many people on this day in America. You walk around New York City, you find somebody overdosing on fentanyl, foaming on the mouth on the side of the road. People just walk right over. Somebody gets in a car accident, they're bleeding, pulling their child out of the car seat. People just walk by. You know, people are psychopaths. They're losing their connection to the community and to other human beings because of technology, because of population, because of urbanization in these cities. There's lots of reasons.
And right even as we speak, where is God? I'll tell you. He's with those firefighters in California that were risking their lives to save other people. They may or may not be Christians, but they're doing good in the world. They're doing something that changes another person's reality so that they don't suffer. They're doing their best. They're risking themselves.
Yeah, definitely.
That's my job as an exorcist. I'm not a firefighter. He was a great man.
Yeah.
But I am fighting fires and trying to change people's lives, one individual at a time, into somebody who is no longer being dwelled by this visceral sense of evil and something that torments them day and night. And if I rescued one or two or 10, I've done the work of God.
If you can rescue one public figure or somebody in politics or somebody that everybody knows, who would it be? Who's the most demon-possessed person in politics right now?
Oh, if you have that in your hip pocket, just waiting this question.
Yes.
There were some candidates.
I think U.S. politics is run by demons.
Well, greed,
Yes.
spirit of mammon. Spirit of mammon. And the spirit of Leviathan, the spirit of pride, runs politics. I know how desperately we want to reach the situation of Bernie Sanders is Kamala Harris, but I'm not going to do it.
Maybe Trump. Maybe Trump's got to be.
Maybe. Anybody could. And some of those people override those impulses by trying to do the right thing with the belief system. It is good. But
We're not really getting that.
you don't know how they sleep at night, and you don't know what they're like behind closed doors. None of it. And that's the thing. It isn't how we act in public, it's how we treat our families, our innocent children, our spouses, our friends. Jesus said, greater love has no man than this, than to lay down his life for a friend. That's pretty simple, isn't it? We don't do it.
Sure.
A few do. A few brave soldiers, firefighters, emergency workers, people like that. That's kind of obvious, doctors. But I mean it in a broader sense. We lay down our life for somebody else. We give up of ourselves so that somebody else's life is better. That's what the gospel of Christ is all about. Jesus said, if you don't deny yourself and follow me, you're not fit in the kingdom of God. But the rich young ruler came to Jesus and he said, I've done everything right. I've kept all the laws. I've been a moral man. And Jesus said, there's one thing you haven't done. And he said, I want you to sell everything you've got and give it to the poor and follow me. He walked away. You don't ever know what ever happened to him. It's this impulse of pride, of power, of wanting something we ought not to have, whether it's some psychedelic transcendental experience or whether it's orgiastic power. When Jesus said, follow me, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And when people are beset by demons, they say something wrong. They say, I try to read my Bible, I can't. I go to church and I get sick. I try to receive Holy Communion and I feel like I want to throw up. Is that psychological? Could be. Most times it's not. When you get that much evidence, it's like a demon because they're trying to do something holy and good, and the devil doesn't like that. So, we have to get rid of the demons. We need more demon people who are out there fighting demon, out there fighting down the devil, looking down the devil, taking your head on, boldly, aggressively, with determination, saying, I'm not going to allow, by God's grace, any more evil in this world. I'm going to fight evil with everything that I have.
Have you ever encountered somebody who's been demon-possessed who smelled like sulfur?
A couple of times.
Because I've heard through many people, including Alex Jones, that Hillary Clinton smells like sulfur. I'm serious.
Okay, I would not think Alex Jones is the paragon of Christian virtue to make that determination.
He's a very devout Christian.
Well, he's devout in his own kind of way, but I think that Sandra don't think, shall we say. there. I haven't met the man. But I'm not concerned with whether she smells like sulfur. What's the relevance of that?
She's so high up in politics, and she has so much blackmail on so many people because she was credited just for Epstein.
Children from the pizza parlor. Yes, been there, heard that. Again, what are we doing? We're focusing our attention on the odd, the straight, the unusual, the chaotic. We're going to go jousting the index. No. People are in need around us. The people who sit in front of me on a Zoom monitor every day of my life.
Right.
4, 5, 6, 7 a day.
Exercises on Zoom.
Yes. I might remember when I started doing that on Skype, going back some years ago.
Back to the Skype days.
CNN said at that time it's number one reporter. And even Comedy Central, what's his face? He used to host the show on my he's retired now, got a beard, he's a political pundit.
On Comedy Central.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no.
Noah, whatever his name took.
Oh, Noah?
Yeah, no, not Noah, the guy before him.
Oh,
Of course you do. You just can't realize.
yeah.
John,
It's irrelevant.
okay.
John Stewart was on
The story.
Is that Comedy Central?
Yeah, it's comedy.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, he sent a reporter out, and these news media, the word got out. I was doing Skype exercises.
Yeah.
This is like 10, 12 years ago. And they were like, you can't do this. I said, I'm doing it. Well, you can't do that. I mean, you can't cast out the interviews and Catholic priests and say you can't do it. Now Catholic priests are doing it. But there's a point here. It's better if I'm physically here.
Yes.
It's better if I could catch the demons out of you right now. But I can do a Zoom with you later. Okay?
I know that's true.
All you have to do is be face to face with that person to see how they respond to certain things. And I do it all the time, all day long, 5, 6, 7 days a week sometimes. And the most amazing things happen. It's just astounding to completely turn around and these people. And then all over the world, 50% of what I do, people are outside of the United States of America. They're in India, they're in Bangkok, I do a major exorcism of dying to buy this one.
So, the way I learn about stuff on this podcast is I have people come in and explain to me what they've learned, explain to me what they've studied throughout their lives, explain to me what they believe in your case, about the Bible and Christianity. And Amin, in the other room, when he came in, you heard the podcast that he did with me. Well, I can't get anybody. I can't get a Bible scholar, I can't get a classicist, I can't get any kind of religious person who studies this stuff or has a PhD in this stuff to combat the stuff he talks about, or to combat his theories and dispute what he says.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so how I can't get an alternative or a reasonable pushback to any of the theories he has. Other people, they tell me over the phone, he's wrong, he's completely bullshit, he's blasphemous, but no one will actually step into the arena with him and confront what he's saying face to face. And so someone like me, when that happens to me, what that tells me is he's got to be right, because nobody can come up with a reasonable pushback.
Get that logic. Where did you get that?
Because nobody can come in here and debate him and prove to me and let me and the audience make a decision to what is actually real and what's right.
You just constructed a logical fallacy.
You had to battle ideas with better ideas, right? That's how you learn.
No. So, as far as this particular individual is concerned,
yes,
the people who come to me want to forsake, put behind them the life that they have been living. They are repentant, which means godly sorrow for the evil they have done.
yeah, I understand.
They want to stop that evil. They want to quit it immediately. You don't get rid of a demon so that a person stops sinning. They stop sinning so they can get rid of their demon. In fact, the people who have greatest success are the people who fast before they come to see me, which is a spiritual biblical practice to prepare one's spirit for what they're about to receive. And there's a difference between someone who questions the faith, someone who is unsure about the faith that they have, and someone who has become an apostate, which means a clear departure from truth. They have once known the truth. Christ speaks of this, Peter speaks of this, Paul speaks of this. There are some who, having known the goodness and the grace of God, deliberately turn against it, and they become an enemy of the faith. There's a difference between an ambivalent person and an enemy of the faith. Okay? When someone is an enemy of the faith, that is not the basis for a reasonable discussion, nor is it definitely the basis for an exorcism.
But you are an enemy of the devil. So why can't you debate the devil?
I don't debate the word.
But you've done debates.
I have debated the best on national television in open forum. But that's very clear. It's them versus me. They're not apostates. They just don't believe. They have not been at a place of belief and deliberately walked away from it for whatever reason. All right. And remember something else. When someone comes to me, they lean into
The form to fill out.
I want to know everything about them, including the deepest, darkest secrets they can withhold from them about what they've done in terms of moral transgressions.
Because you know what that sounds like?
What?
That sounds kind of like what happens in Scientology. They get the auditing sessions.
I'm not having somebody hold a couple of tin cans over you either. This is not about a galvanic response. No, it's not. It's about due diligence to understand where the opening doors the devil are.
Well, right, but if someone's telling you their deepest, dark, and they're truly, honestly telling you their deepest, darkest secrets, they are submitting their will to you. If they're going to trust you with
They're
that stuff,
submitting to God. You're submitting.
right? But
I am the instrument of God in human form, bringing them to that place.
okay, if you're telling them that, at the same time that they're telling you, honestly, their deepest, darkest secrets, they are submitting everything, every fiber of their being to your power.
No, it's not about my power. Come on. It's about honesty before God. They're asking me to bring them to a place with Christ where He will set them free. So if this person, let's just take a simple thing. They are a serial adult on their life, okay? And they're living that life and seeing prostitutes, going to strip clubs on a regular basis. And
That's stuff.
so they're going to hell. And they need to be saved. And they need an exorcism. And you have my phone number. Okay. I'm serious. So let me give you an illustration. I had a lady who believed her house was haunted. And so she flew halfway across the United States to go to Ukraine. Took another Christian friend with me. Walk in the house. We go through the whole house praying over it. We take the holy oil. We put the oil everywhere. Put the sign of the cross everywhere. Go through the whole house. And then to cleanse it of the evil spirits. And I'm walking out the door. And after all of this, just as I'm literally standing at the door, she says, do you suppose I should have told you that I'm currently having a sexual affair with a pastor? I said, well, I'd like to catch a plane. I can't do anything about that right now. But yes, you could have evil spirits in your home because of that. Oh, I said, sorry, I'm late for the plane. You see what I'm saying? She just, I understand it was such a painful, horrible thing for her. She couldn't bring herself to confess that, to bring that into the open, to bring the bondage of sin in her life. Mm-hmm. She waited to the last minute to tell me. Well, no wonder she had to talk about it. No matter. No wonder she had demons in her house. No wonder there were spirits haunting her house. She had opened the door to them. Right. So this is the point. If somebody has something, it is the open door to the devil, and they don't tell me. It's not that they have to bare their soul to me as a human being. They're doing this to God.
Right. So the thing that frustrates me the most is you have a guy who grew up in Christianity, studied the Bible his whole life, devout Christian, talking about in the other room, and started reading the ancient Greek literature, the classical literature, the stuff that's surrounding the Bible, all the medical stuff, all the legal stuff, all the philosophical stuff, all the comedy, the arts, and all this stuff that was happening at the same time that the Gospels were written, before and after, during the same time. And devotes his life, 30 years of his life, to reading the actual original sources in Greek. And it pulls him out of Christianity. He almost studied his way out of Christianity and devoted his life to Jesus. Well, that's what he said. So somebody who has so freaking educated in this stuff, right? That's his story. Okay, so let's just say it's a lie. Let's just say it's a lie. If he's lying, right? Why can't I get another scholar to come in here and call him out of his lies?
I don't know how hard you tried to find the appropriate scholars.
It's so hard, but I've had like 18 Harvard scholars turn it down.
Well, okay, I can speak for them, but I don't think we have a problem of intellectualism. I don't think it's anything we do with the veracity of Scripture, nor its credence with respect to the original. I don't think that's the issue. Back to Billy Graham. Most people have a moral reservation. Now that doesn't mean that I'm sitting in judgment. It just means that if I don't know the whole story, it's like a doctor diagnosing a disease and you don't tell him where it hurts. You don't tell him the problem you really have. So any individual who comes to me for help, and I've had it happen many times, and then they come back again a second time and they say, I just didn't want to tell you about this, about this, about this. And it could be anything. But usually it's a moral transgression, a pretty serious nature. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying that's often the case. Or serious theological transgression. They experiment with Satanism, or some metaphysical cult, or some sorcery practice of some kind. It opens them up to a demon, and that demon, of course, is a highly intellectualized demon. Most of the demons are in academia. They're not on the streets.
Really?
Yes. Of course. What do you think is destroying this country?
Academia?
Yes. How so? Look at the kids that are coming out of that. Look at their thinking about the country, about the society, about the culture.
The political ideologies?
Huh?
The political ideologies, you mean?
Well, they're political ideologies, but you also look at the Bible doctrines are devils. Okay? Which means the people who walk out of academia and they say, let's blow up the country, let's destroy it. It's worthless, it's hopeless. And they're all young academics who are saying that today. You well know that.
Sure.
That's just demonic as anything. You know the point. The point is,
So do you think there's a distinction between good and evil when it comes to political parties, like their left-leaning or right-leaning?
no, it has to be. There has to be the moral qualification of the belief system. The belief system says, I want to burn it down, I want to destroy it. That conflicts with what the Bible says about proper order in government. That's my perception.
Okay.
The point is, the individual who wants to be delivered from the demon has to repent, renounce, and break the curses of all the things they have done to open themselves up to demons, which have created the intellectual delusion that has them see things in a very different light than truth. Jesus died on the cross. He rose again from the dead. That's the teaching historically of the church. That is the teaching of the Bible. Is that the same person who could possibly be impugned from demon child? What kind of intellectual honesty is that? And what basis for battle is there grounded on tremendous? Nothing. Now, that doesn't mean that I want to cast the first stone, or does that mean that I want to not be friendly, even to enemies of the faith? My goodness, I've sat down, with Satanists, with Zingel LeVay, back in the day, when she was trying to get out of the Church of Satan.
His daughter?
I've sat down with neo-Nazis, people who were accomplices to murder. I've sat down with dozens of Satanists and debated them, because they're an enemy of faith. They know they're the enemy of the faith. There's no pretense about this. There's no intellectual argumentation whatsoever. We hate God, that's it. Because they're not departing from the faith. They ain't got it. They don't want it.
Right.
That's the difference. I'm not sure why that's a block. That does create a different dynamic. The paradigms are not the same. Now, when that individual, anybody in that position, comes to me and says, I want to return to my faith. I want to come back to Christ. I want to put my trust in his death on the cross, the shedding of his blood, and his resurrection from the dead, and I'm willing with sorrowful repentance to make that vow to you and to all, and apologize for what I have done to defend the Son of God. And as the scripture says, to prove himself. Hey, now we're going to say, now let's do it.
Understood.
Okay?
Bob, thank you. This has been a pleasure. I really enjoyed this conversation. This has been fun.
This has been fun for me too. It's been really interesting.
I really appreciate you taking the time to travel down here. How can someone get themselves to you?
Seriously, I would love to. You've got the heart for it. Thank you. You do. You know what? I believe every meeting I have is ordained by God. When it's something like this, I'm here from you. You know, Paul started out killing Christians.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How much changed?
Jesus had to knock him off his feet and appear to him. Could happen.
How do I give in to Jesus? How do I become born again?
By recognizing your sin, God, and that you can't handle everything that comes.
I'm interested. I want to learn more about this. I'm open to it. But I have to take some deep real quick.
See, I was going to lead you in what's called a sinner's prayer, and your bladder.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Pause. I'm going to use the restroom, and we're going to do a prayer. following guest is one of the world's leading classical philologists and experts in ancient Greek. He was famously accused of demon possession and forward-opening by the Catholic Church before he was rejected by his peers. Due to the highly disturbing nature of this episode, it had to be heavily censored and close redacted. I know you can handle it, but if you really want to see the parts that were cut out and avoid the ads, it's available on Patreon. Hammer that subscribe button below and enjoy the show. All right, kiddos. Yeah. Welcome back, brother.
Can't say.
How's that tobacco?
Oh, God, it's wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Of course. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. We caused a ruckus on that first podcast we did.
Okay.
And I've learned so much since that first podcast. Some of the texts that we're going to go into today are going to make me want to throw up. So I brought my card back. The Greeks were sickos. The Greeks were so nasty.
Yeah, so was Jesus. I've got a text for you today about Jesus that we're going to go with him. And
The back alleys?
no, takes you up into the woods.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you a text that's going to make you skin crawl. But this is the way it goes.
We've been trying to set up a proper debate with you and a biblical scholar, and we can't get anyone to step in here and talk to you. I think people are afraid of not just what you're saying, but your performative behavior. I think really confuses and terrifies people.
Oh God, I love it, don't you? Doesn't that make it special?
I think it makes it great. It makes it so much more fun.
Why do you think they run?
Like I said, I think they run because they don't know. I think they're terrified by the performative behavior. I think we're theatrical in the way that you translate this stuff, in the way that you teach this stuff on your YouTube channel. It's fun and it's cinematic and it's thought provoking.
Yeah, no, you're very generous. That's why I like you, David Jones, because you're very generous. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. The thing that really draws me that I want people to understand is the souls. The souls of the people. Once you show them the reality, oh God, it's like you're breaking open some kind of world. And you push the person through. It's like they come alive. And the basis of that text and the reason people are afraid is, this beautiful, beautiful thing that we have called ancient Greek, this mother who's so sexy. You have to really know what you're doing and have experience and training in the language. And all of our evidence from antiquity, I wouldn't just sit here and make up stuff with you today. I wouldn't. All of our evidence from antiquity, that's what I handle. And people are afraid of that. Right? People are afraid of that. So, good. That's why I'm going to show you today Jesus engaging in sexual, drug-induced cult with Mary. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's just a text. People ask me, Dad, what did I say? And that's one of the things I put on the interview, misconceptions. People have misconceptions about me. They do. I don't have any opinions or judgments. I'm not selling this theory. I have nothing. It's why Lady Babylon on YouTube is not monetized. I have a contract with the devil. Everybody knows that. I'm open. I can't make a cent on this. So that scares people too.
That does scare people.
Yeah.
And I think that's metalist that you do that.
Awesome.
Because explain explain why you don't want to bring money into this. Do you think that bringing money into the stuff that you're doing and kind of poisons the well?
Yeah, beautifully. I'll put that back down. Beautifully. I need to participate because you just have to you poison the well of inspiration and you sell it. The minute that you take that coin, the material loses its attachment to reality by the physics that they call news. You have to keep that realm pure. And that's why the devil's writing in his own contracts. You can't get what you want. You can't get that esoteric knowledge. You can't get that vision of what is that quantum reality, right? Without the integrity. The Greeks said it this way in a chorus of furies. They said, your greed stains your soul, and the stench your ruin. So it's a process of all the Greek religions, a process of purification. Mystery vision, those are all purifications. That's one of the conditions, man, is that greed. So that's why I can't monetize Lady Babylon. And I don't want to make any money. She's not, I'm not cooking. You know what I mean? It's groveling. There's a lot of groveling. YouTube smells like a brothel, doesn't it? A lot of groveling. And that taints the material. The news isn't going to speak to you, baby. Sorry. That's it.
No, and you're not holding to anything. You're not beholden to any sort of any institution, any university, anything like that. You're, like you said last time, you're roaming. You're completely detached from anything.
It gives me a freedom. Some of the stuff that I'm going to tell you today, some of the stuff that I'm going to bring you is I can only bring you because I am not a professor anymore, and I am not in any academic institution.
For people that maybe didn't watch the first episode, tell us your actual academic.
Just really quick, classics, PhD, right? Masters, of course, classics, but also bacteriology. Love it. We've got a little molecular biology background. Love it. Lab work. Oh God, I love those hands. Brains. Give me brains. By the way, Dave, can I just say, you are setting up something gorgeous here. Bringing people together to be able to look at this material and to be able to engage with this stuff. That's fantastic. That's better than journalism. That's the beginning of the end. That's I love it.
So last time you were on here, the first show we did, I made it clear up front that I wasn't prepared for the conversation we had. Although I read your book and I listened to your podcast with Hamilton, but like going back to like how I started the conversation to explaining your performative way of teaching this stuff, it has inspired me to be fascinated in these things and continue to dive down this rabbit hole. I've invited like half a dozen people on the show since to either corroborate what you're saying or shut down what you're saying, or at least show some sort of counter evidence or give me some more context to what you're saying, because there's nobody else that's saying what you're saying. Or at least I can't find it.
Right. It wouldn't.
So, and that's like a common thread on this show. I will typically have people on here that will say something, right, that many people won't agree with. And then other people will reach out and say, hey, this guy's full of shit. Let me come present my evidence, right?
Which is good. That's a gymnasium.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
an ancient Greek gymnasium.
Correct.
Wrestling.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people can make videos kind of like responding to what you were saying, like editing videos, calling out bullshit on you, saying that you messed up, you were lying, you were taking stuff out of context. yet so people know, we quite literally reached out to, I don't know, Steve, what was it, 2-3 dozen scholars?
Yeah, there was a lot.
There's a lot. I asked an AI to give me like a list of 50 and half of them, and we're dead. A few of them were from Harvard. A few of them classical philologists from Harvard, theologians, biblical scholars, all of which said they would not be comfortable to come debate me.
Let me tell you again.
So I got to keep rolling with this until I can find somebody
Yes.
to prove you wrong.
We just want to talk about the Bible. You've got to bake them down. You've got to bake them. Look, if this is going to work out as my place of feasting, you've got to bake these people better. Right? They know. Here's the problem. What makes them afraid? What makes them afraid? It is that old reason that sits in our brain and tells us, I don't believe in fairy tales. I want some science. And they know that that's what a classic philologist does. They look at the science of the language. And when you look at these texts, it's going to blow your whole mind what you thought.
Did you say on the last podcast, or have you ever said that you're the only one who knows this stuff?
No, of course I know. No, any classicist. And there's a few who started studying Gaelic. Right? Any classicist can come to you and say, hey, the sources that he's talking about, like Nero's archphysician that's in Gaelic, that talks about the drugs that are being used in the death rites, him, and they can look it up. They can go to their classes, they can go look it up, they can check the Greek out. Now, the classical departments have been falling behind. And that's why it's particularly new. That's why you don't have hundreds of people coming up to, oh my God, did you know Christ is a drug? Right? You know people doing that. So your guys at Harvard or Yale, those people are smart enough to know that I'm just talking text. And they can tell whether or not I'm a trained classical scholar. Right? What you call a philologist. That dude, a classical philologist, they can tell. And unfortunately, the fakers and phonies can tell as well. And that's why when you invite people who don't come, it's because they're unable to. One of the people that you invited is now on a big show.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he did a debate with somebody that blew up.
Right. And he's not here now.
No, he's not.
No.
But in all fairness, he's a very busy guy. He had a lot of stuff going on in his life. And, you get a call from that show, and you kind of have to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's sad. It's a shame. But the way I understand it is there's like the Bible, and then there's Christianity. That is like this veneer that people don't like to look through. They don't like to look past that. But behind that, there's a whole nother universe of history with all this other stuff, from poetry to comedy to musical stuff to philosophy to medical texts. That is just like, once you can penetrate that veil of Christianity and the church, there's so much more to learn.
You got it. Listen to that. You just cracked the ages. You know what I mean? Right? When you see through that Christian filter, I don't want to say Christian, it's a modest filter, because the same thing happened to the Egyptians, like in the 14th century BC. They had a monism that came along. One God. Everybody else has to be ignored. Oh, forget her, Lady Justice, and that was the followers of about 10, right? And anyway, whether it's Ottomanism or Christianity or Judaism or Islam, those are monist traditions. And monist traditions fall apart patterns in history. And if you can penetrate that modest lens and get back down to classical civilization, you can explain what those very earliest Christians were doing. Because their writings are at the same time, here's the big problem here. This is why the world is so screwed. And why the history that you think you know is not the accurate history. It's not the factual history.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you.
Because you're looking through a lens of theology. You're looking through a lens. And it's distorting the way that you're perceiving the world. And the reason you're doing that is because the focus was narrowed to the biblical or Christian modest texts. So outside of that world is an entire other world. It's what surrounds it and makes it operate. Christ. Jesus didn't show up and become the first Christ.
The first Christ was Lady Gaga.
The first linguistic reference we've got to an historical person, the Queen of Babylon, the Medea. She was first portrayed as Christ in herself. But when Jesus is there, 1,000 years later, when he's doing his thing, that word is going to be very important. It's history and everything about it. People, here's what I mean. Let me crack the lens a little bit for you. There are 5 words in Greek, ancient Greek. They're the most prominent words that you're going to hear in Christianity. And those 5 words are all drug terms. They're all drug terms. Are you ready? Christ, Savior, baptism, mystery,
Resurrection.
oh, God, I forgot. Perfectionism. Okay. Where's that? I need some of the tobacco to jog my memory. But all of those, gospel, see, it works. Gospel. People don't realize that that's the beautiful kind. Yes, thank you. Tobacco, yeah. What is the It's out of my head. Gospel. People don't realize that the word gospel is the word that you use when a drug is given to a person. It's the drug's efficacy. The gospel is what brings you salvation. Salvation. Right? Remember, there's no clear delineation between drug use and religion and medicine. Those are all part of the same world. This is why you're prophets. Anybody knows, and this is what I'm going to rock the world with this. Are you ready for the world? How can you say that? Look at the text, people. The only thing the prophet designates is somebody who sees visions via drugs.
And prophets were people who were bombed on drugs.
Yeah. Not just bombed, but, like integrated with their
They were like shamans.
repertoire. Yeah, that you could touch their clothing and you knew you're going to get some kind of blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, a vision perhaps. I'm sorry, am I yelling?
No, that's vision. What do you say to all the people online? There was many of them who said and people that I've had on this podcast since that say there is this semantic range and the word Christ had many different meanings. And just because that you say it was a drug term doesn't mean that that's the only meaning it had. There were many other meanings, and you're broad brushing the word Christ to mean what you want it to mean.
Those people don't read classical Greek. All of those critics, right? none of them actually does classical Greek. If they did, they wouldn't make such a stupid statement. Right? The role of classical philosophers, the job is to find that lexical reality. What does that word mean? And so what you do is when you read works over a period of 1,000 years, because remember, that's what we do. You read stuff that takes place over 1,000 years. Okay, so it's not just like, this is not, I tell my students, you're not just learning English. You're not just learning English or German or French.
Right.
Right? You're learning over a millennium, 2 millennia. You're following the track of the Logos. I love you, Mr. Fox. You're tracking the arc of the Logos. Right? And that's why there's terms like that. There's a whole physics behind it. The classicist is actually a privilege. If they're good at reading everything around, right, over 2,000 years span. So, and then when somebody comes to you with a text, for example, the Bible, you've got a broad context of where that thing sits and where the meaning is drifted or not drifted or augmented or changed. Right, because that's what meaning does. That's why it's a semantic drift.
Meaning changes over time.
Yes, right. Because they grow and they develop, they age and they die. Right? Language is living for everybody to figure that out.
What is the semantic drift of the word Christ?
Yeah, it starts out as the bite. It's the bites, it's the fly.
The gadfly.
The gadfly, right? Which brings you the oysters. Now, wait a minute. You say, what? Stop. It's the culture. What are they using? They're using arrow poisons.
When is this one?
So, say late Bronze Age.
Late Bronze Age.
You can say like 1600 to 1000. Right? Just talk about that period of the Bronze Age, right? This is where all this tech is coming about. It's all coming through arrow poisons. The very words in Greek are what betray this. Right? In addition to all the references. Right? Now you can say Eohiah poison there. That's Black Sea stuff, baby. It's Black Sea stuff. And it's coming from combos of venoms. Okay. Which is incredible.
Right. Multiple venoms mixed together.
Multiple venoms mixed together. And they're blending it up. Even the midwives are using it to deliver children.
And the Medusae would shampoo their hair in this method.
Well, it said they carried through in their hair. I don't know if that's around it. I'd probably just oil it up. I've never had the pleasure of oiling up a Medusa. You know, I can imagine, that hair is the container for the eos, they call it.
Right.
So do you understand why they had prophets and oracles? Because they were using the eos. Now, this is something, but I'll give you something fresh. Because I know, that's all material, man. I told you that, baby. What's the fresh stuff? You know that rod? You know what I brought you to do? I have brought to you the rod of Hermes. Oh, God. It's like that guy's rod. Yeah, they knocked them all off. Alcibiades, those first. Oh, I'm sorry. You know.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and anyway, the rod. Oh, God. This is something people don't know. The serpent. 2 serpents wound around a rod. Do you know what that?
Population.
No. God damn it. No.
Well, I heard Ruck talking about this. Carl Ruck said, when you see a serpent copulate, it opens a portal to another dimension. And also, when you see a serpent copulate, you have a sex change.
What the fuck? Because he knows in the cave of Taik's house, above the entrance is the walls. He knows that. So he knows that's the snake that can swim. So, that he's talking about, definitely he's talking about that. And, oh God, Earth Mother, first oracle. Definitely. Now, why is it between the rod? What is it separating? The rod is separating two. It's separating two snakes.
Right.
It is dote and antidote. Right. I didn't explain that last time because I just learned that. It's dote and antidote.
By the way, it is kind of a terrifying image. The image of two snakes having sex. Have you seen it?
I'm not having sex.
Can you look it up, Steve? Just type in snakes mating.
Do they have their anal flaps open?
Crazy looking.
They have dual
No, they
wings. They have, what do they call those? They have
Find it, Steve?
canopy. Snakes have
Just images, not
penises with
good images.
two heads. Two-headed penis.
The snake does?
Yes.
Really?
Oh God. I massage my snakes.
Look at that. Look at that right there.
What?
Oh, this thing. Yeah, look at that. How wild is that? They like braid themselves together. Yeah. And I'm sure they bite each other.
Rubber. Oh God. Look at it comes out. Where's the headed pain? Show us. Give us. It's dual-headed. It's dual-headed.
What does that mean when you see a snake? Look at the right there.
Yeah.
How crazy is
I
that?
just enjoy the snake.
Yeah, we're watching snake porn right now.
It's a dance, huh?
Watching a snake is like opening a portal to another dimension.
Yep. Yeah, it's feeling fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Rob. Appreciate that.
So the semantic drift of the word Christ. Christ starts in the late Bronze Age. That's the first time we ever see the word Christ.
No, it's the first reference individual who was from that period.
It's the first reference to an individual.
Yeah, who was using it was Christ's day.
And who is that individual?
Medea. That's the oldest one that we've got. So we know that the concept.
The first time we ever see the word Christ.
It's the first time we ever see a. Okay, it's the earliest reference. It's the first.
Okay, sorry.
It's the reference to the earliest Christian historical person. Reference to the first time we see someone was somebody got Christed.
But was the term ever? Do we find that word any time in literature earlier than that?
No. Oh, in literature earlier. Oh, yeah, no. There's a whole bunch. Like Euripides, that's a historical reference. Right, so that's a historian, a Greek historian. Remember, the Greeks invented history, right?
And it's always really discovered.
He's using the same way. He's using it for a sex bed.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's never different from the fact that it's a drug.
It's always
a fucking drug. People. Right? It always is a drug.
Right. It's a new year.
So, I don't, the only reason that people say, Danny, you're being bamboozled. Right?
Everyone's saying that.
How does this one guy come up with this thing that nobody else knows? You know why? Because I read the medical literature. Right? The first time I saw it, it kind of excited me too. I was like, wait a minute, did I just say something Christ did someone? Surprised me.
Maybe it's the first time it is. So, starting, it goes, Euripides talked about it before Medea.
Yeah.
And then.
No, Euripides talked about it before the historian wrote about Medea.
Before the historian.
Before he wrote.
God,
yeah.
Okay. This is hard to navigate the history. We're talking about things that happened, and we're talking about what it was written
It's
about.
over 2,000 years.
Right.
God, it's so confusing.
Yeah. So, when is the first time the word Christ is used in a different way? That's not a drug term.
It's never used in a different way. It's not a drug term. I'm sorry. I can stop the F-bombs. She put the hat back on.
When did they start saying that it was something different. It was what did Dan McClellan say? Dan McClellan said it meant a revolutionary. When did that come about? When did they start saying it meant a revolutionary?
There's nothing
Oh no, never mind. He said Blaze Days meant revolutionary.
Oh yeah, no, that's the same. That's the same drug he's using, though. It's the same drug he's using. So you put up the boundary. Here's what happens. You said in the very beginning, which is genius. There's you reach a point where Christianity took over right into the history and the analysis, the education. And when they did, you lost something, right? So we're looking at that, but we haven't penetrated yet that lens. That's still theology.
Yes.
That you're getting. It's always a Christ thing.
It's always a Christ thing to tell the church.
Yeah, until it becomes a tradition in the church. And then they define what this thing is. It's fantastic.
So Bible scholars wouldn't know this. Bible scholars don't read medical texts.
No.
They don't read philosophical texts. They stick to the Gospels.
I can bring any Bible scholar in here. I hope this isn't scary you. Because I'm waiting. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry.
This is an open invitation for anyone, and I think it would make it better if we got two Bible scholars in here to debate you. So it's 2 versus 1. The table's a little lopsided. 2 points.
Yeah, no, it's
or classicist, Bible scholar, anybody.
Yeah, any classicist, right? Come sit here. Let's talk about it. Isn't that wonderful? They're talking about it. You know what I mean? Hey, classicists draw like flies. You know what I mean? I love this stuff. Right. Yeah, classicists.
Is there any reason they would be afraid to do this? Not in the aspect of getting things wrong or getting quote unquote steamrolled by you, but like, would they get any sort of backlash from the universities? Or would they lose tenure for engaging with you and talking about this stuff?
Traditionally, I don't know about the atmosphere right now, but traditionally, classicists still make it with the scholars. Right. Why?
I'm talking about the classes.
Because it was their text, right? And they don't want people saying things about their text. You could get yourself in big trouble if you start talking about what's in there. Right? You can. It's very easy. I'm telling you, there is stuff I'm going to show you today, a new one. You guys are going to love this. Oh, God. Eat my inspiration that says Jesus Christ. It's life.
I suppose we told there.
In the woods, different.
Yeah. We actually read about this on the previous podcast with somebody. Remember when we read through this on a recent pod? We saw it on the blog post. There was a guy who was calling it it was a barman from our family. And he was explaining this something about Mary. He talked about how Jesus was named Mary.
The greater letters of Mary.
Greater, yes, that's no. He was calling it the greater questions.
No, that's it. It's questions.
Questions. Yeah,
it is. Oh God, what do you do? It's a clear reference. And by the way, it's what they have to do is I can unlock for you the fact that when Jesus talks at that moment about bringing the woman from his side, people always think, and you think back to the presentation of Eve, and Septuagint, which was how I looked it up, if they're not a Hebrew one, it never was. And when you think about what he did was that he brought a woman out of the side, is a process of, I can show you the text, a process of sexual activity and engaging the flanks. Have you ever engaged a woman in the flank? Do you understand what I'm saying? Put that energy into the flank. Boom! Bring it from both sides. Shoot it right in.
Both sides?
Yeah. Boom! Just shoot it right in. You know what I mean? And it's the sex cult. That's the thing that's so cool about this. Is there's a lot of sex cult stuff going on.
No, yeah, you made that clear last time.
Yeah, and it says that it says in the text, in the Greek text. Now remember, people, how is this person getting this stuff? How is all getting this stuff? It's just text out there in Greek, and you can look at these people. And this one says something beautiful. This one says something beautiful. It says the kids were afraid of drugs. They were afraid of drugs that Jesus was talking about.
The kids were?
Yeah, because he wanted them to eat his equipment. That's what it says. He engaged Mary sexually out in the woods. And then he said, you've got to eat. You've got to eat. Okay, that's life. My question for you. Change my Heimer. If it was a Heimer, it was fun. Look at, oh my God! Just look at the text, people. It's really cool. I'm sorry, Dan. You're all around. Yeah. It's nice.
No, I was going to ask you because you wrote that question to Mary that I was worried about being up now with Mary.
Got it.
Because you read it, didn't you read it?
Yeah.
You read the primary.
Yeah, well, we have a text, but who knows? Who wrote it originally? No, who knows? Does it matter? Like, this is biblical scholars. They say, hey, you wrote this. Oh, God. It doesn't say.
So when you
Document
when
it's
you
the
read it, but
evidence.
when you read the document, don't you consider where it came from and when it came from?
You do. You determine that through the language. Yeah.
So by reading the Greek, you can figure out who wrote it and when.
You're trained as classical philologists to be able to read Greek from the late Bronze Age, right? You can, oh my, into the, right, that goes into the beat. From that period down, okay, starting with Homer, working your way all the way forward to 1,000 under Dominic, where you're reading Homeric scholars who are writing ancient, who are writing Byzantine explanations, commentaries of Homer, right? Because Homer, remember, Homer is the way that you teach grammar, right? It's a science, and you program somebody. That's why the second thing on my little thing here was, why are we so far behind the Greeks? Right? Listen to their education. It's music. It's in three branches: music, grammar, and gymnasium. And you and I are going to be making it together. Steve's going to watch.
And what's the gymnasium?
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're going to get naked together.
Okay.
And
With the candles.
No,
And the Bible.
no. Not the gymnasium. Not the gymnasium. We're going to get naked. We're going to get oiled up. And you and I are going to slug it out. We're going to put some bands on, right, to prevent any serious damage.
Oiled up, butt naked, boxing. MMA. Ancient MMA.
Right. Wrestling. We're going to practice submission and taking somebody down, submitting. So their education, the standard Greek education is 1/3 music, 1/3 grammar, the spoken language, and 1/3 influence.
No math.
It's part of the language. It's part of the language.
The math is part of MMA?
Yeah, every sitting stands and big drum. Reading the Pythagoras papers. These are Greeks. We have libraries come from. They don't come from any civilization that was raised language, the most complex language. And everybody's sitting looking at the kinds of say, everybody's sitting looking at the pyramids. Oh, God. Big deal. Big deal.
Pyramid?
The pyramids.
Not pressed.
Not impressed.
Why?
Rocks piled upon rocks by a bunch of sweaty slaves. And do you understand why we can't figure out how they built the things? Because they weren't smart enough to develop a language that would allow them to describe it to us. If you read anything, any sort of translation from Egyptian, read it. I had to read the medical stuff, right? Because I was looking at the technical level. You read the Book of the Dead, man. You read the, by the way, the whole Middle Eastern thing, too, all you scholars out there, the Middle Eastern thing, you know that the language is garbage.
What language?
You know, it's all of them. The Syrian, the Akkadian, all of them. Now, the Syrians have really been nice about it. Now, read the Epic of Gilgamesh. Oh my God, I was listening to artists like this stuff.
What is the Epic of Gilgamesh? That's written in Sumerian?
Yeah, it's, there's several Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian, I think is in there. Right, Middle Eastern languages we're talking about. They got it from the library. Ashurbanipal, right, which is mostly a bunch of laundry. Anyway, the master work that they came up with was this Gilgamesh, and I just want to read to you what I'm going to do, audience. This magic trick that I'm going to do is I'm going to flash before your eyes two things. The first thing is Gilgamesh, and the second thing is Aristotle. Oh God, this guy's going to tell me flashes. Yes, that is the purpose.
Do you want to hit the lights for us? You want to
I think I can do it.
Okay.
This day on which Enkidu dreams came to an end. Yeah, and he lay stricken with sickness. One whole day he lay on his bed, and his suffering increased. He said, Gilgamesh, the friend on his account, he had left the wilderness. Once I ran to you, but this has some kind of delusional fever here. For the water of life, it's called for the water of life. And I now have nothing. A second day he lay on his bed, and Gilgamesh washed over him, but the sickness increased. A third day he lay on the bed. He called out to Gilgamesh, rousing him up. Now he was weak in the eyes. His blind was weeping, and 10 days he lay there so long. He said, oh my God, this is ever stop. And Gilgamesh wept over him. I died, I'm so happy. Right? Okay, now think about the language that it takes to express that. Just linguistically. Right? Do you hear the repetition? Do you hear it's very simple verbs, very simple actions? It's very, repeated. That's what languages that don't have many words do that. They use repetition as a crutch. Think of it as like a kid developing his speech. Developing his ability at speaking. Okay, now let's fast forward to Greek and let's compare it to Aristotle. Harmony is celestial since its nature is divine, noble, and wonderfully wrought. Being in its operation naturally quadripartite, it has two meanings, arithmetic and harmonic, and its parts and magnitudes and excesses are manifested in conformity with number and equality of measure. 4 melodies are given their form in the range of 2 tetrachords.
What the f is that?
Do you feel as dumb as I do?
Yeah.
It turns into huh. After a while, it turns into huh. Okay, that's Aristotle. Right? If you look at what he does with the language, it's miraculous. It's like watching a gymnast with a routine.
Right.
They're just able to reach out into the ether and grab something and pull it in. Oh, God. Oh, In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. And the earth was Toho Wabohu. What's that word? Toho Wabohu is the Hebrew. Right? It's not the original. The Greek is aortos and akataskeletos. Those are two very different terms. Very, very different. And Hebrew can only translate them into empty, because Hebrew only has 7,000 word vocabulary. Right? So, as you're looking at languages, as you're looking at people who are analyzing those languages, realize what you're dealing with. Languages are not always the same. Really, they're not. And I'm sorry, but the greatness just sucks.
So you're the only person on this earth at this point that says that the Septuagint was original.
You're the only one?
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, there is. There is? Yes. Yeah. Ooh. His dad, does that count?
Kind of, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe like a half a point for that. Who is it? John Scarborough.
No. He's dead long as that. He was a scholar of Greek, the grammar, like they used to grow. He's the guy's started everything. Because the language, you keep going, the language needs to be included. Yeah, and he said, hey, Origin, who's Christian, right? His name is African.
Oh, Africans.
Yeah.
He's the only other one who's been dead a long time.
He said that a portion, right, of the Septuagint, at least, there's no way it's a Hebrew.
Do you know what portion?
There were several books. Daniel, he uses examples from Daniel and from Genesis.
Now, so we had Gad Barnea
Yeah.
to try and explain it to Steve. He said it was like Jewish Greek.
Yeah, I wonder if it was like he owned Greek, but he definitely said it. Yeah, I wonder. He doesn't say that. He just says it's Jewish Greek.
That doesn't exist.
Jewish Greek.
You should know that. It doesn't exist. There's no Jewish Greek. What is Jewish Greek? What do? You take a
Can we
Jewish,
play the clip? Do you
take Jewish authors and throw them to have a whole separate Greek? Give them equality.
We're gonna love this. Let's bring him into let's bring him into the virtue of God. He had a full body. Are you gonna find it? You know where it is? You know where it's spot?
What? Where does he date? Where does he date Judaism? He dates a very second century BC.
I'm not sure, but he did say that the Septuagint was Hellenistic, and he said that he believes it was written in the same time frame as he said that translation happened within, I might be this up, but I want to say within 30 years, 20 or 30 years, he said. So he's thinking it was, around the same time. Or, it was still Hellenistic. I don't know what he was saying. We're going to have to listen to it. If you can find it, Steve. I have this clip.
Now, another really important point that a lot of scholars miss is that the Septuagint is not Greek as such. It's not Greek. It's Judeo-Greek.
For people who are new to this stuff, can you explain what the Septuagint was?
So the Septuagint is this translation of especially of the Torah, of the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, into something that is Greek related. And the reason I'm saying Greek related because it's not actually Greek. It's Hebrew. It's Jewish. It's kind of like
Oh my God! No! Oh my God! Because it doesn't exist.
So I come from classical studies, and so I studied Greek classical for a long time.
Oh,
And so
really?
Greek,
Oh, brilliant!
Greek is the New Testament, which is an extension of the Septuagint into a different language. It's almost shocking. You can almost
was uncomfortable.
No, he's making it up to
There
his
is anyone coming from that to read this
Great, great.
because it's not. In some cases, even it seems to be wrong. It seems to stuff was changed and it's using I don't make sense in really computer term.
Really? Give me an example, Ted.
So it's really very much a true a lot of people listen to this let me know about Yiddish. So Yiddish is Jewish German.
Ted,
It's Jewish German.
what is that from?
Yeah, okay. So Yiddish is Jewish German.
Okay.
And it's German. It's mixed up German. Which has enough words in it. Also, it's kind of sprinkled in. And that's the same thing with the Greek of the Septuagint. It's not at all. So talk for anyone to commission a work that would be written in a Jewish Greek, not in Greek. It makes little sense.
Yeah, why would you create some new Jewish Greek? Why wouldn't you just make it into real Greek?
Right, so that was probably the Greek that was spoken by the Jews of Alexandria.
No,
It was written for them. It was not, so that's the language Greek they have for their
All right, that's good, Steve.
source.
What does it say?
Bullshit. That was
Can you for a second try to elucidate or clarify his position and what he's saying for people that are listening to this and they're confused right now?
his position.
Can you clarify his position?
Yeah, it's unclear. There is no Jewish Greek. Just like there's no Italian Greek, there's no Turkish.
Why is he saying Septuagint is Jewish Greek? How is it different?
Well, I don't know, because he's trying to hold the authority. Right? He's trying to say you really can't read this text because it's not Greek, it's something else. Oh no, it's beautiful,
But it is Greek.
it's beautiful Hellenistic Greek, and I would put it at the level compared to people like this time because it's so elevated. Right? The prophets, the prophetic writings, prophets is a great time, right? The prophets there. They're reaching, I'd say a mid-level 5 or 6. I give it 5 or 6. So it's not up to the standard of the museum.
It's not up to the standard. So we were talking before we started about the Koine. Koine Greek is like McDonald's hamburger Greek, and then you have Aristotle, which is like a wagyu fillet or a tomahawk ribeye, like a prime rib.
I would put Aristotle just a little now and put it in the top.
So where on that range, on that scale, is the Septuagint?
About a 5. It's somewhere
About halfway.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very stylistically. It's I've got her a good 5.5 or 6. She's not going to the Olympics or anything, right? But there's considerable drift from Alexandria lexically. The meanings of the words are penetrating, getting out there, right? That's what we're talking about. Uranus and Gaia. So you can see that influence from Alexandria. And that gentleman just said that there's a Greek and there's some other kind of Greek.
Jewish Greek.
It does not exist. It does not exist. If you want, you're pretty good.
You don't learn about
You
Jewish Greek in the classics program.
It's so funny. No, why would you get why would you get Jewish people writing things in Greek if they had this other language that this whole book was made up of? No, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Classical Greek.
Yes,
Okay, so we can kind of apply that to today, right? So a great analogy would be like English. English is English, right? But then you have American English and UK English, right? We don't really differentiate that, but there is a difference, especially in the written words like color, COLOUR versus America's COLOR.
Yeah.
They put a lot of OUs in there. For instance, aluminum is our word, but aluminium.
Yeah.
So
It's not quite. Wait, you're half equate everything. Because that's dialectical differences, right?
Do you feel tired?
That's one level of how language can change or evolve, right? It's through dialogue. I'm talking at a deeper level with the lexical capacity of the language. What is the language able to describe? And the difference between Koine Greek and some kind of gorgeous Attic steak, like Ascot, is a drop in its lexical um, complexity. Right? It's a dumbing down. Koine is a dumbing down process. And Koine can happen across dialects. Think of it that way. It's like a virus thing. Once you get infected with Koine, you're in trouble. And the Greeks try to revive their own standards back up to the 5th century Athens. Because that's when Greek is its most elegant.
5th century.
Yeah, when all that democracy stuff's going on, all the tragedy, comedy, and all that kind of stuff, all the civilization is happening. It's when they're developing it. This all started as I wouldn't put Aristotle at the top, right? Because there's the Eskimos. I put him at the top, and he's using this Dorian chorus, and it's like God. It's a beating heart of civilization. Once you penetrate that lowest film that obstructs your vision and you reach that reality that you actually have history, that's why I feel this. You don't know history. You don't get it. You can ask a Christian today, and the intent is to anybody today that comes to tell me what the Christ is. I already know what the rest of the day, and I don't know how to and I suppose I could get a New Testament scholarship, and I could stand on this table and provide you the seed, the product that you need, by bombarding them with text after text after text of Christ and turning people into sex fiends. Oh, God. Satyrs with weapons in the medical treatments. Do you understand?
So Koine Greek, the Septuagint is not.
No. It's in an intermediate period when stuff begins. It's general, right? But no, it's very much got the Hellenistic. Still got a little bit of a twinge of the Hellenistic intellectual stuff that's coming out of the museum in Alexandria. A lot of great artists. So essentially, that's a point for the paper. But people, the problem is, you're not ruled by musicians, right? You people are ruled by musicians, and that's the problem. And people don't recognize the society.
I don't drink from cannabis, but
No,
I'm not Charlie.
no, but the musicians were,
Yes.
right? And they can drink from cannabis directly. You, mother, is the word in Greek. Later, cortex, the society is coming up with things like democracy and scientific method. That society is going to sort of pass. They're founded by rock and roll people. Right? They're founded on the backs of lion players, men and women. And for those of you who don't know that, check it out. You're going to find a whole lot of guitar playing people. And they, this is the first time you see mates or acquaintances with this group. And that is mother. That's how it's translated. That's the translation of that. And Why? Who would give us such a thing? It's iambic poets who give us such a thing. What is iambic poetry? It's the poetry that's satanic thing. We sent it with you up. Just to get fun. You want to know what it means to be plastic? It means to be inspired. To be inspired by a drug with a gospel that leads us to salvation. And that's all in the text. I don't know why the laws come but they do come. And just like you said, something happening ethnically, it's that form of Christianity.
That's what you're doing. You're inspiring a new generation of time travelers to go back and excavate the truth of antiquity. That's what was going on. The mystery, the drugs, the sex, the pharmacon, everything. They were roaming around. There were no cultural sanctions on these people until
Christians come along and make laws, right, in order to manipulate, to control, and seize the states. Like Amos tells us this. Says those goddamn Christians, they've broken onto the estate and they're claiming we're violating laws by burning this incense. We've got to get rid of it because fumigation is a big deal. It's how you get rid of people high.
they would walk through the town and burn weed, marijuana.
Yeah, that was one of the facts we used. Yeah, and just fumigate. You just fill the air, right? What does that do? It cleans people, they would say. You clean this person up. They're too goddamn emotional. You can purge your population that way. I'm sure the CIA should be a step ahead of us on this, right?
No, of course they are.
Using drugs to control a population is a very ancient practice. Only the best culture does it.
When you say they use the fumigation to purge the population, how do you purge them? How does that hurt?
You purge them of that naughtiness.
You purge them of the naughty?
Yeah.
Or you mean you're purging them psychologically?
Imagine if I took you and Steve and 12 of your best friends up into the mountains and I drugged you there. And I gave you drugs that induced a 24/7 erection that could last for 7 days before you kill them. Which, by the way, that's when you get your tattoos that we were talking about. Motherfucker, that's when you get them. Do you understand? You know the guys in the cult, if you can pull it out and it's full attention, it means something. Right? A message that disappears. Do you understand? Yeah. It's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. That's where the language is taking us. And it's gorgeous, man. The real history is actually real beautiful and fairy tale. Let me give you an example. You think of religious writing. You think, oh, they're so wonderful. Let me give you a religious writing, a modest one that will crack open your head. Are you ready? This is from the Talmud. The Talmud says,
Why were the Jews not Christians?
why were the Jews not Christians?
Does that make sense? Why weren't the Jews Christians? If the Christianity revolves around this figure who died on the cross who was Jewish, what's going on there?
Because the gangsters, he ran afoul of gangsters. He wasn't the man hotshot. He's the guy kicking over the tables in the temple with the birds and children. Mary with her fingers and the devil, put her fingers in the devil's feeling for the angels. Who knows that? Alright, what you think? Practically, the thought of the angels people. You thought, oh, it's fine. Why is, oh my god, you modern culture, why the hell are we so stupid?
Why not understand? Why do we buy the fairy tale so quickly? Here's the one about Jesus.
So Jesus was, he was an exotic figure who was Hellenistic, but based on Dionysus. Is that right? His story is based on the story of Dionysus.
No, you've been fingered by an academic.
That was Carl Ruck who said that.
No,
It was. I listened to it this morning.
it doesn't matter. You said fingered. Why do we have to? I cannot go to any interpretation. I have to stick with the text. What does text say? You know, it's the dude who's Christ there.
So Jesus had nothing to do with Dionysus. There's no connection.
No, Jesus had a lot to do with Dionysus because he is performing a mystery. He is involved in baptism. Who the hell is involved in baptism in antiquity? Right? It's religious extremists who are going through mysteries. But when I say extremists, you go through the big one in Athens, like everybody who's in it does. Right? And you can be born again. Right? So, but it is what we would call, most of us would call it religious extreme of what's going on with religion. Now, if you want to use baptism as a drug term, baptism is a drug term. Bombard. I need to bombard scholars with all of them.
And Carl Ruck, who you hold in high regard.
Admire for the world. The man is such a seasoned classicist.
He was one of the first classical scholars to talk about the use of drugs.
Yes, sir.
In his book about Eleusis.
He helped breach when nobody else was.
Yes. And he doesn't believe that Jesus was a historical figure.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a cop-out. Because he knows something. Dr. Colbert knows something.
He's a mythicist by definition.
What else though? He's a human being.
But a mythicist are people that don't believe Christ ever existed.
Yes, no, he's not a mythicist. Bullshit. He's a superhero. But he was out in public. He draws people to him. His goodness. His goodness. Even dogs love to help him. Ask him. He won't admit it. This is why he won't come up with the battle because I'll force him. Right? He knows. It's okay. Copulating turtles too. He and I watched 2 turtles. Copulate in Thrace. And then we went and drank some Red Sea.
Have you really seen Carl Ruck naked?
This is very true. It was an accident. No, it was. I was prepping. I don't care if it's a positive story. I don't care. I'm going to tell you the truth. From just by experience. We were staying at the same place for a conference. And I was sitting there and going over my notes. And he had gotten in the shower just then. And he walked by and his towel accidentally, it was a total accident, because I could tell by the way he reacted. But he had to bend over. And suddenly in my mind, I saw that bull-horned altar. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. It's like a centaur. Right? It's those big ones. It was like glory. It was like, I was like, I mean, Paulus is right there.
He's got a pet iguana living in his shorts.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just, he's ample, and he's a great ample man, just full of talent and incredible kindness and tenderness that we can cost him. Tell him stop. No, it's the unbenefited, not being blind. Oh my God, he's so negative. He stood in the breach when those people said, people used to talk about, oh, you're talking about drugs and you must have a, drug agenda and, it was scary, man. He could lose his job for that kind of thing. He
held the line because he loves the text, and that's where he's truly strong.
I think he believes that the reason that he got smeared the way he did by his university was because when he was coming out with this stuff was the same time as the psychedelic renaissance, right? Yeah. And the academics didn't want to prop up any of this hippie bullshit. They thought that we don't want our ancestors and the ancient Greeks to be these hippies that we see today protesting the Vietnam War. Like, they weren't the same. They wouldn't have done such a
Yeah, it's the same resistance. And he wasn't interested in what their ideas were. He was interested in what the text said. And he read all that stuff. He'd seen the ecstatic stuff. He coined the word entheogen. That's Greek, baby. He knows what he's doing. Exactly. So I think it's a little bit of an excuse. Now that Jesus is around all this drug activity.
So you think it's a cop-out that he thinks that he says Jesus was not a real person?
No.
Story.
Yeah.
He thinks it's a
Yeah. No, I think I don't think he even thinks it's a story. I wouldn't dare think what's in that Jesus mind of his. But I know this. He's got to stay with the text. And it doesn't matter whether Jesus was real or not. If the texts are saying that Jesus was arrested in public park with a naked kid screaming, I am not a child. I'm not a child. Linguistically, he knows that. And I think he should. And he doesn't have to say it. If he wants to believe Jesus is fake or real, it's irrelevant, right? He knows that. He's a philologist. He knows that. So I challenge you, like great master and Lord, Carl Rudd, please say something about Jesus' drugs that you're using. Please say something about Christ. Thomas, you know you're with me. You know it's the sex drugs.
Another thing people like to say is that he wasn't a boy, he was a young man. But I don't see any difference there.
The difference is the diminutive. It's not a near-miss. A young man's a near-miss. The near-miskos, the iskos suffix is a diminutive.
Meaning he's old.
You take the thing and you make it smaller. You make it younger. My little Pais. My Pais is
where should we take the time machine next?
yeah.
Also, Steve, do you want to turn the lights on, or is this good enough lighting for us?
I mean,
Let's stick with what we got.
okay, let's do it. I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm looking at the word. I'm looking at the word for heaven. Nation. Somebody sexually, and he's referring to his food, Jesus, and bits of questions of Mary. Yeah, and it says that he wants her to receive his seed to be living. And the beautiful thing about it is, look, because she's hesitant to say, look, you just do the things that are empty, the empty rain. And if you know what that is, it's a proof point. For that which is translated now as heavenly, but it is things that are based in Urania. Let me tell you who Urania is. She is the one that you see when you look at her. She is the queen of the city band that uses the arrow poison to give them the inspiration to play the lyres. She's the huntress who is the sword day of God. She is the earliest saint. And our mystery is the mystery of ultimate faith. And that mystery is what Jesus is reflecting here. And saying, hey, you gotta eat it, or you're not gonna have salvation, lady. And he's like, Don, you don't believe me because you can't think on things that are epi-uranium. Lady, who's Urania? She's Don, you sexy beast. We said no night was for you need a vagina because there are purple flowers in the world, people. They're oops. Oh, by the way, the apostles didn't want to do it.
They didn't want to eat his.
And I said, it's his ice stuff. It's they acknowledge openly he wants us to eat directly his seed. The seed.
Why? And
I don't know, if you were a kid, would you want to eat?
no, but what was there? At least he obviously wasn't an antidote because he wasn't a eunuch, right?
It
So
was going to save you. It was going to get you.
what was the
Bionic vision.
How though?
Whatever's in his head.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, that bring these guys to justice, you know?
How could he have any sort of chemicals in his that would give you high?
Because they're using the body processed drugs.
Yeah, but he wasn't a boy though. You said the boys were doing that. They had to be young so that they could create the antibodies to be the antichrist.
When he's with Mary, he wants her to eat his. And he uses very specific terms like fellatio.
Oh,
It's through the fellatio that he's getting. It could be negative. You know?
I mean, just say you want to blow. You have to pretend like your life is the Da Vinci Code. Just ask him for a blowing.
I think that's why the apostles were like, no. I think that's why they were passing. You gotta think he's a. He said that's why you don't understand heavenly things. I'm sorry.
He's trying to. The guy just wants sex and drugs, and he's trying to paint this mythical, this cosmic, godlike connection that he thinks he has to make people follow him, so he can get more sex and drugs.
You're baptized by John. He was with the devil for 40 days. You don't know because we haven't been initiated.
I can't. I have a hard time sometimes parsing through the poetry and the soul heavenly reactions.
He went
He was
to
with the
the
devil.
devil. Yeah, he was baptized in the devil.
Yeah. So he did drugs. He performed a ritual, a mystery.
When he did the baptism, he saw Uranus open. Right? What do you see when you see Uranus open?
He met the devil.
Epi-uranium.
So he got high.
Uranium.
He got high and he met the devil.
Yeah. Says that.
What still happens today? People that you hear people talking about all the time. I got too high.
Do you get blood so you get high and meet the devil? You're
Once or twice.
probably called it. Yeah. Seriously? Dude.
No, not when I'm in the depths of hell. And maybe when I'm coming out of hell, and when I'm descending down into hell, I'm participating in the rituals. But
No, you gotta suck those teats when it's gonna kill you. That's why he's walking around telling you know, Jesus encouraged people to use drugs. And I say that and people are like, no, absolutely not. He encouraged people to use drugs. Where did he encourage them? He said, look, you're gonna hold up snakes. You're gonna drink this thymosin, this death inducer, which is a cold compound. Nero's got the freaking formula for it. Do you understand? It's a big deal in antiquity.
yes.
And he's involved in this stuff. Jesus Christ is involved in this stuff. He's even got the poison garments. Right? He does what those who are Christ did. He can't cast out demons.
So you also said on the first podcast, you mentioned that when Jesus was caught in the park, he was high.
Yes.
He was tripping balls. He got cops captured him, and he was crucified 8 hours later. He
Yeah.
was captured for
I don't know if it was a full 8. I don't know if it was a full 8 hours, but by like 3 o'clock he's dead.
It was like
So I think it's in there he starts getting
he died early.
Yeah.
Right.
He died prematurely.
And they offer, and he screamed, screaming out. Some people say he was singing. And somebody offered him, his followers were trying to give him a sponge or something full of vinegar.
Right.
And you say that Nonus wrote about that vinegar being an antidote to the horned African viper.
He says it's an antidotum, so he's using the Greek word antidote for the deep south, which is identified as the North African horned viper.
Okay, let's put a pin right there.
Because of its symptom that it causes, it is extreme thirst.
Right.
When he's on the cross, he's screaming, I am thirsty. And there is a document. The reason that Notice is telling us this is the Geoponica also shows that the word that you and I are translating vinegar is the word for the antidote commonly for the specific snake venom that is used in their religious rites. Jesus is pushing those very same drugs in the gospel.
When was Nonus? Who was Nonus?
Fifth
Anno Domini.
And he is an author of a work called Paraphrase of John, and he's an expert grammarian. We don't have these anymore. They're called grammatical, and he was able to reproduce this ancient form of Homeric dactylic hexameter. So they will bring it down because it's the cold range, brought it down to the fifth into the sixth. And
he quite literally wrote about that vinegar being the specific word for the antidote for the viper venom.
He actually wrote, you can look it up, it's good, in a work called The Paraphrase of the Gospel of John.
The Paraphrase of the Gospel.
Where he goes through the whole Gospel of John and explains to you what's going on. He writes it in his own beautiful, lofty Greek. It's not Attic Greek, it's Homeric. And the fact that he could master their vocabulary on top of his own is quite good.
In the 5th century.
Yes, seriously. But he says it's an antidote, which the Geoponica, which is a Byzantine farming manual, it actually has the recipe for it, and it says the vinegar, and it gives it treats the dipsass, and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not making that up. It's in there. And
so is anybody else who's read that? I imagine Rock has read that, right? He's read Nonus? No?
The Geoponica.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that not a common thing for classicists to read?
No. Totally.
Where did you find it?
Dr. John Scarborough put me on to it. He said, hey, get this Byzantine text. I was like, what's that? He's like, it's full of gold. I was like, good. So, yeah. And it has the whole explanation of what vinegar is, what it does. So when Jesus is up there going, oh, I'm so thirsty.
So he was translating John's Gospel. And the way John wrote was not complex. It was very primitive, right?
No.
And John wrote it in what language?
Greek.
In Greek.
It's Greek.
Was Nonus's Greek better than John's?
Nonus's Greek was
more detailed?
Think of it as if it's two guitarists. It's somebody who's a master of the guitar. Compared to somebody who is, proficient and able to perform at bars, who's never going to take the stage of a group and infatuate 1,000 people, because of their level of artistic. That's what you're doing. You're doing somebody who's good. And you get that, there's all sorts of different stuff. Some of them, look, I'm sorry, you read the Aristotle, it makes you feel stupid, right? Yeah. Okay, you're not as smart as Aristotle. I'm not. I don't think anybody else around us is, to be quite honest. So, see that reflected in the language gives them that sword, that sharp sword being used, you know, yeah, to be able to bring you something, some kind of ecstasy. Now, why are we so far behind? Why are we just hearing about emperors on drugs? Why are we just hearing about the sex industry, the cake and antiquity? You know what I can do? Give me. This is what the word is. Give me a unit. What do you do with units? You don't even know.
Sell them, trade them.
Yeah. What
You can get the antidote.
If you buy some. If you and I go outside, Steve, like, let's get 2 units. Okay? What are we going to do with those units?
You tell me.
No, what do you want to do? I don't know.
I don't want 2 units.
It's your idea. If you're going to do this and commit, I don't want to be there. And you're like, oh.
I'm not committing to 2 units. I'm not going to do that. I don't need the units. I don't need an antidote.
But let's say that. Let's just say it's the world. Just a thought experiment.
Okay.
Thought experiment.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 units.
I hope somebody clips this out of context.
We'll kind of bring these 2 units back here. Right? And I have some things I want to do with them. Right? What would you like to, just as a producer, go bring this thing forward? Right? Now you know why performing mysteries is highly illegal. Right? It's only a priesthood that's allowed to do this. That's why they protect it.
But you couldn't do it recreation.
No, this because it turns into child kidnapping. Remember, the protective laws. You have to have a priesthood that puts up with people's shit. Yeah.
So tell me about this.
Oh, what can you do if you keep?
You think strap gets bodily fluids?
Some of them, but before you don't just jump in to extracting body fluids. My God, man. Well, that's the stuff. We can take off the testicles. The first thing that you grab they're already 8. Let's point to okay, keeping on the castration. Fine, so we castrate our units, and then their body becomes a vessel of nectar. And there are ways you can give people drugs and have them produce certain substances that can then be harvested from the person. Right? The drugs straight out, right? And the unit, you can collect from that unit is milk. Right? Well, say it looks like milk, they don't describe it as serious. Just like that girl, grape-sized breasts that Galen talks about. And the serious exudate comes out of her breasts that they're using. Right? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They're talking about transforming. Can you capacitate? Look, I have this down here. Right after Jesus is I was going to talk about. Can you capacitate somebody with drugs? You've got to remember the societies that we're talking about will also base what they're doing on the idea that you can use drugs to take yourself to a better state. Your mind, your soul, everything. So the drug is very much the understanding. It's very much the mystery. Someone said again, he realized something. His mystery is called play. Right? So the word mystery itself becomes a drug of child. So I don't know. I think that's the only thing I could add to Dr. Brown understanding the reach of his child. And his fingers and his linguistic, his brain, and his heart. He's been, yeah.
What about Nero's death users?
Yeah. They're paired with the fairy act.
When was Nero?
First century.
What was his position?
He was emperor, and he was a little bit, he did some strange things. he got the powers that we did. I am totally taking it out of everybody. Everybody was getting paid. You know what I mean? And he married her. Yeah, that was the thing. I'm sure you looked that up. But his arch physician had a third combo. It is the drug that is the death inducer, the pharmaceuticals, paired with the domain and its antidote. And he's got the whole recipe.
Is it similar to the Theria, to Gideon's Theria?
Yeah, it is Gideon. It's not Gideon. It's one of them. The Theria is that Gideon talks about because there's a whole bunch of them. It's not the one that's got Marcus Aurelius. That looks like it. People are going to research this now. I heard this is making me happy. Right? Because people just read the document that talks about it. Marcus Aurelius and the Theriac that he was taking, the drug combo that he was taking. Right? It's written there in Galen. Galen's talking about he's doing a lot better. So people are going to read that. Yes! Regenerative.
Because Marcus Aurelius was
He was a hot man.
Now the Theriac had like a bunch of different viper venom, viper flesh, had opium, all kinds of animal and plant products.
Right.
So it's supposed to be like a panacea, right?
Yes. But most importantly, people think, oh, the Theriac is a drug that you take that makes you invincible, gives you that ultimate health, gives you that fountain of life. No, it's not Theriac. It's one half of one circle. And the other half of the circle is the death ray. And together they work to open up that portal to get you to the other side of the boundary. So that's where the cold finds the knowledge and knowing yourself that the stuff right now. Yeah.
So what was so special about Nero death inducers?
From Galen's perspective, what was special is the fact that the formula is written in this, it's a dactylic hexameter thing. So this thing is coming from a genuine source. Right? We talk about the sources that preceded these people. We talk about people like Candor, who is that priest. People need to be introduced to the ancient priest. They don't know him or her. Right? He or she, what are they known for above all else? They're guitar players, baby. The guitar players, the sexy guitar players. And they're going to be able to retend you. You can do it. They have rights to do it. You understand? They're going to make something of you. And you're going to come back from this experience and know yourself. So, this is healing. This is healing, right? And the modest virus swarmed in and shut it down. That's the type of purging that you need. You need your people to purge, or else you get tyranny.
Yes. Yeah. Do you think there's something about the human brain that was something through evolution that wired the human brain to be dependent on a higher power? Something deep inside our brain, something ancient that has built this dependency on a higher power.
I think definitely. Proof is in the science. The proof is in the science. If you can go into the human body, this shocked me. As you can tell, this was part of my awakening when I was a graduate student at Madison. I was taking my microbiology courses, and I realized, oh my God, there are receptors for cannabis in your brain. It makes no sense. It's completely contrary. Unless you should be having cannabis, it makes no sense to have a receptor there for it. It makes no sense. realized in studying that inner part of the system that carries the fluid, that water flies that I talked about before, and sitting right there above that hypothalamus, just dreaming of those chemicals, just dropping those chemicals. I realized that there's something that's controlling. There's something in the culture that controls. That's what apostate said. Christianity has a tendency, Monism has a tendency to put control. And those drugs are beyond control. Vodka, the true vodka food is
And we are drugs. Human beings, animals, we're drugs. We're walking bags of drugs and chemicals that are constantly fluctuating in their balance. We're never in a one particular state. Our state is always going up and down like waves, like depending on what our cortisol level is, our hormonal level is. And every plant and animal and human being is a producer of DMT. We all have, everything has DMT in it. Everything. Our brains, our lungs. First of all, how do you make something illegal that is in everything?
Yeah, right. It seems like it should be ethically wrong. It's like making an H2O. You can't do that, dude.
Right.
We're all based on.
So your higher powers, that means your higher powers.
Definitely. Oh, I'm so glad I know how capable of stating such knowledge to say that. You know, the earliest temples, those Greeks with their gorgeous language that come into the paint, the temples that they built, the temples to the leaders before. It took me a while until I saw it in a cellular biology course. Until I saw her write the story of what was going on with the dance and everything. I was like, oh, God. Right? And I was like, wow. I love it. You gotta dance, baby. You gotta dance. That's all there's to it. Well, why else are you living, Dan? Why are you here? Why? She's the one pushing you. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, seriously.
Another thing I wanted to ask you about was Caligula.
Yeah.
Who's Caligula?
He was supposedly was pretty good as an emperor first, and he comes in, does pretty good to start with, but next thing you know, he's got senators up on the table, and he's sticking his hand up to his elbow in their anus. Yeah. Why would you do that? They say it's because he had a fever. I think that's an excuse. It's like the dude got COVID, and next thing you know, he's fisting senators.
Yeah, what was going on with that? He was sick for a long time. He didn't try diphtheria.
He took a dive, and when he came back, he was using the fisting. Some people might think they were on purpose. You know, Tiberius has little boys, eunuchs. We were talking about eunuchs and what you can do with them. They can swim. I would like to go swimming. I would like to swim. I'm Tiberius. I have an it's called trade. And all that it's get it. It's kind of, you know what, you can go to grottos on the island, and there's 9 to 13-year-old boys. There's 9 to 13-year-old boys there. And the same age girls. Pre-pubescent. And they will do what it will take to heal you. You know, you may be killed. You may be killed, or somebody may have to get thrown in quick. You know how they deal with people on the island? Yeah, what do you do when she gets pregnant? Because this is a big deal. He's got to staff this whole island. He's thinking Epstein is backwards and tiny. Not compared to what Tiberius was doing. He supplies his island full of kids of all ages. It says that he has a penchant for the babies who have not yet stopped drinking from the breast. And the reason for this is because it's going to take that baby and it's going to get that baby on something. And he's going to take that baby when he's done and throw it over the cliff. Yeah. He has Jesus is alive, baby. This is who's ruling when Jesus is alive. That's why the kid doing such an important connection. When Jesus says, I'm not trying to bring kids, he's trying to separate himself. Right? He's got in the habit. Man, I can't rip a SWAT team. Right? This is my stupid deal, right? But you take your unit and make your river sweat. This is the fun thing you can do. Just sweat. I'm gonna go swimming. And every time I go swimming, you just swim by me. Right? It's like you surround me. And I want you to go in and I want you to take your nipples like they did. There's nothing to hurt me. Just no nipples. No nipples. Genitalia. The Baptists are doing the same thing. You're getting people across the world. You're getting people used to the idea of performing for people. That's why we need disciples. Right? I need you to eat this seed. Understand? There's a reason you have to do it. Now, Tiberius takes it to the nth degree, where he's, he's staffing a whole island full of prepubescent boys and girls. And on this island, you can find the daughters of nymphs. If that's your thing, you've got to be careful. But if that's your thing. And those nymphs will do what they need to do. So let's have a party with all of the sinners. Let's get them all here. Let's put them in that place. And this is Taik. It's a Taik. People think, oh my God, it's power, baby. You can just Trump thinks it's powerful, right? Right? I don't see him fit anybody. Okay.
You don't see it, but you never know.
Let me say this to you next. When Nancy Pelosi is watching Donald Trump fist her husband in front of the entire Senate. Like it's we can do it for the better way. We can do this tomorrow if you want. Okay? We can do it. If he hasn't thought of this, that's what the thought was right now. Pure satanic.
He'll walk those.
Right? She has to find the money, get cider. Right? Where do you go to get that? You gotta get inside their head. And you have to penetrate that drink. This is how the magic works. Why? Because now has you open. When you start to interact with the outside, you get some kind of knowledge. That knowledge can be cataloged over years of people's experience. That's what the priests are doing. And they're creating a pathway for you to be able to navigate. Right? So, I don't know, maybe there's something to it. Maybe once you blast off with that deity, whatever the hell it is, combination of shit that give you scorpion venom, get this stuff on, you die, and you come back. Maybe it turns on some kind of observational power.
That's something that rewires your brain. Gives you a different perspective on stuff.
Maybe that's what you're supposed to do like that. Maybe that's you.
Yeah.
The rest of us are designed
It makes sense. Like when they talk about abuse as being a portal to another world, like this was this place where people could go experience these drugs and have the experience of dying and being born again and going to this other dimension. Which is an earth-shattering experience. It sounds just like a DMT or a mushroom trip. And if you can put a walled garden around it and make it a secret, you're not allowed to talk about it. And a drink or goat or whatever you sacrificed it to be able to come and see you could absolutely convince people that they are meeting the gods.
Hear the voice of God.
Because that's exactly what it is. Unless you have some sort of scientific explanation, where you like we have today, where people try to explain. I mean, we still, even today, people don't know what's happening on DMT. There's theories of what, some people say it's the brain. The brain is a filter that's filtering out what's really here in our reality. The brain is filtering the things that we need to be able to perceive in order to survive. And these drugs break that down and show you what's really there. That's a theory that people think that's what's going on. I mean, there's people that are trying to study doing extended state DMT trips to try to figure out what exactly is going on, because we don't know. Is it inside of our brains? Is it just some sort of chemical thing that's happening inside of our heads that is giving us this experience, or is it outside? We still don't know today. So thousands of years ago, it's totally plausible that they thought that they were going to hell or going to heaven and being initiated into something spiritual. And if you can have some sort of a structure around that, some sort of cult structure where there's a leader who decides, who is able to be initiated.
Especially for sessions.
Yeah. Especially if you're doing something. I mean, I don't know if that, even that was happening. Was that the sexual stuff? Was that frowned upon?
No, completely.
It was contempt. It was nothing. It was
Jesus. Yeah, the O-Fights. Yeah, he likes.
Right.
It's basically a boat.
Yeah.
Right? And they're right in line with Christianity. They're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's why Jesus was frowned upon when they were, hey, you want this murderer? Did that big no. Alright, and people might see that the history is way more. That's why I'm calling it rock. On any ism that anybody's got, or they want to make jack. Right? Don't believe the stories. Go to the text. What does the text say? Look at that. See what they say. This one says Jesus was giving his penis to Mary. God.
What was that? The study sent me to the University of Tampa where they found a mug, an ancient mug. They thought that there was breast milk and drugs mixed together.
It's good. Female vaginal protein.
Can you find that, Steve?
I want it.
This came out from the University of Tampa about an Egyptian mug.
Best jar. It was visiting them. They did some chemical analysis and found vaginal proteins. Oh God, give me some of that best jar.
Vaginal protein?
Yeah. How do you do that?
So it is ancient Egyptian mug at the Tampa Museum of Art once held psychotropic drugs, human blood, and body fluids. Research reveals.
I told you. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, those are the shit.
Keep going down. Bess. Who's Bess?
This is just something that's sex. Get an Egyptologist in here, goddammit.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And when did this was published? This was published recently, I think.
Recently, just like they did the hair. The hair of the Norcas.
Right.
Right?
Way up above the text. Below the photo, above the text. There we go. October 29th, 2023. Oh.
Yeah. And supposedly they did the chemical analysis on it. And, people are surprised. Oh, it's got vaginal stuff in it, body fluids. Love it, baby. Why do you think you drank out of her purple flowers? That's what makes you a god. And you sing about it. You can take her. Let's do it. Let's just go and do it. You can take it and you can turn it into a reservoir of water of life. And find your purpose. And the angels say, Mhm. So, yeah, oh, they put purple on it. The purple's bright purple, cool. There's a whole trade behind it, there's a whole economy behind it, everything. And people are just now discovering. Oh, purple. Nice, good. They're using it. And they're right, baby. Those purple things, you know what happens when you get purple? You hear voices. Who wants to hear voices? It's gone. And there, here's her. Here's a note makes you cry. Oh my God. Give her a little bit. It actually carried her away. It's amazing. It's amazing. What do you do to produce that? I says, you see how I can return it into market?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And everybody went running. And they offered Mary, who's 12. And they think she's pregnant with God's baby. Here she goes. They auctioned her off. Dudes are willing. They want it. It's not an auction. It's you put it in a rod. Who's ever rod gets you to take it away, right?
Like a raffle.
Yeah, it's a raffle. Right? It's a raffle. But they're doing a lot of raffling. They do that in the temple. The prophets do it. You don't know this. So you're going to see it in the Septuagint. Because you don't really read the Greek. All these pikers who come up here, this kind of Greek, they're bullshit. You don't really read the Greek. I can tell by listening to you. Right? They're using the lots, what you can literally call the sortes, in the temple. Whenever they want to figure out what God's opinion of something is, they go cast lots. Yeah, it's a way of reading God. Right? So when they give him, who should we give the virgin to? Who should we give her? Because now she's 12 and pregnant with God's baby. Who do we give her to? They call her Mary. Who do we give her to? We have a lot, and God ultimately tells us. We have prophets who do this in the Septuagint. They go into the temple, and it says in the text, I entered into a state of ecstasy, and I heard the voice of God saying X, Y, and Z, and God wanted me to do this. How do I know? Because I cast the lots, and that's what he said for me to do. It's just not Moses, it's the modern right? This is the job. This is the reality that's promised. This is the text. Imagine, you're not talking about units. We don't have any units to do that. Right? We tell their stories. But we know how they were using it through these guys like Taik and through this guy, Jesus Christ, who's walking around telling you and your children, I send you He's just not sophisticated enough to throw him over the fence, right?
How many times have you read the Bible?
Oh God, I don't know. I don't know because I use it all the time. I'm reading it very, very frequently.
Really?
Very, very frequently. Like, oh God, if I get through a week without reading at least 2 or 3 books of Septuagint, and then something because I consult that literature for yeah. And I love to read it backwards. The best way to read the apocalypse is to read it backwards.
Why is that?
Because it was designed that way. It was designed backwards. What do you mean by that? It was built.
It was what?
It was reverse engineered. The climax. Puncture itself into another universe, but gave you the apocalypse. Why are they doing these things? The first time I noticed this was when I was reading PG.
The magical Greek empire.
Greek magical empire, and they have these words that will mirror, and all of a sudden you're reading backwards. You're reading forwards and backwards. Right? The people who are involved in all of this high-tech drug stuff, they're entering people. I mean, they've knowledge to be able to castrate you. They send
also have to have that knowledge of which drugs to what onto the body.
Yeah.
How you can manipulate it. How you could manipulate. What was?
Nazi drugs.
Oh God! How you can manipulate somebody's, what you and I said, their mind.
Manipulate their mind.
Yeah, that's what you practically imagine. And that's why they're giving temptations. Because that's it's like a legal, there's a certain legal cloud or tradition. Because they're able to, think about the people who travel. Pythagoras goes to Egypt and to Persia just to learn the drugs that they're using. Right? And think about the clout that you have, the dictators, kings, tyrants, whatever you call them, have entire boards of magi that they can solve. And one of the favorite things that you and I can all solve is the eunuch and the chief eunuch and his eunuchs like Daniel. Because these are the prophets that are able to see. They've been given the gift of vision. It's nothing new. It's all new to them. It's all new. And that gift is given through that serpent combo that's wound around that staff. And that is the fairy death. So if you've been there, you'd understand. You wouldn't have to say it. Breathe it. Oh my God. Right?
Were there any stimulants? Did they have cocaine and heroin back then? Or did they only have psychedelics?
No, the cocaine is not there. That's a new
They didn't have coca?
No, that's stimulants, but they didn't have cocaine. Right? That's a new drug. But very famously, something Patrick. I think his name. He walked around with a stimulant that he got from a grape and grated it really fine. It was like powder, and he would very famously snort the stimulant, and he kept it in his favorite Colt. The Colts, little LT. Colt Huff, right? I can't think of the lines, man. I'm looking at its tiny painting. He kept it in a huff from a Colt. Anyway, yeah, I think so. And he would sniff it. It was in the other kind. He would sniff it, and it would cause him to be able to, among other things, time travel.
Time travel. Which is stimulant.
They would do it in caves, and people would end up getting older. And you get these lifespans. If you don't believe me, check out the lifespan of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was going in caves and traveling through time. He lived in a cave.
Pythagoras?
Yeah, there was a famous grottos and all that kind of stuff. What's that?
What the hell? You do know when he lived 75 to 100 years. 75 to 95? He lived that old?
No, he lives way longer.
What?
Yeah,
What was the average lifespan of people back then?
200 years. Average lifespan is no different than yours.
Really?
Yeah,
The
no.
lifespan was the same.
No. The
Pre-Christ.
life expectancy, right? So statistically, more of us are likely to get killed off just in childbirth and war.
Right. Well, infant mortality was like 50%.
Right. So there's a higher chance that you're going to die off before you reach your golden years. But that lifespan doesn't change.
Best
There's
case
still
scenario.
There's still 80, 90 years.
So if you're not dying from famine or war or
Right.
plague,
If you're not one, if you're not one of the statistics, but
Did they have cancer back then?
yeah, but it doesn't look like it's as much.
Not as much
It's
cancer.
not as prevalent. They do have it. Yeah.
Did they distinguish like different types of cancers? And like what? Like were they removing? Did Galen ever do any tumor
He
removal?
did breast. He didn't do a tumor removal. He did a reduction. So
He reduced the tumor.
he opened it up, and then he took his hulu
it together and hoo-ha and put it in there. And next thing you know, it was reduced. And I know that um, the ingredient, one of them was the stuff that he was getting from the priestess on Limbaugh, who made that she was awesome, but it was a combo. They called it the remnant earth. It was a Metallica pharmaca. You understand? Pharmaca. Or pharmaca is drugs that are Metallica. They come from the earth. She made it. She's also a lyre player, so you gotta give her that. And she was a what? A lyre player, playing guitars. Lyre. Sexy guitar playing prophetess. And she makes drugs. And one of the drugs she makes, Galen went up and got like 20,000 pills from her. Man, the little sticky. Everybody was getting it. It wasn't just Galen. He just wanted to get 20,000.
Was Galen constantly doing drugs too?
You were doing drugs from the time that you were a baby and you have an earache. What do we give them? We give them all opiates. Your body is the way it is because you can't handle it. But if you were raised on it, yeah, you'd be different. And they describe this phenomenon, right? You become used to it. Right? You become
tolerant. Tolerant.
It says tolerance. Yeah, you do. So you gotta keep giving. Well,
So maybe it's exposed to doing all this stuff. He was cutting up bodies, studying anatomy, studying pharmacology, drug. At the same time, he was like a philosophical writer. He wrote 10% of the text that we have. 10% of the classical text is Galen, right?
yeah, now I think that's been estimation. That's been estimation. Right. I don't know if they figured that out in theology or something like that. If it is 10%, okay. Yeah. That's apparent to any classicist because you use research tools. They're all marked by Galen. We figure out what a lot of words mean through Galen because he's so freaking wordy. He's thousands of pages, baby. Just over and over and over again. So, imagine this, Dan. Imagine the classicists ignore Galen. And they are, which they traditionally do, totally ignore Galen.
You sent me a recent dissertation from a guy in Europe.
Excellent. Yeah.
Excellent. He did a dissertation all about
He did a translation of the Theriac to Pisces, in which he describes the Theriac without the emperor's on Marcus Aurelius. You think those friggin' historians would not know this stuff. Right, they make all these movies, Gladiator, right, they don't even know the real stuff is so much more interesting. Somebody contact some personal drug. How can you empower yourself? How can you take yourself to the next level? How do you grow? You've got to interact with those drugs, and that is a good thing. So you can see how that's contrary to my.
Remember when I had a guy on here a few months ago and I asked you to give me sort of a boot camp in Play-Doh?
Yeah.
And this guy was a Greek. He had a little bit of classical knowledge. His name's Flint Bimmel, and he archaeologist in Athens, and knew some Greek stuff. Yes. Basically saying that Atlantis was all bullshit and that Plato. Yeah, that's right. Plato was a dumbass.
No, not dumb. I don't mean like smart. I don't mean to say. I'm sure he was a lot smarter than I am. I don't think that people understand that Plato was a liar. He was a huge liar. And his Socrates is not even a real Socrates. They have to constantly tell you that in these courses that you take on Plato. Right? They have to come and well, this is Plato, Socrates.
So it's like they're insinuating him with a grain of salt because it's Plato.
This is Plato. He's a liar. And he made up all.
Was he a liar or was he just like coming up with like abstract thought experiments?
The devil hates it. The devil hates it. You can't. You've got to mark that. He's a definite out and out liar. This Atlantis stuff is made up, the sources that are made up. They knew that then. He was either off in the numbers first. Right? Oh my God. There is no Atlantis page. Well, stop looking for it. It's a lie of Plato. Do you see how you got fingered? You went into the back alley of history and Plato stuck his finger somewhere.
So nothing he wrote was historical. Nothing at all.
He's a philosopher.
He's a philosopher.
A lot of, like you say, thought experiments. And again, if you're into that thing, dude, go for it. Right? Go for it. And it's good stuff. And, it's got enough facts about Socrates, who's a great person, that you can pick up kind of the background of who this dude was. And really, the only thing that matters about Socrates, when I was in many of my colleagues, but I was like, look, the only thing I like about Socrates is nothing that Plato said. It is what the oracle Delphi said. She said Socrates was the wisest thing because he knows that he knows nothing. It was a big middle finger. It was a big middle finger to the Athenian intellectual establishment. And it pissed them off, and what did they do? They fucking killed him. Why is that? Because Socrates was the gadfly.
Didn't they give him an ultimatum?
Well, if you
So what happened?
he just moves all this stuff. And he goes down with, why would I do this, right? It's old, dude. Seriously? The hemlock's not bad, baby. That stuff kills you pretty quick. You know what I mean? He had his thing, but he was there as a gadfly. And from the oracle at Delphi, she was his muse. And she said, listen, you three rich bastards, you know nothing. I'm going to send you one who knows everything. And that guy said, I have no idea what's going on. Yeah. He's like the anti-smarty. And Plato turns him into the story. So it's told jerk Plato. What else can we do with the eunuchs? Once you cut off their testicles, they've got to be useful for something. Do you know what they can be used for? Outside of Athens, there's a district where the tragedians get their boys. Because there's something in it. There's something in the magic of the eunuch. They're for the kingdom of heaven. You understand? This is Jesus. This is Jesus. Did you want to know what Jesus is? This is why people run from bondage. And I want to adopt today. I just want everybody to know that I am, through the voice of Lady Babylon, I am telling you, I am the exorcist slayer. When Huff ran away, I was sad because I looked at him. I looked at Huffmeat and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drain this guy. You know what I mean?
Do you want to? Should we watch his response to you, and we can break it down?
Oh, let's do it. The audience will know if you turn down to the predictions.
Yes.
Before
That's okay.
crucifying that guy, and after crucifying the
Poor baby Billy Cars.
Yeah, oh, he was the
We got to start around the 6.5 minute mark. So, there's a lot of people online that really want this guy to win. So let's listen to what his response is to your translation of the word Christ.
Throne as the second person of the Trinity stepping into humanity. But if you were to say to someone after this, if someone said like, hey, you met West Ham, how was he? I was a little bit condescending. You wouldn't be talking about my humility. No, right? Because that word has a different meaning in its different context. And part of the problem in something like what Ammon says is that he's taking terminology that exists within the parameters of a specific field, and then he's applying them in areas ideas where there's an entirely different contextual meaning and spectrum of understanding.
It's a big
So
turn.
part of what he says that something we jumped on was that he says that the word Christ comes from the Greek word "krio," which it does, right, to anoint. And in ancient Greek medical texts, there is a usage of that which he has capitalized on with applying drugs to your eyes. Now, more broadly, "krio" does mean to rub, particularly a liquid ointment or substance on your body. So this relates to everything from bathing to ritual practices in religious circumstances. But you could likewise say if you were an ancient Roman and you had a bath or you came out, you put on skin cream, so your skin didn't dry out, that was an example of prayer. You were applying it to your body. Well, within the religious connotation of Christianity is the translation of the Greek word Mashiach, Messiah, which likewise means anointed. Right? There were multiple anointed ones in the Old Testament. This is a word that was referred to priests or kings, and had a very specific connotation. He's the Mashiach who would come and be different. And the Greek translation of that, which both the Greek translation of the Old Testament and in the New Testament both use, is Christ. Why? Because it means anointed. So Ammon takes that and he says, well, in this very specific instance, in this stream of classical medical literature, it means to apply a drug to your eyes, specifically related to not the bot fly, what does he say? The bot fly relates to a fly. And I don't remember the well, and it does
What you moron?
in the particular instance that's being used. But this is where semantic range is very
Semantic range.
Oh,
and
God.
this is the problem that
Let it finish.
yeah,
He's almost there. But the climax. There's context. All right, fast forward through the part where he plays it, but you don't play that again. Okay, there. But you're saying that, like, he's stretching some of his knowledge on pharmacological history of language and pointing at it to say Jesus' lexicon and how he says things.
yeah. So there's two sort of terms that are used specifically in biblical studies, but this applies to anything in ancient art that we're trying to come up with translations derived from it. The first is there's a discipline called hermeneutics. And hermeneutics is this interpretation. It's the methodology of interpretation of music. Before hermeneutics is exegesis. And exegesis is a Greek word that literally means to bring out. Like the opposite would be eisegesis, to bring into.
Oh, fingering me.
And you're looking at ancient language. You're trying to get at the author's intention by different levels of contextual application. So there's even
Stop. Stop, you're trying to... No, stop. I can't take it.
You look like you're going through an exercise.
Stop.
Stop doing
Oh,
double.
stop. Oh, God, stop.
Have you ever heard of hermeneutics?
It's...
Realms of
Stop. You're trying to get to the intention of the author. Right? You're reading an ancient language.
pulling out a specific context in Gaylen's medical text and trying to apply it to everything across the board, which is intellectually dishonest.
Here's the problem. I'm not pulling it out. Okay. Just kidding. Yeah. Euripides has it. He gets a sex drug. It is Christ. One of the characters asks, is it Christ? This is not from the medical. This is from everything. Everything Wes Huffman. Don't think. Yeah, this is why he wouldn't face me. I can tell you right now, I can tell your audience. Your audience must know. This man's not really great. He's finishing his PhD. Yeah, he's finishing his PhD in biblical studies. You know what that means? It means he's had a couple of semesters of Greek. Yeah, he was able to say the name Zephon. It was nice. Dude, does he read ancient Greek? No.
That's why what comes out of his mouth is theological bullshit. This is not a craftsman. This is not a skill. This is theology taking to a back down and put his finger by. And that's why he wouldn't face me. That's why he wouldn't. Let's read some Greek. Let's look at where it says Jesus. They want Mary to suck it down.
So, who are the other authors that say that Christ is applying a drug to your eyes besides Galen?
John, the apostle. This is what you. Oh God, this is the perfect thing.
He's saying it's only in a few places, and you're saying it's literally everywhere.
Let's focus on here. Here's some Greek for you, Wes. You idiot. It's in the book of Revelation, you moron. God tells him you better Christ your eyes so they'll be open. You're not, Wes. You don't know what you're doing. You're a second-rate biblical scholar that will go down every time to a classes. Is why, Wes? Because I read those in text.
How do you really feel?
Sometimes I can feel the bullets.
I'm passionate about that.
Well, it's what the devil gives you, man. It's what the devil gives you. Look, he's been pumped up in his pride. He's actually something now. Because he's just born. Somebody who's making stuff up. Well, guess what? It's amazing in the cosmos, baby. Right? You'll be taken down. You'll be taken down by somebody who knows. Right? Oh, God. I love those classes. Did you talk to the classes that would love to say, hey, why don't you get over here and start reading the text that you are? You know, Princeton just got rid of the Greek program, right? Yeah, they did. You know why? Because it's too hard. Can I just say, right off the bat, Jesus did not drug children for sex. Jesus sucked the antidote out of underage boys. There's a big difference. He's balancing. He's balancing by using a theriac.
He wasn't getting joy out of it. He was just doing it to survive.
No, did you hear him? He's like, oh God, take this cup away from me. He's standing there looking at this naked kid. And he's like, oh God, take this cup away from me. I don't know. You know, he may have felt bad for him or something, but he knew that he didn't get that. It's not milky. It's clear at that age. Okay? And what comes out of it? Balance. And he needed it. And because he didn't get it, that's why he's screaming like, oh God, I'm so thirsty. He starts rhyming off magic names, sound like a phone. Oh God. And then he just chunks off dead. And he's like, looking at this way, the guy with the antidotes looking at everybody else and says, shit.
And we mentioned this briefly on the first podcast, but what is the hard evidence that the two gentlemen crucified next to him were trapped?
It says that. It says call for more lace ties. It says it's crucified. Two lace ties.
And it's in Mark.
It's in Mark. Yeah, it is Mark. I went back and checked. It's in Matthew too, I think. But it's between two lace ties. Yeah, it's at 14 after the 51-52 when he's with the naked kid. And by the way, these people like Wesley Huff, they're trying to say that the kid was not actually naked.
He was wearing a linen and fell off and ran away. So the logic behind that is, why would it fall off? If it's a piece of clothing, it's tethered to you. It's tied to you. It's wrapped around you so you can navigate, you can walk around, and it will stay on you. If I run away, my pants aren't going to fall off.
Correct. And explicitly, it even marks it great because it uses the expression epigo, which is, epi is just a preposition that's able to give you
positioning of something. So it's literally positioned on his nakedness. It's on the part itself. It doesn't say he's a mummy or something. They're going to turn him into a mummy. They're going to take this cloth and round him up like a mummy.
The word that they use, the word that they use for the living restaurant in Greek it means a medicated bandage.
It's a medicated bandage and it's used all over the place. So for people to mistake this, it's like it doesn't make sense historically. You can either follow the fairy tale, you can follow the facts that are in the documents. Alright, so Jesus is out there, remember. Where's Jesus hanging out? He's hanging out with the Romans, baby. And they're all coming to him, right, for their cures.
What was the party that you said he was on the top level or something? This is what you talked about in the first podcast. He was doing something.
There was some feet washing going on.
My question is, why was he washing feet?
With his cloth?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why would you?
Why was he participating in some mystery in some back room somewhere, and then decide to move the party out to a public park? Well, why? What's the necessity for being in the public park? Why not just stay in the shack?
Yeah, why not just take your kid, the kid who's following you, and it ends up naked? Why not just take him in the upper room and just that?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a good question. If you'll notice, the only answer, I don't have an answer to that. The only way you can approach it is a thought experiment. What do you do with the evidence? Okay, say like before a judge and a jury. You have to present evidence. What's the evidence? At the time, Your Honor, he was stumbling around and confused and angry in the park. In the park. And he had 3 of his students standing guard were so drugged they couldn't stay awake. They couldn't stay awake. Why? Because Jesus at this party Eucharized the cup. Do you understand? Jesus Eucharized. Everybody hears the fairy tale. Ha ha ha. Right? That's when he adds the drugs. That's when he makes the drink. They're going to put it on the bread. The shit is still potent. They're going to put it on bread. When they give it to you, you get it. You are that unit. Why does he have to go to the public park? Because he's not there just to have sex with those boys. Jesus gets that all the time. He doesn't need it. Other people need it. Take your kids to the cemetery. You see, when Tiberius makes his item with his grottos, he's meeting together. People want to have the children. People want to have the children. Honor. I'm standing before humans who are testifying that people want children. And that's why you prep them. You have to prep them still under. During dance for decades. Yeah, John's sitting on his lap. Get off Jesus' lap, John. Get off!
I mean, why he ended up making out with Jesus?
It's a fact.
It's the thing.
Galilee. That's why the female prostitutes recognize the earliest prostitutes. It's the girl prostitutes. And nobody found that to be historically important. Yeah, it's the girl prostitutes.
Maybe scholars just think it's better than we leave this behind us. And it's not going to benefit us moving forward.
I'm sure every class is as high as their head would never comment on this because they didn't even find it.
Like you did.
Yeah, exactly. You can't open your mouth and talk about this stuff. It makes people uncomfortable. And they actually have ways of getting rid of you. Okay, I don't know how it is now, but when they got rid of me, they would just charge you with making somebody uncomfortable. made somebody uncomfortable. Interesting. Do you know who I've made uncomfortable? Every employee sitting in that audience who had been involved. Every one of them with that chorus. Beautiful. College. Virgins. The choir was right, those priests. The choir was right, those priests. They told me the words. For a minute, the space was free. And then they fired me. Which I'm pretty sure I had something to do with.
I also hadn't realized the first time you came on this was that when they fired you, you had already published your book about original sin. So they caught wind of original sin, which you wrote before or after the council?
After killing
Right after.
yes, and I
Sin, they probably got wind of that book and decided this guy's cute.
they didn't probably, there's no probably about it. Ron Thomas Melvin came to me and said, we know about your book, and I've been to 5 meetings about you. I said, I'm fine. Did you read the book? It's like, and, it goes from there. And people want to deny that there was some inquiry into my state of possession. People want to put that. If you go talk to Tom Melvin, he'll tell you, he's not like the general manager.
Oh, Melvin.
Yeah, I'm not saying Tom Melvin. He's a great guy. He's one of my students. And he was Catholic, former Navy. And he had morals like any soldier. Like he was what is it? Oh, God, it was a donkey. They call him the donkey. When the helicopter comes over the carrier, listen to what this guy did. He ran out with what they call the donkey and attaches the cargo nets.
Yeah.
And it's the bottom of the helicopter. That was his job.
Oh, wow.
Right? Well, it's pitching and stuff. Right? So it's pitching, but you can't see it when you're on it. So that helicopter just said, that thing's going up and down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not bad.
So he said it can be quite dangerous. And anyway, he went to a meeting. Tom, I'm going to tell you because you're a good man. I used to give confession to Tom. I loved it. He was good. Tom said that, he was involved, his position, just to give you a little bit of history, he was a punisher. He was the one who investigated being a priest and the drums played. He knew everything. Servers, all that kind of stuff, they watched. And when stuff got bad and people got involved and stuff, he had to go in and be a punisher. And he was mad. Man. He was mad at the attitude. Flippant. More angry about being caught than being wrong. And he said he came in one day, I remember, never forget this, looked at him, sitting there across having coffee. School cafeteria, a little shop, it was just by breweries and stuff like that. And he's sitting there and goes, I want to take a baseball bat to his head. I just got the image of him. It's pretty silly. Guys didn't get away with it. He was pissed off. They were investigating. Like he has some right. He has some right. They do. They have historical right. They've been doing that since Jesus was doing it.
And some people online have gotten a hold of your deposition, some sort of deposition where the lawyers were interrogating you about some sort of dream molesting that you were doing, and you showed me some clips of where they were asking you about the claim that you were like paying people and all this weird stuff.
7-hour deposition.
7-hour deposition.
The guy was yelling, "Are you God, Pan?" My attorney's going, "Objection!" But in the deposition, no, you just get to enter. It's an objection. So they wanted to know about my cult. And was I running a cult and were there goats involved? and drugs involved, and virgin Catholic girls. That was a good part. Okay. Sick. Right, but it's made for good fiction. Right? That's why objection. Right? Oh God, people were saying I was floating.
Yeah.
Right? So anyway, that was the dirty part. That's all. Dirty part. These dirty things floating about.
Yeah, apparently.
Dude, you know that's inadmissible. You're right, it's the perfect alibi. If you can harness that incubus, fly across time and space to ravage the maidens and sororities. Oh God. Oh no. Steve, come on, man, let's go. Let's go tonight. I'll show you. You go teach me the ways. I will.
All right. That's all, folks. Thank you, Armin. That was fantastic.
I want to thank you. I want to tell all the people in the congregation of Second Place from Ready Bad Luck Place. Tell Danny thank you. Put it in your comments. Tell them you're so sexy. I really want is not important than because the people who've been telling me they hunger just like I do. They hunger for the feast. Please bring me the distance. Call up, please bring me two, and if you can't bring me a couple, right? And it would be absolutely delicious, and it's more just beneath these things. Congregation feast as well. I want you to know that constantly it's been hard to find. When are you going to do it? When's it coming, dude? Right? We need it. And by the way, people, they used to do this in antiquity. Right? The Christians and the leading pagans of the day would have debates and would talk about stuff and they would confront.
Yes.
And that's what's so important. Any of these scholars that doesn't want to confront because they're trying to cover their ass so they can make some more money to buy a little boat, we got to tell these people to free themselves. That's it.
All right, Dennis. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, very excited to chat with you.
It's a pleasure. I've been looking forward to this ever since you contacted me.
So have I. Your book is absolutely fascinating. The way it just like walks people through your brother's childhood and growing up, and essentially like how you guys were incubated into this world of psychedelics and the whole like 60s counterculture movements. And I thought it was really cool how it was a very grounded backstory of how you guys came to be and how you guys are also so different, but also so similar.
Okay. Yes, we were very similar. Of course, my brother was 4 years older than I was, and he was interested in all kinds of things. And being the older sibling, he got all the attention. Right. And I was sort of in the background. But he was such an interesting person. I wanted to be involved in everything that he was doing. And just the pesky little brother, sort of tagging along. But sometimes, it synced. And we had, since you've read the book, and by the way, I should mention with the book, the copy I sent you is the original edition, 2012 edition. There's a new edition available now.
The Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss. My Life, Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, there's a new edition from Synergetic Press, and it came out a couple of years ago, and it's exactly the same as the old edition, except there's a 50-page addendum, which kind of updates it. So if people want the new edition presentation by a Pseudogenetic Press.
Okay.
You get one of the rare original copies. There's only about 15 of these copies left in the world. So this is probably worth something. It was $35. Maybe it's worth $50 now. But anyway, that's a special gift to you. But the book was, I wanted to tell my side of the story, basically, with the book and recount our own lives. Many people are familiar with Charity's book, True Hallucinations, which was published about 1993. And that really focuses on our trip to La Chorrera and that whole adventure that we had down in Colombia, which we're more or less famous for, in some ways more infamous for. With this book, I wanted to tell a broader story about our lives, our childhoods, and how we got interested in all this, and sort of what that ensued to, what was the sequelae of that. And of course, as siblings do, we squabble constantly. When I was a kid, and my brother was very creative in finding many ways to torture me. He was a master of psyops and all that. And he was, he didn't actually physically beat me. He was more subtle than that. But he could scare the bejesus out of me. And he did. He took psychological torture. He took great pleasure in doing that, But eventually I became sort of immune to it. And then I would sort of, push back. And, but, we had this relationship which actually, we became closer after he left home. He left to go to high school in California when he was a junior. And so all of a sudden I was effectively an only child. This was early. This was like 1962. Well, I had my own room. That was great. But I was lonely. And I was sort of, at that point I began to realize what a true sort of soulmate he was. How much I loved him, even though, there was constant fighting. But when he was away, I began to appreciate him, and I began to really look forward to his visits back at Christmas and summer and so on. And we discovered that we had these mutual interests, and one of the main interests that sort of fascinated us as a continuing care of science fiction. That was the thing. We were serious science fiction nerds, and when psychedelics came along, or began to come along in the 60s, we were fascinated by this because we were both like nerds. We were fascinated with weird shit, basically. When psychedelics came along, we knew about it. We were fascinated by it. But a lot of people who became interested in psychedelics in that era they approached it from the standpoint of traditional use or shamanism or therapeutic use or, that sort of approach, that it was a spiritual thing. We were science fiction nuts. We approached it as an engineering problem. We thought, especially with DMT quickly rose in our pantheon to be the ultimate psychedelic, and we thought, this is not a drug. This is a portal to another dimension. That was the way we thought of it.
And what was the first psychedelic you guys came across? Because psilocybin mushrooms weren't easy to come across in the United States. That was
in the future.
Right. So was it just LSD mainly?
There was LSD, there was mescaline, and there was DMT. There wasn't much DMT around, but it was there. DMT is a very simple molecule. It's very easy to make. There are more underground chemists making DMT. And
school, he had connections. He had actually one of his closest friends was one of his classmates, a fellow named Rick Watson, who was another super genius weirdo. And Rick Watson was a chemist, and he was actually an amateur chemist, but he had some connections with the Stanford Research Institute. And the Stanford Research Institute was working with DMT, as it turned out at that time. So he was able to get DMT, and through that connection, Terrence was able to access DMT.
What was Stanford doing with DMT?
Good question. Nobody knows, But a lot of the people at the Stanford Research Institute were interested in psychedelics. Well, they were interested in psychedelics in many different ways. For one thing, for solving problems, for creativity, for enhancing creativity. And in the 60s, the whole government program with MK Ultra was all in full swing.
Right.
Nobody understood
the height of Charles Manson stuff. He was doing that free clinic in Haight-Ashbury.
Exactly.
Jolly West.
Yeah, that's right. And at the time, psychedelics were just this thing that the government felt that they needed to know about. So there were secret ops programs at the Stanford Research Institute.
Yeah, the Cold War was such a crazy time, and the fact that it collided with the psychedelic movement is just crazy.
Yeah. One of Terrence's other good friends, a friend of this fellow Rick Watson, a chemist, another good friend of his was a guy named John Parker. He was another, amazing person, and he was the son of a big monkey monk at NASA Ames Research Center, which was in Mountain, next to Palo Alto, next to Los Altos. And John Parker Sr. was the head of chemical operations at NASA Ames Research. So he was doing a lot of research on materials science. He was looking into, materials to make spacecraft out of that were fire resistant and all that. But because he was a very, very cute person, shall we put it that way, he had side interests including psychedelics. And John Parker studied everything esoteric that he could get his hands on. Alchemy, chemistry, esoteric traditions, all of these things. He became a very good friend of Terrence. And then he came back to Peonia, this little podunk town that I was stuck in, going to high school. But one summer, John Parker came back with Terrence, to Peonia. And he took a liking to me for some reason. He thought I was cool. And I was totally in awe of this guy because he was so weird and so obviously brilliant, and he knew so many things. So he became a major mentor of mine. And we entered into this correspondence that lasted years, in which he introduced me to all of these amazing ideas. And it's really, that was, I guess, a major influence in my sort of esoteric education, and of course he knew a lot about drugs, and we all wanted to learn about drugs. So DMT was there, LSD was around.
And how did you take DMT back then?
The way that you usually what you got was very impure DMT. It was probably made in a bathtub somewhere by some crazy chemist. It was anything but pure. It didn't really matter because it's a free base. You put a little bit of it in a pipe on top of an organic substrate, like maybe parsley leaves or something like that, or cannabis, and you just smoke it in a pipe. 3 or 4 big hits. It's very hard on the lungs, but when you're smoking cannabis where lungs were, it
that's how, and when you do it that way, vaping is sometimes it's a lot more gentle than taking DMT by a pipe because it is so fast, it just comes at you like a freight train. It's like, this just the world dissolves in this world of hallucinations and apparently strange entities and all these things just opens up. But it's the same thing. It's a 20-minute outside, very, very short experience. And we were totally impressed with this. I mean, who wouldn't be? And we were fascinated. We found LSD is interesting, but DMT is the ultimate metaphysical reality pill, we thought. Although it's not a pill, but Terence used to call it that. It's the ultimate metaphysical reality. The problem we experienced with DMT was it was too darn short. By the time you got into it, it was over. By the time you got into it, sort of started looking around, you were already on the way down. So we thought, well, maybe if we could find a more reactive form of some kind, it would be more prolonged, and we'd have more time to look into that dimension, which is what we thought of it as. We thought of it as a place, not an experience, but an actual place that our minds were teleporting to or something like that. We thought if we could find another form that's orally active, absorb more slowly and go away more slowly. So that's what led us to look for an orally active form of DMT in South America. This was all around 1968, 1969. And we didn't know about ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is an orally active form of DMT, but no one understood that pharmacology at that time. What we did find was a paper by Schultes, the famous ethnobotanists from Harvard, major influence on all of these psychedelic inclined ethnobotanists. A paper in his own house publication called the Harvard Botanical Museum Reference. And he published many, many things on South American psychedelics. He was the pioneer in those things they called them hallucinogens. But he published a paper in that journal called Verbola as an orally active hallucinogens. That was the title. And we stumbled on this paper. This is it. This is what we're looking for. It was this Matoto drug that they use. Verbola is a genus of trees in the nutmeg family, and in many tribes in the Amazon, they make stuff out of it. The sap of Verbola is loaded with DMT and 5-methoxy-DMT and related terpenes. And various tribes, they extract the sap and they powder it, and they mix it with ashes, and they make a stuff out of it. So effectively, it's DMT. But it's short acting. But this one tribe, the Toto, had an orally active preparation. They made, instead of a snuff, they made a powder out of it. And they made a paste. They made that they didn't dry it down completely. They made a sticky paste. They could roll that in ashes, and then they ate it orally. And the reports were that my fellow men, the effects came on very quickly, and then you saw the little people, the big emphasis on the little people, and we saw little people on DMT, so we thought, this is it. We got to go to South America. That is what led us to go to South America in 1971 to La Chorrera. That was the cultural, that was the ancestral home of the Toto. So we thought, we got to go to La Chorrera, we have to find this thing, because this is it, because it may be the ultimate mystery. I mean, you got to understand, I'm 20, my brother is 24, we're both fanatics, we're batshit crazy, we're going after this quest, which we thought of as the secret at the time. So that's what led us to go to La Chorrera, was in search of this drug called Ukume in Matoto. And we got to La Chorrera, the whole adventure of getting there is we counted in the book. We got to Latrera, and on the way into Latrera, we encountered this anthropologist who was working with the Pototo, and we knew he was probably going to run into him and his colleagues in Bogota and said, Dr. Collier is out there. You'll probably see him. This was, you didn't send text to people or anything. This was 1971. So we thought, okay, we'll probably encounter Dr. Collier. Well, we did. We ran into Horatio Collier, which is a different name than in the book that changed his name. But we ran into him in a village down the river from Montreal called El Encanto, which is coincidence enough, synchronicity enough, because El Encanto means the enchanted, and we were on this whole mythic quest to find the secret. And we talked to Dr. Collier, and when we got up there, we have to understand, we were very much in the hippie mode. We dressed like hippies, bells, all that. So when these crazy people show up in the village, Dr. Collier is like, who the fuck are these people? And what are they here for? Why are they here? And when we said, we're here for a coup, Manny, then he really freaked out, and he's like, you can't just go in there and march in there and start asking for a coup. He said, this is their biggest shamanic secret, and they will probably kill you if you start talking about this. Well, so we said, okay, we understand. We'll be cool. We'll be discreet. We're not just going to, ask for it. Dr. Collier should mention he was a good example of someone who had a problem with coke. He chewed so much coke that he was a little paranoid. He was paranoid about everything. But we said, okay, we'll be careful when we go. And to get from El Encanto to Latrera, we had to go overland from the Rio Igarra part, which is where El Encanto was, to the Carm. It was a 4-day trail that we had to travel to get to this parallel river where Latrera was. And it was a trail that had been made in the rubber boom days to transport rubber out of this area, and built on slavery, and very, very dark history of that period. But we made it over that trail and we got to Latrera. And we thought, well, okay, so here we are,
They didn't have any landing strips in Latrera. You could just fly a little plane there.
there were no landing strips, there were seaplanes, river planes, but hard. We're poor hippies. We can't afford planes, so that was an option. But we got there, and at the time we got there, there were it's a mission. It's a mission. Capuchin mission was there. There's a church and a little mission school where the Toto kids would come, basically to have their minds placed with Christianity, and but it was between semesters, or it was on vacation, so there were a lot of empty huts in the area. So they just said you can stay in one of these huts, while you're doing whatever you're doing. And by the way, what are you doing? And you're sort of, we're on this, we're looking for plants, and so we got settled into this place. Thought, well, we won't respect what Dr. Collier said. We'll not just go out. We'll hope somebody shows up that looks like maybe we ask about this Kuge. Well, as it turned out, it was the rainy season, and for the first around this mission, around a couple hundred acres had been cleared. The rainforest had been cleared, and they brought in these cattle. High white humpback cattle, right? And the shift of those Anheuser cattle happens to be the preferred substrate for psilocybin cancers, the tropical psilocybin mushroom, which is big and robust, and it was right at the problem. There were huge clusters of these mushrooms growing up basically out of every cow club. I thought, wow, and we knew what they were. We had no experiments with them. We had one very brief experience on the way in at a village along the river, but just a very light dose. It was it was a dry day. By the time we got to Montreal, these things were everything. And we had looked, we knew done our homework, we knew what the mushrooms were, but experience-wise, we were very naive. And we thought, well, that's great. We can enjoy these. We were completely casual about it. We were completely cavalier. We'll have a good time with these while we're waiting for this Ukube to show up, waiting for the secret to surface, from some format. So we began eating this, and we began eating them rather frequently at rather high doses. For one thing, they became part of our diet, because there wasn't a whole lot to eat. And the mushrooms quickly.
So you were just eating these for like breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Well, not breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but daily or every other day, and quite substantial doses, and like 10, 15 mushrooms at a time. And these things are potent, in that environment, they're extremely potent. But we love these. I mean, it was a fantastic thing. And but the mushrooms quickly made it clear that they were the real secret. They were what we had come for, not knowing that the Ukube wasn't the real secret, as it turned out. And later we did access Ukube, and Ukube turned out to be fairly disappointing in terms of its effects. But the mushrooms are like, this is the most fantastic psychedelic we've ever experienced, and you have no experience with psychedelics.
I have no experience with psychedelics,
Okay.
other than DMT,
Other than
which I did for the first time recently.
Well, DMT and psilocybin are very, very close.
I've heard, yeah.
Right.
Like my only experience is cannabis and DMT.
Right. Well, DMT is dimethyltryptamine. Cannabis is 4-dimethyltryptamine. So it's the perfect genetically engineered, orally active form of DMT. It's easily absorbed, it's orally active, it doesn't require a lot of immune oxidase inhibitors to be active, it's not toxic, and it's a kick-ass psychedelic, and it puts you in about a 6 to 7 hour intense psychedelic states, depending on how much you eat, of course. We were eating a lot. Full visionary hallucinations and all that. One thing that psilocybin does, that other psychedelics do, ayahuasca for example, but one thing psilocybin does, it sets up what you might call an I-thou relationship with you. It's like you get the impression that you are dealing with an intelligent entity. That this isn't just a drug. This is, our interpretation was some sort of, it either was an alien or it was a connection to an alien. Okay, it comes on and it's very in your face, and it has stuff that it wants to tell you.
Like a chemical doorway to another dimension.
Exactly. And it has a lot of knowledge, and it's eager to impart it. People get this on DMT too. In prolonged DMT or intense DMT states, people encounter entities. And it's not that they just encounter entities. Entities are happy to see you, and they have stuff to tell you. I want to teach you things. And the psilocybin is that to the max. And our encounters with the mushrooms quickly became a series of encounters with this entity, which we called the teach. And we called it the teacher because it presented itself as a teacher. And it had knowledge that it wanted to impart. Now, I told myself I wasn't going to go down this rabbit hole with you, but I guess we have to. Since here,
I'm hooked in.
we
I'm ready.
have
I'm
time,
strapped
and we have time, and this is maybe essential to the story. So we were in this place eating these mushrooms, and more or less in constant dialogue with this entity, the teacher, and in that state, the mushroom really stimulates verbosity, and quick thinking, and linguistic expression, and all this. We were very verbose, language-oriented bunch of folks anyway. We were very much interested in language. For example, my brother's favorite book of all time was Finnegan's Wake, if you've ever heard of that.
Finnegan's Wake?
Yeah, by, I forget who, Jesus, I can't, comment.
What was the book about?
You have to look it up.
James Joyce.
James Joyce. James Joyce, that's right. Oh, no. That's it. It's nice to have Google right there. That's good. Yes, check out. Terrence was obsessed with James Joyce and with Finnegan's Wake particularly. I've not read it, I have to honestly tell you, but he read it, and very few people can understand it. That it is the sort of ultimate instantiation of the people's language.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, so that was sort of the background we were coming from. And so the mushrooms had all this information that they wanted to download. And I particularly began to get effectively a message from the mushroom. Well, one thing that we noticed with the mushrooms when you take these high doses is that at high doses you can hear this interior sound that inside your head. And it's hard to characterize. It's kind of like an electrical buzzing sound. You heard it on DMT, right?
I was not expecting this.
Right.
Because I didn't know. I had no conception of what to expect when I was doing this. My only expectation was what the closest I've been to this on edible marijuana, right? Which is not even the same universe.
Right.
And as soon as I started to effectively, as soon as my soul left my body, I don't know how to put it, I had this pulsing wow, like very vivid auditory sensation.
That's it. Some people describe it as like crackling cellophane or something like that. On DMT, you get this. On mushrooms at high doses, not so much in lower doses, but at high doses, you hear this thing. And not only can you hear it, but if you can sing it, you can try to imitate it with your voice. You can make this yell, song. And at a certain point, your voice will lock onto this thing. And so then you're not trying to imitate it just pours out of you. And it's a very powerful sound. I mean, it's like the kind of sound that can, shatter glass, that kind of thing. And we experienced this with the mushrooms and also with DMT, but we experienced that you could make this sound and it just seemed to have a certain resonance that actually, had this effect. And so we thought, well, what is this? The mushroom, and the mushroom was saying, well, what this is it's a frequency that can activate the DNA in your neural system and actually create a standing waveform of your DNA to create. I mean, I'm skipping details here, but the basic idea was that if you project this sound
add a mushroom in the right circumstances, you can actually activate the DNA in yourself and the mushroom and create an external standing waveform that you can actually see. So it is an artifact that you're making out of your body and your mind and your brain and your DNA and the mushroom. And this thing in religious traditions was, if there's any analogy to it, it's effectively the resurrection body. We wanted to create this artifact. You would both see it and be it at the same time. You know, it would be something external to you that you would observe. You would vision that would be, you know, a purplish, violet, glowing disc, basically. But it would be telepathic, and it would obey telepathic commands, and it would be the ultimate object. It would be, in fact, what Terence has called the transcendental object at the end of time. You know, and we thought that this was how we would create this thing. Well, you know, 50 years from now, downstream from all that, I understand that we were just nuts, you know. I mean, because obviously it didn't happen. I mean, we tried to create this thing, and the prediction was that once we created it, it would propagate through basically space-time and collapse the space-time matrix, and it would end history, and, you know, we'd all move into the singularity, you know, pretty much instantaneously. Talk about messianic inflation, you know, this was messianic inflation on steroids. The mushroom was downloading all this stuff, like the blueprints how to do this, you know, to me. It was like that I was writing furiously. This is the procedure, what we must do. We must take mushrooms, we must include ayahuasca there, because there needs to be harmony in this mix, because harmony is the resonator. Harmony actually, in ayahuasca, it's the MAO inhibitor that activates DMT, but in this particular instantiation, it was the intercalator. Harmony intercalates into DNA, and this is known. This is scientific fact. It intercalates into DNA, so harmony became the resonator of the antenna, effectively, that could set up this standing waveform. And the instructions were outlined. And it was like, this is what you have to do. You have to sing to the mushroom in this way, in this very, very controlled situation, and you will create this artifact. I don't know how I should cop to this, you know. I mean, yeah, you're looking at me like, gee, should I call somebody? Hold on. I mean, I'm saying I can't. This is very similar. Yeah. At the time, I went, well, so we did this, right? And I performed this experiment, and the prediction was that this was going to happen. Well, obviously, it couldn't happen. It would violate every law of physics. No, if this had happened. But me.
Now, would this thing hypothetically only appear when you're under the influence of psilocybin mushrooms or DMT, or would this actually appear when you're not under the influence?
Our supposition was that once it was there, it would be there. And it would be something that would be controlled by thought. And it would have access to all information, and it would have access to all effectively throughout the cosmos. It would be a standing waveform, like an electron in some ways. You know, the electron doesn't have a boundary. Its boundary is space-time itself. This would be like that, but there would be a physical part of it that would be time machine. A time everything machine, a time machine, a UFO machine, the transcendental object would be at the
time, the ultimate technology, that would be made from our brains, our nervous system, our thought, and that of the mushroom. And that, this would be it. Well, that didn't happen. That couldn't happen. And we did the experiment. And at first, doing this in the dark, in the hot, and there's a light, on the mushroom in front of it. And after I made the third screen, you probably read about this, right? The book. After I made the third, then the light from my guana, my serape, fell on the mushroom and exactly bisected it. And I was looking at it when I looked at Terrence and I said, this is our world. This is what we're looking at. And it did. We had this idea that this was all being controlled by, dome-headed beings from 22,000 miles out in orbit that were directing the whole thing, And I said, this is our world. And so what happened was, because what we projected couldn't possibly happen, but what happened was that I basically detached from reality, for about 2 weeks. And Terrence detached from reality also, but in a different way. It was like in a complementary way. This was about taking a template, kind of a reverse negative image of each other's DNA, because we were brothers, right? And it was opposite. It's very hard to articulate. It was hard to articulate even then, but even more so now because I'm so distant from it. At the time, it made perfect sense. It made perfect sense to Terrence and me that this had happened, and at the end of this experiment, we thought, we have succeeded. We succeeded, but the timing of the appearance of the stone, we thought of it as the stone, as in Philosopher's Stone. The timing for the appearance of this artifact, that basically we were correct, we were incorrect about when it was going to manifest. It wasn't going to, it didn't manifest immediately. So the question is, well, when is it going to show up? And our companions who were there, who hadn't participated in this experiment, were like appalled, totally appalled. It's like, we need to get these people airlifted out of there into a psychiatric facility as soon as possible, but it wasn't possible. And it's good that it wasn't possible, because that would have aborted what was happening, and that would have, I have no doubt that if that had happened, that would have left me at least insane, probably for the rest of my life, lost in this delusional place. I don't know what it would have done to Terrence, but the fact that he could not end it gave it all a possibility, the opportunity to play out. What played out over about the next 10 days or so was that Terrence, I became adrift in the cosmos. I was basically, my mind felt that I felt, although it wasn't really an I anymore, but this entity that I transformed myself into felt like I was, my circumference was identical with the circumference of the universe. I was, you've heard about being one with the cosmos. Well, man, I was one with the cosmos. I was the cosmos. But over the next 10 days or so, I began to condense. Each 24 hours, I started falling back together. And each 24 hours, I was a little more condensed. Like it started with me
circumference of the cosmos. The next it was the galactic cluster. The next it was the galaxy. The next the solar system. The next Earth. The next, and each one I was sort of coming back into my body, into my mind, and Terra simultaneously. So I was 3 sheets to the wind. I couldn't look after myself.
In 10 days or so this was.
I forget the exact time frame.
Roughly
It's
10
about 10 to 14 days.
Did you have any relationship to physical reality back on Earth, or was like, how did you get through the day?
Well, people had to look after me, and because I was joined to everybody, like my companion, for example, if I wanted to smoke a cigarette, I would ask Sarah to smoke a cigarette, and I could enjoy the cigarette that she was smoking. Or if I wanted, because I was connected to everybody, or if I needed to take a shit, I could ask somebody else to do it. They would do it, and that would, in my mind, of course not in reality, but in my mind. And so I was really divorced from what we call reality. My brother simultaneously was hypervigilant. He did not sleep for 14 days. And he was constantly keeping an eye on me. He was looking after me. That's probably why it wasn't sleep. I mean, it was probably, I've often joked, you've been trying to be crazy all of your life. Now you finally succeeded, so don't you feel guilty about that? In fact, I think he probably did, but he was looking after me. He was making sure that no harm would come to me. At the same time, he wasn't sleeping. And he was wandering the pastures day and night, mostly at night, just wandering the pastures. And he was thinking about time, thinking about cycles, thinking about the timing of this event related to the death of our mother, which had taken place like 6 months previously, and projecting time forward, and he was making all these diagrams on the ground with sticks about time cycles and all that. And eventually, those ideas became condensed or evolved into what became his theories about time-wave zero. Right? The the time map effectively based on each head, but it took years to get to that point. But the kernel of that idea,
You thought something was going to happen in December of the year 2000, right?
in December of 2012,
2012.
and where that date came from, it came out of our expectation of when was the stone going to appear. And in the early days there, when we were both still completely batshit and all this was happening, he used to take me to this pasture every morning and say, "Give it to me. Give it to me. Make it happen." I don't know. What am I supposed to do? But it was like, we were trying to force the condensation of the stone. Eventually, I came back more or less to normal, and he did too. During that period, he also had this encounter with a UFO. I don't know if you read that part. No, I didn't read the book. I mean, in one of these early morning wanderings, he was standing by the river, and by the Choro, which was this waterfall. That's what La Chora is named for. Looking across the river, and there were clouds across the river, and they started to roll and boil, and then this UFO condensed out of the clouds, and I didn't see this, so I can't vouch for that.
but I believe it probably did. It came out of the clouds, and people thought it was terrifying, and making the usual flying saucer noises, and it was one of these things. It was an absurdity. It was the exact, other UFO researchers, people like Jacques Vallée and so on, have always talked about how there's an element of the absurd in a lot of these experiences. And this was that, because the flying saucer was an exact representation of Adamski's flying saucer, which he talked about, which he actually made a photograph of, which was shown to be, a fake made from a Hoover vacuum cleaner.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Adamski, George Adamski. He was a famous UFO nut back at this time, and talked about UFOs and was, probably just crazy. I should talk, right? but it was, George Adamski.
Do you have a picture of his UFO?
Yes, that's a picture of the UFO. Yes, it was that UFO.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. God, the internet is a wonderful thing, or maybe not. But yeah, it was that UFO, and it was coming at Terrence Road, and it was humming, and it was very threatening. He was like, fuck. He was terrified, and and then it just went over, and that was it. And I don't believe Terrence made this up. One, unless just to tell a good story, and it's possible. I mean, he was always happy to tell a good story. I can't verify it, but why? Why did that happen? So this was just one of many anomalous things that was happening. That was happening during this period. We were telepathic. We could understand each other. Our companions, like I say, were appalled. But Terry and I were in telepathic communication. What we were doing made perfect sense to us. We understood. And so a lot of what we were trying to do was to manifest not only this artifact, but this thing that comes out of the sound, which we call translucent matter, a new kind of language, where to say something was to see something. It's the unification of visual and auditory energy, so that if you spoke in this translinguistic language, you could manifest something, like casting a spell, effectively. To say it was to make crazy stuff, and so that was it.
During that time, that whole entire period of 10 days, roughly, were you guys constantly taking mushrooms?
No. We'd stopped taking that.
You had stopped, and
yeah.
This was just like an after effect of that.
This was whenever we triggered. Yeah, we weren't taking mushrooms anymore. We didn't have to take mushrooms. This was not about being on mushrooms. We'd done the mushrooms, and maybe at toxic levels, maybe they were continuing in our system, but their half-life is short. They don't last days, they last hours. Right. And so no, this was some, if you want to look at it biochemically, go the reductionist route for a minute. What did we do? We took a lot of mushrooms, we made this sound, we may have jammed them in some system, in the neural system, maybe prolonged monoamine oxidase inhibition or something like that. If you want to reach out for a reductionist explanation, it could have been some kind of
serious neural disruption of our neurochemistry, and eventually that equilibrium, and we kicked out, more or less. It took a while. Even well, so to continue the story of sort of how it played out. I was, pretty much dissociated for a long time. Terrence was looking after me. All our companions were worried, and and I always wanted to wander off. I wanted to go wander off because I needed to be out there healing people. And that was my thing. I had this messianic desire to share my powers, and heal people. Well, one day I got away from it, and I climbed the bell tower of the mission, and I started ringing the bell, and the whole community was alarmed. They already knew that these people were weird, and there was very strange stuff going on, but we hadn't really disrupted the peace of the community. But I broke that. And they was like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? He's clearly gone bananas. And so they said, your friend is not in control, and for his own good, we're going to confine him. The police, it was a police outpost as well as a mission. That's going to put him in this room here and keep him there for a while. Hopefully he'll fall down, he'll calm down. Not in any way, just trying to be helpful, basically. Not unkind. And I could care less because I wasn't really connected to it. And at the same time, about that time, one of our companions who had not participated in that, she was concerned, and she was thinking we needed to get out of there. And she also sprained her ankle rather badly. So that was sort of a trigger. It's like, okay, enough of this nonsense. We're going to call in a plane and have you guys airlifted out of here. We're going to get airlifted out of here, which we could do. There's a radio, there's a bush pilot that would come deliver mail occasionally. It's a lot too rare, like about once a month. So we put in an emergency call to him, and he took us out. And we went to Laetitia, and we ended up in this hotel for a while. And I'm still, really pretty shaky. And Terrence, because he's hypervigilant, he was, looking after everything. Spent a few days in that hotel, and eventually, continued this condensation process, and pretty much returned to more or less my baseline. And then we went back to Bogota, and I arranged to come home. And at this point, I was like, I don't want anything to do with this. I just want to be a normal guy. I just want to get my feet on the ground. I don't know what this was, but whatever it was, how did I say, glad I'm functional, and I want to go home. I want to study, return to the university, and just live my life, so I did eventually go back. I changed my studies from what I had been studying. It's basically anthropology, religious studies, that sort of thing. But I started studying chemistry. I started studying harder sciences. I studied biology, pharmacology, chemistry, all that stuff. And part of the motivation for that was that Terrence was saying that even before we'd done the experiment, that afterwards, definitely, he was saying, science will never explain this, right? And I was saying, well, wait a minute, we're not scientists, so we can't say that until we know how to do science.
you can't really dismiss things. And so I thought, I'm going to study science. And that was kind of what put me on that trajectory. Terrence, on the other hand, was convinced that we had succeeded. And the timing of this, that effectively, the timing of the appearance of this, or this anomaly in the cosmic space-time stream, we just didn't log about when it was going to happen. So in some sense, I mean, it sounds cruel to say, we don't mean it to, he persisted for years with the idea that we had succeeded. And he built the time wave around this idea, and he built a career around this.
Right.
And he was such a persuasive speaker that he got a lot of people to buy into it, you know. And I was pretty much a skeptic at the time. I've always been kind of a skeptic of the time wave. I think the time wave was a beautiful mathematical construction of the U-shape. It is not a picture of, it's not a map of time. It doesn't have any predictive qualities. It works very well as a calendar, and if you left it at that, it got a lot of recognition from cytologists and scholars of the I Ching and not much else. But by insisting that it predicted, you know, this eruption of this anomaly in space-time, and there were many dates along the way that were identified, you know, with like cometary passages and this sort of thing, kept revising the dates, and eventually settled on this date of December 21st, 2012, you know, which didn't hurt that he arrived at that date independently by looking at all these maps, those 384-day cycles based on the I Ching. 384 days is 6 times 64, right? And the I Ching is all about sixes and multiples of sixes because of the hexagrams. So he settled on this date of December 21st, 2012, and then it came to his attention that that was actually a very key date in the Mayan calendar, the end of the 13th Taik, in which the, you know, another one of these world transitions was predicted in the Mayan calendars. Not the end of the world, but some people interpreted it that way. So he thought, well, that's affirmation that, you know, we're on the right track here. So we'll set that as the end date. And it should happen at that time. And we didn't live to see it, you know. But there was a lot of excitement about that date because of the Mayans, and largely because of the means that Terrence was releasing, had released into the email. A lot of people were excited about that date, and they expected something to happen. As you know, there were, you know, watch party. People were going down to, you know, Taik and places like this to wait for it, and so on. I remember nothing happened. You know, it was like the biggest non-event in human history. You know, so that was, to my mind, that was the definitive, you know, invalidation of the time wave. And Terrence and I used to argue about the time wave, or some would say we have lively discussions, because I was a skeptic, and I'd say for all sorts of reasons, this doesn't really, it's not really a map of time, you know. I mean, the idea was that the wave described the progression of novelty into the continuum. And this is a concept that goes back to Alfred North Whitehead. Alfred North Whitehead talks about novelty as something that appears. Novelty is basically that
every day something happens that never before occurred in the history of the universe. Novel events, right? And the time wave is an attempt to chart the ingression of novelty into the continuum, the ingression of novel events, and to quantify it. And that was what it supposedly did, charting. And the end of the time wave was the ultimate ingression of novelty, when this would all collapse into a singularity, because the cycles were in a spiral, getting tighter and tighter all the time, right? Going back really billions of years, or even trillions of years. But in the last nanoseconds of the time wave, everything was going to just collapse, just in a complete transformation. And so that was the theory, that was the
The
idea.
spiral makes sense because he talked about time speeding up, right?
Right, and the fractal nature of time. All of these cycles were fractals of each other, getting tighter and tighter and tighter,
Right.
until finally they're basically nanoseconds and even less. So it's like how a black hole is a singularity based on mass, and if it's small enough, you get a singularity. Well, this was a temporal singularity. This was the collapse of the temporal continuum, into something that could not be described by the laws of physics. And Terence and I used to have these conversations, and I would say, well, Terence, the problem with the time wave theory is that it can't be disproven, right? You cannot define the criteria that would disprove it, and so it's not a theory, because this is what science does, right? Science constructs hypotheses, it constructs suppositions, essentially, very highly structured suppositions about a phenomenon, nature, or some process, and so on. And if you practice science honestly, you construct a hypothesis, and then you say, you try like hell to demolish it. You try to say, what data does this not account for? What are the incompletenesses? What are the deficiencies in the hypothesis? And then you either try to answer those, you elaborate the hypothesis, you revise it, try to account for the data that it doesn't account for, or you should can the whole thing and replace it with something else. This is like the transition between Newtonian mechanics and relativity. I mean, Einstein came up with relativity, and in the normal experience of reality, and that we experience on the macro level, Einstein and Newtonian mechanics works perfectly well. But at these relativistic dimensions and speeds and so on, that all falls apart. And it's real. And Einstein came along and said, well, this experience, this relativity explains this. We know it doesn't appear to make sense because we're not in that relativistic places all the time. But this does actually explain it. And so in science, this happens. One paradigm gives way to another as new information comes available. And that's what we were postulating, or what Terence was postulating. Well, so the time wave failed its definitive test. December 21st, 2012 came along, and nothing happened. And that was kind of the ultimate test of the postulate.
Does that ultimately mean that it means that it failed? Is it possible that it could happen sometime in the future at another date? That's the thing about Terence was, I think, self-admittedly very slippery with his ideas, right?
You got it.
Well, just going on these psychedelic voyages and downloading this knowledge and being able to form it into a coherent idea that you can articulate with words. Some of these concepts and these ideas, almost by design, cannot be measured and weighed scientifically, right? They don't necessarily pass scientific method muster, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're not useful, right?
No, they are useful. I mean, all of this, I mean, here's the thing with science. You never prove anything. You know, all hypotheses, all scientific concepts, science is simply a way of asking very structured questions about nature. You know, you never prove your hypotheses because there always may be data that comes in next week, next month, 50 years from now, 100 years ago that invalidates your hypothesis. So all you can say is based on the data that we have, what we know now, this hypothesis, whatever it is, appears to be valid. You know, that's the way science works. And that was what was lacking in Terence's construct. He was arguing, he was trying to prove it. And you don't arrive at proof. All you can do is say what we suppose, the hypothesis that we constructed, we can't disprove it. And I guess you could say that, but the thing is there's not enough, the time wave in itself doesn't have enough data to really be able to say that, because in some ways there are holes in it, and there are big holes that you can drive a truck through. For example, it does not take account of relativity. It does not take if it's a model of time. There, you know, like the work that the guy that you had on the podcast, time is not something that applies to the entire universe. There are regions where time is different than where it is now. That's why the idea of time travel is actually a possibility. You know, but the time wave is like, nope, this is it. This describes the entire space-time continuum, and it didn't arise. Obviously, and there are other things that, well, actually, again, it's you know, I don't want to feel like I don't want to sound like I'm putting my brother down. I mean, I had tremendous respect for him, and he was a brilliant guy. But the way he was trying to prove the time wave, the time wave was more about him than it was about time. It was about his personality, his understanding of history, which was, you know, deep. I mean, he was an incredible scholar of history. And it was about, you know, one of the things that we used to have in our conversations about novelty was, what is really novel? What is novelty? And we talked about, and he said, well, events like the first time an atomic bomb was ever detonated on the Earth. That's a novel event. You know, so that would be a spike. That would be a major, like, marker to put down in this evolution of novelty, or the first time that an animal was cloned, or various, you know, kinds of scientific discoveries. But I would say, so he's sort of a proponent of the eruptive idea of novelty. Things burst into the continuum, you know, and all these novel events. And I advocated the idea that novelty kind of leaks into the continuum, it kind of oozes into the continuum. For example, you couldn't get to the atomic bomb. Einstein had to have the idea first about E equals mc squared, and then all these physicists came along and they developed, you know, nuclear reactions, controlled nuclear reactions, all of these things. These were novel events, but they didn't get a lot of attention. But they created the foundation of new discoveries, so that when the bomb finally, you know, exploded,
it was possible to develop that because the foundation of understanding was there, and those were novel discoveries, but they weren't dramatic, in that way.
Yes.
Am I making
No, that
sense?
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you have. Yeah.
So novelty is there all the time.
Right. Yes. It's a compounding progression, right? Things emerge out of other
Exactly.
ideas. Bigger ideas emerge from smaller ideas combined, with collaboration and the evolution of ideas and these things.
Exactly. And this was so Terence, he approached this. He was not a mathematician, although the time wave was a mathematical construct. He was not a statistician, which would have been useful, to bring the theory to it. He was basically a historian, and so he was mapping with this time wave was his view of history. And there are maps of the time wave. I think they're reproduced in true stations, but these huge maps. And the idea that time is fractal, that every cycle is a reflection of the super cycles and the sub cycles, so that you can see these historical resonances, and that's a fascinating idea.
It is.
And in some sense, it's true, and I don't think you can really reduce it to a mathematical construct that you can, people have the time wave, the software, and you can run all sorts of programs and so on. But at the end of the day, it's Terence's view of his history that's being mapped.
What do you think his primary motivations were with all this? What drove him?
Terence was a complex person.
Yeah.
Very complex person. I think a few things drove him. I think that first it was just curiosity. I mean, there was no motivation really except an interest in understanding. I mean, he was having these revelations, and they seemed valid, and taking psychedelics, and and he was just a curious person, and that's a very good quality in a scientist or anyone else. I don't think he would call himself a scientist because he dismissed science. And he said science is never going to answer this. But I think eventually he reached a point where it became a shtick. He built a career on this, right? And talking about the time wave and talking about psychedelics and being such an excellent speaker. I used to tell him, you could stand up there and read the phone book, and people would be hanging on every word, because it's not what you say, it's how you say it, And I used to tell him, he hated for me to go to his seminars and so on, because I was the only one that would ever stand up and say anything. Everybody else is just slack jawed, and I would sometimes get up and say, well, what you said 20 minutes ago didn't make sense. What you're saying now doesn't make sense, and it exactly contradicts what you just said. And he would just say, well, consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, and just carry on.
Consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. Oh, wow.
So it became an act, certainly, and it was a career that people wanted to listen to it. Honestly, his best talks were not about the Brothers McKenna or the time wave idea. I mean, he talked about those things a lot, and these ideas. His best talks, in my opinion, were when they drew from his vast knowledge of history esotericism and alchemy and Jungian psychology and all that. Some of those talks are just mind-boggling, and they do not really have to invoke this delusion. I mean, this is the thing. It's like I had this experience. I had this serious break from reality. Eventually, I recovered. And sometimes you could say Terence didn't recover. He remained invested in this delusion rather, that began in Luxuria and it really persisted throughout most of his life. And he couldn't let it go. And at a certain point, he reached a point where I know that in his life he had doubts, a lot of doubts. And there were other people who came along who were mathematicians who were better. They actually understood the timing better than he did, and they came forward. And I think later in life, he began to feel that, that idea wasn't valid, and it really disturbed him. It really dismayed him because by this time, it was his career, and I can understand, why he would not want to let it go. But sometimes you have to let things go, And then, of course, at the same time, so I know that the years before the end of his life were very difficult. He was depressed in a lot of ways, and people who Terence was like this huge, iconic public figure, but he was also, of course, he had a family, he had, a difficult marriage, he had, personal things, the kind of thing that we all have to deal with because we're human, whether we like it or not, and we have to deal with those things. And I think that his public persona and meeting the expectations of his fan base became, difficult for him. Very, almost like he wanted to retreat from it all, in a certain way, through self-doubt, and I used to tell him, well, later in life, although we've been so close during all this period, we sort of drifted apart. And but then I was thinking, I was there for him very much, and I was sort of going to say, you don't have to believe in this. You don't have to be anything other than just be yourself. Because you are a remarkable person, and you don't have to meet other people's expectations, But he always sort of was reluctant to give that up, and I guess he knew what would be. And in some sense, I'm sort of glad that I never, I sort of didn't go for this high public visibility thing. Especially after, when I went back to school and said, okay, I'm going to do science now. And I'm going to be an ethnobotanist. I'm going to pursue that. That's what I want to do. And I don't have to be a super famous person. And so I did that. And I kind of deliberately stayed in the background. And I pursued these other pathways, which I continue to pursue. And I don't have to tie myself or my ideas to a concept that basically you can't prove. Right? So I just said, okay, not that I don't, it's complicated to talk about. It's not that I dismiss what went on. In some ways, I was 20 when we went to venture, and Terence was 24. Most of our lives have been lived in the shadow
of the events that happened at that time, But I'm 74 now, so a lot of years have gone by since then. And I've lived a life, and I've made a career such that it is. I've, made contributions to the field of ethnobotany. Most of that. I mean, some neuroscience, but that was kind of a detour when I did my postdocs. But always with, the psychedelics have been the continuing current for me and Terrence for all of our lives. I mean, that's what got us fascinated, and we each pursued it in our own way, and I continue to pursue it. It's not my obsession. I'm not fanatical about it. I just think they're very valuable. People say, for example, one of the so you did all these things. You didn't disrupt the space-time continuum. You didn't do any of this. None of this stuff happened. What happened? What was important about that? I'll tell you what was important, as I view it. We brought back the spores of the mushrooms from Montreal, and we played around with those for a couple of years, trying to figure out how to grow them. Finally, almost by accident, I figured out how to grow them. And the initial very simple technique, growing these things out of mason jars and all that, very simple. I basically tried, there was a mycologist working for the USDA who published this paper in mycology on how you can grow small amounts of Agaricus bisporus on sterilized substrates in mason jars for genetic research and that sort of thing. And I had the spores, I had the mycelium, and I decided, well, give it a shot, let's see if it works. What do you know, it worked very well. So suddenly mushrooms were back in our lives again. We had access to mushrooms, and we were happy about that. And we decided to publish this book, So Simon Magic Mushroom Growers Guide, which is still available. And we published it, and it got a lot of notice. And now, of course, there are lots of simpler, better ways to grow mushrooms. This was it was a simple technique that almost anybody could do. We published this book, and we got a lot of notice. So people say, what was the real impact of our trip to Montreal? That was the impact. This had a tangible effect on society because it brought mushrooms basically within the reach of anyone. Anyone with a bit of patience and a spare room could grow lots of mushrooms if they wanted to. And we did. And those mushrooms got out there, the book got out there. So that had a social impact. Nothing supernatural about it or anything. It's just we sort of stumbled on this method and we shared that method. And that's had a big impact because at that period, psychedelics were not popular. Psychedelics were, very much oppressed by the government, and a lot of people were scared. But people that were really interested had a way to, as Terrence sometimes doesn't just a simple way to get great dope out of mason jars. And people did, and it kept them sort of alive and people's attention. So then later, when clinicians and people like that decided that they wanted to, start working with psychedelics, mushrooms were obviously the one to use because in some ways mushrooms are the ideal psychedelic. More than LSD or mescaline or some of these things. More than EMT. Why is that? Again, because the EMT lasts 12 minutes.
Right. Well, unless you do it with the ayahuasca and from ayahuasca.
Yeah, if you do it with ayahuasca, it lasts 6 hours or so. But ayahuasca is a botanical formulation. It's complex and all that. And but psilocybin, you can synthesize it. And of course, clinical trials, the FDA likes. They want to work with pure compounds. They're very biased toward pure compounds. You can work with natural drugs, but generally, if you're like an investigator, like Roland Griffiths, for example, at Johns Hopkins, people that started doing clinical studies, they expect you to do it with pure compounds. And psilocybin is easy to make if you're a good chemist. Albert Hoffman synthesized it in 1958. And so it sort of kept it on the radar. And then when people were looking at it from a therapeutic point of view, psilocybin seemed a natural choice. And it has a lot of things that recommend it, because it lasts about the right amount of time. It's 6 or 7 hours. Like LSD is 12 to 18 hours, depending. Mescalinus, you have to take higher doses. It lasts a long time. So it lasts about the same time. It's very non-toxic. It's totally compatible with human metabolism. And it's a kick-ass psychedelic. I mean, depending on the dose, it can be a fairly mild experience, but still very interesting, or in a higher experience, it could be, complete with visions and all that. Like it can really be, it can really be therapeutic. Like Wade Davis from Sales story he tells. He said, "Well, our parents back in the '60s, they said you must never take these things because if you do, you'll never be the same again." That's the fucking point. Right?
Yeah, that goes to something I wanted to ask you. What is, do you think there is a fundamental change in the brain that lasts, and how long does it last when you take these psychedelics, whether it be ayahuasca, DMT, or psilocybin? And is there like a something that is unlocked? Or
Yes. The answer is the data is coming out that in fact there are long-term changes in the brain in a beneficial way. So there are short-term changes. There's the trip that you have, and the trip that you have, the therapeutic sort of mechanism behind the benefits of psychedelics, whether it's psilocybin or LSD or whatever. You've heard of this concept of the default mode network. Oh, that's a neuroscience term. The default mode network is basically the neural mechanisms that feed that internal neural feedback mechanisms that maintain what we call ordinary consciousness, effectively. Our focus on space and time, our sense of self and being outwise, ordinary consciousness. That's the default mode network. Most of the time, the default mode network is where you want to be, because you want to be functional. You want to be able to drive a car, get up and go to work, pay the mortgage, do these things, ordinary function. But it can also be a trap, and particularly for people with intractable depression and that sort of thing, their default mode network in some ways is dysfunctional, and they don't, they're in these feedback loops that are harmful, that are not supporting their mental health. What the psychedelics do is they temporarily disable that default mode network. They effectively let you step out of your reference frame. That's another way to think about it. It lets you look at your situation from a different perspective. You've stepped out of your reference frame. So if you look at your depression or your trauma, your addiction, or various problems that you're facing, you can look at that in a different way. And in that way, you can sort of defuse it. you can sort of overcome that, and you can resolve a lot of those things. So that's the medium therapeutic benefit of something like psilocybin. And maybe one session may do it, or it may take 2 or 3. But basically, you will resolve it. However, what they now know is there are persistent changes that last longer than that. Long after the trip is over, what we're seeing is the neuroscientists, not me, so this is all in the literature. What's happening is there is a change in conductivity of synapses in the brain, sort of a arteries change that reflects these changes that you're having in the therapeutic state. Conductivity and also the two words are synaptogenesis, forming of connections between neurons, and neurogenesis, which is growth actually of new neurons. Psilocybin and other psychedelics initiate these processes. So yes, it rewires the brain in ways that are beneficial. And so
there's this. This could have been placebo, right? It's not DMT, which I've never noticed with anything else. Is that I felt like I was thinking differently.
yeah, you do.
Like I was thinking, I was able to see problems from multiple angles at once. It was very strange.
That's exactly right. It changes your perspective on things, and this can be very, very helpful and very therapeutic, particularly if you're dealing with something like intractable depression. I mean, so-called major depressive disorder, which is a clinically defined state, is what psilocybin was initially approved for in clinical studies, but now that it's getting approved, it's applied to all these other things. For example, smoking cessation. There are studies with smoking cessation with psilocybin. Lifetime serious cigarette addicts, 3-pack a day people over decades, the treatment with psilocybin over 3 or 4 treatments with the proper integration, preparation, all that. 3 or 4 treatments, 80% of those people stopped smoking. Just stopped. And you know why? Being experienced myself with psilocybin and also a former smoker, psilocybin didn't make me stop smoking. Various other things did. But I think what people, if they come into it with a real sincere desire to stop smoking, they have this experience and they look at what they're doing to their body and how, they're poisoning themselves. It's like the reaction is repulsion and revulsion, and it's like they're able to stop. And no other treatment for smoking cessation even comes close. 80% of the sample, these were lifelong smokers. That's so fascinating. This is all done at Johns Hopkins. This is Matt Johnson's work, basically one of Roland Griffith's projects at the time. So that's an example of these things. But the thing is, you don't have to be sick to benefit from psychedelics, and it's approved for therapeutic uses. But things like PTSD and addiction and so on. But it can be used to benefit well people as well, because it does. It improves your outlook. It improves the way you think. In fact, one of my colleagues, I was going to recommend that you bring him on the podcast, a good friend of mine and Terrence, a guy named Bruce Taik.
How you spell his last name?
D-M-E-R. He's an exobiologist. He's an engineer and a biochemist. He studies exobiology is the study of extraterrestrial life. Well, there is no extraterrestrial life that we have to study right now. So what he studies is the origin of life. And he and his colleagues have developed some groundbreaking theories about the origin of life. And you can look him up, you can look at his website and all that. But what's interesting is that psychedelics has been very useful to him as a creative tool, effectively as a scientific tool.
Yeah.
Tool for thinking about nature and new processes. He's even founded an organization called Minds.org, which is he and some colleagues are developing structured protocols to use psychedelics to apply to scientific problems. Because again, it's this ability to step out of your usual reference frame.
Yes.
You can look at your own problems, you can also look at nature, and you can see things about processes, about natural processes that you miss. One of the things I often say about psychedelics, they bring the background forward.
Yes.
Right? That's the default mode network. The default mode network is defined by what it excludes from your awareness, right? Because it makes sure that your attention is focused on the immediate things you need to survive. If you're on the freeway at 90 miles an hour, you really don't want elves materializing out of it. You don't need that. That's not.
Yes.
But if in a controlled state, and this is why the concept of setting is so important. In a proper setting, you're in a situation where you can let that default mode network dissolve, and then all the things that it's filtering out can come in, and you can experience it in a non-threatening situation, and you can experience this background, which is always there, but we're genetically and evolutionarily programmed to exclude those things, especially in the West. If you're an indigenous person, has much less of this. If you go into a forest with an indigenous person, who lives in nature, that person is likely to notice processes that are always going on that you don't see. You don't see them until they're put out, right? Because you're programmed not to see them.
Like what kind of processes?
Just anything you might look at, the way an anthill works, the way the sun lands on a leaf, the way ecosystems work, and all of this. You can sort of psychedelics can be a lens. Effectively, it's like a scientific instrument. You can train that. You can look at phenomena, maybe things that you've looked at before that you feel that you understand very well. But when you look at them from a psychedelic perspective, you notice things that you never noticed before. And this has been proven. I mean, there are people who've won Nobel Prizes based on this. Jerry Mullis, for example, is famous for, he discovered the PCR. Yeah. And he's quite up front. He was like, LSD, gave me the tools to understand this process, that gave me the ability to, as he put it, get down among the molecules and see what was going on. And so Bruce Daber and his colleagues are effectively trying to develop, structured protocols to use psychedelics for this kind of thing, for problems in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and so on. All these people are, obviously far gone nerds, but very, very smart people. And Bruce is just an amazing person. He's given talks at our ESPD conferences. The last one, ESPD is something that McKenna Academy did that has no pharmacologic research for psychoactive drugs. Was one of two conferences that we did at the ESPD 55 this 2022. If people go to the website, they can see that. You can listen to Bruce's talk and all the other talks too. You might want to draw that conference to people's attention. And just he's an incredibly brilliant mind, and all the people that he's working with. And he also, another interesting thing about Bruce is he's one of these people that, he's one of these people that naturally can get into this psychedelic place. He talks about endomarketing. He seems to be someone that's able to induce psychedelic experiences based on his own chemistry. Wow. There are people like this. And he told me that's why I never do psychedelics for so long, because I didn't really want to disrupt them. I told him, forget it, Bruce, take psychedelics.
Yeah.
He did.
It took me so long to jump to the DMT thing, to experiment with DMT, was because my only experience with marijuana, and I'm an extreme lightweight, so I can many times go way overboard by accident to where I'm white knuckling my chair and hurling through the void of my deepest, darkest fears, and everything is coming at me at once, and everything is worst case scenario. Every worst case scenario I can imagine in my life is all happening to me simultaneously, and it's terrifying.
Yep.
And that wasn't the experience with DMT. But going back to that, even though it's so terrifying and my worst fears are creeping in, there's always something positive I can take from it. Yes. There's always at least one thing where I'm like, I need a pen, where's a pen? I need to write this down. Like something I can pull out of that alien realm that is going to be extremely useful for me.
That's right. You can do that. And this is where, nobody wants to have terrifying experiences, but sometimes it does. This is where setting comes in. Especially with these strong psychedelics, you have to pay attention to setting. And I assume that among your terrifying experiences were on cannabis, right? Cannabis can be very much like a psychedelic at high doses, and but set and setting are the key variables. Leary and Metzger and all these people were right back in the 60s. They were talking about it. So setting, obviously, is settings where you do it. I mean, you want to do it in a place that you feel comfortable, that you feel safe. Those are the main things that, whether outside or inside or whatever, that's less important as long as you feel like you're in a safe environment. Because you're deliberately putting yourself in a situation where you have to let all your defenses down, all dissolve this default mode network, let it dissolve. That can be very threatening. And a lot of people, have a hard time. So put yourself in a place where you can just say, whatever happens, I'm not going to die, I'm safe, these drugs are not going to kill me, it's okay, Set is much more complicated. People say set is your intention, or what you want out of the trip, and so on. Well, it is partly that, but set, to my mind, is you. Set is everything you have to your whole life, whatever you've learned, whatever you know, all those things, that's the set, right, that you bring to it, that's interacting in this setting that you very deliberately structured, and then the other two variables here, which are rarely mentioned, but obviously maybe there should be one. The other two variables, set and setting, then what is the medicine and what is the dose? Because those things are going to influence it. And this is what shamanism is useful for. I mean, ayahuasca, for example, it's almost always taken in a group,
and there's a curandero or a shaman or whatever you want to call that person. They are the person that are structuring the set. The structure of the set is through songs, blowing smoke, through maybe other types of audio things, other types of things. But basically, they are controlling the setting, so that people can relax into it. And they're shamans, they're good. I eat the word shaman because it's a Siberian word, and the curanderos are not shaman. And curandero is probably a better word, or I must go. But these people, men and women, if they're experienced, they know how to do this, and in this state, they get very tuned into everyone in the room, almost telepathically. I mean, they can tell if you're having a hard time, they can tell, come over, blow a little mahacho smoke on you, maybe sing a song in front of you, maybe get you calmed down, or get you redirect what you're doing. That's their job. That's what shamans do. So this idea of taking high amounts of these things, it's good to have somebody like that, or have a therapist. A therapist can do it. I think psychotherapy, like psychedelic psychotherapy, is evolving more toward what shamans do. That's integrating some of those methodologies.
Yeah, you have that. There's like telemedicine shamans now. You can literally order a shaman come to your house and do this whole thing with you now.
There you go.
Right? That's
Yes.
a service that people provide now.
Right. Here's your Uber call.
Yeah. Just get on your app, order your shaman, and you're ready to roll.
Yeah, this is all right. This is good. I mean, I think it's good. I think it's good to have, what we used to call a sitter, and sometimes a sitter is enough. A sitter may not be a shaman, but maybe just a trusted friend.
Yes.
Not even necessarily in the same group, but if you get upset, hey, having a hard time, come in and pat my knee or whatever, and because you're putting yourself in an unusual state that can be terrifying. But as you point out, there's always something to be learned.
Yes.
And even the terrifying experiences are sometimes they're the most valuable.
The most valuable. Definitely. Yeah, it's a great thing to use as a tool, and it's why it's so frustrating that our culture and our society and our government, which is co-opted by businesses and pharmaceutical industries and things like this, that pressure our society to outcast these things. And label them as these evil substances that will kill you, and they're, it just, it seems like we're going in the wrong direction,
Well, I think it's changing, though, particularly with psychedelics. So psychedelics, there's a lot of research that's accumulated now to show that they do have these benefits. That if properly used, they can be used. They're not harmful. They can be very helpful. So it's kind of shifted the conversation from what it used to be. This has all been happening since Roland Griffith started working with psilocybin and getting FDA approval and playing it straight in terms of he was a serious neuroscientist and so on. But now their benefits are being recognized. But here's the thing: I look at psychedelics they're basically a technology.
Yeah.
Any technology can be misused, and any technology will be misused. You can be sure of it. A lot of times there are whole issues about people, shamans or self-styled shamans that use that to dominate people, sexual abuse, all of this stuff.
That this doesn't happen in therapeutic, so-called therapeutic
This
situations.
happens.
In anything. What the problem with, and I think in the conversation about drugs, is always if the drugs are identified as the demons. Drugs are just drugs. They just have the properties that they have. The moral quality of how you use them comes from us. And that's true of any technology.
Yes.
The choices we make in terms of how to use the technology, be it drugs or atomic weaponry or anything, it comes down to us.
Yeah.
We're the moral compass, not the technology. Neutral.
But the biggest difference is it doesn't prey on those desires. Like it doesn't, other drugs like alcohol or nicotine or these other things, they all rely on this dopaminergic pathway,
Right.
and you get addicted to it, and now you're using it to suppress other things. You're using it to suppress whether it be depression or any other sort of psychological thing you have going on.
Sure.
Where it can just send you down this vicious spiral, this dark spiral. But with the psychedelics, it's not something that you're going to be, in most cases, addicted to and abusing.
Right.
It's something that people are going to use as a tool. Like most people, when you talk to them about their DMT experiences or their psychedelic mushroom experiences, you ask them, they'll talk about it like they just got done tripping. And you say, like, when's the last time you did it? Oh, but 8 months ago, a year ago.
No, you don't necessarily go back to the well and drink again. They do not have this reinforcing effect. And that's exactly that's exactly right. These other drugs work through the dopaminergic pathway,
Right.
and they reinforce you. You do it, and you want to do it again, and you want to do it again. And it's very, very hard to throw that off.
Cocaine is one of those.
Cocaine
We'll talk
is,
about.
yeah, we will talk about that in that sense. Cocaine is definitely one of those. And psychedelics can be useful again by letting you step out of your reference frame and look at this addiction process. Maybe it's alcohol, maybe it's cocaine, maybe it's heroin, maybe it's tobacco. All of these things work directly or indirectly through this dopaminergic pathway. So the sex, for that matter, sex involves anything that you really sort of pushes the pleasure button. Naturally, you want to repeat it, but there's a point at which it becomes unhealthy, it becomes an obsession. And so looking at it through the perspective of psychedelics can help you get a handle on that. It helps you step away from it. It helps you diffuse it. And that's the therapeutic power when it comes to addiction. It's all about this default mode network. And people, this default mode network, like we said, it's very useful. It's where you want to be most of the time. I don't like the term default mode network. I call it the reality station.
The reality.
Our brains synthesizes a model of reality. You talked about simulations.
Yes.
This guy with the DMT and the simulations.
Yes.
I'm here to tell you, we are in a simulation. Everybody's in a simulation. Our brains simulate a model of reality. We live in that model of reality. We don't know what reality itself is because we're in this model of reality. And it's defined largely by what doesn't get through.
This is like the brain filter hypothesis.
It's exactly the brain filter hypothesis. The information comes to us through our sensory neural interfaces, kind of gets all mixed together inside, and extrudes a model of reality, which is what we experience as ordinary consciousness.
Yeah.
And then you can introduce another pharmacology or something else into it, a drug, medication, another practice. You can change that model of reality. But you're always trapped in that model of reality. You can't even say that much about, because you can't even say that much about what's outside that model, because you take psychedelics and realize the concept of inside and outside don't make sense. You're not really separated. And, we are all one, right? That's the psychedelic cliche, but it's true. We're not separated.
This is like Jung's idea of the archipelago of consciousness, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where we're all connected under the water, but there's above, we're all little individual islands.
Right. We appear to be separate, and I'm a serious Jungian, and so was Tara. Jung was a deep influence, and I think that's exactly what's going on. So this reality hallucination, we can be grateful that we have it because it makes us functional, but it can also go off track and
right.
Dysfunctional.
Well, it's millions of years of our brains evolving to survive, right? To evolve and to push our species in the future.
Yeah, and when it does get disrupted, it's a problem. But then we come along and we say, my reality hallucination is turning into a bummer. It's not fun anymore. And then you can take a psychedelic and you can disrupt it.
Right.
You can reprogram it. And you don't have to worry, because the brain and physiological systems in general don't tend toward equilibrium. It's going to fall back together. It's going to fall back together in most cases. I mean, some people don't. But very rarely does people not recover from psychedelics. And even if there's a prolonged,
what do you mean recover? You mean like
get
they
back
stay
to
in the
ordinary
trail?
reality.
Oh, it's just to stay there?
Yes.
What do they do?
Well, they end up in hospitals, talking to entities that aren't there.
That's one of my biggest fears.
That's everybody's biggest fear, man.
Is it?
But it's often, but it's very rare, for one thing. Even if you have these prolonged things, like I launch our experience, I was dissociated from reality as anybody could possibly be. If I was still in that place, people would just say, "Oh, poor Dennis, he just never made it back."
Would you imagine? Imagine if you were never able to make it back and articulate what it was.
Well, I was scared about it.
Right.
But it did come back. And the interesting thing, hallucinative persistent perception disorder.
This is a non-psychotic disorder in which a person experiences apparent, lasting, or persistent visual hallucinations or perceptual distortions. Oh yeah, there's this guy who his name's Andrew Callahan, something like that. He's a really cool documentary. He makes a kind of like run and gun documentaries on YouTube, and he talks about how he's experimented with, I think it was LSD when he was really young, when he was like 10 or 11, and he still sees these visual hallucinations in his visual field. Like he's not tripping per se, like as you are,
right.
But he just has the visual part.
That's one of the symptoms of exactly.
And that's very rare when you're a kid, right? When you're young.
Right, and you don't have the neural mechanisms to reintegrate. Interesting that you mentioned that. You should put the Academy website back up, because we were having a seminar. We were having a virtual seminar in April called on this very topic. It's called, can you go to programs? So this is a virtual seminar that we're doing with people. And this is going to be, this is talking about, psychedelics and psychosis,
right?
Spiritual emergencies. You can roll down, you can see the people doing it. And it's going to be a very interesting one-day virtual conference. One of our board members, Dr. Reggie Borghese, who is a psychiatrist. He has a ketamine clinic, but he's one of our board members. He's going to talk, and then these other people are going to talk, including a couple of curanderos. And all of this was sort of triggered by Lee Kaiser there on the right. Lee is a good friend of mine, and he's done a lot of medicine work with ayahuasca in the Sacred Valley. He's been there for years, and he has had several of these psychotic interactions as a result of ayahuasca. And psychotic. So we just say prolonged dissociations from reality, whatever they are. It's like psychosis is such a hard word. But shall we say, he's had a couple of these, and so a lot of it he's going to share his experience of the indigenous people, Enrique and Loiker, who were involved in helping him get straightened out, get back to reality, using their traditional techniques, and they were far more effective than psychiatrists.
I had a friend once tell me that he used to take mushrooms all the time, a long time ago, and he'd say when he was tripping too hard, he'd just do cocaine, blow right out of it.
That's possible. That's possible. I know that's rather surprising, but it's possible because cocaine is going to focus you. I wouldn't reach for cocaine as necessarily the antidote to psychedelics, but maybe it brought him back to a point where he could, sort of come out of that.
When it comes to the drugs that are legal and illegal and what are banned and what we're not allowed to use and what are only approved for certain therapies, right? It's just it's what people don't realize is we are literally walking bags of drugs. Good point. That if we're never we're never in one state. Our state is constantly evolving depending on what chemicals are taking over and the balance. It's just a constant balance of drugs and chemicals in our bodies.
That's right.
And it's so fun to experiment and offset that balance a little bit and see how that if it affects us positively or negatively.
That's exactly it. Yes, you touched on the point that I often make. We're made of drugs.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We are biochemical engines that work on drugs. Neurotransmitters, enzymes, hormones, all this are biochemical engines.
Yeah.
And maybe more than that. I'd like to think that there's a spiritual aspect, but the functioning body is a biochemical machine that runs on drugs. And this is why drugs have their effect. If DMT, for example, we know that it occurs in the brain, at rather high levels, and it's there. It's actually a neurotransmitter, and there's recent work has shown. Initially, sort of the focus was all about the pineal gland.
Yes.
And that data is not so valid there.
How do you find out about it?
Pineal gland does make DMT, but not enough to have an effect. But there are whole neurotransmitter systems that identify for which DMT is basically the neurotransmitter at levels comparable to serotonin.
DMT is pretty much everything, right?
In fact, DMT is in everything. It's true. And you know why it's in everything? It's because DMT is the simplest molecular, the simplest psychedelic. And it comes from tryptophan. Tryptophan is an amino acid, one of the 20 that makes up proteins, right? So tryptophan is in every living thing, every living thing, because it's one of the 20. And there are enzymes. DMT is 2 steps from tryptophan. There are enzymes that take off the carboxyl group, tryptophan's amino acid, decarboxylases, this class of
enzymes called decarboxylases remove the acid group, and then you get amines. So you get tryptophan, you remove the carboxyl group, you get tryptamine. You stick two methyl groups on that, another enzyme comes along called N-methyltransferase. I love biochemistry because the name of enzymes describe what they do, right? N-methyltransferase, it sticks methyl groups on things, CH3 groups on things. So two steps from tryptophan, you get DMT. And then from that, you get all these variations. Protein, methoxy DMT, psilocybin, you get the small tryptamine family, of most of which are psychoactive. But DMT is the primary hallucinogenic or psychedelic tryptamine, and it's the simplest one. It's not orally active. And actually, you can eat plants that contain DMT, and people do. It's the part of some people's diet, but because they're not taking immunoinhibitors, they never suspect they're taking immunoinhibitors. For example, DMT occurs in oranges and lemons and things like that at low levels, but it's there. DMT, I think there are thousands of plants that contain DMT. It's not rare at all. Not all plants express DMT in great quantities, but it's there. And then some do actually produce significant amounts of it. Like acacias, for example. Acacia, which is primarily, acacia is about 1,200 genera, or 1,200 species, all through Africa, mostly Australia, concentrated. Some of the most potent sources of DMT and other tryptamines are found in acacias, which ironically happens to be they're known as generically, they're known as wattles in Australia. The wattle is the national tree of Australia. There's no record that Aborigines used these things, but they have been there. And my theory is that there's probably trace amounts of DMT in all plants, because of these enzymes, decarboxylases and methyltransferases are pretty much involved in cellular processes at all levels. So nobody's going to do this, and nobody's going to fund it. But then if you went out and just started picking plants at random and analyzing them for DMT, you would find trace amounts of DMT, and in some cases large amounts, and those are the ones that have become utilized, like the chacruna, psychotria, which is an admixture plant for ayahuasca, or these anthrax stuffs that are the seeds are made into stuff, or the ukume that we were talking about, the vanolas. They contain large amounts of DMT, and indigenous people have, they're very clever. They want to get high just like everybody does. Right. They become very clever in identifying these plants and learning how to prepare them.
Yeah, I mean, even through history, imagine how much drugs people were doing during antiquity, right? Like, they didn't have the cultural boundaries, guidelines, sanctions, if you want to put it that way, around society, right? Like, they didn't have to follow these. They didn't have to fit into these norms. They were probably just roaming around, trying to have sex and get high and eat.
Pretty much,
right?
Yeah. Well, this goes back to the whole don't date theory. That's another rabbit hole we could go down.
But I think that's one of my favorite theories that Terrence came up with. It makes it's much more easy to comprehend than time wave zero.
Oh yeah, and it's another one of these theories. It's circumstantial evidence, but it's probably true. In fact, we didn't come up with it. It was my idea.
Oh, it was your idea.
But we shared ideas. I mean, he wrote the book "Food of the Gods," and he, it's a great book. If you haven't read it,
about, but I have elaborated on that idea. And what's interesting, he suggests that mushrooms were used quite by ancient civilizations. And my theory is that mushrooms were probably the oldest psychedelic that humans have ever used, and may have been used as long ago as 2 million years, and may have had a lot to do with the evolution of our neural structures and our consciousness. Don't look at me like that. This is not such a crazy idea. There's inferential evidence for this. So we know that hominid populations evolved in Africa around 2 million years ago, and although the fossil record is, incomplete, obviously, but we have a pretty good idea of the lineage. The fossils of starting with the first true hominids, Homo habilis, was probably the first hominid, and then there were different lineages that appeared. Homo erectus was part of this. There wasn't a single lineage. There was actually various species in this environment that were interacting and interbreeding with each other. And eventually, some merged as the dominant species. So Homo habilis, Homo erectus, eventually Homo sapiens. And over about 2 million years, the size and complexity of the human brain expanded, basically tripled in size. Homo habilis, the brain of Homo habilis was small by comparison, about 500 cubic centimeters. Homo erectus, somewhat larger, maybe 1,000 cubic centimeters. There you go.
Oh yeah, we went over this with was it Gallimore? No, we went over this with Michael Masters.
Oh yeah, that could be. I've got another chart.
Anthropologist.
Yeah, this is a good one. So Homo sapiens has the largest brain. Actually, Homo Neanderthals have a slightly bigger brain.
Right.
But they're also much bigger people than Homo sapiens. So brain to body mass, that's about 1,500 centimeters. And so the fossil evidence is there. What's also there is that in this environment, there's fossil evidence that they were cattle. Basically, cow. These people were living with cattle. They were hunting cattle. They were probably eating cattle. If you got cattle, you've got mushrooms.
Would it have to be cattle? Could it be any other sort of megafauna?
It could have been. I mean, yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be township that mushroom grows on.
Right.
But we do know from fossil evidence that the ancestors of the modern cow was in this environment at that time. And we know from paleoclimatology that it was a wet environment. The Sahara is a desert now, right? But at that time, from paleoclimatological data, we know that it was a wet. There were seasonal rains, it was a lake country, there was savanna, so there was megafauna of all sorts, and